In the world of Tian Xing, devouring the starry sky, the narrative begins with the protagonist awakening an infinite critical strike system. Unlike others who toil relentlessly in their cultivation, the male lead simply embarks on a main quest and finds himself invincible through romance with an older sister figure. He leads the Earth's human race to annihilate the insect race, conquering various clans, while amassing goddesses along the way, ultimately battling through myriad realms. Chapter 1. Forced to Traverse. This tale unfolds in a parallel universe mirroring that of launching. Any resemblance is purely coincidental and a figment of the author's imagination. What wretched luck. This cursed phone keeps freezing. I started with 300 draws, and now I've utilized 290, yet my beloved goddess remains elusive. In these final 10 draws, she must appear. Yu Huang Da Di, Guanyin Yang Yang, and Sakyamuni, grant me your blessings. I must summon my cherished goddess. In a modest rental apartment, a handsome young man in his 20s muttered to himself, fixated on the screen of his battered phone. The screen displayed the wildly popular Devouring the Starry Sky mobile game's draw interface. Unfortunately, the first 9 draws yielded nothing. Only the last card remained to be revealed. It flipped halfway. A stunning girl with pink twin tails and a captivating beauty wielding dual lightsabers appeared. My goddess has finally emerged. As the young man jubilantly celebrated, his phone emitted a static sound before the screen went black. Stunned, he stared at the device in disbelief. What in the world? Why has it frozen? He flipped the phone repeatedly, attempting to power it off and back on, but to no avail. After knocking it against the table in frustration, he realized it remained unresponsive. As time passed, his agitation mounted, and after exhausting all methods to revive the phone, he erupted in frustration. What a piece of junk! After all the effort I put in to summon my goddess, is she gone forever? With a heavy heart, he donned his jacket, opened the door to his apartment, and stepped out into the bustling streets filled with vibrant commotion. Everywhere he looked, there were colorful and eye-catching posters for Devouring the Starry Sky. These advertisements seemed omnipresent, adorning telephone poles, shop windows, and even bus stop billboards. Among them, the most striking was the promotional poster for the recently launched Devouring the Starry Sky mobile game. Since its release, its popularity had soared, achieving astonishing download rates that surpassed 10 million in no time. Beep, beep, buzzing, tracking host, finding possible. In the vastness of space beyond Earth, a meteor streaked through the atmosphere, halting at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Gradually, ominous dark clouds thickened, intermittently flashing with purple-red light. The previously melancholic young man wandered aimlessly, glancing about until he spotted a phone store featuring a poster of his goddess with pink twin tails. He stepped inside. A sweet-looking, cheerful saleswoman approached him. Hi there, handsome. Looking to buy a phone? We have some stunning new models just released, perfect for personal use or as a gift for your girlfriend. Pointing at the poster of his goddess, the young man replied, Hello, could you recommend a phone suitable for playing this mobile game? I don't care about the price, but it must run smoothly without lag. The saleswoman presented the latest model. Oh, you mean the trending Devouring the Starry Sky? This Fruit 777 model is only $6,999. It runs games flawlessly. Upon hearing Fruit, the young man felt a surge of irritation and dismissed it without a glance. He placed his broken Fruit phone on the counter, saying, No way. This foreign brand is uninspired and infuriating. It freezes constantly. I spent $7,000 or $8,000 on this Fruit 666 last year, which was hyped up, and now it won't even power on. I could buy a domestic phone for over $1,000 that would outperform this piece of trash. Initially, the saleswoman assumed he was affluent, but his remarks dampened her spirits. She thought, the commission on Fruit phones is significantly higher. I should promote them, but he seems only able to afford a phone around $1,000. With a condescending expression, she replied, Oh, well, we have others. Returning the Fruit phone to its place, she presented a domestically made model. Take a look at this popular model, the Huayao Mate 60. It features our self-developed high-performance Longshin 9000 chip. With this powerful heart, it handles any game without lag. Thanks to government subsidies, it's now only $1,999 instead of $2,899. A fantastic deal. The saleswoman regarded him with disdain yet a hint of hope, thinking, he can't possibly be unable to afford this, can he? A poor loser. Noticing her contempt, the young man's frustration flared, and he retorted, What's the matter? Do you think I can't afford something more expensive? Bring me the latest Huayao model. How much is it? Concerned about a potential complaint, the saleswoman quickly apologized. Oh, I didn't mean it that way. Yes, we have the latest Huayao model, which can fold and serve as a tablet, phone, or laptop. However, it's quite expensive, $23,999, though with government subsidies, it's only $19,999. Interested? She thought. Let's see if he can truly afford it, or if he's just pretending. The young man pulled out his wallet from his bag, revealing a photo of a stunning girl, whose beauty rivaled that of the poster goddess. The saleswoman silently speculated that the girl might be his girlfriend. Inadvertently, she noticed a thick stack of 100 yuan bills within the bag. Surprised, she observed as the young man casually produced a bank card and said, "Yes, I'll take it. Let's charge it." When the saleswoman saw it was a debit card and not a credit card, she was further astonished, thinking, "This handsome guy looks like a recent graduate, but is using a debit card. Could he actually be wealthy?" The flatterer said to the young man. "All right. Would you like to take a look at our headphones or phone cases? We have matching sets available." The beautiful saleswoman was elated to see the young man make a swift purchase. She felt she had struck gold and, with a beaming smile, continued to promote other supplementary products. She thought to herself. Thankfully, she hadn't offended this wealthy patron and, after a bit of effort, managed to sell such an expensive item, which most ordinary people could scarcely afford. Had the young man decided to walk away and seek alternatives, she would have faced considerable loss and criticism. The young man shook his head, casting a disdainful glance at the saleswoman who had previously looked down on him, and said, "I don't want anything else. Cut it out." After completing his transaction, he left the store with his newly acquired phone. Before he exited, the saleswoman handed him her business card, stating he could call her anytime if he had any questions. He dismissed it with indifference and stepped out of the store. As he walked, he swiftly opened the App Store, eagerly clicking on the download link for the mobile game Tian Xing. However, just as the download progress bar surged to 99, a dazzling purple lightning bolt streaked across the sky. In an instant, a mysterious and formidable force enveloped the young man tightly. Before he could comprehend what was happening, he felt himself being swept away into an unknown temporal vortex, spinning uncontrollably. In the vast and perilous wilderness surrounding the Jiangnan base city, specifically the outskirts of Hongqing. "Run, my dear. Those cursed monsters, I will fight them." A terrified couple of martial artists was desperately fleeing. Just behind them, several monstrous creatures were closing in. The man urged his wife to escape with their child back to the base city. Brandishing a long knife against the oncoming horde of beasts, he faced a colossal and ferocious advanced beast soldier, the horned rhinoceros. This beast was armored in scales as hard as iron, with its terrifying horn radiating an ominous glow. Nearby, several cat-like beasts the size of calves with sharp claws lurked menacingly. The scene shifted. A soldier resembling a scout, equipped with binoculars, reported, "Captain, there are martial artists engaged in battle with monsters just ahead, and one woman is fleeing with an infant." Upon hearing this, the martial arts captain's expression changed instantly. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Attention, everyone. Enter a state of alert immediately. We must ensure the safe retrieval of this crucial supply back to the base city." The other team members responded, "Understood, Captain." Upon hearing the captain's orders, the soldiers swiftly armed themselves, ready for action. When they spotted the couple being relentlessly pursued by the monsters from a distance, Captain Lu Feng quickly reacted, instructing, "Fang Yang, Liu Cheng, Mei Shi, you three go. Rescue them. The rest stay on guard." The three dispatched were all seasoned soldiers of advanced rank, rushing to the rescue. However, by the time Fang Yang and Liu Cheng arrived, the man had already been torn apart by the beasts in a desperate attempt to protect his wife and child. The woman was knocked down by the horned rhinoceros, bleeding from her mouth and nose, and it was clear she would not survive. Yet, she kept murmuring, my baby," before taking her last breath. Once the horned rhinoceros was vanquished, Mei Shi cradled a tattered bundle that contained the only survivor, an infant barely under a year old. Returning to the group, Mei Shi comforted the wailing child in her arms. With deep remorse, she said, "Oh, please don't cry. Captain, the rescue failed. Only this little baby survived. His parents were killed by the horned rhinoceros and the clawed beasts. What shall we do?" His mother hoped we could save her child before she died. She rocked the baby gently, but the infant continued to wail, sensing the loss of his parents. Captain Lu Feng resolutely declared, "Of course we must save him. It is our duty as soldiers. Let's take him back and see what the higher-ups decide." Upon returning to the Chongqing base city, Captain Lu Feng reported the mission's events truthfully. He entrusted the rescued infant to medical personnel for care. After some time, the higher authorities convened and issued directives to Captain Lu Feng. "Captain Lu Feng, isn't there a recently married soldier in your team? Let them take care of the child, as the others are single and lack the means to care for an infant. The military will provide a stipend of 50,000 Hanxia coins annually for the child's upbringing. What do you think?" Captain Lu Feng mused. Such a large division, and only 50,000. How stingy. He scoffed. Only 50,000? Isn't that a bit too little? Fine. I'll convey the message and see if Fang Yang's family is willing. The military's logistics minister hesitated before responding. Well, let's make it 100,000 then. Please relay this to Captain Lu Feng. With a serious expression, Captain Lu Feng picked up the phone on the table. He quickly dialed a number, and after a few rings, it connected. Hello, is this Fang Yang? You need to come to the military department immediately. There's a special situation that requires your attention to the Chongqing base city, in the military family compound. In the Nanhu Park community, a large door adorned with red double happiness characters and festive window decorations welcomed a tall and robust man who entered exclaiming, "My dear wife, I'm back." His wife, busy in the kitchen, heard his voice and joyfully rushed out, saying, "Ah, husband, you're back. The food isn't ready yet." She hurried back to the kitchen to check on the pot. The man followed her in, responding, "Wife, let me help you." He wrapped his arms around her from behind. She sweetly replied, though with concern for him, "All right. Just worried you might not know how. You must be exhausted after being away for so long. Sit on the sofa for a moment. I'll have dinner ready shortly." As they shared a warm meal, Fang Yang recounted an incident from his day. His wife felt a twinge of sadness, yet they both enjoyed their meal together, clearing the table afterward when the phone rang. Beep, beep, beep. Fang Yang moved to the sofa. Seeing it was the captain calling, he immediately answered. "Hello? Yes, Captain, I'm on my way." Despite the uncertainty surrounding this sudden summons, the soldier's sense of duty left no room for hesitation. "Dear, the captain asked me to come to the military department. There's a special task to address. I'll be right back." Fang Yang hurried to the kitchen, kissed his wife on the cheek, and turned toward the door. His wife, Gui Hua, reluctantly said to him, "All right, my dear, be safe, and come back soon." Hearing her wistful voice, Fang Yang turned back and offered her a reassuring smile, saying, "Yes, my dear, there's something going on in the army. I'll hurry over and return to spend time with you." With that, he dashed out of the house without looking back. Chapter 2. The Infinite Critical Hit System. A mere 10 minutes had passed when Fang Yang hurriedly arrived at the military headquarters. Upon spotting the captain, he dashed over to Captain Lu Feng, breathless with urgency. "Captain, what is the emergency?" Captain Lu Feng regarded the anxious Fang Yang with a slight hesitation before speaking. "Well, it is not an exceptionally grave matter. It concerns the infant we rescued earlier. As you know, that child is not yet a year old, a time when he requires meticulous care and nurturing. However, most of our division's personnel are unmarried, and those who do have families are few and far between, with little to no experience in raising children. You are well aware of the situation within our team. The other members are all single men, entirely unprepared to care for such a young child. Therefore, after discussions among the higher-ups, we would like to request your family's assistance in fostering the child. Of course, the leadership has made it clear that you will not be without compensation. An annual support fee of 100,000 Huaxia coins will be provided. What do you think?" Fang Yang hesitated before responding. I mentioned this to Ho Hot, and she felt quite sorry for the child. "Captain, I need to discuss this with her to see what she thinks." Captain Lu Feng nodded apologetically. "Of course, it is essential to respect your wife's opinion." Fang Yang took out his phone and dialed. Beep, beep, beep. "Hello, Ho Hot. My dear." Ho Hot, puzzled and anxious, inquired, "What is it, dear? Didn't you say you were going on a special mission? Why do you have time to call me?" Fang Yang, filled with trepidation, explained, "My dear, it is indeed a special mission. I mentioned to you before that we rescued an infant during our task. The child's mother, on her deathbed, implored us to save her child. Now, the military leadership has deliberated and believes that we are the only ones suitable to foster this child, as there are no other appropriate candidates within the division. You know the others are all men, adept at slaying monsters, but ill-equipped for child-rearing. Additionally, the division leaders stated that if we agree, they will provide you with 200,000 Huaxia coins as support annually. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Ho Hot was momentarily taken aback. Her heart raced, and tears welled up in her eyes, spilling down her cheeks, leaving her speechless. After regaining her composure, she smiled brightly. "Hee. Of course, you men can handle slaying monsters, but caring for a child is not something you are equipped for. 200,000 support fee? Well, the money is not the primary concern. I have no objection to fostering the child. It's just that the little one is so pitiable. My dear, please bring him home. It will bring our family more joy and vitality." With that, her eyes sparkled with hope as she gazed at the couplets on the window and began to hum happily. Fang Yang felt a weight lifted off his shoulders and gratefully replied, "Yes, my dear wife. Thank you for your courageous support." Captain Lu Feng, Perceiving the nuances, asked Fang Yang. Fang Yang, the military only provides 100,000, but you mentioned 200,000? Won't there be problems if your wife finds out? Fang Yang chuckled and reassured the captain. Oh, it's just an extra 100,000. Killing an extra monster would more than cover that. Captain Lu Feng pondered for a moment before stating, in that case, I will provide the 100,000 support fee. Here, I will give you an advance of 1 million for 10 years. Fang Yang, bewildered, responded, Captain, you need not provide this. I can manage. Captain Lu Feng firmly asserted, take it. This is not a gift to you. It is for the child. I hope you can raise him to become a warrior, and when he grows up, you can reveal to him his true heritage. Let him possess the strength to avenge his parents. Understood, Captain. I will ensure the task is completed, Fang Yang pledged, saluting with determination. At the Chongqing Bay City, in the military family quarters of Nanhui Community, Fang's family residence. Ho-Hot beamed as she gazed at the infant. While playfully eliciting laughter from the little one, she turned to her husband, Fang Yang, her eyes brimming with affection. Look, look, look. Hee, how adorable. He is smiling. Oh dear, what name do you think we should give him? Fang Yang, observing his wife's radiant smile, felt a wave of warmth. After a brief moment of contemplation, he replied, I am not sure. Why don't you decide, my dear? After pondering for a while, Ho-Hot suggested, how about we name him Tian Xing? It signifies, the heavens move with strength, and a gentleman perseveres unyieldingly. Fang Yang nodded in agreement. My wife is indeed remarkable. I hope this little one can embody that tenacity and grow strong enough to avenge his biological parents. Could it be that fate was at play? In truth, Tian Xing had already awakened in the wilderness. Realizing he had traversed into another world, he had inexplicably transformed into an infant, watching helplessly as monsters pursued his parents, unable to intervene. Yet, he remained silent, hoping his parents would safely reach the base city. However, the sheer number of monsters in the wilderness made it impossible to escape undetected. He could only watch in despair as his parents were slain by the creatures, and upon their deaths, he wailed inconsolably. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded, where his parents were hunted down by monsters until they were ultimately rescued by arriving soldiers. When he regained consciousness, it was in the embrace of a beautiful woman. At that time, he was merely about 1 year old. His adoptive mother was smiling brightly as she lovingly cooed at him, her tender gaze filled with affection, gently kissing his forehead with her rosy lips. Although Tian Xing was small in stature, his little head housed the thoughts of a recent university graduate. That he mused, since I have traversed into this unfamiliar world, surely there must be some hidden advantage in store for me. With this thought, he began to call out in his mind, come forth, system. No response. Is that not how it works? Perhaps my approach is incorrect. Come forth, golden finger? No. Let's try another method. Come forth, master? Still not right. Let's change it again. Come forth, please grant me power. Open sesame. Yet, as seconds ticked by, little Tian Xing continued to call out in his mind, receiving no reply whatsoever. Just as he began to feel disheartened and sighed, contemplating giving up, he thought to himself, alas, could this merely be a dream? Perhaps I am simply an accidental traveler, reborn, rather than a chosen lucky one. At that moment, a melodious, ethereal voice resonated deep within his mind. Ding dong. Congratulations, master. Thank you for your patience. I am the unparalleled, invincible super golden finger, the infinite critical hit system. You may also call me Schwanger. How delightful it is to see you call for me with such hope, only to be met with disappointment. How adorable. Xiao Tianxing was inwardly perplexed, pondering the absurdity of the situation. What manner of system was this, so juvenile in nature, daring to jest with its master? It left him utterly speechless. Nevertheless, upon further reflection, he chuckled heartily. At long last, he possessed a system. He, too, was among those graced with such an advantage. It was time to embark on his path of extraordinary achievements to eye in the depths of his consciousness. He inquired, so, you are the infinite critical hit sign-in system? Indeed, mastered by signing in daily. You will accumulate rewards varying by location and environment, such as attributes, system energy coins, treasures, cultivation, and other items. If fortune smiles upon you, critical hits will lead to substantial gains. Xiao Tianxing's adoptive parents were formidable martial artists, acutely aware of the arduous yet vital journey of cultivation. Thus, from the tender age of 5 or 6, they meticulously crafted a series of rigorous and scientifically sound training regimens tailored specifically for him. However, Xiao Tianxing did not fully adhere to the training plan set forth by his parents at 5 or 6 years old. He whimsically asked the system, Schwanger, esteemed system, Could you assist me in acquiring treasures that would aid my cultivation? Ideally, something that could suppress my prowess while allowing me to train with added weight and provide self-defense in times of danger. Is there such a thing? He continued, because every day, my parents strap me with a heap of iron sand, and it tends to fall off while I run. With great pride, the system Schwanger replied, of course, master. I shall personally design and forge a unique treasure resembling an ordinary weighted energy ring, known as the function ring. It consists of 5 components that can be worn on the arms, legs, and waist, among other crucial areas. Moreover, it can transform into an unremarkable weighted energy ring, which not only serves its purpose, but is also a formidable top-tier protective spirit artifact. This function ring possesses numerous extraordinary effects, capable of suppressing the wearer's cultivation level. Furthermore, upon encountering danger, it automatically activates the Master Protection mode, instantly unleashing astonishing defensive capabilities. Tian Xing was overjoyed but cautiously inquired, that's wonderful. Could you prepare 2 additional function rings for my hands? I would like to keep one set for myself, while gifting the other 2 to my beloved parents, who cherish me so dearly. The system Schwanger assured him, certainly, master. However, this will deplete your hard-earned system energy coins. Tian Xing candidly stated, money is but a trivial concern. I shall earn more when needed. Please proceed with the exchange. After Schwanger successfully exchanged for 2 additional weighted energy rings, Tian Xing seized them and stealthily slipped out the door while his mother was distracted. He arrived at the entrance of a gift shop that a sweet-faced female attendant noticed Tian Xing's sudden appearance in the store. With a smile, she asked, "Oh, what a cute little boy. Which family do you belong to? Where are your parents?" "Hello, beautiful big sister. I wish to present this gift to my parents for the upcoming holiday. Tomorrow marks their wedding anniversary. Could you assist me in wrapping it beautifully?" "I have money," he said, producing 100 huaxia coins from his pocket and handing them to the charming attendant. Hearing Tian Xing compliment her beauty, the attendant felt a surge of joy and asked, "Wow, little one, this gift is exquisite. Where did you buy it?" "You truly have a way with words." Tian Xing smiled adorably and replied, "I selected it from a boutique elsewhere, but forgot to request wrapping. It cost me several hundred, and I spent all my New Year's money." "How impressive. You even know to gift your parents. That's wonderful. I will wrap it up for you right away." The attentive attendant soon finished wrapping the gift, presenting it to Tian Xing, who marveled at its exquisite appearance. "Thank you, big sister. You are truly beautiful," he said before turning and heading home. Upon returning, he found his mother, Ho-Hot, anxiously searching for him in the neighboring courtyard. As soon as she spotted him, she rushed over and embraced him, exclaiming, "Where have you been? You scared me to death. I searched everywhere in the courtyard and couldn't find you." With an innocent smile, Tian Xing replied, "Mom, I have a gift for you and Dad." He then handed her a beautifully wrapped gift bag containing 2 exquisite boxes. Ho-Hot's heart melted instantly that it was the first time she had seen her little one behave so sweetly, and though she still felt a twinge of anger for having searched for him, her happiness overshadowed it. My dear, what lovely surprise do you have for me?" she asked, her voice filled with affection. Tian Xing beamed, "Mom, this is a talisman you can wear on your hand, meant for both you and Dad." Initially, Ho-Hot was taken aback, but when she heard her son refer to it as a protective talisman, she felt an unexplainable thrill, especially when she opened the exquisitely crafted gift box. Inside were 2 remarkably ancient and elegant metallic rings, perfectly sized for their hands, and she realized they were a matching pair. Her heart swelled with joy as she thought, how did this little one acquire such beautiful gifts? Did he truly venture out to purchase them while he was missing? She then prompted her husband to investigate that. It turned out that he had indeed gone alone to a few nearby boutiques, selecting the gifts after considerable deliberation, spending several hundred coins. The exquisite items delighted both parents, and they wore them daily. This was the first time their son had gifted them something so thoughtful, leaving them pleasantly surprised for quite some time. Thus, from the age of 5 or 6, Tian Xing diligently trained, gradually increasing his load from 10 kilograms to 50 kilograms, engaging in daily 10-kilometer weighted endurance. Training point 13 years later, Tian Xing blossomed into a handsome young man of 19, standing at 6 feet tall. He donned sports attire and specially crafted combat shoes, engaged in his training. The rings on his arms and waist displayed a weight of 500, reflecting on the previous day. The young man had the system Schwanger assess his current physical condition, which was determined to be at least that of a junior warrior. However, in reality, he had yet to test his prowess in a martial arts school or training ground, leaving no one aware of his remarkable abilities. Within the serene, tree-lined confines of the Yenyu Huayuan Villa community, under the aegis of the Europa Alliance, stood a magnificent and imposing Pei family villa. At this moment, within a spacious and brightly lit room of this villa, a young man garbed in designer attire sat at a desk, his countenance shadowed with gloom as he fixated intently on a photograph in his hand. The woman in the photograph was breathtakingly beautiful, her skin as fair as snow, with features so exquisite they seemed otherworldly. After uttering his thoughts, the young man's lips curled into a sly and confident smile, as he secretly plotted his next move in his pursuit of romance. Chapter 3. Rescuing the School Bell Ding Dong. Master, the system has detected that in the coming days, you will be assaulted and taught a lesson by Pei Xing and his bodyguard from your university's undergraduate department. A temporary special mission is issued with the following objectives. 1. Defeat the scoundrel Pei Xing so that he can never commit evil again. 2. Become a martial artist. Mission rewards: a mysterious gene potion and a mysterious cultivation manual, with the levels of the potion and manual distributed according to task completion. Upon hearing the prompt from the system, Tian Xing casually inquired, "What is their strength?" The system promptly replied, "Master, accessing external information will consume energy coins from the system. If you wish to proceed." Tian Xing waved his hand dismissively and said, "Let us not bother with that. I have only just managed to save a little money, and I cannot waste it on a couple of scoundrels." The system dueler smiled and kindly reminded him, "Bingo, master. A friendly tip. The strongest among them is considerably more powerful than you. Dueler, must you be so mischievous? Are you trying to scare me?" Tian Xing lamented, "I am only earning a few hundred to 1,000 system coins daily. I do not wish to regress to my previous state of poverty. Alas, money is hard-earned and should not be squandered." However, the thought that Pei Xing strongest bodyguard was indeed stronger than him ignited a flicker of anticipation in his heart. For the sake of the rewards, he resolved to take the plunge. Days later, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves in the campus. On this seemingly tranquil day, after afternoon classes, on the shaded avenue beside the library, a brooding young man addressed a stunningly beautiful girl, the school belle, saying, "Xing, I have told you countless times. If you agree to be my girlfriend, I will have my father arrange a position for your entire family in the HR Alliance at the branch here in Hangxing. The job is easy, and the salary is higher than average. So what do you say? Just agree to be with me. You know I care for you deeply." The girl, referred to as Xing, frowned and replied with disdain, "Pei Xiao, I have made it clear many times that you are not my type, and my parents would never approve of our relationship. I am currently a junior and need to prepare for my thesis next year, so I have no time for this. You should give up." With a venomous glare, Pei Xiao retorted, "Ning Xing, I have pursued you for so long. Do not make me angry. You know the consequences of provoking my wrath." He stepped closer to the beautiful girl, who felt a surge of desperation and shouted, "Pei Xing, do not come any closer. If you dare to touch me, I will tell my sister. She is a senior officer in the military." Pei Xing sneered, "Huh? A senior officer? So what? My father is a mid-level war general. You will not escape today." Seeing the scoundrel approach, Ning Xing's heart raced as she shouted, "Do not come near. If you do, I will call for help. Help! Someone please." Pei Xing laughed triumphantly, "Your cries are futile. No one will come. Ha ha. Let us see if you can run away today." At that moment, Tian Xing was strolling along the campus path, intending to head to the library. Lost in thought about the information he had just uncovered about Pei Xing, he had learned that Pei Xing was a notorious figure in the university, often referred to as a wealthy playboy who pursued every school belle, leveraging his father's position as a high-ranking executive in the European Alliance with assets amounting to billions. He had harmed many girls, always settling with money and never facing consequences. As Tian Xing walked, he noticed a crowd gathered ahead. Curiosity piqued. He approached to see a group of boys surrounding a girl. One of the boys was leering at the beautiful girl with a greedy and malevolent gaze. Suddenly, the girl screamed, "Help! Someone please!" Tian Xing thought, what a coincidence to encounter such a scene. Since I have seen it, I cannot stand idly by. He stepped forward and shouted, "What are you doing?" The girl, clad in a school uniform and exceptionally beautiful, pleaded, "Please, help me. They are trying to bully me." The sudden interruption annoyed Pei Xing, who turned and glared at Tian Xing, saying, "Mind your own business and get lost. You lot, teach him a lesson." "Understood, Pei Xiao. Kid, you asked for it." Tian Xing, thinking this was an opportune moment to confront the infamous scoundrel, replied reluctantly, "Oh, so it is you. What a coincidence." With that, he executed a few swift moves, and soon there were sounds of pain and confusion as Pei Xing's henchmen were swiftly taken down, writhing on the ground in agony. Tian Xing mused, "Is this what you call a warrior? Stronger than me?" Pei Qingkong clapped his hands, looking at Tian Xing with incredulity. You are a martial artist? Come out. Quickly. Seeing Pei Qingkong's agitation, Tian Xing urged the girl to flee, saying, You must leave now. I will handle the rest. The girl ran off, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. I will go get help. At that moment, the system, Dueler, urgently alerted him. Master, you have only dealt with his companions. There are still 4 bodyguards hiding in the shadows, 3 at the beginner warrior level and 1 at the intermediate warrior level. You can handle the beginner warriors easily, but the intermediate warrior may pose a challenge. As the 4 bodyguards surrounded him, one sneered, Kid, you have offended our young master, and today you will face the consequences. It is clear that you are also a martial artist, but you are far weaker than us. Prepare yourself. Pei Qingkong, infuriated by Tian Xing's interference, commanded. Stop wasting time on him. Incapacitate him. Yes, young master. Kid, you're in for it. One bodyguard lunged at Tian Xing, and the others followed suit. The system promptly advised. Master, you can unseal the function ring and utilize the awakened psychic power obtained through the system to deal with them. However, this will expose your strength. Tian Xing considered the system's analysis and decided, let it be exposed. There is no turning back now. He addressed the bodyguards. I am in a foul mood today. Since you dared to provoke me, you will face serious consequences. With that, he removed the rings from his hands, allowing them to hover ominously above his head, spinning ceaselessly. A surge of extraordinary energy lifted him off the ground, and soon the sounds of chaos erupted as he manipulated large stones and public facilities to strike the bodyguards. Catching them off guard, they fell to the ground, overwhelmed by the onslaught. Then, with a mere flick of his mental energy, he immobilized Pei Qingkong, suspending him helplessly in midair as he struggled to break free. Tian Xing floated closer, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. At that moment, Pei Qingkong was filled with terror and boasted loudly, If you harm me, do you know who my father is? He is a mid-level war general and a high-ranking executive in the European alliance at the Great Wall. If you hurt me, my father will never let you off the hook. Upon finishing his words, the one who disrupted his pursuit of pleasure continued. Clever individuals should promptly release me and present the woman you previously let escape. In return, I may persuade my father to spare your life. Otherwise, I shall ensure he ends yours. He would deal with you as one would with an ant. He thought to himself, Damn, I've hit a wall. These bodyguards are utterly useless. How could he be so powerful? This is inconceivable. Hearing this, Tian Xing was filled with fury. Before Pei Qingkong could react, he delivered a fierce kick between his legs. This was followed by Pei Qingkong's agonizing screams, akin to a pig being slaughtered. Those nearby were drawn to the sound, speculating about the commotion. As more onlookers approached, Tian Xing gradually withdrew his mental power. Pei Qingkong writhed in pain, his face contorted, struggling in midair. When Tian Xing allowed him to drop, he clutched his groin, trembling and rolling on the ground. The spectators who had just witnessed this scene instinctively covered their own vulnerable areas. Some distant onlookers even unconsciously crossed their legs, contemplating the fate of that unfortunate fellow, who would no longer be able to perpetrate misdeeds after such a blow. Suspended in the air, Tian Xing spat at Pei Qingkong and declared, Humph, does being a mid-level battle general make you formidable? Even if your father is a high-level battle general, he cannot save you from my wrath. Do not provoke me again, or no one will be able to rescue you. The onlookers were astonished. Witnessing a seemingly ordinary student floating in the air, an extraordinary sight indeed. Just moments ago, they had seen this young man besieged by Pei and his bodyguards. Yet now he had turned the tables on Pei. As they gaped in disbelief, a mysterious figure cloaked in an unusual robe, clearly no ordinary warrior, appeared before Tian Xing, wielding an impressive sword. What a surprise, he said, to encounter such an interesting event here. Young one, you are a mentalist? Splendid. How about becoming my disciple? I too am a mentalist, and can help you grow stronger swiftly. Once you attain power akin to mine, no one shall dare to bully you. With a casual wave of his hand, he sent the bodyguards who had rushed to aid the writhing Pei Qingkong flying backward, struck by various objects. Tian Xing, maintaining his composure, replied to the enigmatic warrior, I appreciate your esteemed mentor, but I am merely a student at university. My parents are sergeants in the military, heroes fighting for our nation. My sole desire is to join the army and serve my country by vanquishing all invading beasts. This mysterious warrior, a battle god, was a creation of Tian Xing's expenditure of 50 million system energy coins, simulated by the advanced technology of the system, Schwanger. To the onlookers, the sudden appearance of this battle god and his offer to take Tian Xing as a disciple was astonishing. They listened intently as Tian Xing spoke. In his consciousness, Tian Xing instructed Schwanger, continue the simulation of this transcendent battle god, and connect me to the military district's Great Wall Base's head via the communicator. Relay to them the words I previously instructed you to convey. Zhuang cheerfully responded, Certainly, master. Your generous contributions compel me to serve you willingly. The sound of ringing echoed as an aide answered the military's public phone. Hello, this is the Southeast Military District Command. Who is this, and what is your business? Zhuang, altering her voice, replied, Your military district has struck gold. A 19-year-old mentalist. I wish to take him as my disciple. Quickly, contact your superior. Meanwhile, in the Great Wall Base, the communications officer was still grasping the situation when someone rushed in with a video to show him. Upon seeing it, he immediately dialed the Southeast Military District Command and urged them to prepare a vehicle to head to the scene. The scene shifted to a stunning school beauty rushing home, addressing an older sister with a striking resemblance but a more mature and alluring figure. Sister, hurry. We must save someone. I was assaulted by that scoundrel Pei Qingkong in the university library, but a junior saved me. He was then beaten by 4 warrior-level bodyguards. Please help him. Her sister's expression darkened upon hearing this. How dare anyone lay hands on my sister Ning Lingling? They are courting death. Let us go, Xiaochun, lead the way. Before long, they arrived at the scene. The older sister, Ning Lingling, asked Xiaochun, You say it was right here? Someone bullied you and was saved by a junior? Xiaochun affirmed emphatically. Yes, sister, right here. I swear it was. Just then, they saw a squad of soldiers running in unison towards them, inquiring about the handsome young man in the video. In a Southeast Military District office, an elderly man with graying hair and a stern demeanor was fixated on a massive screen displaying the video. In it, a tall, slender college student was surrounded by 4 robust and well-trained warrior-level fighters who relentlessly attacked him. Just when everyone believed the student would falter, an astonishing scene unfolded. He leaped into the air, suspended in mid-flight. Then, an invisible yet immensely powerful force erupted from within him. This extraordinary power seemed to control everything around him. Rocks and various public facilities, as if summoned, soared into the air at astounding speeds towards the 4 warriors, who were caught off guard and knocked about, utterly disheveled. At that moment, a figure appeared on the battlefield like a ghost, exuding an overwhelming aura akin to a deity. With a mere wave of his hand, he effortlessly resolved the high school student's predicament. Subsequently, this mysterious strongman whispered a few words to the college student. But due to the distance and unclear audio, the specifics remained unknown in the video. The elderly man promptly commanded his aide, Quickly, send someone to investigate the identity of this youth. We must find him and inquire what the mysterious warrior conveyed. Understood, Commander. I shall attend to it immediately. The aide replied, rushing out to fulfill the task. Meanwhile, in a distant city, a pair of 30-something individuals performing a simple task received a call on the woman's communicator. The beautiful woman answered, Hello, Changjia. What is the matter? The voice on the other end, addressing the woman named Ho-Hot, said, Ho-Hot, your son Tian Xing has been attacked at school. Did you not know? Ho-Hot, alarmed, inquired, What? Changjia, what are you saying? My son was attacked? By whom? The voice responded, It's unclear, but it's said to be the son of a mid-level battle general from the Olobo Alliance, and he had 4 bodyguards assault Tian Xing. Ho-Hot, with a furrowed brow, hung up the phone and turned to her husband with a face full of concern. Darling, our son has been attacked at school by 4 martial artist bodyguards. I am utterly at a loss about his condition. What should we do? Her husband, incredulous, replied, What? My dear wife, what are you saying? Our son was assaulted? Who would dare lay a hand on him? This is unfathomable. Ho-Hot's anxiety intensified as she explained. It's true, my husband. I wish to return. Xiangjia mentioned that it was the son of a mid-level combat general from the Oluwa Baoyinming. They are lawless and capable of the unthinkable. Her husband, filled with rage, responded, Let us return at once. I must see for myself the prowess of this mid-level combat general from the Oluwa Baoyinming. What is the worst that could happen? I'll confront him if necessary. With that, he bid farewell to the other team members and hastened home, both parents consumed with worry and eager to reach their son. After a long and arduous journey, they finally arrived home in the dead of night. However, upon entering, they found Tian Xing lying motionless on the sofa, his eyes shut tight, deep in a state of unconsciousness. Ho-Hot, alarmed at her son's condition, cried out, What happened? My child, don't frighten me like this. Wake up, please. What are we to do? Tears streamed down her face, her heart aching. Feng Yang approached his son, gently shaking him and calling, Tian Xing, my son. Turning to Ho-Hot, he admitted, I have no idea what is wrong with him. He then checked Tian Xing's body, discovering only faint red marks on his limbs, with no significant external injuries. His breathing was steady, as if he were merely asleep. Yet, Regardless of their calls and gentle prodding, Tian Xing remained unresponsive, which struck them as peculiar. Ho-Hot, now in a state of panic, could no longer contain her tears. They had never encountered such a situation and were utterly clueless about how to proceed. Just as they were at a loss, an even stranger phenomenon occurred. An unusual energy emanated from Tian Xing, gradually expanding into the surrounding space. This energy radiated a soft blue light, causing the air to shimmer slightly in its wake. Faced with this bizarre spectacle, Fangyang and Ho-Hot were rendered speechless, their hearts filled with dread and confusion, hesitating to act, yet consumed with anxiety. The following morning, as dawn broke, a series of rhythmic knocks echoed from their front door. Upon opening it, they were met with a contingent of fully equipped soldiers standing guard. Among them was a stern-looking elderly man in military attire, adorned with several medals, his hair white as snow. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Tian Xing, Fangyang, Ho-Hot. Are you at home? I am Commander Lin Dawei. Open the door quickly. After persistent knocking and ringing the doorbell, there was still no response. Commander Lin, puzzled, inquired of his subordinates. Are you certain that the young one has not left the house since returning yesterday, and that his parents are inside as well? It's strange that there has been no reaction to the doorbell. A soldier replied, Yes, Commander, it is absolutely true. Tian Xing returned home after school and has not left since. Sergeant Fangyang and his wife also came home last night and have not emerged. We reviewed all nearby surveillance footage, which confirms they entered their home and have remained there, as if shielded by an invisible energy barrier, preventing entry. This type of protection is not standard for our military housing. It seems to be a barrier against intruders. In truth, Tian Xing had heard the doorbell but was trapped in a state of heightened consciousness due to overexertion of his mental powers. His body remained temporarily unresponsive while his parents had fallen asleep after a night of worry. To protect themselves from the potential threat of Pei Qingkong, a combat general, he had unwittingly created a protective barrier. Recognizing the presence of Commander Lin Dawei outside, he instructed the barrier to dissipate. The sudden ringing of the doorbell roused Fangyang from his slumber. Upon opening the door, he groggily asked, Hello, who are you, and what is the matter? Hearing the door open, Commander Lin smiled and replied, Wonderful. It's good to see you, Fangyang. I am Lin, your superior, the one you've met before. Have you forgotten? Realizing it was Commander Lin, Fangyang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He wondered why the commander had come at such a time, especially with their son still unconscious. To mask his unease, he cleared his throat and said, Ahem, Commander, I have not forgotten. Is there something urgent you wish to discuss with us? With a smile, Commander Lin responded, Of course, I have come to protect your son. I am fully aware of yesterday's events and will ensure that those who harmed him face justice. No one shall dare to hurt the child of a military family without consequences. Please let Tian Xing come out. I have matters to discuss with him. I assure you, while I am here, no one will dare to trouble your boy again. Fangyang was taken aback by this declaration, though more awkward than fearful, as he felt no apprehension about potential troublemakers. However, his son's condition rendered him speechless. He could only sincerely express, Commander, I cannot thank you enough for your concern for my son. That scoundrel, Pei Qingkong, is no human. He had his 4 bodyguards mercilessly assault my son, leaving him in a dire state. Upon our return home yesterday, he has remained in a deep coma, unresponsive to our calls, as if entirely lost to consciousness. My wife and I have been awake all night, anxiously watching over him, utterly exhausted and drained. I vaguely heard your persistent doorbell ringing, and my wife, overwhelmed with grief, has yet to recover from her sorrow. Upon hearing this, Commander Lin's expression turned grave. Without hesitation, he commanded, Quickly, get Tian Xing transported to the military hospital for urgent treatment. We must act swiftly. As his words faded, a squad of trained soldiers swiftly approached, carefully lifting Tian Xing into their vehicle and racing towards the military hospital. Meanwhile, Commander Lin organized another team to remain at the house as a precaution. He then personally led several subordinates away, preparing to address the situation concerning Pei Qingkong. During the drive, he suddenly remembered the necessity of reporting to the esteemed General Jia, the strongest figure in Huaxia. Thus, he dialed General Jia's number, urgency evident in his voice. Old Jia, we have finally located the child, and he is relatively safe. Upon confirmation, he is indeed a mentalist, without a doubt. However, his condition is critical and uncertain. Where are you now? What do you believe our next steps should be? A minor official from the Oluoba Lianming dared to harm the child of a soldier. Our military district has a 19-year-old mentalist, a prodigy without equal, whom I have watched grow up. I will not allow this to go unpunished. General Jia solemnly assured Lao Lin, there is no need for further discussion. Rest assured, I have already contacted the chairman of the Alliance's global headquarters, Yisa Duola. If she fails to provide me with a reasonable explanation, I will not let anyone who intends to harm Tian Xing go unpunished, for he has been under my watch since childhood. How is he? Is he injured? Lin Dawei, still imbued with a hint of worry, replied. His father checked on him yesterday. The little fellow has no apparent external injuries. However, his mother has been anxiously keeping vigil by his side throughout the night, not daring to blink, fearing the worst. Before we could arrive, Tian Xing had already unleashed his extraordinary mental powers in his residence. I managed to get in touch with his father, Fan Yang, after much effort. It is evident that Tian Xing is somewhat troubled. Otherwise, given his usual disposition, he would not have resorted to such abilities so readily. By the way, Lin continued, I saw that young man surnamed Pei in the video, commanding his 4 warrior-level bodyguards to collectively assault Tian Xing. Among them was even an intermediate warrior. It is utterly outrageous. Fortunately, Tian Xing suddenly used his mental powers to resist those scoundrels. Before Lin could finish, General Jia erupted in fury. What? 4 warrior-level bodyguards ganging up on a mere child? He is barely old enough to be in university. That despicable creature must truly wish for death. Lin Dawei responded, Indeed, he is courting disaster. Coincidentally, a transcendent warrior-level mentalist happened to pass by and witnessed the entire incident. This formidable individual not only intervened to save him, but also called me, expressing a desire to take him as a disciple. However, Tian Xing, displaying remarkable resolve, outright rejected this mysterious powerhouse. Subsequently, I arranged for inquiries with several witnesses, who informed me that Tian Xing told the warrior that both of his parents are sergeants in our military district, and his lifelong aspiration is to serve in the army like them, using his strength to protect his homeland. As for how to handle this matter, we shall discuss it when we meet. General Jia nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us convene to discuss further. Xiaozhou, make haste to the Hangqing base city. A bespectacled, refined middle-aged officer replied, Yes, General. Ding dong. Congratulations, Master. Your mission has been completed with a completion rate of 360. The rewards corresponding to this completion rate have been dispatched. Please check your account. Reward 1. Super Gene Serum S-Type 9. Enhanced version capable of awakening extraordinary abilities. Reward 2. Origin Refinement Divine Technique. The pinnacle technique for cultivating gene source energy, transferable. Reward 3. Aurora Illusory Body Technique, transferable. At this moment, lying in a hospital bed at the military district hospital, Tian Xing recalled the sweet voice of the system, Schwanger, who informed him, due to the completion rate exceeding expectations significantly, you have received an additional reward of 1 completion rate task settlement card. Note, this super gene serum is exclusively produced by the system and is of exceptional quality with no side effects. After receiving the system rewards, Tian Xing directly entered the consciousness sea of the system space and requested Schwanger to teach him how to cultivate the divine technique and the body technique. However, when he considered using the gene serum, the system's Schwanger replied, Master, this gene serum is not suitable for you. If you wish to use one, you should opt for the best. Yet, your system currency is currently insufficient to exchange for the SSS grade gene serum. Under Schwanger's guidance, as Tian Xing adeptly practiced the origin refinement divine technique, he gradually awakened, feeling significantly stronger than before. According to Schwanger's data assessment, he had reached at least the intermediate warrior level, nearing the advanced warrior level. His mother, Ho Hot, who was keeping watch by his bedside, was overwhelmed with joy upon seeing Tian Xing awaken. Tian Xing, you are finally awake. You frightened your mother to death. What would I do if anything were to happen to you? His father, Fan Yang, comforted his wife. Oh dear, don't speak such ominous words. How could anything happen to Tian Xing? He has always been blessed with good fortune since childhood. Do not be upset. I will call Commander Lin to report our safety. With that, he picked up the phone to dial Commander Lin Dawei. News of Tian Xing awakening in the military hospital quickly reached Commander Lin and General Jia, who hurried to visit him. In the hospital room, Commander Lin spoke gravely to Tian Xing. Tian Xing, we have thoroughly investigated your situation. That Pei Qing Kong has already been apprehended by us. He has relied on his father's status as a high-ranking warrior, who is a minor official in the alliance at the Great Wall, to perpetrate wrongdoing without regard for the consequences, unaware of how many lives he has harmed. This time, he even had someone injure you. It is truly a heinous crime. General Jia, with a righteous demeanor, added, the alliance's chairman has already penalized the Pei family, and Pei Guangzong has been dismissed. His father has been implicated in bribery and other illicit activities, including murder and trafficking, and has been arrested. He will likely spend the rest of his life in prison. Turning to Tian Xing's parents, he inquired, are you satisfied with this resolution? Fang Yang respectfully responded, "We will support any decision made by General Jia. As long as Tian Xing is unharmed, everything else can be discussed." Ho Hot expressed her gratitude to the two commanders. "Thank you for taking the time to visit my son amidst your busy schedules. As long as my son is safe, everything else is secondary." She and her husband were acutely aware that General Jia is a revered guardian of the Huaxia nation, the undisputed strongest individual. And it was already a considerable favor for him to take such measures for their son. At that moment, General Jia and Commander Lin exchanged glances. And General Jia stated earnestly, "Tian Xing possesses the talent of a mentalist. I hope you, as his parents, will nurture his exceptional abilities. Our military intends to prioritize his training. What do you both think?" Fang Yang hesitated momentarily, feeling somewhat intimidated in the presence of the esteemed General Jia, and refrained from expressing his opinion casually. He turned to his wife, Ho Hot, and asked, "What do you think, dear?" Ho Hot, filled with indignation, addressed the two commanders. "It is not that I oppose him joining the military to serve our country, but he is still in high school. I previously thought that since both his father and I are soldiers, albeit of lower rank, no one would dare harm him as a military child. However, it seems the reality is different. Some individuals of power and status are undeterred by such considerations and can inflict harm on my son without hesitation. What would happen if it were an ordinary civilian? Would their lives be so easily extinguished?" At this point, Ho Hot's expression turned somber. With a fervent tone, she added, "Many children from impoverished neighborhoods are often bullied by those scoundrels and dare not speak up. Over the years, I have witnessed far too much while on missions, yet I felt powerless. I am merely an intermediate warrior. When faced with high-ranking warriors, I cannot do much. I have come to terms with it. As long as my son is safe, he can pursue his own path. If he wishes to join the army, I will defer to your arrangements." General Jia, now filled with righteous anger, interjected, "We have already imposed severe punishment on the perpetrators, and I assure you, such incidents will not occur again." Commander Lin, with a remorseful expression, replied, "We were negligent before, failing to issue a strict prohibition, but that will not happen again. I have ordered that no form of fighting or brawling is permitted within the base city. Any violations will be met with severe consequences." General Jia also asserted, "Indeed, Ho Hot, you can rest assured that even if Tian Xing joins our military, it will merely involve additional training, particularly focused on mentalist training. He will then be allowed to participate in the martial artist assessments, ultimately becoming a martial artist. I believe that in a few years, he will surpass us all." Fang Yang and Gui Hua gazed at Tian Xing, curious about his thoughts. Gui Hua, filled with concern, addressed her son, "My dear, these two leaders wish for you to enlist in the military, to undergo training and emerge as a formidable individual. This way, you shall no longer be subjected to the torment of those ruffians." Fang Yang, with a fervent tone, spoke to his son, "Good son, we respect your choice. But I must emphasize that as a man, one must take on responsibilities. As your mother just mentioned, even as the child of a soldier, you have already faced bullying from those miscreants. Therefore, we must strive to become stronger and stand against such injustices. The beasts outside are already eyeing us hungrily, and some scoundrels only seek to oppress the weak." Hearing his father's words, Tian Xing resolutely responded to his parents and the two leaders, "In truth, I have always aspired to join the military, just like you, Mom and Dad, to become a powerful soldier, to apprehend wrongdoers and vanquish monsters." Upon hearing this, Elder Lin and Elder Jia were overjoyed and immediately conferred privately with Tian Xing's parents on how to cultivate his potential. Elder Jia sincerely proposed to Tian Xing's parents. Tian Xing should continue his routine of attending university in the mornings and military training in the afternoons. He can train on Saturdays and return home to spend weekends with you. What do you think? Gui Hua, upon hearing Elder Jia's suggestion, gratefully agreed. That sounds splendid. At least it won't be like other recruits who can only return home once a year. This is wonderful, I agree. Elder Lin smiled as he explained to Gui Hua. Tian Xing's situation is unique, thus requiring special consideration. Additionally, I will assign personnel to discreetly monitor the university base where Tian Xing studies to prevent any unforeseen mishaps, ensuring his studies remain uninterrupted. Fang Yang and Gui Hua promptly expressed their gratitude, to which the two leaders responded that it was only fitting. For a 19-year-old mind master such as Tian Xing is indeed one of a kind in the world. After making these arrangements, they instructed Tian Xing to rest in the hospital for several more days to guarantee his full recovery before his discharge. Meanwhile, Tian Xing diligently practiced the Yuan Shi Lian Shinju and the Ji Guang Huan Shin techniques through the system, enhancing his physical capabilities and surpassing the level of a high-ranking soldier. His parents also noticed the remarkable changes in Tian Xing, but attributed them to his awakened mind master talent. After all, even the strongest individual in Huaxia, Elder Jia, had stated that the mind master talent was exceedingly powerful, surpassing ordinary warriors by 2 tiers. As a mother, Gui Hua felt a sense of pride, believing her son would only grow to be far greater. In addition to daily training, Tian Xing made time to utilize the system's capabilities to conceal his presence and continually check in at various martial arts schools to earn rewards, including the residence of the Chosen One. When he visited, he discovered that the Chosen One lived in a more luxurious villa community than his own. Realizing that the Chosen One had already embarked on an extraordinary journey, Tian Xing muttered to himself, "Goodness, it seems he has now become a warrior. Likely at the soldier level. Never mind, I should check in, collect my rewards, and hurry back." Upon completing his check-in, an unexpected event unfolded. As he eagerly anticipated his rewards, he was taken aback. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have successfully checked in at the residence of the Chosen One, Luo Feng. Additionally, the rewards from other martial arts schools have been combined, and here are your rewards. Please check them carefully. Due to the activation of your 100% luck value, you have received a critical hit of 1,000 times. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining rewards equivalent to 1,000 times your check-in reward. Reward 1. System currency 100 million. Reward 2. 9 5th-tier advanced mind source cores. Reward 3. 1 8th-tier true god mind source core. Reward 4. Mind master talent understanding 999. Reward 5. 9 SSS level life gene enhancement potions. Reward 6. 1 card for the Chosen One. Tip: the life gene enhancement potion, like bloodline potions, can elevate the bloodline gene level by 10-fold, which is extraordinarily powerful. Tian Xing's consciousness entered his mind, where he heard the melodious voice of the system, Shuang, as he stared in amazement at her beaming face. In a state of confusion, Tian Xing inquired, "Wow, I never expected to unexpectedly acquire a mind master talent core that is 1,000 times more powerful than that of the Chosen One. I recall that his mind master energy core could only reach planetary level 1 before being depleted. How is this possible, Shuang? Ding. Master. This is a mind source core reinforced 1,000-fold by the system, classified as true god level, which will allow you to cultivate at least to true god level before it is exhausted. Moreover, it is superior to those of the same tier." This check-in reward left Tian Xing astounded, as he exclaimed, "Shuang, this is simply beyond comprehension." Proudly, Shuang replied, "Of course, I am the invincible system, the unparalleled entity of the divine realm. What? Are you just now realizing my might? My strength surpasses your imagination, just as your potential will exceed your expectations. Keep striving." Young man. Unfazed, Tian Xing suddenly recalled something and asked Shuang, "Could you assist me in using this tier-level source core to awaken my parents' mind power, allowing them to become mind masters as well?" Shuang dismissively responded, "Of course, that's a piece of cake for me. However, it will require substantial funds, 100 million system currency per person. Do you have that?" Tian Xing glanced at his system balance, which had just increased to 100 million, totaling just over 150 million. He sighed, "Shuang, can't you offer a discount? I currently do not possess that much. How can I check in for more system energy currency?" Shuang murmured, "Master, you can sell the rewards you do not need through the system. You can either sell them directly to the system or exchange them for energy blocks on your planet. However, energy blocks are extremely rare on your planet." Dumbfounded, Tian Xing asked, "Sell? How do I sell? Sell them back to you? They were rewards given to me in the first place." Shuang rolled her eyes. "You're not selling to me. You list them on the System Interconnect Marketplace, allowing other hosts with similar dream subsystems to purchase them with energy currency." Tian Xing was even more puzzled, thinking, "Am I not the only one with a system? What if I encounter other system hosts? How powerful are they? Will someone stronger than me come to harm me?" Shuang, interpreting Tian Xing's thoughts, secretly chuckled but remained silent. When Tian Xing noticed her smirking, he asked, "Shuang, just tell me, how can I help my parents fuse with the mind source core?" Shuang earnestly replied, "Master, you can awaken your parents' mind source core yourself, and I will assist you. This way, it will only cost 50 million per person." Upon hearing this, Tian Xing immediately expressed his gratitude. "Shuang, you are truly amazing. I am so fortunate to have you, this super invincible system. You are undoubtedly the most powerful system in the universe." Shuang casually responded, "Of course." He and laughed heartily. That night, Tian Xing hurried home, stealthily entering the house, careful not to make a sound that might awaken his sleeping parents. He quietly approached their room, shielding the entire area with his mental energy. Taking a deep breath to calm his nerves, he concentrated and swiftly summoned the radiant high-tier mind source core through the system to his parents' foreheads. In the depths of his parents' spiritual consciousness, a faint glimmer of light flickered at Tian Xing's fingertips as he cautiously manipulated the divine thought source core. With utmost delicacy, he gradually immersed it into the center of his parents' foreheads. Simultaneously, Tian Xing's consciousness followed suit, entering the ocean of their minds. Within this mental expanse, he found himself enveloped by an infinite cosmic starry sky. However, the scene that unfolded next revealed his mother, Gui Hua, lost in a dream reminiscent of his childhood, joyfully playing and comforting his younger self. Yet, this warm domesticity was abruptly shattered by the emergence of a terrifying beast that tore him apart. In a fit of madness, his mother charged recklessly at the beast, but it was far too formidable for her. Ultimately, she fell, grievously wounded by the beast's claws, just as she teetered on the brink of death. At that moment, his father, Fang Yang, miraculously appeared and vanquished the beast, rescuing his mother in the nick of time. Following this, with his father's devoted care, Gui Hua began to recover. One day, a doctor mistakenly assumed that the youthful Fang Yang was Gui Hua's husband and called him outside, delivering the devastating news that, due to the beast's attack, her vital organs had suffered irreparable damage, rendering her incapable of bearing children in the future. This revelation was overheard by Gui Hua, who, upon hearing it, screamed and wept in anguish, as being deprived of motherhood was an excruciating fate for a woman of her age. Despite this, Fang Yang did not abandon Gui Hua. Instead, he embraced her tightly, assuring her of his unwavering support, fearing she might succumb to despair. Eventually, Gui Hua's heart softened, and she proposed marriage to Fang Yang, who welcomed her with open arms, cherishing her as his everything. Witnessing this, Tian Xing silently vowed to find a way to heal his mother's hidden wounds. Thus, within the dream, he awakened his parents, informing them of his intention to help them unlock their spiritual powers. Gui Hua, however, insisted that she desired nothing but the safety of her son. Fang Yang, with a foolish grin, eagerly requested to learn from Tian Xing, wishing to protect both mother and son. Consequently, Tian Xing assisted them in awakening their divine powers, enhancing their innate talents to an extraordinary level, allowing their spiritual capacities to reach a staggering extent. He also integrated the original spiritual refinement techniques and the essence of the Aurora illusionary body into their consciousness, making their practice as effortless as eating and drinking. Upon awakening the next day, they discovered they had unexpectedly advanced Fang Yang to the rank of a senior warrior, while Gui Hua, due to her concealed injuries, reached the level of a junior warrior. Stunned and bewildered by the inexplicable transformation, they soon realized they had shared the same dream in which their son had guided them in their cultivation. Eager to seek clarification, they rushed to Tian Xing's room, only to find he was absent. On the table lay a note that read, "Dear Mom and Dad, I know you have many questions, but I must attend school and later training at the military. I will explain everything when I return this afternoon. For now, please act as if nothing has happened to avoid unnecessary trouble. Trust me. With love, your son." Tian Xing. Gui Hua and Fang Yang exchanged glances, smiling, sensing their son had matured unexpectedly. At that moment, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Tian Xing strolled leisurely along the shaded path in the campus, preparing to attend class. Suddenly, a striking figure appeared ahead, blocking his path. "Hello, Junior. I've finally found you," she exclaimed. "I'm Ning Qingchun, the senior you saved last time, from class 2 of the 3rd year." As he turned to face her, Tian Xing was taken aback by her breathtaking beauty. Her features were exquisitely chiseled, her skin as smooth and delicate as jade, and the subtle smile on her lips was enchanting, with a hint of makeup accentuating her allure. She was a vision that could make the hearts of even the most steadfast men race. However, Tian Xing merely responded with indifference. "Oh, it's you. To be honest, I didn't pay much attention at the time. I would have forgotten your appearance if you hadn't mentioned it. My assistance was merely a matter of convenience. I've long disdained bullies." Ning Qingchun smiled at his words, tucking a few strands of hair behind her ear, revealing her graceful neck. Gratefully, she said, "Regardless, I truly appreciate your bravery in rescuing me. After you left, I returned with my sister to find you, but by the time we arrived, you had vanished." She continued, "My sister is a senior warrior. I heard that the scoundrel was apprehended, seemingly due to provoking a certain formidable warrior. The justice served to such a villain is indeed heartening." Tian Xing simply replied, "Indeed, he deserved it. Provoking a powerful warrior is unwise." "Wow, Tian Xing. You know our school's goddess, Qingchun. That's impressive, exclaimed a petite girl, Yu Linglong, who dashed over, her demeanor lively. Hello, goddess. I am Tian Xing's classmate from class 1 of the second year. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ning Qingchun politely acknowledged her. Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you as well. Yu Linglong then turned to Tian Xing. Tian Xing, I heard you're about to take the preliminary martial arts assessment. Is that true? That's incredible, especially for a second-year student. Many graduates can't even participate. Tian Xing neither confirmed nor denied, maintaining a calm demeanor as Yu Linglong urged. Come on, we must hurry to class. You wouldn't want to be punished by that terrifying Professor Zhou. Oh, what's this, senior? We should take our leave now. See you later. Yu Linglong exclaimed, suddenly realizing, oh no, I forgot today's first class is modern history. What do I do, Tian Xing? With an air of disdain, Tian Xing replied, what can you do? Just wait to be punished. Ning Qingchun observed as they chatted and laughed, completely disregarding her presence. It was her first experience encountering a boy who seemed utterly uninterested in her, even forgetting her appearance. She pondered, am I truly unattractive? Has my charm faded? Does it not affect him? This junior, participating in the martial arts assessment as a second-year student, is simply astonishing. I've never heard of anyone possessing such strength while still in university. Full of questions, she departed. As the class bell rang, Yu Linglong frantically rummaged through her desk, searching for something. At that moment, a hand holding a book appeared before her, instantly capturing her attention. Without thinking, she instinctively embraced both the book and the hand, fearing it might vanish. Here, take it. Upon hearing this, she focused her gaze and realized it was Tian Xing, who had gifted her his book. To her astonishment, she found herself clasping Tian Xing's hand, her slightly developed form pressing against the back of his hand. In an instant, a wave of warmth surged through her, flushing her from neck to ear, prompting her to release his hand, lowering her gaze in embarrassment, unable to meet Tian Xing's eyes. Just then, the sound of clicking high heels echoed from outside the door. Tian Xing shook his head and placed the book in the hands of his deskmate, Yu Linglong. Promptly taking his seat, Yu Linglong attempted to return the book, but Tian Xing merely ruffled her hair, assuring her, don't worry, I'll be fine. At that moment, a beautiful teacher, dressed in a uniform and wearing glasses, approached the podium and announced, class is starting. Everyone, please sit down. The previously noisy classroom fell silent in an instant, with every student seated motionless, not daring to utter a sound. Even the drop of a pin would have been audible. Suddenly, Tian Xing stood up, a look of panic on his face, and declared, report, Teacher Zhou, I forgot to bring my book. I'm sorry. This declaration drew the attention of all the students, especially Yu Linglong, who stared at him in disbelief while clutching Tian Xing's book, too frightened to speak. Her anxiety caused her to grip the book so tightly that her nails left marks on its surface. The beautiful teacher, initially prepared to reprimand, merely adjusted her glasses upon recognizing Tian Xing, smiling as she said, oh, it's you, Tian Xing. No problem, take a seat. I happen to have an extra book. You can use it for class. Teacher Zhou then walked over to hand him the book. This scene left everyone in awe, particularly Yu Linglong, who was utterly astonished. As Tian Xing accepted the book, he earnestly promised Teacher Zhou, thank you, Teacher Zhou. I assure you I won't make the same mistake again. Salute. He executed a perfect military salute, further widening the eyes of his classmates, who struggled to comprehend his behavior. Teacher Zhou smiled gently and replied, it's all right. It's not a big deal. Just don't let it happen again. Please sit down and pay attention in class. At that moment, a chorus of confusion rippled through the minds of the students, each thinking, how did Tian Xing manage that? Why did the formidable teacher Zhou not only refrain from punishing him, but also smile at him? What on earth is going on? The class continued without incident for Tian Xing, while others who had erred faced the consequences, particularly one student who, believing teacher Zhou had softened, attempted to provoke her, only to be punished severely with 500 lines of wrong answers, leaving him thoroughly dejected. As the class concluded, the students rose and bid farewell to the teacher, followed by the sound of high heels fading into the distance. Instantly, everyone began to chatter, questioning, heavens, Tian Xing, how did you pull that off? How could teacher Zhou let you off the hook? One exclaimed, I even saw teacher Zhou smiling at him. Am I dreaming? Tian Xing simply smiled mysteriously and shook his head, ignoring their inquiries, which only deepened their curiosity. Meanwhile, Yu Linglong observed the unfolding drama, her heart brimming with questions, though she seemed somewhat accustomed to the extraordinary occurrences surrounding Tian Xing. As the day came to a close, Yu Linglong walked alongside Tian Xing, skipping joyfully. Suddenly, a particularly attractive girl approached, handing Tian Xing a letter while Yu Linglong looked on. Senior, this is a letter I wrote for you. I hope you accept it. It contains my thoughts. Witnessing this, Yu Linglong quickly stepped forward, snatched the envelope from the girl's hand, and declared, "Step aside. He has already taken." She tore the letter in front of Tian Xing and, while dragging him away, stuck out her tongue and made a face at the bewildered girl. Coming to her senses, the girl huffed in annoyance. "What is the big deal? Just because he has a girlfriend?" Yu Linglong, bouncing like a little rabbit, replied playfully, "Hee, look at that. I've helped you so many times. We're even now. By the way, Tian Xing, I can't understand why Teacher Zhou didn't punish you with 500 lines." With a mysterious smile, Tian Xing replied, "Well, I didn't ask for your help. Perhaps Teacher Zhou saw my sincere apology and decided not to be too harsh. Who knows?" As he spoke, Yu Linglong playfully tugged at his hand, teasing him. "Tian Xing, you little rascal, why should I trust you? What is the real reason? I might just lose a beautiful, charming deskmate if you keep insisting," he joked, casting a derisive glance her way. Yu Linglong feigned anger, pouting. "You really think I'm charming? It's not like anyone loves me. It's all your fault for making me be your shield against your admirers." "How could you say that?" Seeing her on the brink of tears, Tian Xing quickly clarified. "Ah, Linglong, we're good friends. I didn't mean it like that. I was just joking. Please don't cry." He then shifted the topic, his tone turning serious. "Linglong, thank you for always being there for me. Do you have any wishes? Tell me, and if one day I become capable enough, I'll help make it come true as a way to repay you for driving away those bothersome suitors." Linglong gazed wistfully at the sky, contemplating a wish. "I'm not sure what I want. Oh, I've got it. I want to fly up to the sky and pluck a shining star. Can you do that? If not, don't brag." With a mischievous grin, Tian Xing replied, "You want to go to the sky? In a pleated skirt? Aren't you worried about a wardrobe malfunction? It's just us here. You are feeling cheeky again. Just wait and see how I deal with you." Linglong retorted, determined, "I'm wearing safety shorts. So you wouldn't see anything." Tian Xing winced as she playfully pinched him. "Ouch. That hurts, Linglong. Be gentle." As Chapter 7 unfolded, Linglong suddenly blushed, recalling something, and said to Tian Xing, "Tian Xing, can't you be a bit more refined and stop using crude language? It's so vulgar. I really don't know how to deal with you." "You still haven't told me why Teacher Zhou let you off without punishment today. She punished others severely." Tian Xing, equally perplexed by her sudden blush, fabricated an explanation. "What are you talking about? I've always been like this. I'm not a cultured person. Actually, it's because of Grandpa Lin from our military district who asked her to take care of me. Generally, for minor mistakes, Teacher Zhou wouldn't punish me," he thought. "I can't exactly say she's here to protect me." Linglong's expression turned enlightened as she exclaimed, "Grandpa Lin, the commander of our military district? Oh, I see. No wonder. I thought Teacher Zhou wouldn't let you off so easily." They continued to chat and laugh until they reached the entrance of Yu Linglong's home. "All right. Xiao Linglong, you're home now. I'll head back. Bye." Before Yu Linglong could utter a word, Tian Xing waved his hand and departed. "Wait, my home. Tian Xing, how did you get to my house first? Isn't it peculiar that we should have passed by your home first? You took me on such a long detour. You still have quite a distance to walk back." Upon realizing it was indeed her home, Yu Linglong expressed her apologies to Tian Xing. However, by the time she regained her composure, Tian Xing had already vanished into the distance. At the Tian Xing residence in Nanyuan community, as soon as Tian Xing entered, he beheld his father levitating in the air, utilizing his mental prowess to perform push-ups. He inquired, "Dad, where's Mom?" His father descended to the ground and replied, "Your mother is busy in the kitchen, preparing your favorite dish, braised pork." The moment he stepped inside, the enticing aroma of braised pork wafted through the air, prompting him to cheerfully exclaim, "Mom, you're the best. We're having braised pork again today." At that moment, his mother approached with chopsticks, offering him a succulent piece of glistening meat, saying, "Here, son. Taste it to see if the seasoning is right and if it's cooked properly. If not, I'll let it simmer a bit longer. I think it should be about ready." Tian Xing took a bite, his eyes illuminating with delight. Mom, this is delicious. It's perfectly cooked. Let me serve the rice." Thus, the family enjoyed a harmonious dinner together. After his mother finished washing the dishes, the family gathered, and Fangyang and Hohot found themselves at a loss for words. At that moment, Tian Xing cheerfully said, "Mom, Dad, I know you have many questions for me. I can only say that there are matters you need not concern yourselves with. My actions are guided by my own considerations. I hope you will trust me. This world is not as simple as you think, and there are issues that even we, as formidable warriors, cannot resolve. In time, you will understand why I have acted this way. It is not yet the moment for you to know. Knowing now would only bring you unnecessary distress and could potentially endanger you. Therefore, I ask that you support me and follow my lead. Focus on becoming stronger. Perhaps one day you will be able to assist me, and even if not, You will be able to protect yourselves." Upon hearing their son's words, Fangyang and Hohat exchanged knowing smiles. Hohat remarked, "Haha, is our son mapping out our future lives? Is he planning for our retirement?" Fangyang replied with pride, "Of course. He truly is my son." Tian Xing, upon hearing this, felt a pang of exasperation but managed a wry smile, continuing, "Mom, Dad, I need you to refrain from revealing your abilities for now. Let us wait until we are all at the warrior level. Also, Dad, I need you to procure as much gunpowder and diesel as possible from the military, at least 10,000 barrels. It's for a significant purpose." Fangyang, bewildered, asked, "Gunpowder and diesel? What do you need these for?" Without elaborating, Tian Xing insisted, "Oh, Dad, just do as I say, and remember, the more, the better. Make sure it's ready to be transported by military aircraft at a moment's notice." Fangyang hesitated before replying, "All right, son, but I can't guarantee I can acquire that much with my current position. I'll do my best." Ding dong. "Master, a special sign-in task has been issued. Participate in the martial artist practical assessment, pass the assessment, and defeat at least 100 low-level beast soldiers and 2 mid-level beast soldiers. Additionally, rank among the top 3 in the preliminary martial artist assessment. An extra task is to befriend the son of the dimension, Luo Feng. The task rewards will be calculated based on completion." Upon reviewing the task details, Tian Xing thought, the martial artist assessment seems manageable, but befriending Luo Gu presents a conundrum. As we are not even in the same city, how am I supposed to meet him, let alone become friends? Never mind. I will focus on passing the martial artist assessment first. A few days later, as the martial artist practical assessment approached, the military leader, Grandpa Lin, sent someone to escort him. After arriving, he was subjected to testing at the military martial artist training ground. A loud bang resonated as the measurement device registered 1908 kilograms. "Wow, look! Bai Mofin has reached the junior warrior level and is on the verge of becoming a mid-level warrior. Incredible. Indeed. He is certainly the frontrunner for this preliminary martial artist practical assessment." After Bai Mofin completed his test, a voice called out, "Fang Tianxing, please step forward for testing." "Humph. I heard he is just a student. He recently joined the training as a new recruit." "Yes. I heard he is only in his second year of college. How much could he possibly achieve? A high-level student at best." Bang. The numbers stabilized at 2,250 kilograms. Speed, 52 meters per second. Agility and awareness at the high-level warrior standard, flawless. To everyone's astonishment, Tian Xing manipulated various equipment in the testing room with his mental powers, executing a series of intricate maneuvers in midair with fluidity and grace, leaving the spectators utterly dumbfounded as they swallowed hard in disbelief. In an office within the military district, a young soldier reported, "Sir, the testing results for Fang Tianxing, whom you asked me to monitor, have come in." The leader, expecting the results, replied nonchalantly, "Well, he should be at the preliminary warrior level, right?" "Sir, not quite. The results indicate his punching power reached 2,250 kilograms, speed at 52 meters per second, and his combat awareness is at the high-level warrior standard, flawless," the young soldier reported, his expression one of incredulity as he pondered. How has he surpassed the mid-level warrior standard at such a young age? "I am 25 and still only at the high-level warrior standard." The leader, astonished, questioned the soldier, "What? What do you mean by flawless high-level warrior? How can this be? Quickly, take me to see him. Oh, and bring me my communicator." As the leader stood up to leave, he instructed the soldier to retrieve the communicator from the desk, dialing a number as he went. On the other end of the line, the person asked, "Hello? Lao Lin, do you need something?" Grandpa Lin replied with a mysterious smile. "Hey, Lao Jia, do you know what Tianxing's testing results are? You might not believe it." Lao Jia confidently responded, "Tianxing's results are out? He must have reached the junior warrior level. After all, he already demonstrated preliminary warrior strength when he was attacked by those bodyguards. Surely he has surpassed that now." Grandpa Lin grinned. "Hee, you won't believe it. This kid has completely exceeded the mid-level warrior standard, especially in combat awareness and reflexes, which are now at a flawless high-level warrior standard. How about that? I told you his talent would surpass everyone else." Shocked, Jia Yi immediately issued an order. "What? Exceeded the mid-level warrior standard? Is this true? Quickly, Lao Lin, seal off the military department. This news must not leak. I'm on my way." Moments later, Fangyang and Hohat were summoned to the military district office, their expressions bewildered as they were unaware of what was happening. They only knew that today was their son's assessment day. However, the leader had unexpectedly sent someone to bring them over, and it was under the orders of 2 high-ranking officials, leaving them even more perplexed, though they sensed it was related to Tian Xing. Grandpa Lin looked at Tian Xing with sincerity. "Tian Xing, I must tell you that due to your testing results exceeding all expectations, I, along with your Grandpa Jia, wish to discuss something important in front of your parents. Grandpa Jia kindly smiled at Tian Xing's family. Indeed, we have discussed this matter. Let Grandpa Lin elaborate. As Tian Xing entered and saw his parents conversing lightly, he greeted, "Hey, Mom, Dad, you're also here." "Well, Grandpa Lin, please go ahead, I'm listening." Grandpa Lin, beaming with joy, said, "Tian Xing, we had initially planned for you to participate in martial artist practical training after your university graduation. But given your astonishing testing results and the fact that you are also a mentalist, the military has decided to allow you to participate in the martial artist practical assessment 1 week in advance. And both I and Lao Jia have already arranged for your university graduation certificate. From now on, you need not attend classes at school. Instead, you will train alongside your mother, Ho Hot, at the military, participating in simpler tasks." We also sought Ho Hot's opinion on this matter. Upon hearing this, the Tian Xing family was left in a state of bewilderment, especially Tian Xing himself, who mused, "No need to attend university? They even procured a graduation certificate for me? What on earth is happening? Moreover, we have decided to prepare some formidable weapons and armor for your family, so that you can better protect yourselves. You may select from the logistics military warehouse or make specific requests for customizations." After browsing through the weapons cache, the father chose 2 single-handed battle axes crafted from SSS-grade materials, while the mother opted for a long sword that did not quite meet her expectations. Tian Xing, addressing the officer, expressed his desire for a colossal great sword, exceeding his height at 2 meters and 20 centimeters long, 80 centimeters wide, and weighing 2 tons. Forged by a blacksmith using SSS-grade materials. He also requested 108 heart-shaped throwing daggers and a 2-handed warhammer with a hidden short sword within the handle. Tian Xing pondered about crafting a magnificent sword reminiscent of his previous life in a perfect world, ideal for riding and soaring through the skies on a steed. Who among men does not dream of flying with a sword? Such aspirations are indeed shared by many. This should suffice for planetary-level challenges. Ho Hot's eyes sparkled upon hearing Tian Xing's mention of the warhammer, knowing it was customized for her, yet she chose to remain silent. Additionally, the commander distributed an SSS-grade protective suit to each member of the family. Before parting, General Jia earnestly advised Lin Dawei, saying, "Old Lin, Tian Xing is the future of our military. You must keep a close watch on him. If other factions learn of his existence, they will undoubtedly attempt to recruit him, especially the 2 major martial arts schools. I cannot allow this talented young mind, still under 20, to be taken away. Once he matures, he will undoubtedly surpass us, ensuring a brighter future for Huaxia and humanity." Lin Dawei solemnly replied, "Of course, I understand. We shall classify his identity files as state secrets to prevent any foreign powers from discovering his true identity." General Jia nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, we must not allow anyone to uncover Tian Xing's real information." They instructed Tian Xing and his parents to maintain confidentiality about his identity, publicly asserting that he had already graduated from university, thus exempting him from attending his 2nd year. The military's actions left Tian Xing and his parents bewildered. Is this even possible? Since then, Tian Xing abruptly stopped attending the academy, leaving Yu Linglong perplexed as to why, especially since the feared teacher, Zhou, had also ceased to teach, further deepening her confusion. Days later, at the martial artist practical assessment training ground organized by the military, Tian Xing stood among over 1,000 participants, divided into more than 10 teams, with males and females separated. The female teams were notably smaller than the male ones. Tian Xing sensed that many among them possessed strength exceeding that of novice martial artists. Igniting his competitive spirit, he thought, if they have such formidable abilities, I must secure the first position. Both Lin Dawei and General Jia had previously spoken to the assessment instructors, ensuring that Tian Xing was recognized. They sternly cautioned the instructors, in this practical assessment, should Tian Xing find himself in peril, you must extend your assistance without hesitation. This earnest warning led the assessment instructors to harbor doubts, speculating that this young master might have gained entry through favoritism, as such serious admonitions were indeed rare. However, the unexpected unfolded. Tian Xing's performance in the practical assessment was nothing short of extraordinary. He shone like a brilliant star on the battlefield. Faced with numerous formidable beasts that would challenge novice martial artists, Tian Xing exhibited no fear, slashing at the monsters with remarkable combat skills and an indomitable spirit. Even more astonishing was Tian Xing's audacity to venture single-handedly into the lair of the beasts at the temporary assessment site. Within lay a ferocious creature known as the ironclad rampaging rhino, reminiscent of the ruthless beast that had slain his parents during his earlier life. Also classified as a high-grade beast soldier, This discovery sent the instructors, who had been monitoring the assessment closely, into a frenzy. They rushed with urgency towards Tian Xing, ready to execute a rescue operation. Yet, upon their hurried arrival, they found that Tian Xing had effortlessly dispatched the formidable high-grade beast soldier using his powerful psychic energy, severing the rhino's head and casting it aside. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking, and even the seasoned instructors were left in awe of Tian Xing's astonishing prowess. When the practical assessment concluded and the results were announced, disbelief swept through the crowd. A university student had not only slain the most monsters, but had also beheaded the only beast leader. The rankings were as follows. First place, Tian Xing, with 1 high-grade beast soldier, 139 medium-grade beast soldiers, 87 low-grade beast soldiers, and 17 items collected. Second place, by Mofin, with 11 medium-grade beast soldiers, 39 low-grade beast soldiers, and 11 items collected. Third place, Qin Meng, with 5 medium-grade beast soldiers, 46 low-grade beast soldiers, and 9 items collected. Fourth place, Li Bing, with 2 medium-grade beast soldiers, 29 low-grade beast soldiers, and 9 items collected. 13th place, Jia Hongyi, with 1 medium-grade beast soldier, 18 low-grade beast soldiers, and 5 items collected. Upon returning home, Tian Xing sat cross-legged in his room, entering his consciousness sea, where he heard the melodious voice of the system, Shuang, Ding Dong. Congratulations, Master, on completing the special sign-in task by successfully slaying 87 low-grade beast soldiers, 139 medium-grade beast soldiers, and 1 high-grade beast soldier. Task completion rate is 520, exceeding expectations by 420. Ding Dong, congratulations, Master, on receiving rewards, which have been deposited into the system space. Please check. Reward 1. The Ancient God Battle Technique. A complete set of 12 layers of the Ancient God Clan's body refining method, enhancing physical strength and power levels. With the first layer at 9 times, the second layer at 18 times, and the complete mastery reaching 108 times. Reward 2. The Divine Soul Battle Method of the God Controller, a secret method used by the Ancient God Clan to cultivate the soul, allowing the absorption of the souls of defeated monsters to enhance one's own soul, immensely powerful. For a psychic master, this can lead to a qualitative transformation into a God Controller. Reward 3, 500 million system energy coins. Reward 4, 999 ordinary soul essences. Reward 5, 999 king grade soul essences. Reward 6, 99 emperor grade soul essences. Additional rewards, 99 imperial grade soul essences, 99 sacred grade soul essences. Special reward, 9 divine grade soul essences, usable for soul ascension, condensing the soul into a soul crystal to acquire divine consciousness. Tian Xing, filled with curiosity, asked the system, Shuanger, what are soul essences? Shuanger explained, Ding Dong, Master. These are rare treasures that can strengthen your soul. You can use these soul essences to continuously enhance your soul power, ensuring that you won't be overtaken, consumed, or enslaved by powerful enemies. Tian Xing, alarmed, responded to Shuanger, Duasha, Nui, now I shall commence my cultivation. Shuanger, lend me your assistance and impart your knowledge. I have no desire to be usurped or enslaved. The system, Shuanger, advised Tian Xing. He, Master, first cultivate the Shinhuan Zhanfa, then devour these lower-tier Jinghuan and Jingpa to strengthen your soul. Once fortified to a certain extent, your mental prowess will significantly enhance, allowing your soul to reach a limit where it transcends into Shinhuan, thus granting you an immensely powerful mind force. Very well, I shall begin cultivating the Shinhuan Zhanfa now. Hence, Tian Xing, with the guidance of the system, swiftly grasped the essence of the technique. The system, Shuanger, informed him, Master, from this moment forth, I shall assist you in utilizing the Shinhuan Zhanfa to devour ordinary Jinghuan and Jingpa, continuously fortifying your soul until you can condense it into Shinhuan crystals. The process may be somewhat painful. I hope you can endure it, as failure could lead to complications. Tian Xing, perplexed, inquired, complications? What sort of complications? Is there truly trouble in cultivating the Shinhuan Zhanfa? Shuanger, with a foreboding tone, warned him. Indeed, those Jinghuan and Jingpa are the souls of monsters. A misstep could result in a backlash, and you would be utterly lost. With a worried expression, Tian Xing asked, Is that really true? Is it that terrifying? Is there a safer method? Shuanger encouraged him. There is none. Master, everything depends on your own efforts. You can do it. Tian Xing clenched his fists, summoning courage. All right. I shall take the plunge and strive for success. Let us start with the ordinary Jinghuan. Suddenly, within Tian Xing's soul sea, a white soul resembling a rhinoceros monster appeared. The moment this soul beast emerged, it instinctively lunged at Tian Xing's soul, biting into it, causing a sensation of soul-rending pain, a suffering more visceral than that of the body. Reaching deep into his essence, unyielding, Tian Xing retaliated by using his soul's hands to fiercely tear off a large chunk of the monster's soul and consume it. After devouring that substantial portion, Tian Xing's soul expressed surprise. "Ah, I feel slightly stronger than before. Good. That was excruciating. Just wait as I devour every last bit of you, worthless beast." Subsequently, Tian Xing swiftly consumed the entire monster soul, and then requested Shuang to release another ordinary white monster soul, which he quickly devoured. As he continued to consume more souls, Tian Xing's soul underwent a profound transformation. The color of his soul transitioned from white to green, and upon consuming further white monster souls, he noticed only a slight enhancement in his strength. Full of questions, Tian Xing asked Shuang, "I feel my soul has grown a bit stronger, now a light green, yet the feeling of fulfillment from consuming those monster souls is diminishing. What is happening?" Shuang explained, "Master, that is because you have now ascended to a higher tier advanced Jinghuan, surpassing the ordinary ones. You have two choices: either directly consume the green advanced Jingpa to reach a higher level, or continue devouring ordinary Jingpa to further strengthen yourself, solidifying into an advanced Jingpa before progressing to consume green advanced Jinghuan." Tian Xing, confused, asked, "Is there such a distinction? What is the benefit of solidifying into a Jingpa?" Shuang, exasperated, replied, "Of course it matters. Master, there are distinctions even among the same tier. A Jingpa is 10 times stronger than a Jinghuan. It is up to you to decide. I must enhance myself. Being 10 times stronger than others of the same tier is foolish to ignore. I shall grow stronger." He then released several ordinary Jingpa monsters in quick succession to devour, contemplating the advantage of consuming multiple at once to expedite the process. However, he nearly faced backlash from several powerful Jingpa. "Master, you cannot play recklessly. If I hadn't intervened to separate your soul, you would have perished. Look, those 3 Jingpa have become deep blue after consuming each other. You would be courting death if you faced them without being at the same level." Shuang exclaimed in horror. Fuming, Tian Xing cursed, "Damn it, they do not play fair. A group surrounds me, causing me to revert to square one. This is unbearable." Resolutely, Tian Xing began anew, methodically consuming the white Jinghuan, gradually solidifying them into deep blue Jingpa, until he consumed the blue Jingpa that had nearly devoured him. Thus, his soul ascended through the ranks, transforming into blue, purple, red, and eventually achieving the golden sacred tier. Even after reaching the golden stage, Tian Xing continued to consume golden Jingpa to amplify his power, shining with an extraordinary brilliance. Yet, he found that further consumption of sacred Jingpa yielded no results. "Shuang, why does consuming sacred Jingpa now seem ineffective? What should I do next?" "Master, you have now attained the star-level sacred Jingpa. The next step is to transition into Shinhuan. At that point, even if your physical form is destroyed, your soul will remain intact, allowing you to refine a new body using heavenly treasures. The wonders of Shinhuan are beyond your imagination. You shall discover them in due time. In essence, you will be able to wield 10 times the number of weapons compared to others of the same tier. You will become an invincible presence among spiritual masters. While ordinary spiritual masters wield green and blue powers, your Shinhuan mind force will be a vibrant spectrum, akin to a dream. Should anyone foolishly attempt to assault your soul with illusions, they will face their own backlash, not requiring your retaliation. Your soul pressure would effortlessly annihilate them," Shuang elaborated. Filled with anticipation, Tian Xing eagerly urged, "What? The ability to control 10 times as many weapons as others? Is that true? Imagine, while fellow spiritual masters can manage only dozens, I could wield hundreds with a mere gesture. That would be spectacular. I must become Shinhuan. Shuang, teach me how to advance." With a mischievous smile, Shuang replied, "Master, I have already eradicated the consciousness of the system-rewarded divine Jingpa. You may directly consume it to advance." Tian Xing, perplexed, questioned, "Eradicate its consciousness and consume it directly? Isn't it necessary to engage in mutual consumption to defeat it first?" Shuang disdainfully responded, "Master, that is because you could never overcome a divine soul. You would simply be devoured, as you are not on the same level. It is akin to a war god challenging a true deity or divine king. Such an endeavor is folly." Tian Xing, with a furrowed brow, lamented, "All right. But why didn't you erase the consciousness of those royal-level beings earlier, allowing me to consume them directly? I went through such agony and hardship, nearly losing my life. Is this how you repay me? What kind of system is this?" Shuang, with a tone of exasperation, replied, I did this to prepare you for future battles of the Xinhuan, so you would learn how to overcome other foes. You truly do not appreciate my intentions. If you are so dissatisfied with me, then seek another system that pleases you. I shall no longer serve you." With that, she vanished, leaving Tian Xing unable to sense her presence within the sea of consciousness, with only an unclaimed mass of colorful divine Jingpa energy drifting aimlessly. "How can this be? Shuang-er, I apologize. Please return." In the vast and unparalleled realm of the cosmos, adorned with ethereal beauty, the system of De Tue emerges. "I have truly come to realize my errors and shall no longer question your wisdom, if you would permit me. From this moment forth, I shall heed your guidance in all matters. Please, reveal yourself." Tian Xing's impatience grew, yet he felt utterly powerless. Ultimately, he chose to absorb that radiant orb of seven-colored divine energy to advance his own evolution. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and gradually, Tian Xing's soul became more solid, coalescing into a dazzling vision reminiscent of a dreamlike rainbow. Upon reopening his soul's eyes, he beheld a sight entirely unlike anything he had encountered before. The ocean of consciousness did not consist of an infinite starry expanse, but was instead woven from intricate, mysterious strands of vibrant colors. This revelation left him bewildered, as he discerned that this vast space of consciousness stemmed from the very essence beneath his feet. "Ah, how remarkable! My dear master has developed the ability to sense the threads of his own divine source. It appears that my role as a burdensome system is no longer necessary." With a bow, the energy entity known as Shuang-er was prepared to depart. Yet, Tian Xing's consciousness rushed forth, embracing this luminous orb. Desperately, he implored the orb. "Do not leave. Shuang-er, please do not be angry. From now on, I shall follow your every word. You are my invincible and exclusive system. Without you, how shall I conquer the myriad realms of the universe?" "Oh dear, master, please release me," Shuang-er exclaimed. "I am here to provide you with rewards and guidance. In truth, I have not departed, nor can I." Before him, the orb gradually transformed into a small, ethereal sprite, possessing an exquisite beauty, adorned in vibrant attire reminiscent of ancient Eastern garments. Tian Xing was utterly captivated. In Chapter 9, the system sprite Shuang-er flitted around Tian Xing, eventually perching upon his shoulder. Her smile enchanting and delightful. "Shuang-er, I finally see your true form. You are so beautiful and adorable," Tian Xing remarked, playfully pinching her delicate face and ruffling her hair. Shuang-er clarified, "Master, you mischievous rascal. Your acquisition of the tangible divine soul crystal has allowed me to materialize as well. Otherwise, I would still be confined to your consciousness space." Shuang-er gently reminded Tian Xing, "It is time to return to your corporeal awareness. Your mother has been calling for you. You must not keep her waiting, or she will worry." Has so much time passed? Tian Xing quickly exited the system space, restoring his bodily awareness. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself face to face with his mother, Ho-Hot, who was anxiously shaking him, her expression fraught with concern. Tian Xing, exasperated, said, "Mother, please stop shaking me. I was meditating." "Meditating? What do you mean? I would rather you not meditate at all. Earlier, you were completely unresponsive, just like last time. No matter how I called or shook you, you did not react. Do you wish to frighten me to death?" Ho-Hot scolded, tightening her embrace around Tian Xing as tears streamed down her face, leaving him at a loss for words. "Mother, I assure you I am perfectly fine. I was merely in a profound state of understanding. As long as you do not disturb me, I will be all right, truly," he explained. Feng Yang, sensing the situation, interjected, "Ho-Hot, dear wife, I believe Tian Xing has indeed entered a meditative state, as he claims. I have witnessed Director Jia in similar circumstances, enveloped by an energy field. The energy emanating from Tian Xing seemed far more potent than that of Director Jia, so there is no need for excessive worry. Look, he is perfectly fine." Ho-Hot continued to fret. "Is that so? Yet I cannot help but worry. You have been meditating for a day and a night. Since you entered your room last night, you have not emerged. I prepared lunch for you this morning, and it remains untouched. When I called you for dinner, you did not respond. How can I not be concerned? Regardless of your meditation, you must eat and rest on time. Do not neglect your health." Feigning hunger, Tian Xing clutched his stomach and said, "All right, I understand, mother. I am hungry. I wish to eat." Ho-Hot, with a hint of reproach, replied, "Finally, you acknowledge your hunger, you rascal. Hurry, come eat. The food is still warm." Initially, 2 martial arts schools sought to recruit Tian Xing, but he had already joined the Huaxia military due to his parents' influence. With his exceptional talent, he had become a key focus of nurturing and protection within the military. He was assigned to the Rose team, a specialized unit for practical training, of which his mother, Ho-Hot, had also become a member a few months prior, a request she had made fervently for her own peace of mind. 3 days later, Hohat brought Tian Xing to a refined environment, replete with training fields and numerous facilities, known as the Kanglan Garden, a renowned martial artist community. Within a villa surrounded by thorny rose bushes, Hohat explained that the villa was a shared rental among friends. As they approached the entrance, she noted that everyone had come out to welcome them. Hohat then introduced, "Ladies, this is my son, Tian Xing, who has recently passed the martial arts practical assessment and is here for training. I hope you will all take good care of him. Come, Tian Xing, greet the aunts and sisters." "Hello, everyone." Captain Su Chong nodded at Hohat and then addressed Tian Xing. "Ah, Tian Xing, you've grown so much and become a martial artist. That is wonderful." Hohat continued, "Tian Xing, you need no introduction to Aunt Su. She has watched you grow since you were a child and founded this team 5 years ago. She is a senior warrior-level shield fighter. This is Deputy Captain and Military Advisor Xiao Wei, who is a year older than your mother and serves as our long-range fire support sniper, also possessing senior warrior-level strength." At this moment, Deputy Wei smiled and asked Tian Xing, "Hello, Tian Xing. I've heard you are a divine consciousness master. You must be quite remarkable." Tian Xing shyly replied, I suppose it's all right." Hohat continued, "These two sisters, who bear a striking resemblance, are the scouts Lu Xinyu, 29, a mid-level warrior, and Lu Xinyan, 28, a mid-level warrior wielding a battle axe. And this warrior with the long spear, Wang Xiaoya, 27, is also a senior warrior." Wang Xiaoya smiled at Tian Xing and greeted him. "Hello, Tian Xing. You are truly impressive. I heard you ranked first in the martial arts practical assessment. Well done." Tian Xing then noticed a stunning young woman slightly older than himself, resembling a familiar senior from his past. Yet, she appeared to be in her 20s, with an enchanting beauty and an exceptional figure that no combat uniform could conceal. She held a weapon resembling a machine cannon and smiled at Hohat, saying, "Hohat, no need for you to introduce me. I can do it myself." Turning her captivating gaze upon Tian Xing, she said, "Hello, Tian Xing, brother. I am Ning Lingling, the cannon operator responsible for heavy fire support in our team. I am 23 years old and a senior warrior. From now on, I shall look after you. I am quite formidable." As if recalling something, she added, "Tian Xing, do you know my sister, Ning Qingchun? Someone saved her at the university town, and she mentioned that the savior was named Tian Xing as well." At that moment, Tian Xing thought, "What a coincidence," and smiled, replying, "Indeed, that must be true. Last time, Sister Qingchun came to see me and mentioned that her sister was a senior warrior and very impressive. So it is you. Greetings. You are indeed quite striking, even more so than the innocent Xuejia. I found myself thinking that this sister possesses an undeniable charm, and it is no wonder she evokes a sense of inexplicable familiarity. It turns out she is the elder sister of Ning Qingchuan, the innocent Xuejia." After the introductions, Hohat remarked to her son, Tian Xing, that there was no need for her to be introduced. Then, where shall we embark on our hunting expedition? Does anyone have any suggestions?" After some deliberation, they settled on the target of Town 199. Following his mother's Rose Squad, Tian Xing set off on a mission to engage in practical exercises in Town 199. This town was primarily inhabited by beast soldier-level monsters, with the highest being only advanced beast soldiers and novice beast generals, making mid-level beast generals a rare sight. Accompanying his mother's Rose Squad, Tian Xing trained in practical combat for over a week and managed to eliminate 1/3 of the monsters in Town 199. One day in Town 199, a clawed cat beast was hunched over, voraciously devouring a small creature it had just captured, occasionally lifting its head to survey its surroundings for potential threats. Suddenly, a short blade pierced through the beast's skull, and before it could react, it was slain. A slightly robust young man jumped down from a nearby tall building, retrieved the blade used to slay the monster, stood up, checked his communicator, pressed a button, and said, "Mom, how are things on your end? I Haven T spotted that novice leader-level Wind Fury Leopard. I wonder where it might have escaped to. Be careful. This creature can be quite troublesome and may be lurking in the shadows to ambush you." The voice of Hohat came through the communicator, laced with concern. "We're aware. It's not safe for you to wander too far alone. Hurry back to the squad. Don't stray too far." Unfazed, Tian Xing replied, "Got it, Mom, don't worry. I'll be fine. I'm just going to look around a bit more." After ending the call, Tian Xing extended his mental energy, hoping to locate the heavily injured novice leader-level beast they had previously wounded. However, he found nothing. Tian Xing recalled that this town had once been bustling with 5 or 6 hunting squads. However, due to the astonishing efficiency of the Rose Squad in clearing monsters, it wouldn't be long before they eradicated all the creatures, forcing the other squads to abandon Town 199. While pondering this, he dialed his father's number. Dad, how have things been at the military district? I heard about your promotion to advanced battle general. Did Grandpa Li Dawei find out? What were you thinking? Didn't I tell you to keep a low profile? I'm speechless. No wonder Mom says you can be unreliable at times. Fang Yang, feeling frustrated, responded, the reason your father's situation was exposed was for you. If you hadn't requested a large quantity of gunpowder and diesel, how much could your father, as a novice battle general, have procured? Now that I'm an advanced battle general, my position has been elevated to military supply officer. I have prepared dozens of aircraft filled with gunpowder and thousands of barrels of diesel for you. What do you need all this for? By the way, where are you right now? I just spoke with your mother, and she mentioned you weren't with them. Tian Xing sighed. All right. I appreciate your efforts, Dad. I'm alone, searching for the novice leader-level mad leopard I previously wounded. I haven't found it yet, and wonder if it has escaped to another city. I'm almost at the edge of Town 200. Just after finishing his conversation with Tian Xing, Fang Yang suddenly received an urgent announcement from the Regional Monitoring Center, stating that City 201 had erupted in a beast tide, with nearly tens of millions of rodent monsters advancing toward the Jiangnan base city, leaving destruction in their wake. This news alarmed Fang Yang, prompting him to immediately call his wife. When the communicator connected, he heard Ho-Hot's voice. What's wrong? Dear, why are you calling me? Aren't you busy? Fang Yang urgently replied. Honey, find a safe place to stay. City 201 is experiencing a massive outbreak of rodent monsters. It's already affecting the surrounding towns. Hurry, has Tian Xing joined you yet? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ho-Hot quickly informed the other members of the Rose Squad and frantically attempted to reach Tian Xing. In her anxiousness, she muttered, Hurry up, answer the phone. What on earth is that rascal doing? But all she received was the system response. The number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Ho-Hot quickly attempted again, only to hear, the number you have dialed is currently in use. Meanwhile, Tian Xing had already received a prompt from the system. Ding dong. A temporary special mission has been issued. City 201 is experiencing a large-scale beast tide. Rescue the revered battle god Lu Qianbei from impending doom. Completing this mission will yield substantial rewards. Good luck, Master. Just then, he received another call from his father, who was frantically urging him to return to his mother's side and find a safe place to wait for reinforcements. Tian Xing firmly stated, Dad, you need to send those aircraft filled with diesel and gunpowder towards City 201 and drop them along the way. You must personally pilot the aircraft equipped with the specially designed explosive oil barrels. Battle god Lu Qianbei is in that direction. If he encounters danger, you must rescue him. I'll be with Mom shortly. You don't need to worry about me. Following his prearranged plan, he removed the 2 god-sealing rings from his hands. Feeling his aura surge, anyone observing would realize that Tian Xing had already become a battle god-level mental master. He donned a black robe designed for battle god practitioners from the system and swiftly flew toward where his mother was located. Fang Yang, following his son's instructions, immediately directed the standby pilots to board the transport aircraft, accompanying one of the planes himself. He watched as the aircraft dropped diesel and gunpowder along the route, casting a dark shadow across the horizon, akin to darkness consuming the light as it approached the base city. When he saw the mass of rodents advancing rapidly toward the base city, he ordered the detonation of timed explosives and ignited the scattered oil barrels, setting ablaze a furious fire. The path of the rodents was met with continuous explosions, igniting vast areas as lower-tier rodents were obliterated, while those that survived were engulfed in flames. The sight of the rodents, ablaze and in agony, caused panic among them, leading to other rodents igniting as well, as the fire spread uncontrollably through their ranks. This spectacle left all the soldiers on the front line astonished. Could such a method truly be employed against a beast tide? But it didn't end there. More transport aircraft took off, continuously dropping large oil barrels filled with explosives and timed bombs into the wave of rodents, creating a chain reaction of explosions and flames, providing a brief respite for the front lines of the base city, whose defenses relentlessly targeted the remaining rodents, containing the tide beyond the base. In Chapter 10, Fang Yang piloted a larger transport aircraft, arriving beside the revered battle god Lu Qianbei, who was relentlessly unleashing lightning-based techniques, and began dropping a significant number of specially designed oil barrels into the encroaching rodent tide. These barrels differed from those previously used, as they were affixed with large green bottles that bubbled ominously. Fang Yang then activated the loudspeaker. Battle god Qianbei, this is Fang Yang from the military supply office. Quickly board the aircraft. I will handle these wretched beasts. With that, he ordered the detonation of the timed explosives. Before long, the barrels below began to explode, releasing flames and green gas that engulfed the area, causing swathes of rodents to be consumed by the flames and decay. The ancient warrior, Zhan Xinlu, was granted a momentary respite, after which he swiftly leapt onto the aircraft, panting heavily. Fan Yang casually handed him a bottle of energy-replenishing water. While the aircraft ascended steadily to a secure altitude, unreachable even by the combined efforts of the rodents. Following another fighter jet from the 1st Martial Arts Academy back to Jiangnan Base City. After rescuing Zhan Xinlu and returning to the Great Wall Base City, Fan Yang exhaled deeply, reflecting that he had finally accomplished the task entrusted to him by his son. Meanwhile, the battle on Tian Xing's side raged fiercely, with team members unleashing their utmost potential in a desperate struggle against the monstrous foes. In this critical moment, Guo Hua unexpectedly revealed her long-hidden prowess as a mind master. With a mere thought, hundreds of small flying shields pierced the air, striking true against the advanced beast soldiers and junior beast generals, eliminating them all. Despite Guo Hua's explosive display temporarily alleviating the crisis, the situation remained dire as the team members began to show signs of exhaustion. Suddenly, a mysterious figure, clad in a guise resembling a war god, descended upon the battlefield with thunderous might, emanating an aura so powerful that it instilled fear in all present monsters. Around Tian Xing, numerous flying daggers danced with dazzling brilliance, effortlessly dispatching both ordinary beasts and those of lordly rank. In a matter of moments, all creatures within a 10-kilometer radius were vanquished. Without a moment's pause, this enigmatic figure vanished as swiftly as he had appeared, leaving the members of the Rose team in awe as they gazed upon the battlefield strewn with carcasses. They had never anticipated such formidable assistance at this critical juncture. Once they regained their composure, the members busied themselves with tidying up the aftermath and collecting the precious spoils of war. This unexpected windfall undoubtedly bestowed immense fortune upon the Rose team, filling them with reverence and gratitude for the mysterious war god. The system, Shuang Air, had helped Tian Xing disguise himself as a war god-level powerhouse, saving the Rose team, and before departing, Tian Xing sent a message indicating that a suddenly appearing transcendent mind master wished to take him as a disciple. Upon reporting back to Commander Lin, this revelation drew significant attention from the military leadership. Commander Lin Dawei and Commander Jia Yi were unable to uncover the identity of the mysterious powerhouse and subsequently sought assistance from Hong, the strongest individual on Earth, who also could not ascertain the identity of the enigmatic figure, leaving the matter unresolved. At the Changjiang Great Wall Military Supply Station, Captain Su Lang addressed the team, expressing gratitude to the mysterious transcendent war god-level powerhouse for their unexpected windfall. Previously, each member could expect a maximum of 10 million from outings, but this time, they would each average over 150 million. Captain Su remarked that they had indeed struck gold, noting Guo Hua's surprising revelation of her own mind master abilities, akin to her son Tian Xing's. As a junior beast general-level mind master, she surpassed even the formidable Wei Junshi. Vice Captain Wei acknowledged Guo Hua, apologizing for her previous underestimation and proclaiming her as the Rose team's ace. Guo Hua bashfully replied that it was all thanks to her son's teachings, emphasizing the importance of not revealing one's trump cards unless absolutely necessary. However, her thoughts quickly turned to concern for her son, wondering where Tian Xing might be now. Captain Su reassured Guo Hua, stating that her son was likely unharmed, as he had been taken by the powerful savior who rescued them. Ning Lingling also comforted her, affirming that since Tian Xing was also a mind master and that the mysterious figure was a war god-level mind master, he would surely be taught how to wield his powers effectively. The others expressed their envy, exclaiming how fortunate they were that Guo Hua's son had become a disciple of such a powerful being, with their own abilities seeming overshadowed in comparison. Guo Hua, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, confessed her ignorance of the circumstances surrounding her son's awakening of mind master abilities, recounting how he mentioned needing to train his mental energy to reach a certain level before awakening his powers. After a moment of contemplation, Captain Su made a decision, announcing her intention to procure some genetic elixirs to enhance their strength for safer hunting excursions. Vice Captain Xiao Wei eagerly agreed, though they lamented the lack of available channels. Ning Lingling raised her hands in support, expressing her desire to acquire some elixirs to bolster her own strength, especially since even the youngest, Tian Xing, had outperformed Captain Su. Wang Xiaoya expressed her hopeful anticipation for a miraculous elixir that could elevate someone to beast general level with a single injection. The sisters Xian Yu and Xian Ran, skeptical, inquired about the existence of such potions. Vice Captain Wei confidently affirmed their existence, but cautioned that they were exceedingly expensive, with the dragon blood elixir extracted from the Wang beast costing 1 trillion, while even ordinary genetic elixirs range between 1 to 2 billion, often available only in name. Disheartened, the team reflected on their financial constraints, especially Ning Lingling, who, even with the recent distribution of funds, barely held 300 million, and all were obliged to support their families. After a moment of thought, Gui Hua proposed a potential solution, suggesting she could consult her son, who, as the disciple of the war god, might be able to procure some genetic elixirs. The group eagerly encouraged her, expressing their hopes that she would keep them informed should any leads arise. Meanwhile, the rescued Zhanshan Lu expressed his gratitude to Fang Yang via phone, explaining that without his timely intervention, he might have perished. He recounted how, in a state of exhaustion, he had considered perishing with the monsters to save the other warriors aboard the aircraft, only to have their aircraft arrive just in time, utilizing explosives that obliterated millions of rodents in an astonishing display. Nearby, the son of the dimension, Luo Feng, inquired about the mastermind behind such a brilliant strategy. Fang Yang proudly revealed that it was indeed Luo Feng, the recent newcomer to the first martial arts academy who had slain numerous beasts. He credited his son, Tian Xing, for devising the strategy, clarifying that it was specifically effective against rodent swarms and less so against other beast hides. Luo Feng, astonished, had not expected anyone to take notice of him. At that moment, Commander Lin's steady voice broke the silence through Fang Yang's video, proclaiming Tian Xing as a promising talent cultivated by their military district, and a remarkably rare mind master at that. Luo Feng was taken aback to discover that the individual who had shown interest in him, Tian Xing, was indeed a mind master. He noted the name silently, intrigued. Simultaneously, Tian Xing stood atop a massive beast resembling a formidable leopard, its size several times greater than an ordinary one, exuding an aura that instilled dread. Signs of battle surrounded him, evidence of an intense pursuit and struggle, culminating in the successful slaying of the dreaded Gale leopard. Tian Xing held a sharp dagger, its blade still stained with the fresh blood of the beast. He skillfully wiped the blade with the massive body of the leopard beast, and soon the bloodstains on the blade were meticulously cleaned. Subsequently, Tian Xing turned to Shuang beside him and softly instructed, Shuang, quickly disguise yourself as a formidable being surpassing the war god using the system technology, and immediately contact Grandpa Lin. Shuang nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly began to operate according to Tian Xing's request. In no time, the communication was successfully established. Tian Xing addressed Lin Dawei on the screen, saying, Grandpa Lin, I have officially taken this mysterious powerhouse as my master and am currently undergoing special training in North America. During this period, my strength has seen a remarkable enhancement. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Lin Grandpa's eyes, though disbelief prevailed. After all, Tian Xing was merely 19 years old. Yet the power he exhibited had already surpassed the advanced warrior level. According to Tian Xing, he hoped to achieve the strength of a junior war general upon his return from this special training. When Lin Grandpa witnessed Tian Xing's astonishing progress within such a short span, his eyes widened, and his mouth slightly agape, unable to close for quite some time. Clearly, Tian Xing's growth rate far exceeded their expectations. Tian Xing then examined the rewards he had received and entered the consciousness space of the system. The melodious voice of Shuang resonated in his mind. Ding dong. Congratulations, Master, for completing the temporary special mission of rescuing the war god Lu Qianbei. The rewards are as follows. Reward 1. 1 billion system energy coins. Reward 2. Secret technique, Thunderous Storm. Reward 3. Domain of Thunder 9, can advance the rule talent. Reward 4. Domain of Light 9, can advance the rule talent. Seeing these rewards, Tian Xing thought, this is truly extraordinary. Subsequently, Shuang continued, Master, due to your alteration of the destiny of the character from the devouring of the starry sky, your own lifespan will be deducted to extend the life of the one whose fate has been changed. Otherwise, he will still meet an unexpected demise shortly. Astonished, Tian Xing inquired, why is that? Didn't he saving him rewrite his fate? Why must I use my own lifespan to extend his life? What is going on? Shuang, aren't you the unparalleled invincible system of the universe? Is there no other way? This is constrained by the laws of causality and reincarnation. There are alternatives, such as using spiritual objects that provide significant life force or the life energy of other individuals or high-level beasts to sustain him. It is advisable for you to exchange for spiritual objects with abundant life energy to temporarily extend his life, and then find ways to help him advance to the planetary level. This way, he can break free from the constraints of both laws, Shuang elucidated. Tian Xing pondered, realizing that Shuang's suggestion was indeed sound. It could allow Liu Qianbei to endure this period, and once he reached the planetary level, he could live for several hundred years. By then, he would no longer be on Earth and would have ventured into the universe. Amidst the vast expanse of North America, fierce winds howled, sweeping up clouds of dust, casting the land in a dim yellow hue. It seemed as though nature's wrath had enveloped this territory, and the harsh weather was daunting. Nevertheless, in such a challenging environment, Tian Xing showed no signs of retreat. Engaged in intense training, he simultaneously wielded a colossal heavy sword, deftly maneuvering through the swirling sands. Communicating with Shuang through his thoughts, he asked Shuang to extend Liu Qianbei's lifespan. You mentioned that besides using my own source lifespan, I could also use that of beasts. Yes, master. You would need the life essence of a king-level beast, or you could use system energy coins to exchange for life essence fruits. This would extend his life by 10 years, with each life essence fruit costing 1 billion energy coins. Then, find a way to help him break through to the planetary level, and he will acquire more original lifespan, freeing him from the constraints of the laws of causality and reincarnation, Shuang explained. Tian Xing exclaimed, but I have limited funds. This will set me back significantly. After contemplating for a moment, he decided, Shuang I have made my decision. Let us exchange for the life essence fruit. Hunting king-level beasts is not feasible at the moment. Once I reach Wuling Island, I will secure some millennium spiritual herbs and spiritual source crystals to help Liu Qianbei break through to the planetary level. Shuang clapped, ding dong. Yes, master. This is the optimal solution. Thankfully, you did not choose to use your own source lifespan. Otherwise, it would have been a significant loss. Currently, your ward God-level source lifespan is only 118 years, and each advancement multiplies the increase. Using your original lifespan would mean losing a substantial amount of it each time you level up, especially as the ranks increase. Tian Xing, relieved, responded, is that so? I'm glad. Shuang why didn't you remind me of this earlier? Shuang replied nonchalantly, you didn't use your own source lifespan, did you? If you had, I would have certainly reminded you. After flying for a while, Tian Xing asked Shuang you mentioned there is an ancient civilization secret realm on this North American continent. I have been searching for 2 days without any sight of it. Is it truly there? With a dismissive tone, Shuang responded, silly master, you've flown over it. The secret realm lies over 3,000 meters beneath your feet. You want to find it on the surface. Tian Xing, perplexed, retorted, how was I to know it was underground? You didn't inform me. He then sheathed his giant sword and commanded his flying dagger to drill underground. It pierced through to over 3,000 meters deep, encountering a metallic layer that sparked and clanged loudly. The flying dagger could not penetrate any further. Shuang's voice rang out, master. You have reached the 18th secret realm. The entrance is 300 meters below and to your right. If you dig 200 meters to the right and then 300 meters down, you will arrive. This secret realm has been abandoned for many years. Everything inside has been looted by various national forces. Taken aback, Tian Xing asked, an empty secret realm? Then what is the point of signing in? Ding dong, it's still useful. Don't forget, I am the unparalleled first system of the universe. Hee. The rewards for signing in inside the secret realm will be even better. Shuang replied dismissively. Following Shuang's guidance, Tian Xing entered the dilapidated secret realm and began to sign in. The system's voice resounded. Ding dong. Congratulations, master, for successfully signing in at the 18th secret realm. Obtaining rewards as follows. Reward 110,000 mixed element universe crystals. Reward 210,000 universe energy blocks. Reward 3. 1D grade large transport mothership of the mechanical race. After a long pause, Tian Xing queried, is that all? Just these few rewards? I went through so much trouble to sign in, and this provides me with virtually no assistance. What a loss. Shuang scoffed. Be grateful, master. After all, this secret realm is merely a shell. If you could access the several major secret realms that have yet to be developed, I assure you that the harvest would be abundant. She smirked mischievously at Tian Xing. Reflecting on the secret realms from his past life, Tian Xing realized that with his current strength, he could hardly breach those major secret realms. He told Shuang, not a chance. That would be tantamount to courting death. Forget it. I have been out for over 2 months. It's time to return. He then made his way back, signing in at various designated locations. Meanwhile, Shuang diligently organized the rewards Tian Xing obtained from his multiple sign-ins, including a significant amount of devoured universe crystals, far surpassing his system coins. His system coins totaled over 60 billion, while his real-world currency had reached a staggering 50,000 mixed element universe crystals, equating to an astronomical 5 trillion universe crystals. Additionally, He acquired a virtual company 5-star top-tier VIP account that could be linked with the unparalleled system account. The system energy coins can be exchanged for the universe coins of the virtual universe company at a rate of 100 million to 1 for the mixed yuan universe crystal. However, the virtual universe coins cannot be exchanged for the system's currency. In addition, there exists a plethora of second, third, and fourth tier weapons and equipment, with the second tier classified as star tier, the third as universe tier, and the fourth as domain tier. Surprisingly, there are even dozens of fifth tier items available. Upon returning home, covered in dust and dirt, Tian Xing received a warm welcome from his mother, who had been anxiously awaiting his return without even leaving the house for a mission. His father, Fang Yang, was still on his way home and had not yet entered the door when his mother stood at the entrance of their villa. Seeing her son's dusty face, she expressed her concern, saying, "You rascal, it's been so long since you've returned, and you've lost weight. If you hadn't called every 3 days, I would have gone to fetch you myself. Even Commander Li is worried about your safety. Do you know that? You really are a source of worry. Come on in, wash up first. I've prepared your favorite dishes. You must be starving." Tian Xing felt a surge of warmth at his mother's words. "All right, Mom, how could I be in danger? You know my strength well." After some time, while they were having dinner, his father, Fang Yang, returned home. His first words were, "Where's my son? Ah, you're finally back. Are you hurt? Your mother has been on edge worrying about you." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Tian Xing replied, "I'm sorry for worrying you, Dad and Mom. I just wanted to earn some more money. I feel so poor. I only have 60 billion now." His mother, Ho Hot, was astonished and stammered, "What? You want to save money? How much do you have? 60 billion? You little rascal, where did you get that much money? 60 billion is still considered poor? How much do you want? 100 billion? You know, your father and I have saved over 10 billion from slaying monsters all these years to help you out. It seems that 1 be enough. Oh dear, what should we do, dear husband?" Ho Hot then turned with a mischievous smile and asked, "Honey, how much money do you have? Our son wants a lot of money, even more than 100 billion. Shouldn't you reveal your secret stash?" She looked at Fang Yang with anticipation. Fang Yang replied earnestly, Dear, haven't you always managed our finances? I only have the 1,000 huaxia coins you give me each month. I haven't spent much in the past few months, so I might have a few thousand now. Do you want it? I can get it for you." Ho Hot frowned and asked in confusion, "Just a few thousand? That's too little. Honey, why does our son need so much money?" Fang Yang insisted, "Dear, what else would a man want to save so much money for besides marrying a wife? What else could possibly require such a large sum?" Ho Hot, surprised, asked, "No way. Honey, does our son have someone he likes? Whose daughter is it?" Fang Yang replied, "I'm not sure, dear. Who knows? This kid comes back from a long trip and suddenly wants to save money. It might be for some young lady from a prominent family." Ho Hot nodded in understanding. "You might be right. Dear, let us save more money in case we really need it someday." Fang Yang patted his chest and promised, "All right, dear. I'll hunt more monsters and save more for our son." Since Tian Xing returned, his parents noticed that he had already attained the strength of a junior battle general, which surprised them greatly as he had reached a level on par with his mother. At just over 19 years old, being a junior battle general mind master would astonish anyone if it were to be known. That evening, after dinner, the family sat together in the living room. With a beaming smile, Tian Xing said to his mother, "Mom, look at all the wonderful items I've brought back from my master, who has surpassed the battle god level." With a wave of his hand, items began to appear on the coffee table and nearby surfaces, leaving his parents in awe as they witnessed such a magical display of weapons and equipment. Tian Xing picked up an impressive two-handed hammer and presented it to his mother, saying, "Mom, this is called the Icewind Giant Hammer. It's a weapon that even a 4th-tier battle god can wield. Look, it radiates a mysterious blue light, and the center of the hammer is embedded with a dazzling blue crystal, exuding a sense of futuristic technology. With this, you'll become even more formidable." Turning to his father, he handed over 2 mighty one-handed battle axes, saying, "Dad, these are the flowing light battle axes, also 4th-tier battle god artifacts. Their design is striking and cool, filled with elements of advanced technology. I believe you will like them." In addition to these powerful weapons, Tian Xing had prepared other equipment for his parents. He produced 2 second-tier star-level battle suits, which provided far superior defense than SSS-level armor on Earth. Although the highest-level battle suits he could currently obtain through sign-ins were second-tier, he still wanted to give his parents the best protection possible. Finally, he presented them each with a unique weapon designed specifically for Mind Masters, the Void Shield. This shield not only serves as a defensive piece, but can also transform into various weapons for attack, truly embodying the essence of both offense and defense. Each Void Shield comprises 1, 081 small shield-shaped flying knives and is a fourth-tier domain-level treasure, with its value being immeasurable. In fact, even fourth-tier domain-level experts would covet such weapons without understanding their true significance. Tian Xing also instructed his parents on the first 10 layers of the ancient god battle technique, which is part of a complete 42-layer system designed to enhance physical strength and power levels. The first layer increases strength by 9 times, the second by 18 times, and mastering all layers could yield a staggering enhancement of 81 times. This technique is far superior to the best secret manual on Earth, the Ninefold Thunder method, which only enhances power by 7 times. The second method, the Divine Soul Battle technique, is a powerful secret of the ancient gods that allows one to strengthen their soul by consuming the essence of high-level monsters they have slain. It continuously enhances their mental prowess and also must remain a secret. Moreover, I have stored in your consciousness 100 ordinary soul essences, 10 each of royal and emperor-grade essences, 1 of the imperial-grade essence, 1 of the holy-grade essence, and 1 unique divine-grade essence. This should be sufficient for you to elevate to the golden sacred soul. Later, I will assist you in using these essences to transcend your souls and condense them into soul crystals, ensuring that even if your physical bodies are destroyed, I can use secret methods to bring you back to life. After being revived and having their souls condensed, their mental prowess has ascended to a divine level, rendering them 100 times more powerful than before. Previously, they could control only a handful of weapons, but now they can manage hundreds. Mother Ho-Hot, astonished, inquired of her son Tian Xing, "Is that truly the case?" "It seems impossible. As far as I know, the strongest divine mentalist on Earth can only manipulate around 20 flying knives." Tian Xing merely chuckled, remaining silent as he placed his finger on his parents' foreheads, beginning the process of enhancing their souls, just as he had done for himself. After reaching a certain level of fortification, he would use divine-grade souls to help them crystallize their divine essences. Once Tian Xing assisted his parents in cultivating their divine essences, he imparted the first level of the ancient divine battle technique to them, transforming their mental energy into divine attributes. Even though his father's physical strength was only at the advanced warrior level, his capacity as a divine mentalist surged beyond that of a war god, significantly enhancing their power. Witnessing Tian Xing's remarkable transformation and the abundance of powerful weaponry he had procured, Mother Ho-Hot embraced her husband, nestled in his arms, and said, "My dear, I am at a loss for words. Our son has truly grown up and achieved greatness, bringing us such formidable weapons." Feng Yang, with a proud expression, added, "Indeed, we have become even stronger than before." At that moment, Mother Ho-Hot hesitated, then turned to Tian Xing and said, "By the way, son, could you do me a small favor?" Tian Xing, patting his chest, assured her, "Dear mother, what is it that you require? As long as I am able, I will do everything in my power to assist you and father." Feeling a bit shy, Mother Ho-Hot replied, "It's nothing major. I just wanted to ask if you could inquire with your war god master about obtaining some gene potions to help enhance our strength. The other sisters in the Rose Squad have seen my awakening as a divine mentalist, and they wish to acquire gene potions to become stronger and hunt more monsters." Tian Xing confidently responded, "Such a small matter is certainly within my capabilities. Mother, await my good news." He then proceeded to instruct his parents on how to utilize the powerful weaponry before preparing to leave in search of his master to procure the gene potions for his mother and her companions. However, Mother Ho-Hot grasped Tian Xing's arm and said, "Son, there's no need to rush. When you return, stay a few more days. You also need to visit the military headquarters to check on Colonel Li and the others, who are certainly concerned for your safety after your prolonged absence. You should report back on your training achievements." Tian Xing habitually replied, "All right, I understand, mother. You truly are quite talkative. I shall go shortly." In the Long Triangle Great Wall Base City, Southeast Military District, within the commander's office, a young man stood at attention. Before him, an elderly man with a white beard wore a serious expression, scolding him with an admonishing tone. "Comrade Feng Tian Xing, you have finally deemed it necessary to return? You silently followed others to such dangerous places for special training without even disclosing who they were. Even the strongest individual on Earth, the first warrior home, was unsettled by your absence. They couldn't locate you, even after searching across the North American continent. Do you comprehend how worried we have been? This child is utterly worrisome." Tian Xing understood that this time, Grandpa Lin and Grandpa Jia were genuinely upset, as even the two most powerful figures on Earth had been alarmed. He feigned a silly expression, scratching his head and chuckling. "Grandpa Lin, I have merely found a master who surpasses the war god level." Commander Lin Dawei, skeptical, asked, "A war god level master? What is his name, And from which country or faction does he hail? I find it hard to believe. Why can't even the strongest find you? Moreover, you even managed to block communications. Tian Xing replied sincerely, Grandpa Lin. I am unaware of my master's name or faction. He took me to numerous places, informing me of the dangers and areas where I could hunt monsters freely. Grandpa Lin hesitated, asking, he took you to many places? Where did you go? Deep in thought, he wondered if Tian Xing had crossed paths with Grandpa Jia and the others. To avoid revealing too much, Tian Xing decided to fabricate a story. I went to Huaxia Shenlanjia, where there is an extremely perilous secret realm. Even he dared not delve deep. And there are also the Bermuda secret realms, where many war gods have fallen. He also mentioned the perilous secret realm in the land of the Aurora of the Sioux Alliance, which was beyond his current capabilities due to the distance and time constraints. Listening intently, Commander Lin pondered Tian Xing's account of those secret realms, recognizing that the information was classified. Even ordinary war god-level warriors were oblivious to it, let alone able to approach them. Observing Tian Xing's earnest demeanor, Grandpa Lin gradually relaxed his guard and said earnestly, Tian Xing, you are now the hope for our Huaxia nation. You must learn to protect yourself. Only when you truly grow strong can you freely venture wherever you desire. Upon hearing this, Tian Xing immediately straightened his posture and saluted sharply. He resolutely responded, Report, Commander, rest assured. I constantly remember the sacred mission of safeguarding Huaxia, and I will do everything in my power to become stronger to protect our nation and people. Subsequently, without hesitation, Tian Xing produced a portion of the rewards he obtained from his sign-in, presenting various second- and third-tier weapons and equipment to Grandpa Lin for him to pass on to Grandpa Jia. Additionally, Tian Xing produced 2 exceptionally rare S-grade gene potions capable of enhancing abilities, solemnly handing them to Grandpa Lin while explaining, Grandpa Lin. These 2 gene potions were difficult for me to acquire from my master. With them, both you and Grandpa Jia will undoubtedly increase in strength. I have already used them on my parents before I came here, and these 2 are suitable for you and Grandpa Jia. Just as Grandpa Lin cautiously examined the 2 glowing gene potions, which seemed to harbor boundless power, a sudden, hurried sound of footsteps approached from outside, shattering the tranquility within the room. Both men instinctively turned their gazes toward the door, which was abruptly thrust open, revealing a tall and imposing figure with a stern expression. It was General Jiai. He had just concluded a busy and significant matter outside and rushed back. Upon entering, his sharp gaze immediately fell upon the 2 special gene potions in Grandpa Lin's hand. Once he recognized the potions, a look of profound shock crossed his face, and he exclaimed, These appear to be no ordinary items. They certainly surpass typical gene potions. Commander Lin Dawei also discerned the exceptional nature of the potions. In Tian Xing's view, Grandpa Lin was merely at the advanced warrior level, but he believed it would be better to pass them on to the younger and more talented individuals. He was reluctant to let such items go to waste on someone nearing the end of their life. However, Tian Xing insisted on his use, and ultimately, when Grandpa Lin was not paying attention, Tian Xing forcefully administered the potion to him, facilitating his advancement. Jia did not decline, which unexpectedly elevated his rank from planetary level 3 to planetary level 4, awakening the Earth elemental domain. Meanwhile, Grandpa Lin ascended to the junior battle god level and awakened a special talent for water elemental abilities. This revelation made them acutely aware of the extraordinary value of the gene serum, far surpassing their initial expectations. Subsequently, Tian Xing bid farewell to the 2 leaders, allowing them time to assimilate their newfound formidable powers. In truth, Tian Xing himself possessed an S-level super gene serum as a reward from the system, along with an array of other serums, totaling over 100 of various types. These would suffice for the Rose Squad. However, Tian Xing thought that what he provided to his parents must be superior, such as an SSS ultimate product with unique talents. He also considered the relics and misty islands ahead, which would undoubtedly yield dragon blood serums, millennial spiritual herbs, and other treasures. Contemplating this, Tian Xing spoke to the system sprite, Shuanger, my mother and the ants from the Rose Squad want to know if your so-called master, the transcendent battle god, has any means to procure gene serums that can enhance strength. They have noticed that my mother has awakened the psychic master talent, surpassing them. And now they all wish to obtain some gene serums to become stronger and hunt more monsters. Tian Xing affectionately patted the head of the system sprite, Shuanger, who replied with a smile, Master, is that all? I thought it was something complicated. Of course, this is no trouble at all. My dear master, what you desire is merely a trivial matter, provided there are enough energy coins. Shuanger then mentioned the existence of gene serums superior to S level, specifically SSS ultimate products with unique talents, inviting Tian Xing to explore the system space. Master, look here, besides S-level gene serums, we also have SS-level and SSS level ones. Shuang'er pointed to the panel display, introducing the advantages and disadvantages of each serum. Tian Xing selected the finest serum and requested, Shuang'er, please provide me with 3 of the best ultimate products. Shuang'er, with a hint of disdain, responded, apologies, master. But your system coins are insufficient to exchange for even one SSS ultimate product with special talents. Tian Xing, perplexed, queried, insufficient? I have over 6 billion in my system account. Merely 60 billion is far from enough. The least SSS ultimate product exceeds 100 billion, and those with special talents require 1,000 billion. While those with final level talents reach trillions, not to mention those that directly confer the laws. What were you thinking? Shuang'er concluded, casting a condescending glance at her master. With a wry smile, Tian Xing asked, is it really that exorbitant? Where am I supposed to procure such vast sums? Shuang'er, you wouldn't be tricking me into grinding system tasks, would you? Very well. Please assign more tasks. I shall strive to earn the system energy coins. Shuang'er feigned innocence, master. How could I ever deceive you? Also, there is no need to grind system tasks for coins. There aren't that many tasks available for you. Tian Xing calmly inquired, then what should I do? I wish to use the SSS ultimate product with special talents to enhance the combat prowess of myself and my parents. So tell me how to obtain it. Shuang'er replied with composure, there is indeed a method. Use alternative rewards for exchange. Any reward above level 6 can be exchanged. After pondering for a moment, Tian Xing responded, level 6. Very well. Shuang'er, I seem to have no level 6 items at the moment. What should I exchange for? I trust your judgment. Shuang'er mysteriously suggested. You may use 1 Hunyuan universe crystal from your rewards for the exchange. Tian Xing, astonished, exclaimed, 1 Hunyuan universe crystal? I believe I have over 50,000 of those. Does that mean I can exchange for over 50,000 portions? Indeed, master, that is the optimal choice. There is no need to utilize system coins for the exchange. The funds within the system can serve other, more significant purposes, Shuang'er replied succinctly. Tian Xing, enlightened, agreed. All right, I shall follow your guidance. Please exchange for 10,000 of the ultimate gene serums to keep in reserve. Shuang'er, with a hint of exasperation, asked, Master, are you certain you require that many? Tian Xing insisted, of course I need them. Just exchange them without further ado. After a moment of reflection, he continued, by the way, Shuang'er, do you have any better suggestions? Confidently, Shuang'er advised, I recommend you first exchange for 500 portions. The rest can be exchanged as needed. I will always accompany you, young master. Ready to exchange whenever you require. Tian Xing nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us proceed with the exchange for 500 portions of the SSS Ultimate Gene Serum with final level special talents. With pride, Shuang'er responded, understood, master. Initiating the exchange. Please hold on while we generate 500 portions of the SSS Ultimate Gene Serum with final level special talent attributes randomly assigned. After a brief moment, Tian Xing received a notification in his mind. Ding dong. Master, your exchange for 500 portions of the SSS Ultimate Gene Serum has been successful. They are stored in the system's storage space. Please check. Upon hearing the notification, Tian Xing focused his consciousness into the system space, where he beheld rows of neatly arranged super gene serums, each labeled with names and various elemental attributes, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, as well as advanced talent attributes such as ice, wind, thunder, light, darkness, illusion, and more. Among these were divine, life, time, and space attributes, even talents of devouring, annihilation, and death. Most notably, there were also attributes of creation, fusion, and destiny. Seeing the 500 portions of the Super SSS Gene Serum, Tian Xing felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had finally completed the task his mother had entrusted him with. Upon returning home to find it empty, he dialed his mother's number. When the call connected, he asked, Hello, Mom, where are you now? Ho-Hot, surprised to receive a call from her son, replied, Good son. I'm with the ants from the Rose Squad, hunting monsters in City 3. What is up? Oh, I must tell you. You've made me so powerful. I'm now the ace warrior of the Rose Squad. How about that? Tian Xing felt a sense of pride, responding, Of course. Who else could be as formidable as my mother? Where exactly are you? Please send me your location. I'll come to assist in slaying more monsters. Ho-Hot cheerfully replied, Sure. Hurry, or we'll be heading back soon. Before long, Tian Xing reunited with his mother and the Rose Squad, with Tian Xing, also a junior battle master and psychic master. Assisting them, their monster hunting proceeded with remarkable ease. At that moment, a massive tremor shook City 3, indicating a fierce battle between powerful beings and formidable monsters. The members of the Rose Squad halted their monster hunting, and Tian Xing told his mother, "Ho-hot, Mom, find a safe place to rest. I'll go investigate." Ho-hot glanced at the suddenly vibrating communicator and shook her head. "Son, don't go. The military district just reported that 2 battle god-level warriors are hunting a high-ranking leader monster, the Earth Dragon. They advised us to keep our distance to avoid being caught in the crossfire." Tian Xing, unfazed, confidently replied, "Mom, don't worry. I'll be fine. I'm off." With that, he leapt into the air on his void shield, soaring towards the site of the battle. Before long, he caught sight of the iron-armored dragon, seemingly furious, relentlessly pursuing someone in one direction, while the 2 battle gods seized the opportunity to attack the high-ranking leader monster, the Earth Dragon. Suddenly, Tian Xing recalled that this was likely the moment Luo Ge was attempting to steal the Earth Dragon's eggs. "Very well. Given the circumstances, allow me to assist you." The Earth Dragon beast has been ambushed by 2 formidable war gods, sustaining increasingly severe injuries. At this juncture, Tian Xing unexpectedly joins the fray, wielding the void shield and a colossal sword to relentlessly assault the Earth Dragon beast. His sudden entrance leaves the 2 war gods momentarily stunned, pondering who dares to encroach upon the prey of the Europa Alliance, seemingly courting death. In Chapter 13, one of the war gods, upon noticing that the newcomer possesses merely the strength of a junior battle general, brazenly interjects, "We are the Eagle Blade brothers of the Europa Alliance. Who are you? Depart at once. This is not a battle for someone of your rank to meddle in." Tian Xing, with a playful demeanor, responds, "Do you believe I cannot partake in your conflict? Heh, then observe as I demonstrate my true capabilities." He then dispels the seals of the 4 metallic rings encircling him, allowing them to levitate and whirl around him. His aura surges, ascending directly to the pinnacle of the senior war god level. The Eagle Blade brothers suddenly grasp the gravity of the situation, realizing, goodness, this is a senior war god, and he must have feigned a lower rank earlier. Wang Tong muses to himself, though I am a senior war god, Li Qian is merely at the intermediate level. Where did this high-level war god-level mind master emerge from? Does he intend to seize the senior leader-level Earth Dragon beast? Li Qian promptly interjects, "Brother, we harbor no ill intentions. This Earth Dragon beast has been gravely injured through our considerable efforts. It seems rather unfair for you to swoop in and claim it." Tian Xing, regarding him with disdain, replies, "I have been observing your struggle for quite some time, merely wishing to expedite its demise, as my mother is nearby dealing with lower-level beasts. Were it not for the potential repercussions on my mother and her companions, I would be disinclined to intervene." The Eagle Blade brothers exchange looks of disbelief. They had not sensed his presence at all. An icy chill sweeps over them as they contemplate the dire consequences should he choose to attack. Thus, the Eagle Blade brothers can only manage a wry smile as Tian Xing deftly manipulates over a dozen small shield-like daggers, swiftly dispatching the Earth Dragon beast. Leaving behind the corpse of the senior leader-level creature, he waves goodbye and departs on his shields, exclaiming, "Heh, is a senior leader Earth Dragon beast worth that much? I find it beneath my notice. Trash." After a considerable time, Wang Tong and Li Qian regain their composure and begin to dissect the Earth Dragon beast's remains, with Li Qian meticulously extracting the most valuable parts. He queries Wang Tong, "Brother Wang, who is that individual? I have never heard of him before." "A senior war god-level mind master, and he spoke as if he were quite young. Referring to himself as Ben Shao and claiming our battle with the Earth Dragon beast was affecting his mother's hunting. How arrogant." Wang Tong, with a resigned expression, responds, "I am unsure of his origins. He is indeed a senior war god-level mind master. Even if we joined forces, we might not stand against him. The Earth Dragon beast, which we struggled to defeat, he dispatched with a mere flick of his hand." Li Qian, feeling somewhat at a loss for words, concurs, "Indeed, we exerted ourselves. Yet he resolved it in mere moments. Is a mind master truly that formidable?" Wang Tong, enviously, remarks, "Absolutely. Mind masters are the pinnacle among warriors. You know very well that a mind master of the same level surpasses a warrior by 2 ranks. He is akin to a transcendent war god-level warrior." At this moment, Wang Tong's communicator incessantly rings. Upon seeing it is Li Yao, he promptly answers, "What? You say your son Li Hui is dead? How can that be? I saw him in good health just half a day ago." "Very well, I shall rush over immediately. Await my arrival." Subsequently, the Eagle Blade brothers hastily make their way to the scene of Li Hui's demise, only to find him horrifically dismembered by a monster. When Li Yao arrives and examines the site, he deduces it was most likely the work of a mind master. And among the suspects are 2 individuals from the military of Huaxia, one named Ho-hot, aged 38, and the other her son, Fang Tianxing, who is nearly 19. The details of their profiles are shrouded in extreme secrecy. It is revealed that Fang Tianxing's father recently achieved certification as a junior ward god-level mine master in Changqing Bay City, leaving the couple in a state of disbelief. An entire family of mine masters. At this juncture, Wang Tong speaks, just moments ago, while they were engaged with the senior leader-level Earth Dragon Beast. A junior ward god-level mine master appeared, observing their struggle for quite some time before swiftly assisting them. His true strength is that of a senior ward god-level mine master. Could it be the very Tianxing the Li couple has uncovered? Weina, filled with sorrow, exclaims, I care not if he is a senior ward god-level mine master. If he dared to kill Ahui, he must pay with his life. Li Kan scratches his head and suggests, if you wish to ascertain whether they were responsible, why not simply inquire? They should not have strayed far. The four war gods then set off in pursuit of Tianxing and his companions. Ding dong, master. A special mission has been assigned to help the Chosen One bear the blame for Li Hui's death, facilitating his rapid growth. While hunting a tiger-lion beast, Tianxing suddenly hears the voice of the system, Shuang'er, echoing in his consciousness. Tianxing, bemused, queries the system, a scapegoat? Really, Shuang'er, are you trying to set me up again? The system responds within his mind, Master, I assure you, I am not attempting to deceive you. The rewards are substantial. If you choose not to accept, that is your prerogative. This task is not compulsory. Tianxing, with a frown, retorts, accept? Why would I decline? Who would turn down easy money? After declaring this, he returns to his mother's side to assist her in slaying beasts, when suddenly, four war gods descend upon them with an intimidating presence. The members of the Rose Squad, witnessing the aggressive approach of the four war gods, feel an ominous foreboding. The squad promptly positions themselves beside Ho-Hot, particularly Ningling, who notices that their strongest members are merely Ho-Hot and her son at the junior general level. The disparity in power is stark, prompting her to send a distress message to the military district, seeking help from Commander Lin Dawei. Realizing their ranks are too low, Ningling glances at Tianxing. Her thoughts inscrutable, and resolutely steps forward with her machine gun, placing herself protectively in front of him. Tianxing, unperturbed, gently pushes Ningling aside, standing in front of her, and addresses the newcomers with indifference. Ah, it's you too. What brings you here? Upon recognizing that the individual who had aided them in slaying the Earth Dragon Beast is indeed a senior ward god-level mine master, Wang Tong feels a wave of disbelief wash over him. He informs Li Yao and his wife. Yes, it is he. He is indeed a senior war god-level mine master. Ho-Hot, seeing the four war gods approach her son, Tianxing, with hostility, steps forward protectively. Who are you, and what do you want with my son? She demands, promptly sending a message and location to her husband, Fang Yang. Upon receiving the urgent messages from the Rose Squad, Commander Lin Dawei of the military district erupts in a furious outburst. Europa Alliance, if you dare lay a finger on Tianxing, I will risk everything to eradicate your alliance. He immediately contacts Jia Yi to relay the situation and heads towards the location specified by the Rose Squad. Fang Yang, upon receiving the message from his wife Ho-Hot, hastens to the scene with utmost urgency, as the four war gods find themselves at an impasse with several battle general-level warriors. Before her, Wei Na's beautiful yet furious visage transformed into a menacing snarl. Her eyes widened as she fixed her gaze on the audacious junior battle general who dared to question her. The inexplicable death of her son ignited a volcanic fury within her, and without uttering a word, she darted forward like a specter, launching a direct assault on the woman. Just as Wei Na's attack was about to inflict harm, a figure suddenly emerged, pulling the woman aside and delivering a powerful kick to Wei Na's chest. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom, propelling her backward like a cannonball, crashing into several dilapidated buildings nearby. The force of the collision caused the structures to tremble, with one even collapsing and crushing several low-tier beasts beneath its weight. The wall that received her impact bore a gaping hole, a testament to the ferocity of the blow. As the onlookers discerned the identity of the assailant, they recognized it was Tian Xing. His countenance was as stoic as water, fixating on the other battle god-level warriors. Gui Hua, infuriated by the sudden attack, seethed with rage. Had it not been for her son Tian Xing's intervention, she would have been harmed. Without hesitation, she unsealed the metallic ring on her left hand, which began to hover and spin above her head, her cultivation level rapidly escalating to the junior battle god tier. Tian Xing, shaking his head in resignation, also released his seal, revealing his previously exposed prowess at the advanced battle god level. With her ire boiling over, Gui Hua unleashed a barrage of expletives. What the hell? Are you insane? You suddenly think you can take action against me? I have never feared anyone. The sight of this mother-son duo, both being battle god-level mentalists, immediately froze the situation, particularly leaving the members of the Rose Squad in shock. They realized that the mysterious battle god-level mentalist who had always come to their aid was none other than Tian Xing. Ning Ling Ling was especially captivated. Mesmerized by the slender figure standing protectively before them, her heart racing. At that moment, Wang Tong stepped forward to mediate, stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have no intention of fighting. We are here to confirm whether you were responsible for the death of Li Yao's son." As the scene of the battle bears signs of a mentalist's involvement, Li Kan awkwardly chimed in, Yes, it must be a misunderstanding. This advanced battle god-level young master helped us defeat a high-ranking earth dragon beast before returning here, meaning the direction of his flight does not align with the incident." Tian Xing, perplexed yet dismissive, inquired, "I killed their son? What level was he? Advanced battle god?" Li Yao, pulling his wife back into the fray, confronted them. "My son is merely a junior battle general. What offense did he commit to warrant your wrath?" Tian Xing scoffed. "A mere junior battle general? Huh. Even if I did kill your son, what could you possibly do about it? Dare to harm my mother, and I'll ensure your demise." He then summoned countless small flying daggers from the void shield hovering behind him, numbering in the hundreds, aimed at Li Yao and his wife. Simultaneously, Gui Hua unleashed over 100 small shields from her own void shield. This display left Wang Tong and Li Kan petrified, for they had never witnessed a mentalist capable of controlling so many weapons at once. Even the strongest in the alliance could only manipulate a mere 20. With the tension escalating, Gui Hua regained her composure upon hearing Tian Xing's words, exclaiming, "My son would never commit such acts. Though he appears to be only at the junior battle general level, he is truly an advanced battle god level mentalist. Such despicable behavior is beneath him. He is a soldier of integrity, just like us." As her words lingered, a deafening roar echoed through the skies. When the crowd looked up, they beheld a state-of-the-art aircraft racing towards them, swiftly halting in midair. The cabin doors opened, and two figures descended like lightning, landing before Tian Xing and the others. One was Jia Yi, the other Linda Wei. Upon landing, Jia Yi sensed the presence of multiple battle god-level warriors. Discovering that both Tian Xing and Gui Hua had attained battle god status left him astounded, disbelief etched on his face. However, before anyone could recover from their astonishment, another explosive sound reverberated through the air. Turning towards the source of the noise, they saw a figure approaching at a speed surpassing that of the aircraft. This individual soared on a shield, propelled by a formidable mental force, igniting sparks in the air. Just before the figure materialized, they heard a thunderous roar. "Who dares to harm a hair on my wife or son? I will ensure they meet a fate worse than death." Accompanied by this furious declaration, an immensely powerful figure descended, creating a massive crater upon impact, debris scattering in all directions. As the dust settled, the onlookers recognized that the figure was none other than Fang Yang, Tian Xing's father. Upon seeing the two senior officers Jia Yi and Linda Wei, Fang Yang immediately straightened and saluted. "Report, greetings to both officers." Jia Yi remained silent, while Linda Wei admonished him sternly, "Look at yourself. You're embarrassing the Southeast Military District's Great Wall Base. Can't you temper your temperament a bit? Just because you've gained some strength doesn't mean you should be so smug. Look at Tian Xing. He has surpassed you and yet remains humble." Feeling slightly embarrassed yet sincere, Fang Yang replied loudly, "Report, I was unaware both officers were present. I became a bit too excited. But should anyone dare to harm my wife or son, I will fight to the death." He then glared at the four battle god-level warriors opposing them. At this moment, Jia Yi emanated an aura surpassing that of battle god-level warriors. Sternly addressing the four from the Europa Alliance, "What do you four battle god-level beings intend to do to our Huaxia nation? To senior military officer Gui Hua and our top genius mentalist Fang Tianxing? Did the previous chairman not warn you against causing harm within our borders? Do you think you can bully us just because you believe there is no one to challenge you?" Simultaneously, Commander Linda Wei and Fang Yang also radiated their battle god-level auras, prompting Wang Tong to step forward to smooth tensions. "It's a misunderstanding. We did not intend to attack young Master Tian Xing. Even if we did, we couldn't possibly match him." Li Kan chimed in cheerfully, "Indeed. We are no match for him. We wouldn't dare engage." It was Li Yao and his wife who were overly emotional due to their son's death and came to investigate the culprit. "This has nothing to do with us." As he contemplated the situation, he thought to himself, "How can we fight? Opposite us are three mentalists and one guardian of Huaxia, the strongest in the military. I am the weakest here. If things escalate, I will be the first to suffer. I want no part in this. I do not wish to die." Li Yao and his wife were taken aback as they suddenly spotted 3 formidable warriors, even more powerful than themselves, including the renowned Congressman Jia. The situation was decidedly unfavorable for them, prompting Li Yao to resolutely declare, "I care not who he is. If he truly is the one who murdered my son, I shall ensure that blood debts are repaid in kind. Wang Tong, Li Can, we must depart." Upon their departure, Jia turned to Tian Xing and reassured him, "Fear not. As long as I am here, they would not dare to harm you. By the way, when did you ascend to the advanced warrior rank? You could have informed us." As Tian Xing continued to seal his own realm with the function ring, he replied nonchalantly, "What is there to discuss? This elevation is merely a temporary enhancement through external means. My parents are well aware of this. They possess a similar treasure. You may inquire with them if you wish." At that moment, Lin Dawei, with a serious demeanor, inquired of Tian Xing, "Tian Xing, did you truly kill their son? What was the reason? If your cause is just, I shall advocate for you. Moreover, with your grandfather Jia's backing, they would not dare act against you." Tian Xing merely shrugged, neither confirming nor denying the accusation. Meanwhile, Hohat firmly stated, "I believe my son would never act in such a manner. He could not possibly kill without reason." Fang Yang expressed his disdain. "There isn't a decent individual in the Yoruba alliance. Killing is but a trivial matter." The others exchanged glances, remaining silent. After all, the Yoruba alliance had long been infamous, comprised of self-serving individuals for whom murder and pillaging were commonplace. They all pondered whether it was permissible for them to kill others while forbidding retaliation. Tian Xing, with a mysterious smile, remarked, "Is there, besides us, another mind master in Huaxiao? This is indeed wonderful news." Commander Jia and Commander Lin discerned the underlying implications in Tian Xing's words, suggesting the existence of undiscovered mind masters beyond their family. At that moment, everyone received a bounty notification from the Balanesi family, jointly issued by the high-level warrior Wei Niana and the couple Li Yao. The bounty stated, "Whoever can provide information leading to the identification of the murderer of their son shall be rewarded with a staggering 100 billion Tianjia coins." Furthermore, the suspected perpetrator is identified as Huaxia's foremost mind master, Fang Tianxing. Anyone who can confirm him as the murderer will also receive this bounty. The reason behind Li Yao and his wife's actions was partly influenced by Wang Tong and Li Can's assertions. If indeed that mind master had killed their son, he would not have left any survivors to witness his son being dismembered by beasts. There must be some misunderstanding in this matter. However, Wei Niana was unconcerned with such details, leaving the couple at a loss for words. The deputy leader of the Rose Squad commented, "This has stirred global attention," placing all focus squarely on Fang Tianxing. Ning Ling, appearing somewhat anxious, said to Hohat, "This couple is truly malicious. They have thrust Tianxing into the eye of the storm. Aunt Hohat, it will be difficult for you to maintain a low profile from now on." Hohat replied helplessly, "There is little I can do. But I firmly believe my son is not the murderer, right, you rascal?" Tian Xing, shaking his head, prepared to retreat. Thinking to himself, "How could I dare claim I did not kill him? If I say so, the reward will vanish, and all my efforts will have been in vain. Who knows what I might be rewarded with?" The others, upon witnessing Tian Xing's expression, were left unsure whether he truly was the perpetrator. Only the elders Jia and Lin were excitedly delving into investigations to uncover any other mind masters, hoping to recruit any unknown individuals into the military. Subsequently, Grandpa Lin instructed everyone to board the warplane back to the base city, as the earlier commotion rendered remaining outside unsafe. Meanwhile, the system's gentle notification of a special mission completion and reward distribution echoed within Tian Xing's consciousness. Soon after, they returned to the base city, where they processed the materials Tian Xing had assisted in hunting. Each member of the Rose Squad and Hohat received nearly 100 million, much to their delight. Particularly, Ning Ling couldn't stop chatting with Hohat, who had become a vital ally. Tian Xing, finding an excuse of exhaustion, secluded himself in his room to summon the system rewards and inspect what treasures awaited him from the special mission. Reward 1, 1 billion system energy coins. Reward 2, elemental domain 99. Reward 3, mysterious dragon eggs 9. Astonished by the rewards, Tian Xing inquired of the system, "I can comprehend the elemental domain. But what exactly is a mysterious dragon egg? Can it be consumed?" The system responded, exasperated, "Your ignorance is truly alarming. Master, as the name implies, these are unhatched dragon eggs from the true dragon lineage. Their quality and attributes simply remain unassessed. They are indeed genuine dragon eggs." After contemplating for a moment, Tian Xing asked, "Are these superior to the earth dragon eggs stolen by that Luoge?" The system's offerings should not be lacking, right? The system replied disdainfully, Master. You truly test my patience. Earth dragon eggs are nothing compared to true dragon eggs. Comparing them is like juxtaposing stones with divine jade. Furthermore, the elemental domain allows you to specify the type of attribute. When you provide your parents with the gene potions, they can be fused into the gene concoction, directly creating dual attribute gene potions. Tian Xing was elated, exclaiming, Is it truly that impressive? That's wonderful. Meanwhile, the son of the dimension was taken aback upon receiving the news of the 100 billion bounty. However, he was even more astonished that Li Yao and his wife believed Fang Tianxing had murdered their son, casting the blame upon him. What shocked him further was that this Fang Tianxing was reputed to be the foremost mind master in Huaxia. Realizing he too was a mind master ignited his ambition to grow stronger swiftly. He hastily dealt with the dragon eggs and, in the following days, relentlessly battled monsters in the wilderness to seek breakthroughs. Subsequently, he was recruited into the warrior training camp for special training by the Martial Arts Academy's supervisors. Days later, after preparing the gene enhancement potions for his parents and himself, Tian Xing took a stroll before returning to his villa. He found his mother preparing a meal and stealthily approached her from behind, startling her. Ho-hot, alarmed, scolded. Ah, you rascal, what are you doing? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Are you looking for trouble? She then brandished a whip, cracking it twice, causing Tian Xing to leap back in fright. From a distance, Tian Xing, with a charming smile, said, Imam, I merely wish to share a jest with you. Heh. By the way, I've procured the gene potion you requested. Ho-hot feigned anger. Humph. You little rascal, are you itching for trouble? Did you really get the gene potion? Where is it? Let me see. Tian Xing shrugged, pretending to be annoyed. I don't know. Just moments ago, my mother mentioned she was going to discipline me. Ho-hot, realizing she couldn't win the argument, said, All right, we have important matters at hand. After delivering these gene potions to Sister Chang, I will return to cook something delicious for you, all right? Do you want to join? The ladies of the Rose Squad have been eagerly anticipating this. Tian Xing replied casually. Sure, let's go together. Make sure to prepare plenty of tasty dishes for me when we return. Ho-hot smiled and responded, Okay, understood. You little rascal. Tian Xing presented a large package wrapped in an ordinary burlap sack before his mother, stating, Here, inside this contains 6 super gene enhancement potions. Additionally, there are 2 exclusive super gene potions for you and Dad. Ho-hot, puzzled, asked, Really? What distinguishes ours from the others? Tian Xing, with an air of mystery, replied, Of course, it is different. The ones for my parents are the finest and can awaken special talents. Guihua, with a puzzled expression, inquired, What is a special talent? Qinxing, wearing a mysterious smile, replied, You will understand once you experience it yourself. He then handed her a large package. Upon opening it, Guihua discovered a password-protected box containing 6 vials of various colored potions and 2 vials shimmering with dual hues, exuding an extraordinary aura. Qinxing urged Mom, You should hurry and share this good news with Dad and the ladies of the Rose Squad. Accompanied by the genetic potions, Guihua and Tianxing took public transportation to the martial artist community where the Rose Squad was located, arriving at the shared villa within Kanglanting. As they reached the entrance, Guihua was greeted by Captain Su Chang, along with Lu Xinyu, Lu Xinyan, and even Ning Lingling. After exchanging greetings, Guihua asked the captain, Captain Chang, Haven Tiwei and Xiaya arrived yet? Su Chang responded calmly, I just contacted them. They are on their way and will be here shortly. Guihua replied nonchalantly, Oh, that's good. We can wait for them. Ning Lingling gazed at Tianxing with admiration for quite some time before jokingly saying to Guihua, Guihua, your son is so handsome. Does he have a girlfriend? If not, may I be his girlfriend? Guihua, taken aback, exclaimed, Lingling, that is not possible. He is my son. And he is not even 20 yet. You are several years older than him. Lingling playfully responded, I know. What if I'm just 3 or 4 years older? Can I be your daughter-in-law? With such a wonderful mother-in-law, I would be so lucky. The others exchanged glances of disdain at Lingling's words. Captain Su Chang awkwardly remarked, Guihua, Lingling is just joking. Don't take her seriously. The Lu sisters chimed in, We never expected your son to acquire genetic potions. That is fantastic. Then, with a smile, Ning Lingling linked her arm with Tianxing and asked, So, Tianxing, do you have a crush on any of us? Because I have my eyes on you. I see you're nearly 19, and I'm 22, so think about it. Captain Su Chang, incredulous, turned to Guihua. Tianxing is 19? That can't be right. I recall you were 38, and you married Fang Yang when you were 21. The ages don't match. Guihua felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, as this touched upon Tianxing's true origins, leaving her momentarily speechless. At that moment, Tianxing, noticing his mother's contemplative silence, declared earnestly, "Of course. I am my mom's son. Although we aren't biologically related, I am still her son. My dad risked his life to rescue me from a monster. I am an orphan they adopted. They raised me, so I must honor and protect them for life." Guihua was taken aback by Tian Xing's response, tears streaming down her face like a torrential flood. With a hoarse voice, she sobbed, "My child, how did you come to know all this?" Her eyes widened in shock as she stared at him, filled with confusion and uncertainty. She and her husband, Fang Yang, had always guarded this secret carefully, never revealing any truth about his origins to Tian Xing. They intended to share everything with him once he turned 20 and became a true warrior. However, Tian Xing's advanced awareness of these matters was wholly unexpected. Recalling the harrowing experience from 18 years ago, Guihua trembled. During that perilous mission, she was merely at the level of a mid-tier warrior and encountered a ferocious high-tier beast. Its claws mercilessly pierced her abdomen, causing severe damage to many vital organs. Had it not been for Fang Yang's timely intervention, risking everything to save her, she would have perished, becoming food for that beast. Since then, Guihua not only lost the ability to bear children, but also suffered from considerable physical weakness, gradually recovering under Fang Yang's meticulous care. To repay Fang Yang's life-saving grace, she resolutely chose to marry him. Fortunately, Fang Yang did not disdain her. Rather, he treated her with utmost care and affection. In those turbulent times, they relied on each other, enduring countless hardships together. For Guihua, she believed she would never have the hope of motherhood again, yet found contentment in a sincere relationship. Having a partner to weather life's storms was enough. She dared not wish for more. However, Tian Xing's unexpected arrival felt like a precious gift from the heavens. Upon first seeing the swaddled infant, an overwhelming surge of maternal love flooded her heart. In that moment, she was profoundly grateful to fate for allowing her to experience the joy and happiness of motherhood. From that day on, Tian Xing became the most significant presence in their lives, and the couple devoted all their energy to raising him. Tian Xing, with a silly grin, remarked, "Mom, why are you still crying? You don't seem like the fierce mom I know." Guihua composed herself and replied, "You little rascal, dare to mock your mother? Are you itching for a spanking?" Though she said this, her heart was filled with immense pride. Upon hearing Tian Xing's explanation, everyone finally understood the dynamics of their family. They then engaged in lively conversation, sharing insights on their training. Presently, Guihua appeared to be at the initial stage of a battle general, and with her innate talent as a spiritual master, her strength was comparable to that of a high-ranking battle general. However, if her protective ring were to be unsealed, her power would rival that of a low-tier battle god, surpassing her peers significantly. Unbeknownst to them, through Tian Xing's guidance, Guihua had condensed her spiritual essence, enhancing her spiritual power. In reality, she had already reached the high battle god level, nearing the pinnacle of the battle god realm. Even a first-tier planetary level warrior would struggle against her. However, Guihua had not disclosed this to anyone, adhering to Tian Xing's advice to keep her cards close to her chest, ensuring she could navigate perilous situations as she had in the past. Hours later, Deputy Xiao and Wang Xiaoya, along with Tian Xing's father, Fang Yang, arrived, warmly greeting everyone. Guihua then retrieved the genetic potions and presented them before the group, asking Tian Xing to explain their usage. Tian Xing, with an air of mystery, announced, "Ladies, there are 6 portions here. These are not your average market potions. They are a special reinforced type obtained from my master, which has a high probability of granting the user's supernatural abilities before reaching the battle god level. The potions come in 2 colors, but each portion has different attributes, so choose wisely according to your preferences." Everyone gazed at the vials of vibrant potions, unsure of how to proceed. Tian Xing suggested, "Let us go by age. The eldest should choose first." Captain Su Chong, feeling bashful, interjected, No, let them choose first. I doubt I'll ever reach the mid-tier battle god level, so I want to hold up the younger generation." At this point, Deputy Xiao, the strategist of the Rose Squad, directly asked Tian Xing, "Do you have any suggestions, young Tian Xing?" Ning Lingling, in agreement with Vice Captain Xiao, rushed to Tian Xing's side, wrapping her arms around his, her ample bosom pressing against him. She inquired, "Indeed, Tian Xing, my dear younger brother, how do you think we should select? Just help your sister with a choice." Tian Xing, feeling quite flustered under Ning Lingling's embrace, blushed profusely, especially since his mother was watching him closely. Awkwardly withdrawing his arm, he moved to the password box and bashfully addressed Captain Su Wei, "Please do not underestimate these potions. Their capabilities are beyond imagination. You may choose according to your combat characteristics. Melee fighters can opt for orange, while ranged fighters should select blue." Following Tian Xing's suggestion, Captain Su Chong chose orange, Vice Captain Xiao Wei picked blue, Lu Xinran selected orange, Lu Xinyu chose blue, Ning Lingling opted for blue, and Wang Xiaoyao went with orange. Once selections were made, Tian Xing instructed them to find a secure room and directly inject the potion into their arms. The process would be rather painful, but enduring it would lead to transformation. It was expected that some unpleasant bodily impurities would be expelled, but after cleansing, they would feel rejuvenated. Everyone then returned to their rooms, armed with their chosen super gene potions, ready to advance. Tian Xing turned to his parents, saying, "Dad, Mom, you should use this potion too. Hurry and advance. I'll find a room to test the effects of this gene potion." Hohat nodded and remarked to Fang Yang, "Yes, this potion is truly captivating. Its colors are enchanting. Dear, let us use it together in our room." As Tian Xing witnessed his parents entering their room to use the gene potion, he called upon the system, Schwanger, within his consciousness, asking, "Schwanger, can you synthesize those special supernatural abilities? Just give me a few higher-level talents." Schwanger confidently replied, "That is but a trivial task, albeit quite costly. Thus, the system energy coins you saved will come in handy now." Tian Xing exclaimed with excitement, "Really? Then please grant me an all-encompassing set, attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, wind, thunder, light, darkness, illusion, holiness, life, time, space, devouring, destruction, and the fusion of causality and reincarnation." Schwanger, with a hint of exasperation, lightly tapped Tian Xing's forehead and said, "Master, do you truly believe yourself to be omnipotent? Acquiring such a multitude of attribute talents is exceedingly expensive. You possess merely 6 billion. The top-tier talents can only fuse 6 attributes at most. Each fusion of the ordinary 5 elements costs 1 billion, while high-end attributes like ice, wind, and thunder require 5 billion each. The ultimate attributes of time and space demand 10 billion each, and causality and reincarnation are unattainable. Those are laws of the Great Path, only accessible to true gods in this realm." Schwanger suggested, "For now, it would be prudent to forego the destruction talent, as it holds little utility at present. Your priority should be to merge the attributes of time and space, complemented by the elemental properties of ice, wind, darkness, and illusion, along with the domains of thunder and light that you have already acquired." Tian Xing nodded in understanding. Then Schwanger, "Let us proceed as you advise." Shortly thereafter, Tian Xing beheld within the system's space a vial of dazzling, dual-attribute gene potion, even more resplendent than those his parents possessed. Without hesitation, he injected it into his body. An icy breath escaped him as he gasped for air, overwhelmed by an excruciating sensation akin to being ground to dust, causing him to curl up on the floor, trembling, drenched in sweat. Ultimately, he lay rigid, unable to move, as the agony felt like being pulverized by a meat grinder or crushed by a steamroller. This torment persisted for over an hour. When Tian Xing was enveloped in a foul, black, viscous filth, he found himself utterly drained, lacking the strength even to wiggle his toes. Using his mental energy, he commanded his body to cleanse itself with the showerhead in the bathroom. Notably, the potion also contained an SSS-grade life gene enhancement agent, capable of providing a tenfold increase in gene levels. This enhancement was also included in the potions given to his parents, allowing them to potentially elevate their combat power tenfold upon activation, an astonishing prospect. After using the super gene potion, Hohat let out a series of anguished cries, drenched in perspiration, reminiscent of the time she had been pierced by a monster's claws. Fang Yang writhed in pain on the ground, and soon both were expelling thick, black, sticky substances that emitted a horrendous odor. Once Hohat finished cleansing herself, she noticed a transformation. She had grown slightly taller, from approximately 1.6 meters to 1.65 meters. Moreover, her beauty had intensified, her figure refined, with no excess fat. Astonishingly, all her previous internal injuries had healed, including the scars on her abdomen that had been deemed incurable. This left her in disbelief. Could she truly become a normal mother? As everyone began their advancement around noon, Tian Xing was the first to emerge, having ascended to the rank of a high-level battle general, now possessing 5 ordinary domains, 6 advanced domains, and 3 ultimate domains. Once Hohat completed her cleansing, she donned her battle attire and approached Tian Xing. He was taken aback, noticing that his mother appeared even more graceful and alluring than before. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "Mother, how have you become so enchanting? Truly, you are beloved by all, blooming like flowers and causing vehicles to burst." Hohat, taken aback by his sudden compliment, glared at Tian Xing. "You rascal, do you dare jest about your own mother? Are you itching for a reprimand?" Observing her annoyance, Tian Xing chuckled. Well, how could I not? You are undeniably more charming than ever. Father will surely adore you even more. Ho-Hot, feeling slightly embarrassed, replied, Nonsense. Really, stop looking so much. Tian Xing, with playful intent, responded, I'm not imagining things. Mother, it's quite evident. If you don't believe me, ask the other aunties or father. Ho-Hot, her expression darkening, retorted, Humph, you're becoming quite cheeky. Be careful, or I shall teach you a lesson. She produced a whip-like object and snapped it a couple of times, startling Tian Xing into retreat. Tian Xing communicated with the system, Schwanger, saying, Schwanger, scan my mother and determine her current level. The response came, Master, your esteemed mother has been elevated to the junior battle god level. This is still under the suppression of the divine ring. Moreover, your mother has awakened the highest level ice-type supernatural ability and space-type supernatural ability. In the future, she will be able to comprehend the advanced talents of these two laws. The ice-type supernatural ability allows her to convert gene source energy into ice-type powers, manipulating ice elements from the surrounding space for her use, freezing all in her path. Notably, her ice-type ability is not ordinary. It is an extreme cold ice ability capable of freezing anything, equivalent to the high-tier space ability. The extreme cold ice is generated from gene source energy, significantly more potent than standard ice energy, and can be utilized according to her strength. She can employ the first skill, Extreme Cold Sealing, to unleash icy source power that freezes all substances she wishes to encase. The second skill, Frozen World, allows her to release extreme ice source power to comprehensively freeze an entire area, suppressing other opponents or enemies. As long as her strength is sufficient, she could effortlessly freeze an entire planet. The third skill, Extreme Ice Domain, enables her to establish a unique domain of extreme cold ice, within which she reigns supreme. Additionally, your mother has acquired the space-type supernatural ability, granting her the capacity to create her own space, utilizing gene source energy to open a small void for the storage of any desired items, with the size of the space contingent upon her strength. Furthermore, she possesses spatial telekinesis, a powerful ability resulting from the fusion of mental energy and the divine power of spatial laws, which she can wield according to her capabilities. Skill 1. Absolute Domain Barrier. By unleashing spatial aberrant energy, one can create an impenetrable barrier that completely isolates the inside from the outside. Only those of considerable strength can breach this barrier. Skill 2. Spatial Teleportation. Utilizing spatial aberrant energy, one can instantaneously transport themselves to their desired location, contingent upon their own mental prowess. Skill 3. First level of Spatial Domain. By releasing spatial telekinetic energy, one can form a unique personal spatial domain, wherein they can imprison any intruders, allowing for free movement within. At that moment, the other team members successfully advanced and gradually returned to the living room. The first to emerge was Captain Su Chong, who appeared more dashing than ever, followed by Vice Captain Xiao Wei, whose figure and grace had notably improved. Shortly after, Ning Lingling, Wang Xiaoya, and the enchanting sister duo, Lu Xinran and Lu Xinyu, made their appearances. Each of them exuded an aura characteristic of formidable warriors, a presence that lent gravity to the entire atmosphere. Moreover, their physiques and appearances had undergone astonishing transformations. Compared to before, they appeared several years younger. With skin that was firmer and smoother, their features increasingly exquisite and captivating. Among them, Ning Lingling and Wang Xiaoya were particularly striking. Their already remarkable beauty had been enhanced, adding an alluring charm that could mesmerize with a mere glance. At this juncture, the once ruffled Tian Xing stood in awe upon seeing Ning Lingling, sensing a distinct change in her demeanor. Noticing his gaze, Ning Lingling smiled softly and approached him, playfully inquiring, Aunt Ho-Hot, what is wrong with Tian Xing? Ho-Hot, with a bemused expression, responded, What did you just call me? Aunt Ho-Hot, you never referred to me that way before. Are you perhaps harboring feelings for my son? Ning Lingling merely smiled at Tian Xing without responding. However, Ho-Hot felt a twinge of worry, for everyone knew that Tian Xing's father had yet to complete his advancement and emerge. Just as this seemingly ordinary day unfolded, an unexpected and alarming emergency siren erupted throughout the Chongqing base city, shattering the tranquility like thunder. The piercing alarm pierced the stillness, causing hearts to leap into throats. Simultaneously, the city's loudspeakers blared in frantic tones, invoking a sense of dread as if doomsday had arrived. Emergency notification. Emergency notification. A high-level Lord-class monster, the Songbei giant bear, is leading millions of ferocious beasts toward us. This marks an unprecedented level 3 beast tide. All citizens are advised to remain calm and evacuate to the nearest shelter in an orderly fashion. Do not panic. Follow the directives of the authorities. We emphasize, this is not a drill. It is a genuine life-or-death crisis. This sudden news struck everyone like a bolt from the blue, casting a shadow over their hearts. The once bustling streets descended into chaos. People fled in terror, screams and shouts intertwining with the blaring alarms, creating a haunting symphony of impending doom. Following 3 repetitions of the urgent announcement regarding the approaching beast tide, the atmosphere shifted in the living room where everyone had been jovially awaiting Tian Xing's father. The first thought that crossed their minds was the disdain for the monstrous threat. They had yet to assess their current strengths amid such turmoil. Tian Xing and the members of the Qiangwei team swiftly armed themselves, readying for battle, and they collectively stepped outside. Upon reaching the street, they were struck by the sight before them. The streets were filled with panicked crowds, orderly evacuating under the guidance and protection of the security team. The security personnel, clad in standardized uniforms and bearing serious expressions, shouted to maintain order while carefully escorting the populace. Some assisted the elderly and children, while others helped carry belongings. Despite the tension, the scene remained remarkably organized. Tian Xing donned his second-tier combat armor, wielding his massive sword, while his mother, Ho Hot, also clad in second-tier battle attire, brandished her frost giant hammer on her shoulder with a short dagger in hand. A metallic circular ring adorned her left wrist, and behind her floated a void shield. Her long black hair was tied in a high ponytail, and her striking beauty radiated an invigorating aura, evoking an image of a formidable goddess of war. Together, they soared towards the military front lines on their void shields, with the other members of the Qiangwei team swiftly trailing behind. Soon, they arrived at the military command center, where Grandpa Lin was urgently dispatching soldiers and warriors to the front lines for support. Ho Hot addressed Li Dawei. Old Lin, we have come to assist. Tian Xing echoed, yes? Grandpa Lin, we are here to support. Grandpa Lin solemnly replied, you two stay here. The Qiangwei team must not go anywhere. That is a high-level Lord-class monster, beyond your capabilities. Additionally, there is a King-class monster, the 9-headed dragon snake. I have already informed Old Jia to summon the war gods from the 2 major martial arts halls for assistance, and they will arrive shortly. Tian Xing, with a hint of disdain, retorted, Grandpa Lin, what time is it now? We cannot concern ourselves with that. Look at everyone. We are all at the war god level now. My mother and I can handle the other Lord-class monsters while Old Jia and the others confront the King-class. Ho Hot concurred. Indeed, Old Lin, this will alleviate pressure on everyone. Before Grandpa Lin could respond, they leaped onto their small flying shields and ascended into the sky, with the Qiangwei sisters rapidly following behind. From behind, Grandpa Lin called out, come back, hurry back. What are these two up to? What did they mean by all reaching the war god level? All combat units were ordered to remain vigilant regarding the movements of Tian Xing, Ho Hot, and the Qiangwei team, ensuring their safety. All units acknowledged the command. Yet, astonishing events unfolded. Tian Xing instructed the 6 members of the Qiangwei team to split up and engage in different battlefields. Then, various elements, water, fire, ice, and lightning, were unleashed upon the beasts, many of which were incinerated before they could react. Some were frozen solid, while others were swept away by fierce winds, easily dispatched by their prowess. The soldiers prepared to provide aerial support were left speechless, realizing that it was they who required assistance from these war god-level warriors. Tian Xing and his mother fought valiantly against the monsters, penetrating deeper into the horde until they reached the forefront of the battlefield, where they encountered a chaotic throng of beast soldiers and generals relentlessly attacking the barricades. Ho Hot turned to Tian Xing. Come on, my son, let me see how your special training has fared. Let us see who can slay more beasts. Tian Xing grinned and pointed at the Songbei giant bear. All right, I shall take on that behemoth. Goyua, with a hint of concern, stated, no, that large brute belongs to me. You should deal with the others. With that, she charged towards the Songbei giant bear. Tian Xing, flying alongside, replied, all right then. Mom, be careful. That big fellow has tough skin. Even laser cannons can't harm it. Guilai answered nonchalantly. I understand. I'll be cautious. She then wielded her mental prowess to control a flurry of small flying daggers, gracefully advancing through the fray. Wherever she passed, whether it be beast general rank or low-level leaders, they all fell to her daggers with a single strike, rendered lifeless on the ground. The communicator continuously reported to Commander Lin Dai about the casualties and the frontline situation, particularly highlighting the presence of 6 god-level warriors from the Rose Squad. With the addition of Tian Xing and Guilai, the monsters fell in droves, alleviating some of the pressure on the soldiers and warriors in the rear. Upon hearing his subordinates' report, Grandpa Lin pondered that they were indeed maturing. He felt a sense of pride as Guilai engaged in fierce combat, with the Songbei giant bear. Suddenly, amidst the beast horde where Guilai fought, a creature far larger than the typical black iron-backed mad bear appeared, a dark golden mother bear with a high leader-level dark golden back. It leaped forward, launching a surprise attack with its dark golden claws aimed at Guilai. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Guilai froze momentarily. In that critical moment, Tian Xing, noticing his mother's distraction, dashed forward, using his slender frame to shield her from the claws. The sound of impact echoed through the air as Tian Xing was sent flying, crashing through several dilapidated high-rises, which collapsed and buried him beneath the rubble. Witnessing her son sacrifice himself to protect her, Guilai's heart tightened, and she called out in panic, "Tian Xing." Then, she cursed furiously, "You wretched beast, I will slay you. If anything happens to my son, I will skin you alive." With that, she unleashed the seal on her divine ring, radiating an aura surpassing that of a war god. Her right hand wielded a short blade, while she infused the blue-glowing giant hammer in her left hand with genetic energy. The hammer grew larger, eventually outmatching even the Songbei giant bear. She swung the colossal blue hammer towards both the high-level Songbei giant bear and the dark golden mother bear. Despite their size and apparent clumsiness, both bears proved to be remarkably swift. Guilai managed to crush a swarm of lower-level leaders and beast generals, but after several attempts, the two bears evaded her strikes. The dark golden mother bear gradually distanced itself from Guilai, seeking another opportunity to ambush. Meanwhile, Tian Xing seized a chance, manipulating dozens of small flying daggers to emerge from the ground, delivering a fatal blow to the dark golden mother bear. The mother bear, perhaps underestimating the insignificant human it had previously sent flying into the ruins, was caught off guard by the counterattack. After vanquishing the dark golden mother bear, Tian Xing spat in frustration. "Damn, did you think I was easy to bully? How dare you harm my mother?" Upon witnessing the death of its mate, the Songbei giant bear entered a state of frenzy, exuding the aura of a king-level beast. The surrounding monsters were similarly affected, plunging the situation into chaos. As Guilai's hammer struck the frenzied Songbei giant bear, it did not flinch, engaging her head-on. After a prolonged assault, even Guilai's strength began to wane. The bear swatted away the blue hammer and opened its massive jaws, intent on devouring Guilai. In that dire moment, Tian Xing shouted, "Mom, watch out." Realizing he could not reach her in time, he witnessed a figure rush forward, disregarding everything to leap into the bear's maw, clutching Guilai as they ascended into the sky. When they returned to the ground, Tian Xing recognized the figure as none other than his father, Fangyang, who had just completed his ascension. With a mix of fear and concern, Fangyang exclaimed, "My dear, that was close. You must be more careful. You've become so reckless. You nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought I would never see you again." Guilai, blushing with embarrassment, replied, "Oh, let me down. Everyone is watching. It was that wretched black bear that made me think it had killed our son. For daring to harm my child, I will surely slay it." Fangyang, feeling a surge of anger, said, "All right, my beloved wife, I will assist you. Let us eradicate these vile beasts together and return home." Seeing that Tian Xing was unharmed and her husband was at her side, Guilai felt a wave of happiness and agreed. "Yes, let us go." She summoned her blue-glowing frost hammer back to her hand. Fangyang also activated his divine ring, unleashing an aura surpassing that of a war god. And together they swung their blue hammers at the Songbei giant bear and the surrounding monsters, leaving destruction in their wake. This attack wielded power beyond that of a war god. The frenzied Songbei giant bear, initially thinking it could withstand the assault, was caught off guard by the might of the blue hammer, which sent it flying, crashing into other beast soldiers and causing further devastation. The high-level Songbei giant bear was ultimately slain. It likely never anticipated that its once prized strength and defense would be defeated by a mere human. With the deaths of the two high-level beasts, the remaining lower-level monsters began to scatter in retreat. After Fangyang and Guilai unleashed their divine rings once more, they dispatched numerous low and mid-level monsters. Yet, gradually, their awareness began to fade, and they slowly descended from the sky. At that moment, Lin Dai arrived on the battlefield in his warplane. Witnessing Fangyang and Guilai unleash an aura akin to that of beings surpassing war gods, annihilating the two high-level monsters and clearing a significant threat. However, he was alarmed to see them lose consciousness and plummet to the ground. Tian Xing, noticing his parents' peril, rushed to catch his mother, while Lin Dai dove down to intercept Fangyang first. He instructed Tian Xing to take his mother aboard the aircraft, urgently transporting them to the military district's largest hospital for emergency care at the Southeast Military District Emergency Rescue Center. "Commander Lin, distressed at seeing Fang Yang and Guilai injured and unconscious, hurried to the emergency center, fearing for their safety. Upon arrival, his subordinates reported that the duo had suddenly unleashed a power exceeding that of a war god, defeating the two high-level monsters leading the beast tide. While the crisis at the Great Wall base was temporarily resolved, there was suddenly no news from the Jiangnan base city. Grandpa Lin promptly used the special satellite phone from the War God Palace to contact Jia Yi. Hello, old Jia. What has happened over there? Is everything all right? Jia Yi, receiving the internal call from the War God Palace, replied, Old Li, I'm not sure what is going on. Moments ago, all was well, but suddenly, a powerful pulse wave struck, incapacitating all electronic systems. At that instant, a formidable king-level beast, the Jiu-Tu Shi Wang Shou, emerged, leading a horde of other elite monsters in an assault. Lin Dawei thought to himself how curious it was that the presence of the Jiu-Tu Shi Wang had gone unnoticed until now. It seemed a distraction had been employed. After Tian Xing's parents were taken to the emergency center, a male doctor approached to examine his mother. Without warning, he was violently thrown aside. Subsequently, an energy shield enveloped Fang Yang and Ho Hot. Witnessing this, Commander Lin, still on the line with General Jia, incredulously reported, Old Jia, we are in serious trouble. Fang Yang and Ho Hot are at the emergency center for comprehensive examinations, yet neither we nor the emergency personnel can come within a meter of them. Only Tian Xing can approach. It is indeed peculiar. They are surrounded by a strange energy ring that protects them. Confused, Jia Yi responded, What do you mean we cannot approach them? If anything happens to them, the military district will suffer significant losses, and I will never forgive you. You were already near them. Why didn't you dispatch fighter jets to eliminate those two high-level leaders sooner, preventing their injuries and unconsciousness? Lin Dawei replied, exasperated, I have no idea how this happened. They were fine moments ago, then suddenly lost consciousness. However, the instruments indicate they are uninjured and their bodies are intact. Moreover, their physical strength has surpassed that of a battle general, reaching the initial battle god level. In Chapter 17, Tian Xing had already utilized the system, Schwanger, to scan his parents' conditions. Noticing that both grandfathers were on the verge of an argument, he helplessly reassured, Grandpa Lin, do not worry too much. My parents merely overexerted their mental energy and gene source power after unsealing the Shun ring. They will recover with a few days of rest. Seeing his parents in a comatose state, Tian Xing felt powerless. Their rapid ascension and cultivation left him without effective spiritual herbs or restorative potions. The exchange of gene potions had depleted his energy currency, leaving him only a few million energy coins, rendering him incapable of action. At that moment, a neurology expert rushed over, stating, Sir, both patients are unharmed. They are merely in a comatose state due to excessive mental energy expenditure. They will awaken after some days of recuperation. Just then, the system, Schwanger, chimed in, ding. The beast wave crisis has not yet been resolved. A new side mission has appeared. Rescue Instructor Jiang from the Martial Arts Hall in Jiangnan Base City. You must act swiftly. Tian Xing, upon receiving this notification, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He queried, Schwanger, am I to purchase the life essence fruit again to save Instructor Jiang? I currently have no energy coins. Schwanger replied cheerfully, Master, this side mission offers substantial rewards. It includes restorative potions for your parents. Stunned, Tian Xing exclaimed, Really? It seems that fortune favors the needy. I shall go immediately. He then addressed Lin Dawei, Grandpa Lin, do not disturb my mother or them. Just have someone guard them for their recuperation. I must assist Grandpa Jia. Without waiting for a response, he soared into the air, vanishing before Lin Dawei could react. Like a flash of lightning, Tian Xing sped towards the location where the Jiu-Tu Shi Wang was rampaging. He witnessed the massive beast, with two of its heads simultaneously attacking a single individual, continuously discharging electricity. At that moment, it appeared as if its soul had been siphoned away, rendering it temporarily incapacitated. Just then, Tian Xing noticed Instructor Jiang, armed with a frost gun glinting with a chilling light, intently aiming at the Jiu-Tu Shi Wang while firing icy blasts towards the beast. Perhaps sensing the threat, the previously dormant Jiu-Tu Shi Wang abruptly regained its senses. It writhed in fury, its 9 grotesque heads raised high, one particularly vicious head opening its gaping maw, ready to devour Instructor Jiang. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed as an awe-inspiring giant sword, traveling at supersonic speed, surged forth. With a series of explosive impacts, the sword's tip cleaved through the serpent's head aimed at Jiang, severing it and sending it flying. The head adorned with 2 horns rolled far away. And the Jiu-Tu Shi Wang, now gravely injured, frantically pursued Tian Xing, abandoning its assault on Jiang. This strike enraged the now 8-headed beast. which relentlessly chased Tian Xing towards the coastal outskirts of the base city, while the remaining heads concentrated a yellow aurora for their attack. One head, particularly furious, glared at Tian Xing, undoubtedly feeling that this wretched little creature dared to inflict such grievous harm upon it. With fury in its eyes, the remaining heads of the Jiu-Tu Shiwang unleashed a blinding yellow beam from one of its mouths, aimed directly at Tian Xing. Yet, undeterred by the ferocity of the assault, Tian Xing inhaled deeply and summoned his formidable spatial domain along with his ice element abilities. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to solidify. The temperature plummeted, and thick layers of ice rapidly formed on the ground and walls. Simultaneously, the incoming beam was halted mid-air, swirling under the influence of an invisible energy. With a roar of desperation, the Jiu-Tu Shiwang realized it could not contend with this seemingly insignificant human. In a frenzy, it fled towards the sea, kicking up a cloud of dust before plunging into the depths, vanishing from sight. Tian Xing observed that the main head, now hornless, was no longer a threat and chose not to pursue further. This breathtaking battle had finally reached its conclusion. Approaching the concealed instructor Jiang, who was tending to Luo Feng, Tian Xing used his ice abilities to alleviate some distress before moving to deal with the other monsters. Jiang swiftly rescued the scorched Luo Feng, carrying him to the First Martial Arts Hall's medical center for treatment. Upon awakening and realizing Jiang was unharmed, Luo Feng rushed forward to embrace him, exclaiming, "Instructor Jiang, I am so relieved you are safe. I feared you had been consumed by the Jiu-Tu Shiwang while saving me." Jiang, filled with gratitude, replied, "I too believed I would meet my end at the jaws of the Jiu-Tu Shiwang. It was the military district's prodigious mentalist, Fang Tianxing, who saved us all. He used his powerful abilities to stabilize your injuries first, then he left to assist in eliminating other elite monsters." Luo Feng pondered inwardly. Who is this Fang Tianxing? He always appears at critical moments to assist. I must express my gratitude when next we meet. Jiang then remarked, "You mentalists are indeed formidable. Even at the intermediate battle general level, you can contend with a king-level beast. You truly are my pride." Hearing this, Luo Feng chuckled sheepishly, thinking of how close he had come to death. Subsequently, Tianxing found a secluded area to check his system rewards, saying to Schwanger, "Reveal the rewards I have received." Schwanger responded, "Bingo. The rewards for you are as follows. Reward 1, 9 life essence liquids. Reward 2, 9 divine waters. Reward 3, 9 bottles of mental recovery potions, 100 capsules per bottle." You can directly use the life essence liquid to restore Instructor Zhang's life, and in the future, you may help him advance to planetary and stellar levels, freeing him from the constraints of causal power. Tianxing, upon witnessing such a bountiful reward, was overjoyed and calmly stated, "Indeed, Schwanger, let us proceed as you suggested. We shall return and awaken our parents." Amidst the chaos of the beast tide, an astonishing scene unfolded within the emergency center located inside the Great Wall of the Southeast Military District satellite city. Initially, due to certain unique circumstances, Fang Yang and his wife, Ho Hot, had been placed in separate VIP wards for care. However, no one anticipated that Ho Hot would harness her enigmatic mental energy to levitate effortlessly into the air. Like a nimble bird, she flitted through the emergency center, searching for something. The medical staff, taken aback by this spectacle, were rendered speechless and unsure of how to respond. Eventually, after a thorough search, Ho Hot seemed to sense the distinct aura emanating from her husband, Fang Yang. Without hesitation, she soared towards his ward. Upon entering the room, she swiftly settled onto the vacant bed beside Fang Yang, unwilling to leave thereafter. Upon learning of this extraordinary occurrence, Commander Lin Dawei and the Sisters of the Rose team were equally confounded. They gazed at the unbelievable scene before them, momentarily at a loss for words. However, considering the current situation and the profound bond between the couple, they ultimately decided to allow Ho Hot to remain in Fang Yang's ward for care. This arrangement not only soothed Ho Hot's dependence on her husband, but also maximized the safety of the couple. During this time, only Tianxing and a few sisters from the Rose team were able to approach them to administer nutritional infusions. Others who ventured near were repelled by the energy rings surrounding them, including Grandpa Jia and Grandpa Lin. Fortunately, Jia was unharmed by the attacks. But other medical staff were not so fortunate. The first male doctor to rush in for assistance now lay incapacitated in a hospital bed, as if struck fiercely by a formidable beast. This incident deterred anyone from attempting to provide further care. The event also attracted the attention of the planet's strongest beings, who arrived at the emergency center to investigate the cause. They discovered that this energy ring was an exceptionally powerful piece of equipment, surpassing even the Haitian set. Unlike the Haitian set, which required mental control for protection. This ancient metallic ring possessed an autonomous consciousness to shield its master. The stronger the attack, the more formidable the retaliatory force. This left even the top-tier strongman perplexed. The foremost powerhouse, Hong, expressed envy towards Jia Yi, remarking, "Commander Jia, your military district has truly stumbled upon a treasure. These two are mentalists, akin to those from our martial arts school, Luofeng. I never expected it. Moreover, one of them is a young prodigy, already a high-level battle general-level mentalist. He is indeed formidable." Lei, filled with curiosity, turned to Jia Yi and said, "Old Jia, let Tian Xing join our martial arts school. I assure you, all resources will be made available to him for rapid enhancement. What say you? Hong, you already have Luofeng. You mustn't compete with me for the Fong family, lad." Jia Yi, visibly irritated, thought to himself that such blatant attempts to poach were unacceptable, yet he maintained a smile, stating, "Your Luofeng from the first martial arts school is indeed impressive. Within less than half a month at the training camp, he has attained intermediate battle general level strength, becoming a hero in the base city amidst the chaos caused by the king-level monster, the Hydra. Truly remarkable." The foremost powerhouse, Hong, interjected. The turmoil caused by the king-level monsters was quelled with Tian Xing's assistance. He also saved our instructor, Jiang. They will be arriving shortly to express their gratitude in person. Where is he? Just then, Tian Xing entered, witnessing the two most powerful beings on Earth present. He inquired, "I overheard you discussing me outside. What of it, Grandpa Jia?" "Master Hong, Master Lei." As he conversed with the three, he simultaneously placed a pill from a vial into the mouths of his parents. At that moment, Lei approached Tian Xing and urged, "Tian Xing, join our martial arts school. I promise to provide you with all resources for your rapid growth. What do you say? Hong already has Luofeng. Come on, join us as my disciple, and I will gift you with the dragon blood elixir and the complete set of ninefold thunder techniques. Or, if you desire anything else, simply ask. I will procure it for you." Jia Yi, exasperated, retorted, "Master Lei, this is truly underhanded. Attempting to poach in front of me is too much." The second strongest, Lei, disdainfully responded, "Even if you possess the earth element domain, I am still beyond your reach. Yet, I am particularly drawn to this young lad, feeling his talent surpasses that of Luofeng. Right, Tian Xing?" Tian Xing shook his head and replied, "Uncle Lei, please take this outside. Do not disturb my parents' rest. I have reiterated countless times. Give up. I will not go with you, lest my mother punish me." After speaking, Tian Xing felt something amiss, as though he sounded like a reluctant bride being coerced into marriage. He cleared his throat and continued, "Moreover, I am the foremost prodigy mentalist of the military district." He then asserted, "In this life, I have no regrets in serving Huaxia. In the next life, I shall remain a loyal spirit." This declaration left Commander Jia Yi and Grandpa Lin astonished, as they had not anticipated Tian Xing's formidable fortitude in the face of Hong and Lei's persuasion. "In this life, I have no regrets in serving Huaxia. In the next life, I shall remain a loyal spirit." Well said, well said. At that moment, both parents awakened, and Ho-Hot praised Tian Xing for his impassioned words. She then declared assertively, "Let us see who dares to take him away." An invisible white domain enveloped all present. The sky was a brilliant blue, unblemished by clouds, and the sun generously bathed the earth in light, rendering the world exceptionally bright and warm. In the recuperation center of the Jiangnan Bay City's military division hospital, the atmosphere in a VIP ward deep within the center was unusually tense. Unbeknownst to the medical staff, powerful energy fluctuations suddenly emanated from the ward. These waves of energy surged like tumultuous ocean waves, rapidly spreading outward, causing the air to feel as if it had solidified. At that moment, Ho-Hot waved her hands, and an immense spatial domain unfolded, enveloping the entire ward. This space radiated a pulse of formidable presence, seemingly capable of imprisoning all. Simultaneously, another powerful entity focused his gaze, extending his right hand before him, unleashing a dark red domain that collided violently with Ho-Hot's spatial domain. In an instant, brilliance erupted as the two domains intertwined, clashing and producing resounding booms. The surrounding walls began to tremble, and the ground displayed faint cracks. At that moment, an even more potent colorful energy enveloped both domains. Additionally, other powerful beings unleashed their planetary-level energies, attempting to counter this overwhelming force. Yet, they found themselves suffocated by its pressure, and a kaleidoscope of colors flickered within the room, creating a breathtaking yet heart-stopping tableau. Amidst this tumultuous confrontation stood one individual who appeared somewhat helpless and speechless, positioned at the center of the fray. Above him hovered a mysterious large golden metallic ring. while 4 smaller rings circled it incessantly. Tian Xing, drawing upon the energy emitted from the rings, suppressed everyone around him. With a wry smile, he shook his head and called out to Ho Hot, "Mom, I am not going anywhere. Please put away your domain. If this continues, the entire hospital might be dismantled by you all. And Uncle Hong, you should also retract your domain. My mother is unwitting." However, everyone was astonished as they looked at Tian Xing, who single-handedly subdued a group of planetary-level powerhouses, especially Hong and Lei, who had already overestimated him. Now it appeared that Tian Xing's strength surpassed theirs. In Chapter 18, Tian Xing noticed that everyone had heeded his words and retracted their auras. He patted his chest and said, "That was close. I almost implicated the innocent. Mother, you just woke up and are already using your mental energy. Shouldn't you rest a few more days?" Internally, he scolded himself for almost causing a grave incident. Ho Hot, visibly angered, retorted, "You little brat. It's not that I'm afraid you'll run off with this lame master. It's just that you're so brazenly trying to poach my son. My son is part of the military district, and no one can take him away." At this moment, Commander Jia, hearing Tian Xing's mother, confidently addressed Master Lei, saying, "Indeed. If even Tian Xing's mother has said so, Master Lei, you should give up." Hong burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, little brother. Didn't I tell you before I came here? Tian Xing would never become your disciple." Ha ha. Jia looked at Hong in astonishment, unable to fathom how he could laugh. Wasn't he the strongest individual on Earth, always somber? At that moment, Feng Yang, who had been silent, spoke to Hong and Lei, "Masters, my wife did not mean it. Please don't take offense. Thank you for your affection towards him. Tian Xing does not wish to join other factions. He was raised in the military." He then turned to Commander Jia and saluted, saying, "I apologize for worrying you, sir. My wife and I, having just mastered this immense power, exhausted our mental energy while jointly slaying a high-level monster, leading to our unconsciousness. We will be more cautious in the future." Jia waved his hand, saying, "As long as you are unharmed, that is what matters. It is common to experience this when one first acquires great power. You must practice more in the future." Feng Yang and Ho Hot immediately stood at attention and saluted, "Yes, sir, we will ensure to accomplish our tasks." Meanwhile, Ning Lingling observed the scene, especially how Tian Xing managed to suppress a group of beings beyond the God of War level. She thought to herself, they possess godlike powers. How strong must one be to achieve that? From that moment on, Tian Xing became an unforgettable figure in her mind. "Mother, the aunties and sisters from the Rose team said that after you wake up, you should gather at their base. They have matters to discuss with you. You can ask Lingling Jia if you don't believe me." Subsequently, everyone prepared to leave the hospital, and Tian Xing spoke to Ho Hot. However, before he could finish, he suddenly felt the world spinning, darkness enveloping him, and he collapsed. Ning Lingling, witnessing this, rushed forward to catch Tian Xing, cradling him in her arms. At over 20 years of age, this was her first time holding a man, especially one she admired. Ning Lingling repeatedly called out, Tian Xing, don't scare me." "Aunt Ho Hot, what is happening? What should we do?" Yet, no matter how she called, Tian Xing lay unresponsive, as if in a deep coma. Ho Hot, in panic, rushed to Tian Xing's side, snatching him from Ning Lingling's embrace and placing him on the hospital bed, calling for the doctor. With a trembling voice, she cried, "Son, Tian Xing, what is wrong? You were fine just a moment ago. Please don't scare your mother." Doctor. Ning Lingling hurriedly went to summon the doctor, but the medical staff hesitated to approach, recalling the earlier incident involving their colleague. Everyone was in a state of panic, with Feng Yang feeling utterly helpless. At this moment, the strongest individual, Hong, stepped forward slightly to examine Tian Xing and said, "You needn't worry too much. It seems he has just exhausted his body and spirit by using powers beyond his current control, which led to his fainting, just like you all did before, using that peculiar ring equipment, resulting in an extraordinary combat power that caused unconsciousness. This equipment is at least beyond stellar-level protection. I cannot ascertain the exact level. Only Tian Xing would know." Upon hearing this, everyone sighed in relief, especially Ho Hot, who thanked Hong, saying, "Thank you. Alas, it's my fault. I shouldn't have used my domain just now, or this wouldn't have happened." Feng Yang comforted Ho Hot, saying, "Since Master Hong has said this, our son should be fine. Don't worry too much." Ning Lingling also consoled Ho Hot, "Aunt Ho Hot, Tian Xing will be all right. He probably just needs to sleep for a couple of days, like you all." Under the doctor's guidance, Ho Hot conducted a thorough examination of Tian Xing, which revealed no abnormalities. Ning Lingling was there to assist throughout, and the others felt relieved enough to leave, leaving Tian Xing's parents to keep vigil. However, Ning Lingling then mentioned she would return home to fetch some items to help. This astonished Tian Xing's parents, as they couldn't comprehend why. When the other members of the Rose team heard from Ning Lingling that Tian Xing was hospitalized due to fainting, they all came to visit him. Prior to this, the Rose team had conducted a power assessment at the martial arts school. Captain Su Chong was the first to test. Wow, look. Captain Chong is 39 years old and has achieved a punch force of 156,000 kilograms, reaching the intermediate god of war level. The cultivation method she practiced, the ninefold thunder method, has reached the 3rd level, tripling her strength. Previously, she also awakened a fire elemental ability. Vice Captain Wei addressed everyone, thinking to herself, "Can I reach the intermediate level? Wow, Captain Chong has reached the intermediate god of war level?" Everyone exclaimed, enviously contemplating what level they could achieve. The second to test was Vice Captain and strategist Xiao Wei. Wow, Vice Captain Wei is 38 years old and has achieved a punch force of 93,000 kilograms, reaching the junior god of war level. Although she has only cultivated the 2nd level of the ninefold thunder method, doubling her strength, she has also awakened an ice elemental ability. The third to test was Scout Lu Xinyu, who at 28 years old tested with a punch force of 88,000 kilograms, reaching the junior god of war level. Although she had only cultivated the 5 hearts to heaven method, her strength level was only at 1. She had awakened a wind elemental ability. Next was Lu Xinyan. Others saw her profile showing she was only 29 years old and tested with a punch force of 8,500 kilograms, reaching the junior god of war level. Having cultivated the 2nd level of the annihilation method with a strength level of 2 and awakened a gold elemental ability. Then it was Wang Xiaoya's turn. Others were astonished that she was even younger than the previous sisters, at only 27 years old, yet tested with a punch force of 88,000 kilograms. Also reaching the junior god of war level. She had cultivated the 3rd level of the annihilation method, with a strength level reaching 3. How remarkable! In truth, aside from the members of the Rose team, no one knew she had awakened a fire elemental ability before surpassing the god of war level. Finally, it was Ning Lingling's turn. With everyone watching, she confidently stepped onto the testing platform. Wow, look! She tested with a punch force of 98,000 kilograms, achieving the junior god of war level. Even more formidable than those older than her. Although she had only cultivated the ordinary 5 hearts to heaven method with a strength level of just 1, it was already impressive. If she were to cultivate a more advanced method, how much stronger would she become? Did you see? Her profile shows she is only 23 years old and already at the junior god of war level. What? A 23-year-old junior god of war? Quickly, contact the master. Ning Lingling, hearing the discussions around her, reflected that it was all thanks to Tian Xing that she had reached the god of war level. Moreover, she awakened her affinity for the thunder attribute, feeling an inexplicable surge of joy in her heart. The members of the Zhongwei team did not anticipate that the results of the Super Gene Serum test would defy all expectations. Their performance at the martial arts school drew the attention of both other practitioners and staff alike. To everyone's astonishment, they all achieved the rank of junior battle deity, with one even reaching the intermediate level. Particularly remarkable was Ning Lingling's test results, as she appeared to be in her early 20s yet attained the junior battle deity rank. This revelation immediately stirred significant excitement, prompting various martial arts schools and factions to closely monitor them and extend invitations for membership. However, they remained noncommittal, asserting that they were affiliated with the Huaxiao military. They contemplated whether to join these factions, needing to consult with Hohat and Tian Xing before making any decisions, as their current strength was largely due to Tian Xing's assistance. In the tranquil headquarters of the Huaxiao military district, within an office building, the sudden ringing of a telephone echoed. A robust and resolute middle-aged man approached the phone, answering, "Hello, Lao Lin, what is the matter?" The voice on the other end, Lao Lin, responded urgently, "Lao Jia. All members of the Zhongwei team we have been employing have suddenly reached battle deity level. What should we do?" Commander Jia was taken aback, incredulous as he questioned, "What? You mean to say that all the members of the Zhongwei team, including Captain Su, have achieved battle deity level, with her reaching intermediate status?" Urgently, he instructed Lao Lin, "Do whatever it takes to keep them within the military." Lin Dawei sighed, replying, "Yes, this news just came from the martial arts school. They underwent testing today. I also mentioned that we have secured spots for them in the battle deity basic training camp, hoping they would stay with us. However, they only said they would consider it, without giving a definitive answer." Jia expressed his concerns. Indeed, their sudden elevation from advanced warrior to battle deity will enable them to better harness their formidable powers and achieve greater heights. Initially, the Zhongwei team intended to refrain from joining any factions, opting instead to hunt monsters together to repay their debt for the super gene serum. However, the offers from the two leading martial arts schools were too enticing, particularly the first martial arts school, whose conditions far surpassed those offered by the military. This left Commander Jia feeling regretful, as the first martial arts school even proposed to cover their debt of 1 billion yuan for the super gene serum. The additional benefits were equally compelling. After discussions with Ho Hot, except for the husband of Deputy Captain Wei, who joined the Lei Martial Arts School as a junior battle general, the rest of the team chose to join the first martial arts school. Ning Lingling was still deliberating, wanting to wait for Tian Xing to awaken and hear his thoughts, as she had grown fond of him, especially after learning that he had saved her sister, Ning Qingshan. Thus, the Cangwei team disbanded. In fact, none of the sisters had anticipated that Ho Hot, having joined the Cangwei team for less than a year, would propel them all to such rapid advancement, elevating them to battle deity level. However, their foundational skills were not solid, which led the Extreme Martial Arts School to recommend they enter the Battle Deity Basic Training Camp for further training. Upon learning this, Ho Hot expressed her envy to Fang Yang, saying, "Darling, the other sisters of the Cangwei team have all tested at Battle Deity level. We should also conduct a strength test at the military division." Fang Yang, brimming with confidence, reassured her, "Sure. I also want to see what level we have reached. I believe my wife is certainly not inferior to them." They proceeded to test their punching power, speed, and physical strength. Ho Hot was the first to undergo the test, revealing a punching power of 99,000 kilograms, a speed of 400 meters per second, and a physical prowess that reached the peak of junior battle deity, nearing intermediate level. She recalled that due to her training in the first layer of the ancient god battle technique, her punching power could reach a terrifying 9 times that level. Additionally, she had practiced the source refining technique and the god controller's soul combat technique, allowing her to control 128 flying knives, along with possessing ice and spatial dual attribute talent domains. Joy surged within her, realizing that it was her son Tian Xing who had enabled her to become so strong, surpassing many of the other sisters in the Cangwei team. Then, Ho Hot looked over at her husband Fang Yang, pondering whether he, at 39 years of age as a psychic master, could match her abilities. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed, "Wow! Major General Fang Yang has tested at 286,000 kilograms of punching power, achieving advanced battle deity level. This is astonishing." The revelation of an advanced battle deity psychic master within the military was remarkable. Ho Hot felt a pang of annoyance, thinking, he really should tone it down. He is so reckless and boastful. Yet, recalling that her husband had also trained in the first layer of the ancient god battle technique, and his power had similarly reached 9 times that level, along with his mastery of the source refining technique and the god controller's soul combat technique, she felt reassured. The results of their tests brought great joy to Commander Li and Commander Jia, especially knowing that Tian Xing was even stronger than his father. As long as he remained in the military, that was more valuable than anything else. On the 5th day of Tian Xing's unconsciousness, anxiety began to rise among everyone, particularly the two commanders, who incessantly urged brain specialists to guide Ho Hot in examining Tian Xing. Yet the results remained consistent, showing all bodily indicators were normal. At that moment, Tian Xing furrowed his brow and abruptly sat up, gazing at his two grandfathers with a dazed expression, exclaiming, "Grandpas, please don't be so loud. It's giving me a headache. Can you not be quiet for a moment? I just want to sleep for a while." Upon hearing his words, those who had been anxiously watching exchanged puzzled glances and, unable to contain themselves, burst into laughter. Ho Hot, witnessing her son speak this way, awkwardly explained to everyone, "It seems Tian Xing merely exhausted his mental energy and needs to recover through deep sleep. Everyone may leave now. I will keep watch over him. There are currently no better medications available for mental energy recovery." Ning Lingling, addressing the other sisters of the Cangwei team, expressed her concerns to Ho Hot. "Yes, sisters, you should all go back now. I will stay here to keep watch. Aunt Ho Hot, you have endured sleepless nights these past 2 days. It's my turn now." Chapter 19. Ho Hot, looking apologetically at Ning Lingling, informed the others, "Let Lingling be responsible for Tian Xing's safety now. Everyone else should return and rest." She then gazed at Ning Lingling with concern. "Lingling, you really don't have to do this. Do you truly have feelings for Tian Xing? But you are several years older than my son. I can't make that decision for you." Ning Lingling responded with a hint of sadness. "I know. Sister Qingshan has told me that Tian Xing suddenly graduated from university and is an under 20 battle deity level prodigy. Who wouldn't be smitten?" She gazed dreamily at the sleeping Tian Xing. In truth, despite being in a deep slumber, Tian Xing was aware of everything around him through the perception of his system and mental energy. He respected the choices of the Tsangwei team members, having initially offered his assistance out of gratitude for their care towards his mother. He had already repaid that kindness and felt no need for further entanglements. People naturally strive for greater heights. However, the efforts of Ning Lingling left him somewhat bewildered. Furthermore, when he learned that Ning Qingshan was her sister, he was at a loss for words, as it seemed too coincidental. Particularly, when he noticed Ning Lingling constantly gazing at him with an innocent expression, her eyes sparkling, Tian Xing felt a wave of headache wash over him. A peculiar sensation that he could not articulate. Tian Xing had been in a deep slumber for over a month, with others taking turns to care for him. Among them, Ning Lingling's sister, Ning Qingshan, often visited, chatting with Ho Hot while assisting in looking after Tian Xing. They all eagerly anticipated his awakening. During this month, Tian Xing diligently practiced the Divine Soul Battle method, continuously enhancing his mastery over various elemental realms within the system space. He had also instructed Schwanger to assess his current attributes, punching power 58,000 kilograms, with the suppression of 5 God sealing rings. He had already reached the advanced battle general level. He was cultivating the ancient God battle scripture, now at the 3rd layer, mastering the first 9 forms of the ancient God battle out of 33, with a power level that multiplied by 27. His command over the realms of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, wind, thunder, light, darkness, and illusion had essentially attained the 1st level, while his talent for time-space fusion also reached the 1st level. Additionally, his aptitude for the 3 great laws had just begun to take form. During Tian Xing's month-long coma, the child of the dimension accomplished something astonishing, ranking 68th on the Black Dragon list within just 1 month at the War God Elite Training Camp, shocking the world. Jia Yi even sent a congratulatory message to Master Hong, cheerfully stating that their little Luo had indeed become quite remarkable, achieving such a historical record in merely 1 month. Breaking into the top 70 of the Tianlong list was nothing short of extraordinary. It was reported that he had recently gone to the Australian continent for training, and his current status was unknown. Hong responded with a smile to Commander Jia Yi, noting that little Luo would likely face challenges in Australia. He had received word that Li Yao discovered during an attack on the Hydra King that Luo was using mental force, realizing he was a mind master and the true culprit behind their son's demise. Consequently, Li Yao had already dispatched individuals to assassinate him, even bringing a laser cannon. However, Hong had instructed his men to retrieve the laser cannon, deeming the competition among warriors as necessary training for Luo. Upon hearing the words of the foremost expert, Jia Yi refrained from further comment. In truth, Tian Xing had awakened on the 2nd day of his coma, receiving a new mainline mission from the system Schwanger. Ding dong, master. A new mainline task has emerged. Pretend to remain in a coma, await the child of the dimension to breach the top 70 of the Tianlong ranking. Then be pursued in Australia and discover the coordinates of Mist Island, allowing the master to seize the opportunity to sign in and reap substantial rewards. The mission rewards were exceedingly generous, including a special talent reward. Tian Xing, with a face full of frustration, questioned the system Schwanger. You mean I have to pretend to be asleep for at least half a month? This is torture. Schwanger, can we not negotiate different conditions? The system Schwanger replied, Master, I am not your mother. You cannot change the conditions. It is unfortunate, but the child of the dimension's growth is rather slow. However, during this time, you should focus on practicing the Divine Soul Battle method, as your current level is only the 1st layer, while the Source Refining Divine method has already surpassed the 2nd layer. If this continues, your mental power will not keep pace with your physical enhancement. Tian Xing, astonished, inquired. The Source Refining Divine method has a 2nd layer? You never mentioned that before. Schwanger disdainfully responded. Moreover, Master, you must diligently practice the various elemental attributes you have awakened. Otherwise, they will be in vain. Hearing this, Tian Xing could only feel speechless. This was why he remained in slumber until the child of the dimension ventured to South Australia, clashing with Li Yao and discovering Mist Island during his escape. One night, Tian Xing seized the opportunity when Ning Lingling was occupied and, unnoticed, used the system's abilities to conceal his form, swiftly visiting Mist Island. There, as he observed Luo Feng and Li Yao competing for the spirit of plants and trees, Tian Xing signed in, claiming his reward before returning to continue feigning sleep to restore his mental energy. Upon inspecting his rewards, he was left dumbfounded. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining the sign-in reward with a 1000-fold critical hit multiplier, enhancing the rewards by 1000 times. Reward 1, Millennium Spiritual Herb 99. 999 Reward 2, 10,000 Years Spiritual Herb 9. 999 Reward 3, Source Spirit Crystal, 999 Reward 4. Ice Flame Purple Crystal, Vine 9 upon seeing the sign-in rewards. Tian Xing asked the system Schwanger, what is the Ice Flame Purple Crystal Vine for? Schwanger disdainfully explained, this is an extraordinarily powerful divine vine. 1,000-fold stronger than that Mo Yun vine. It can assist you in defensive combat, but you must recognize it with your blood before exploring its full potential. Additionally, this Ice Flame Purple Crystal Vine is also suitable for your parents, as they possess ice and fire attributes along with spatial attributes, making them ideal for cultivating this vine. However, be prepared. Nurturing the Ice Flame Purple Crystal Vine requires more resources and treasures than the Mo Yun vine. Tian Xing learned that once the Ice Flame Purple Crystal Vine recognizes its master, it possesses the strength of a first-tier star-level creature in its early stage, with defenses that even peak non-star level experts cannot breach. When it reaches the second-tier star level during its juvenile phase, it can withstand the powerful attacks of third-tier cosmic level experts. Furthermore, at the third-tier cosmic level in its growth phase, it remains impervious to domain-level assaults. In its mature phase, it can achieve peak fifth-tier realm-level strength, rendering it impervious to any realm-level attacks and evolving into a complete form, potentially becoming a sixth-tier immortal-level Ice Flame Purple Spirit Vine, able to navigate among immortal experts with ease. Moreover, the ultimate evolution leads to the Yin-Yang Purple Qi Vine, a being capable of shaking the very fabric of the heavenly path. However, reaching this ultimate form is exceedingly difficult and reliant on fortune. As for you, Master, it is an arduous journey. Additionally, when the Ice Flame Purple Crystal Vine reaches its juvenile second-tier star level, its attacks will carry a mild ice flame poison, lethal to any second-tier star-level being that comes into contact. Even third-tier cosmic-level experts would avoid it. Beyond this, there are the 5 elements Profound Spirit Vine, the Primordial Purple Gold Vine, and the Chaos Purple Thunder Vine. The 5 elements Profound Spirit Vine is a supreme vine creature from the 3,000 cosmic nations, exceedingly rare and a significant asset if obtained. The Primordial Purple Gold Vine, birthed from the primal essence of the Xianhuang region in the void, boasts unparalleled offensive and defensive capabilities, making its possessor a figure of great power within the origin continent. The strongest among them is the Chaos Purple Thunder Vine, a unique divine object of our clan, the illusory dream Chaos Divine Clan, almost unattainable by outsiders. The means of acquisition remains beyond your current understanding until you reach that realm. Upon reflecting on the sign-in rewards, Tian Xing deemed the mere spirit of plants and trees that others were competing for to be insignificant and thus chose not to involve himself in their struggle. Within the War God Basic Training Camp, members of the Rose Squad were engaged in a video call, discussing Tian Xing's imminent arrival at the elite training camp. Remarkably, this news reached the ears of the Rose Squad's aunties and elder sisters, with Ning Lingling and Hang City particularly invested in the matter. Captain Su Tsong inquired, "Did you all hear? Tian Xing is also coming to the training camp, and it's the elite training camp." Wang Xiaoya responded with pride, Chong Dui. I mentioned long ago that Tian Xing would definitely be sent to the elite training camp in the future. I was right, wasn't I? Lu Xinran, with a face full of envy, remarked, indeed. Xiaoya was right. The elite training camp is far superior to our basic training camp. Lu Xinyu then asked Ning Lingling in front of everyone, Lingling, how's your pursuit of Tian Xing going? Has he agreed? Ning Lingling sighed with a hint of sorrow. It's not that easy. That guy is as dense as a block of wood. Sigh. Just then, the sound of the door opening echoed, and a stunning girl in a school uniform walked in. Upon seeing her family engaged in a video call with others, the beautiful girl greeted, "Hello, aunties and older sisters. Long time no see." Vice Captain Wei replied with a smile, "Oh, it's Qing Chun. Welcome back." Chong Dui politely inquired, "Hello, Xiaochun. Is university not too stressful now? Are you preparing for your graduation thesis?" Wang Xiaoya encouraged Ning Qing Chun, "Yes. The courses in the 3rd year are relatively relaxed." "Xiaochun, have you thought about what you want to do after graduation? Keep it up. Tian Xing will soon be sent to the Zhanshun Elite Training Camp for special training." After chatting for a while, Ning Qing Chun approached Ning Lingling and said, I'm fine. I want to go see Tian Xing." "Are you going?" Ning Lingling asked in confusion. "You also want to see him?" Ning Qing Chun, surprised, replied affirmatively, thinking to herself, "Why does my sister want to go too?" She continued, "I heard at school that Tian Xing is now being prioritized for training by the military and will soon be sent to the base in Kyoto for special training. I want to bid him farewell." Ning Lingling introduced while pointing in the direction of the house. "Qing Chun, let me tell you. This is a standalone villa located in a high-end residential area of the military district. The environment here is beautiful, and it is specially named after Tian Xing, the Tian Xing Xiaoga. They just moved here not long ago, and they no longer live in the previous neighborhood. It's much closer to our home. Tian Xing's deskmate, Yu Linglong, lives nearby. Just around the corner we just passed, and there's a large supermarket right in front. Very convenient. Ning Qingchun responded with a look of delight. Sister, you know Tian Xing's family so well. I've never been here before. I thought they still lived in the old place. If you hadn't brought me, I would have gotten lost. Ning Lingling noticed that the front door of Tian Xing's house was open and said to Ning Qingchun, "Hey, Xiaochun, the door is open. They must be home. Let us go in." As Ning Lingling pushed the door open and stepped inside, she heard Aunt Ho-Hot complaining incessantly. "Oh dear son, your strength has already surpassed the Zhanshan level. Why do you still want to attend that training camp? Is it really necessary? If you go, it will be a full 5 years before I can see you again." Sitting nearby, Dad Fong Yang quickly comforted, "Dear wife, don't worry. Who said our son will be gone for 5 years? He can come back to visit us once a year." Aunt Ho-Hot, Uncle Fong, I'm here with Xiaochun to see you. Tian Xing, do you miss me? Upon hearing the door open and Ning Lingling's voice, everyone turned their attention towards them. Fong Yang politely responded, "Oh, it's Lingling. And Xiaochun. Come, sit down." The once bustling living room instantly fell silent. Aunt Ho-Hot, surprised, asked Ning Lingling, "Oh, Lingling, what brings you here?" And Qingchun, "It's just in time. You two can help me persuade my son. He insists on going to that training camp. And I'm at a loss." Ning Lingling replied, "Sure, Aunt Ho-Hot. I want to have a private chat with Tian Xing. Xiaochun, why don't you go chat with Aunt Ho-Hot? Tian Xing, come out for a moment." Tian Xing felt speechless at Ning Lingling's words, thinking, what does Lingling want now? Aunt Ho-Hot, with a cheerful expression, said to Ning Lingling, "Yes, please help me persuade this boy. He is already comparable to the top 2 strong contenders. Why go to the training camp to compete for resources?" In a nearby park outside the villa, Ning Lingling said, "Tian Xing, let us take a walk together." Tian Xing followed her, responding calmly, "All right, Lingling." To mask his awkwardness while walking, he smiled and said, "Lingling, you've become even more charming in the few days we haven't seen each other." Ning Lingling joked back, "What is the use of being pretty if the younger brother doesn't like it?" Tian Xing, with a wry smile, replied, "Lingling, I actually already have someone I like." Hearing this, Ning Lingling froze, her expression darkening as she asked, "Is it Qingchun?" She thought, could he really like Xiaochun? Tian Xing waved his hand and said, "How could it be Xiaochun? I don't know her well enough, and I don't feel that way about her." Ning Lingling, more confused by his response, asked, "If it's not us two, then who could it be?" Aunt Ho-Hot told me that besides knowing us 2 girls, you are closest to Yu Linglong in your class. It couldn't be her, could it? But I asked that little girl, and although she did confess to liking you, you told her that you didn't like her. Tian Xing, hearing this, felt a wave of exasperation. "Lingling, are you out of your mind? Why are you asking this? Thankfully, I'm not at the academy anymore. Otherwise, I'd be mortified." He thought to himself, why does Lingling always make me feel so uncomfortable? It seems I'm always at a disadvantage in front of her. Ning Lingling, with a smug smile, said to Tian Xing, "Hee, who told you to be so popular? So who do you like? Is she more beautiful than me? Does she have a better figure? If not, I want to let you go." She then ran over and clung to Tian Xing's arm. Tian Xing, feeling awkward with her clinginess, took a deep breath and answered lightly, "Of course, she is much more beautiful than you, but she is not on Earth. She is in the cosmic nation's genius battle." Ning Lingling was taken aback by Tian Xing's words and asked in confusion, "Not on Earth? The universe? Cosmic nation's genius battle? How is that possible? We can't even leave Earth, let alone the universe. What is this cosmic nation you're talking about?" Tian Xing then explained to Ning Lingling about the lower-tier galactic empires, the medium-level civilized empires, and the higher-level cosmic nations. Ning Lingling listened in astonishment as he shared his ambition to not just stay on Earth, but to enter the universe, aiming to become the strongest being and eliminate any monsters or races that pose a threat to humanity. Hearing this made Ning Lingling feel somewhat disheartened, as she realized her brother's aspirations were so lofty. No wonder he was growing so quickly. It seems I need to work harder to catch up with him. Right now, he is already someone I look up to. Ning Lingling made a quiet decision and asked Tian Xing, which faction do you think I should join to become stronger like you? Tian Xing, surprised by Ning Lingling's sudden question, replied, "Lingling, you want to join a faction? Well, the martial arts school seems to be the best option, but that is old news. You should join our military. I'll talk to Grandpa Lin and Grandpa Jia to ensure they allocate resources to train you. I don't need those resources from the military anymore. But before that, I want to challenge the Black Dragon list in the training camp." At this moment, Tian Xing's father, Fong Yang, approached and remarked, "No wonder you are my son." He then continued, "Son, there is an old saying, A good man aims for the four corners of the world. But you, my goodness, have your sights set on the cosmos. Tian Xing also noticed that his mother and Ning Qingchun were following behind. Ho Hot, with a bemused smile, scolded her son, "You little rascal. Do you even know how long you'll be gone at the training camp? Off to the universe, you say? How will you get there? Fly? With that little body of yours, a solar wind could blow you away without a trace. I wouldn't even know where to find you. Honestly, you spend all day dreaming about nonsense." At this moment, Ning Qingchun shyly interjected, "Aunt Ho Hot, it's a good thing for Tian Xing to have such lofty ideals. We should all support him." Ho Hot, with a resigned expression, replied playfully, "Yes, yes. This little rascal is so charming that both of you sisters are utterly captivated, always thinking about him and speaking on his behalf." She then teasingly looked at Tian Xing and said, "Perhaps I should consider choosing one of you as a daughter-in-law to keep him close." Upon hearing this, Ning Qingchun blushed and exclaimed, "Ah, Aunt Ho Hot, what are you saying?" Inside, she pondered, "Does Tian Xing like me? But why does it feel like he doesn't pay much attention to me?" Ning Lingling, with innocent enthusiasm, responded to Ho Hot, "Yes, yes. I would love that. Aunt Ho Hot, it doesn't matter whether you choose me or my sister. As long as I can see Tian Xing every day, I'm content." Secretly, she thought, "I hope you choose me. But if you pick my sister, that is fine too. As long as I can see him often, that is enough." Tian Xing, with a wry smile, said, "Mom, what are you talking about? You really know how to embarrass your son." He thought to himself, "Mom is really being ridiculous. It's vexing." Yet, he couldn't help but steal a glance at Ning Lingling. The sisters were amused by Tian Xing's expression, and they chatted with his family until late into the night. Seeing the hour was late, Ho Hot offered the sisters a place to stay, saying, "Lingling, Xiaochun, it's quite late now. Why don't you spend the night at our house? I'll call your parents." Ho Hot had always regarded them as her own daughters, especially since Ning Lingling had kept her company in the hospital during Tian Xing's coma. She felt no resistance towards the 23-year-old girl who was just a few years older than her son and had thoughts of her becoming her daughter-in-law. The sisters felt relieved about Tian Xing's apparent indifference towards them. In their minds, only someone as accomplished as Tian Xing could deserve someone of equal merit. So they silently vowed to strive to improve themselves. Subsequently, Ning Lingling joined the military, which puzzled both the first martial arts dojo, Hong, and the Thunder God dojo, Lei, who could not understand why she would give up the extreme martial arts school. Logically, the conditions at the extreme martial arts school were the best. But they later discovered it was for Tian Xing, and thus the two dojo masters ceased to ponder further. Matters of the heart are often inexplicable and cannot be forced. This delighted commanders Lin Dai and Jia Yi, who subsequently secured a spot for Ning Lingling in the God of War training camp, allowing her to accompany Tian Xing. When Tian Xing arrived at the first base alongside Grandpa Jia and Sister Lingling, the three stood at the entrance of the training camp. Tian Xing was momentarily awestruck by the dragon-shaped statue at the entrance before regaining his composure. Ning Lingling took a bit longer to recover. Tian Xing then directly communicated with the system, Shuang'er, in his consciousness, saying, "Shuang'er, check in. I have arrived at the headquarters of the first martial arts dojo." A chime sounded, announcing, "Congratulations, Master, check-in successful. Rewards: 1. Complete set of Yashinshi cultivation methods. 2. Martial Artist's Realm Talent Level 10. 3. Any Attribute Domain Quadruple Talent Level 9. 4. Basic Divine Thought Master. 5. 5th Tier Weapons Level 9. 6. Cultivation Level 10, 000 days. The system's Shuang'er chimed melodiously in his consciousness. At that moment, a lively and beautiful woman spoke to a sturdy and resolute middle-aged man, saying, "Grandpa Jia, you have finally arrived. Is this the first genius divine thought master from our southeast military region? So young." She then turned to the young man beside her, saying, "You are quite tall. Little brother, you must be at least 180 centimeters, right? Taller than Senior Shijiang." She continued, "You are truly handsome, even more so than Senior and Junior Luo." Having heard of a peerless genius emerging in the military, she was thrilled to finally see him in person. Grandpa Jia introduced, "Ah, this is Zhao Zhuo. What brings you here to greet us?" And Shijiang. He then introduced Tian Xing and Ning Lingling, saying, "Tian Xing, Ning Lingling, meet your senior brother Shijiang and senior sister Zhao Zhuo. From now on, you will train together here." Zhao Zhuo, after a moment of contemplation, smiled and said, "Welcome, junior brothers and sisters. Grandpa Jia, you went out of your way to bring them here. Thank you for your effort." It was because senior brother Zhu Taijun mentioned that junior brothers and sisters would be arriving today, but he had a last-minute mission. So he asked me and senior brother Shijiang to come and greet you. Grandpa Jia replied, "Indeed, now Tian Xing and Lingling are treasures of our military. Just like you senior brothers and sisters. You must take good care of them." He added, Oh, Taijun has been dispatched to assist other military districts. He should be back in a while. Senior brother Shi Jiang saluted, saying, "Rest assured, Grandpa Jia, we will ensure the mission is completed." Following the usual protocols, Tian Xing and Ning Lingling, hailing from the Changjiang Delta Bay City, were naturally assigned to the Chongting Pavilion and would partake in special training alongside Zhao Zhira and Shi Jiang. Grandpa Jia instructed her to look after these two junior brothers and sisters and to engage in special training with them. Additionally, Tian Xing found an excuse to visit the headquarters of the Thunder God Dojo, where he also checked in and received rewards. 1. Complete set of wind and thunder surge techniques. 2. 4th tier weapons level 9. 3. Martial artist's realm talent level 9. 4. Cultivation level 10, 000 days. 5. Huaxia currency 10 billion. A chime sounded, indicating Master. A special check-in task has been triggered. Participate in the Global God of War training camp of the First Martial Arts Dojo and achieve a combat power increase of over 30 within 3 months. Ranking requirement: top 10 in the Tianlong list to graduate. Rewards will be determined based on ranking, with a minimum check-in reward for the top 10. 1. Life Spirit Fruit, Supreme Grade 99.99. 2. Dragon Blood Potion, Supreme Grade 99.99. 3. Special Item Rewards. 4. Special Cultivation Method Rewards. Rewards will be distributed based on completion. The system Schwanger's sweet notification echoed in his consciousness. Wow, little brother. Your realm has already reached the Advanced Battle General level, and I've heard your strength can rival Master Hong. Is that true? I can't believe it. Wow, Ning Lingling. How are you so beautiful? Like a fairy descending to earth. And I heard you possess the same strength as Senior Shi Jiang. They say you're already at the Junior God of War level. That's incredible, even stronger than me. After Grandpa Jia departed, Zhao Zhira dropped her previously demure demeanor in front of Grandpa Jia, pulling Tian Xing and Ning Lingling close, saying, "Little brother Tian Xing, I've always heard about the military's first genius divine thought master, and now I finally see the real deal. And you, once a sensational beauty, are even more stunning than me. You must have many admirers." Tian Xing, at a loss for words, thought, this senior sister is quite amusing. She was so proper in front of Grandpa Jia, but now her true colors show. Ning Lingling, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "No, senior sister. You are the one who is beautiful as a flower." Zhao Zhiro then chuckled and cast a longing glance at Shi Jiang before boldly asking, "So, Lingling, do you have a boyfriend? If not, I can introduce you to my senior brother Shi Jiang. He is, apart from the master of Hongguan, the most gifted individual I have ever encountered. Do not be misled by the fact that he has yet to attain the rank of a battle god. His prowess has already transcended that of an ordinary initial-level battle god, reaching the status of a mid-tier battle god. Furthermore, he is quite handsome." Shi Jiang, who overheard this, nearly stumbled to the ground, thinking to himself, "What must I say to convey my feelings to this little wooden fish?" Ning Lingling, on the other hand, directly took Tian Xing's arm and said, "Sister, no need for that. The person you mentioned is right here." She deliberately clung to Tian Xing's arm, but upon noticing his dazed expression, she playfully pinched his waist. Tian Xing winced and replied, This, sister, do you have any delicious food here? I am quite famished after a long day of flying." Although he spoke thus, his thoughts were focused on what Lingling was attempting to achieve. Does she wish for the whole world to know? Truly perplexing. Zhao Zhiro, witnessing their intimacy, immediately comprehended the situation and clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Oh, so the rumors are indeed true. I heard that Lingling joined the military for Tian Xing. You two truly make a lovely pair." She then cast a melancholic glance at Shi Jiang, lamenting, "Alas, brother, what shall we do? I had intended to assist you in promoting yourself, but it seems this enchanting sister has already claimed her heart." With that, she resigned to the idea of waiting for the next beautiful sister to appear. Suddenly, a thud was heard, and everyone turned to see Shi Jiang clutching his forehead, having collided with a lamppost, now squatting on the ground, grimacing in pain. Tian Xing, feigning amusement, remarked, "Oh dear, brother Shi, what happened to you? Do be more cautious." Zhao Zhira hastily rushed over to help her brother up, scolding, "Really, you are an adult now, yet you act like a child, not even watching where you walk. How can you expect us not to worry? Did you hurt yourself?" She even rubbed Shi Jiang's forehead. Shi Jiang, grinning foolishly, looked at her and replied, "It's fine. It doesn't hurt." Tian Xing then jested, "That is because Zhao's sister, you must not know. But brother Shi was so mesmerized by you that he failed to notice the lamppost and ended up in this predicament." He then leaned closer to Ning Lingling and whispered a few words, causing her eyes to widen in surprise, followed by a playful smile as she softly asked Tian Xing, "Is that true?" Tian Xing nodded. Ning Lingling, reflecting on Tian Xing's words, dashed over to Zhao Zhao and took her arm, cheerfully stating, "Indeed, sister, how could a lamppost compare to you in beauty? In brother's heart, you surely surpass me." She playfully teased Shijiang. "Right, brother Shi?" Chapter 21. Shijiang appeared quite awkward, pondering, how could these two little ones be so perceptive? Yet this little wooden fish remains oblivious. He then feigned a cough and said, "Ahem, it seems our junior brothers and sisters are hungry as well. Zhiruo, let us take them to enjoy some special delicacies from the training camp." Upon hearing of delicious food, Zhao Zhiruo's eyes sparkled with excitement, ready to oblige. However, she suddenly realized, what did their earlier words imply? Why did they say I am more attractive than Lingling? And what was it that brother called me? Zhiruo? In an instant, she grasped the meaning behind Tian Xing and Ning Lingling's words. With a look of disbelief, she tugged at Shijiang's ear and asked, "Brother, did you just call me Zhiruo? Who permitted you to call me that? What is the meaning of this?" She thought to herself, what is with this foolish man today? Acting so strangely and calling me by that name? Shijiang winced in pain, unsure how to clarify. "I apologize, sister. I misspoke. I meant to refer to you as my junior sister, did I not? Did I make an error?" Ning Lingling interjected directly, "Oh, brother Shijiang, just confess your feelings for sister Zhao openly, just as I did for brother Tianqing. Otherwise, how will sister Zhao grasp your intentions?" After saying this, she turned to Zhao Zhiruo and asked with a grin, "Am I not correct, sister?" Tianqing contemplated with a furrowed brow, thinking, Lingling truly is blunt. She speaks her mind without reservation. I only just revealed my thoughts to her, and now she has laid everything bare. Who knows what might transpire next? Sigh. Zhao Zhuo stood there, wide-eyed and stunned, contemplating. Did Lingling just suggest that brother likes me? This cannot be. For did he not express admiration for foreign beauties like Zhan and I, who are both striking and voluptuous? How could he possibly favor someone like me? She then noticed Shijiang grinning foolishly at her, and it dawned on her that the gesture of holding his ear was one typically reserved for those who share a close bond. Instinctively, she released her grip, her cheeks flushing as she exclaimed, "Oh dear, Lingling, brother cannot possibly like me. He favors those like Zhan and I, who are beautiful and desirable, while I am lacking in both." Ning Lingling, upon hearing this, teasingly turned to Shijiang and asked, "Brother, your affections for sister Zhao are evident to everyone, except for the one you hold dear, who remains unconvinced. What shall we do? If you do not express your feelings soon, you may never have another opportunity." She then playfully linked arms with Tian Xing, smirking as she said, "Just like me, I have long harbored feelings for this little brother, and I have already confessed. Although he has yet to respond, at least I have voiced my feelings. As for what this wooden-headed brother thinks, that is his concern. Better I express myself than suffer in silence while he remains oblivious." She smiled brightly at her sister. Tian Xing, with a furrowed brow, thought, Lingling truly is unreserved. She says whatever comes to her mind. Avoiding internal conflict is no wonder that I often feel flustered and outmatched when I am with her, especially when she clings to my arm. The fragrance emanating from her only serves to stir my thoughts further. At this moment, Shijiang, having contemplated for a long while, finally made his move. He suddenly rushed forward and embraced Zhao Zhiruo. Whispering excitedly in her ear, he declared, "Yes, I do not even know when it happened, but you have taken residence in my heart, and there is no way to evict you. Zhiruo, although you appear to bounce around like a little rabbit, simply being with you brings me immense satisfaction. In this tumultuous and perilous era, how I yearn to profess my love for you properly. I had intended to keep my feelings hidden, fearing that should I reveal them, and then one day perish at the hands of a monster, I would leave you with regrets, causing me greater anguish. Yet Lingling is right. Expressing it offers a chance, while silence may mean I never have the opportunity again." Zhao Zhiruo, taken aback by his words, still caught in his embrace, responded in disbelief, "Brother Shijiang, how could you possibly like me? I do not possess the beauty of Zhan and I, nor the physique to match." Ning Lingling, with a determined look, clenched her fist and gestured to her brother. "Brother Shi, muster your courage. Declare those words clearly. If you do not, sister Zhao will continue to feign ignorance, when in truth, she likely harbors feelings for you as well." Zhao Zhiruo, shocked, gazed at Ning Lingling, pondering, what is with this little sister? Why has everything changed since her arrival? Could it be that brother likes me? I am utterly speechless. Just as Zhao Zhiruo prepared to push Shijiang away to voice her thoughts, he released her, then boldly declared, "Zhao Zhiruo, I do not fancy foreign women like Zhan and I. I have long cherished you, ever since the first time you arrived at the training camp. From now on, you shall be the sole object of my affection. Did you not say you despise fickle hearts? I shall never be one of them. I swear. Should I break this vow, Let me perish at the hands of a monster. At this moment, Zhao Zhuo finally comprehended that her senior, Shi Jiang, truly harbored affections for her. Reflecting on the past, it became evident why he always insisted on teaming up with her during their training excursions. He consistently risked his own life to shield her from harm, always the first to leap into confrontations, standing before her to absorb all blows. Within the picturesque confines of the first base's elite training camp, a stunning girl, embodying the quintessential beauty of Jiangnan, stood frozen in place, silent and motionless. Tian Xing approached Shi Jiang, urging, "Let us go. Senior brother, take me to familiarize myself with the dining hall. I am curious about the delicacies here." Lingling, "Do accompany Sister Zhao. Hadn't senior brother just mentioned he would treat us?" Ning Lingling nodded in agreement, then grasped the seemingly dazed Zhao Zhuo, trailing behind. In a hushed tone, Tian Xing advised Shi Jiang, "Give her some time. She may need a moment to adjust, but she will be fine soon. Do not worry. With Lingling here, everything will be all right." Shi Jiang, feeling both helpless and regretful, replied, "Alas, I truly did not wish to express my feelings. Considering the lurking dangers posed by the monsters, who knows what might happen next?" He internally chastised himself, pondering, why was I so impulsive? Impulsiveness is a devil. Tian Xing encouraged Shi Jiang, "Is your vision so narrow? Is the prestige of being in the top 10 of the Tianlong rankings merely an empty boast? Or do you believe that a soldier who does not aspire to become a general is unworthy? Every individual possesses boundless potential. It merely depends on your willingness to strive for it. Do you wish to witness your beloved Zhao Shiji falling victim to a monster?" Upon hearing Tian Xing's impassioned words, Shi Jiang's resolve ignited as he cried out, "No, absolutely not. I will not allow such a day to come, unless I perish first." Meanwhile, Zhao Zhuo, trailing behind, overheard his outburst and thought, "What is wrong with this foolish man? Why is he shouting? How annoying." Ning Lingling, smiling, continued to pull Zhao Zhuo along. Observing her sister's disoriented state, torn between standing and sitting, her mind in disarray, she mused, "Sister must be feeling quite conflicted after such a confession from senior brother. Typically, they would share laughter, but now it is all so awkward." Occasionally, she would cast a wistful glance at Tian Xing, wondering when her dense brother would finally gain some insight. Thus, Zhao Zhuo aimlessly wandered alongside her junior siblings, and after dinner, she declared, "I shall return to my room to cultivate. You may chat at your leisure." Alone in her chamber, she lay on the bed with her eyes closed. Minutes passed as she rolled from left to right, then back again, unable to find comfort. She sat up, muttering, "Cultivate, cultivate," settling into a meditative position. She attempted to focus, yet her mind remained restless. "Damn that foolish man," she lamented. After a while, she sighed, "I cannot endure this. I feel the urge to fight, to vent my frustrations." Suddenly, a knock resounded at her door. Irritated, she shouted, "Who is it? I am in no mood for this." Ning Lingling's voice came from outside. "Sister, it is me, Lingling. Please open the door." Seeing that it was late and Ning Lingling was still awake, Zhao Zhuo inquired, "Why are you still up, Lingling? It's quite late. We might have training tomorrow." With a mischievous grin, Ning Lingling teased, "Oh, I do not believe you can sleep tonight, sister. How do you feel about senior brother's confession? Such an exceptional person, and he likes you so much." Zhao Zhuo retorted, "What nonsense. This is all your fault. I cannot find peace, tossing and turning restlessly. I am itching for a fight." Ning Lingling, with a knowing smile, replied, "Let us go to the training ground. Someone is waiting for you to confront him." In bewilderment, Zhao Zhuo, clad in her nightwear, asked, "Who would be foolish enough to wait for me to beat them up at this hour? Is their head filled with nonsense? All right, Lingling, wait for me while I change." After donning her combat attire, curiosity piqued, she followed Ning Lingling to the training ground. Upon arrival, she spotted Shi Jiang standing in the center. Just as she was about to turn and leave, uncertainty gripped her. She was unsure how to face him now. Should I tell him I like him? She pondered, feeling a tumult of emotions. But whenever I see other girls near him, I inexplicably feel anger, especially when some girls deliberately act affectionate with him in front of me. Frustrated, she charged onto the training field, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks at Shi Jiang. Strangely, he did not evade her blows, allowing her to knock him to the ground. Observing his bruised face, she felt a mix of anger and concern. "What is wrong with you? Why don't you defend yourself? Or at least dodge? Are you trying to drive me mad?" She squatted before him, feeling wronged as tears streamed down her cheeks. "I am sorry. It was my fault for provoking you. You must feel relieved now, right? Please stop crying." Shi Jiang, disregarding his own injuries, pulled her up, comforting her as one would soothe a child in distress. Zhao Zhuo stood there, half amused and half annoyed, watching Shi Jiang's battered visage. She playfully jabbed at his chest, exclaiming, "This is all your fault. You caused me sleepless nights and disrupted my cultivation. I have waited so long to hear you say you like me. Did you think I would wait until a monster devoured me before you uttered those words? Are you a fool? Don't you know we girls expect some decorum? Waiting for you boys to confess? I will not admit that I like you." Shi Jiang, realizing that Zhao Zhira had always harbored feelings for him, felt a warmth in his heart. Each time she introduced him to potential girlfriends, it was merely to provoke him, for she also held affections for him. Just as he was about to speak, a soft, moist pair of lips pressed against his own. Zhao Zhira had tiptoed to kiss him. Tian Xing and Ning Lingling, witnessing this scene, exchanged glances, and Ning Lingling promptly led the astonished Tian Xing away, leaving the two in their own world. The following morning, Shi Jiang departed early. It was only in the afternoon that Zhao Zhira emerged from her room, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Lingling, you're here," she remarked, pondering why the girl was smiling at her. Ning Lingling, noticing the marks on Zhao Zhira's neck, grinned mischievously and asked, "So, how does it feel to finally have seen your brother's genuine affection? Your neck tells quite the tale." Realizing the reason behind Ning Lingling's amused expression, Zhao Zhira rushed to the mirror, her heart sinking as she beheld the numerous red marks adorning her neck. Blushing fiercely, she exclaimed, "Ah, that foolish man. He is trying to ruin me. How can I face anyone now?" Ning Lingling laughed heartily. "Oh, this only proves how much he truly cares for you, wanting the whole world to know you belong to him. If only Tian Xing could feel the same way about me." She sighed wistfully, thinking of Tian Xing. At this moment, Shi Xiang and Tian Xing entered together, bringing a plethora of delectable treats. Shi Jiang was the first to speak, exclaiming, "Ruo, come quickly. I have purchased your favorite snacks." Upon seeing him return, Zhao Ruo stormed over, her expression filled with anger as she seized Shi Jiang's ear and scolded, "What nonsense! Tell me, did you do this on purpose? You've embarrassed me, and now how am I supposed to face anyone?" Tian Xing, perplexed, inquired, "Sister Lingling, what has happened? Weren't they reconciled?" Ning Lingling, with a mischievous smile, looked at Tian Xing and replied, "Little brat, if you don't understand, it's best not to ask. This is adult business. Children should not meddle. They are merely flirting. What's wrong? Do you wish for your sister to treat you the same way?" She thought to herself, "I truly do not know how to explain this to my younger brother." Tian Xing immediately shot Ning Lingling a disapproving glance, saying, "No way, absolutely not. I can't handle that." He then turned and exited, shuddering involuntarily at Sister Lingling's earlier words, a chill running down his spine. After lunch, Zhao Zhira invited Ning Lingling to train together, choosing to ignore that dog of a man who only knew how to bully her, aiming to systematically guide Ning Lingling in mastering more intricate combat techniques. Meanwhile, Shi Jiang was engaged in training with Tian Xing, diligently instructing him about all the facilities and subjects available in the training camp. He then explained that tomorrow they would undergo assessments, with their first lesson taught by teacher Jiang Nannan, who also hailed from the Changsanjiao base city, so Tian Xing would be prepared. Once Shi Xiang had a general understanding of the elite training camp's content, he sought out Shiji Zhao, leaving Tian Xing to familiarize himself with the camp. Tian Xing agreed, wandering about. At that moment, a seemingly unruly foreigner approached him and blocked his path, stating, "I hear you are the new mentalist from Huaxia, the first genius of your military. I also heard you once defeated the Hydra King. How about a match?" Tian Xing smiled faintly and replied, "Sure, how shall we compete?" The newcomer was momentarily speechless, initially expecting the newcomer to shy away from the challenge. "I am Wei Fulian. Are you certain you wish to accept my challenge? Let us wager 10 billion. Are you brave enough?" Wei Fulian thought to himself, "Heh, an ignorant rookie. Soon you will be weeping, and I will earn 10 billion. Tian Xing innocently responded, "All right. What is there to fear? Shall we head to the training ground now?" Soon, word of their impending duel spread throughout the camp. While Zhao Shiji and Ning Lingling were training, Shi Xiang dashed over. Zhao Zhira, seeing him approach, furiously exclaimed, "Dog man, what do you want?" "I am still angry." Shi Jiang affectionately patted Zhao Zhira's head, saying, "All right, Ruo, I apologize. I came to tell you that Wei Fulian tricked junior brother Tian Xing into a wager. Do you want to watch?" Zhao Zhira, astonished, asked, "What? That despicable fellow plans to bully our Huaxia newcomer again? Lingling, let's go. Sister will take care of that scoundrel." After pushing Shi Xiang's hand away, she dragged Ning Lingling towards the arena. However, upon arriving at the arena, they discovered Wei Fulian lying on the ground, bruised and unable to rise, while the onlookers were dumbfounded, bewildered by what had transpired. Ning Lingling rushed up to Tian Xing, examining him anxiously, asking, "Brother Tian Xing, did he bully you? Are you hurt? I'll go teach him a lesson." She truly intended to confront the one who had tormented Tian Xing. Tian Xing merely shrugged, saying, "No, Sister Lingling, I dealt with this scoundrel with one hand. Look, he is just lying there." At that moment, Wei Fulian was filled with frustration, thinking, what on earth happened? Are newcomers this ferocious these days? I've lost big time. Zhao Zhuo laughed derisively at Wei Fulian, then turned to praise Tian Xing. I told you, Wei Fulian, that you should not underestimate newcomers from Huaxia. You got what you deserved. Well done, brother Tian Xing. He needed a good lesson. At that moment, Wei Fulian noticed Zhao Zhuo and purposely approached to mock her, infuriated and wanting to curse, his face swollen like a pig's head. Attempting to speak only resulted in pain. However, upon seeing the red mark on Zhao Zhuo's neck, he became intrigued, pointing and saying, "Oh dear, Miss Zhao, who planted this strawberry on your neck last night? It looks quite lovely, yet you appear to be quite the flirt." Wei Fulian's comment drew everyone's attention to Zhao Zhuo, who blushed crimson to the roots of her neck. Shi Xiang, seeing Wei Fulian ridicule Zhao Zhuo, stepped forward silently and seized him by the collar, lifting him off the ground. Wei Fulian struggled in vain against Shi Xiang's grip, but he was no match for the fierce man ranked among the top 10 on the Black Dragon list. With a dark expression, Shi Xiang said, "Apologize to my Ruo, or I'll show you what I can do." At this, Zhao Zhuo, witnessing the man who had bullied her the previous night now appearing as if he were about to be killed, unexpectedly stepped forward, entwining her arm around Shi Xiang's and smiling. "Dear Jiangge, let him go." Shi Xiang was taken aback. It was the first time Zhao Zhuo had addressed him so affectionately, and he obediently released Wei Fulian. As Wei Fulian attempted to say something, Zhao Zhuo delivered a swift kick to his stomach. The onlookers watched in astonishment as Wei Fulian flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground, wailing in pain, his words slurred and unclear. However, the next scene left everyone utterly speechless. After kicking him, Zhao Zhuo turned and wrapped her arms around Shi Xiang's neck. In front of everyone, she stood on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on his lips, biting his neck afterward, causing him to wince, but his heart soared with sweetness. Soon, everyone noticed a corresponding strawberry mark on Shi Xiang's neck. The crowd buzzed with excitement. What is happening? Has Goddess Zhao Zhuo gotten together with Shi Xiang? It's so obvious. No wonder Shi Xiang has been frequenting the cake shop lately. He was trying to win over Goddess Ruo. Oh no, how can my Goddess Zhao Zhuo be taken? And by Shi Xiang, my heart is broken. After hearing the gossip, Zhao Zhuo, hands on her hips, boldly declared to everyone, "The strawberry mark on my neck was left by this dog man. He is my first and only man, and from now on, Shizhang is mine. You are all forbidden from bothering my Jiangge." At this, everyone was left in shock. And thus the entire training camp knew of the relationship between Zhao Zhuo and Shi Xiang. The next day, in the trial tower's assessment room, only a few individuals were engaged in conversation. "Hello, I am here to take the trial tower assessment." At this, the crowd observed a young man, not much older, addressing the examiner with a hint of derision. The examiner, slightly taken aback, asked, "Hello, have you attempted the trial tower before? Which level did you reach? There are a total of 9 levels. What level of assessment do you wish to undertake?" He thought to himself, this kid looks to be in his 20s. I've never seen him before. How did he come to the training camp? Without hesitation, Tian Xing asked the examiner, "I haven't attempted it. Does it make a difference? Can I start from a lower level?" The examiner, realizing the young man's lack of experience, replied calmly, "Yes, but there is a time limit, and you have only one opportunity. Additionally, death in the virtual assessment results in an immediate end. As for which level you can reach in the trial tower, that depends on your abilities." Tian Xing nonchalantly replied, "All right, then let us start from the lower level." Thus, Tian Xing commenced his journey from the most elementary level, the first tier of the trial tower. Upon entering the virtual space of the trial tower, he discovered that his spiritual consciousness was rendered ineffective. The contest was now determined by physical attributes, strength levels, and agility of movement. Within this virtual realm, Tian Xing wielded a blade in each hand, his figure shimmering as he manifested countless silhouettes, each accompanied by a monstrous beast. Before the creatures could react, they were swiftly dispatched with lethal precision. In less than 3 minutes, he annihilated all the beasts across the 3 phases. Soon, an AI announcement resonated. "Congratulations. Fang Tianxing has successfully eliminated all 3 phases of beasts on the first level. Assessment completed. Trial Tower Level 1. He proceeded to the second level, achieving complete extermination in 3 minutes. The third level followed, where he accomplished the same feat in 5 minutes. The spectators grew increasingly numerous, noting that Tianxing had yet to emerge. In the elite training camp, many senior students had only managed similar results. At the 4th level, he again finished in 5 minutes, leaving even the examiners astounded. During the 5th level, Tian Xing maintained his 5-minute record. Upon reaching the 6th level, 10 minutes passed, and all present were left in utter disbelief. However, when he surpassed the 6th level and ascended to the 7th, jaws dropped in astonishment. Who was this individual? How could he have reached the 7th level? Was he stronger than the curator? Impossible. When the AI announced, "Congratulations, Tian Xing has successfully eliminated all beasts in the 3rd phase of the 7th level. Assessment completed. Trial Tower Level 7. Everyone pondered the identity of this remarkable individual who had never before been seen. This revelation sent shockwaves through the elite training camp and garnered significant attention from various nations. Notably, even teacher Jiang Nan felt there was little she could teach him, as his skills in both agility and blade techniques far surpassed her own, leaving her embarrassed and speechless. The elite training camp was not far from the basic training camp, where Qiang Wei and others trained. Hence, they often gathered to practice and spar together. However, when they truly began to engage in combat with Tian Xing, Qiang Wei and her companions profoundly sensed the vast chasm that lay between them and him. Despite their greater age, Tian Xing's mastery of strength, combat awareness, and speed eclipsed anything they could attain. Instead of feeling disheartened by this disparity, they found their spirits invigorated, fully aware that only through doubled efforts and relentless training could they hope to catch up to Tian Xing. Thus, in the ensuing days, a palpable tension enveloped the training camp as each individual exerted themselves toward loftier, more formidable goals. Tian Xing's performance in the elite training camp was nothing short of remarkable. His mastery of the enigmatic ancient divine battle technique had reached the 3rd tier, resulting in a qualitative leap in his abilities. At this juncture, his physical strength level had ascended to an astonishing 27 times that of an ordinary individual, a power capable of astonishing the entire world. Furthermore, he had fortified his foundational attributes across the 5 elements, 6 advanced properties, and 3 ultimate attributes, elevating them to the 4th realm through system rewards. This truly placed Tian Xing's prowess above that of the foremost champions. Nevertheless, Tian Xing chose not to display his full capabilities ostentatiously. Thus, he maintained a facade of being a high-ranking battle general, utilizing merely the 1st layer of the ancient divine battle technique, which granted him 9-fold strength during routine training and competitions. Even so, his exceptional performance continued to elicit admiration from those around him. Concurrently, Ning Lingling, who trained alongside Tian Xing daily, also witnessed tremendous progress. One morning, as was customary, she sought Tian Xing's company to head to the training grounds. Glancing at her, Tian Xing mysteriously proposed, "Sister Lingling, allow me to teach you some techniques. They will enable you to rapidly grow stronger. Master them, and you may soon surpass even the senior students, perhaps even the eldest brother and sister." Overjoyed, Ning Lingling gazed at him and exclaimed, "Brother Tian Xing, when did you become so insightful? You are truly wonderful." She then rushed over to embrace his arm tightly, causing an inexplicable flush to creep across Tian Xing's face. Observing her exuberance, he sheepishly remarked, "Moreover, I will teach you how to elevate your unique abilities into a realm of power, akin to that of the curator." Her excitement surged as she inquired, "Really? Brother Tian Xing, is that the same power that Aunt Ho Hot and the first curator demonstrated in the hospital, which felt almost divine?" Tian Xing nodded, responding calmly, "Indeed. That power is known as a realm. Furthermore, Sister Lingling, your ability is of the lightning attribute, which can evolve into a lightning domain. Once cultivated, your strength will significantly increase, granting you power akin to that of a planetary-level warrior." Ning Lingling, brimming with joy, gazed at him, "Good brother, why are you suddenly so kind to me? Have you had an epiphany? Or perhaps you've noticed how the senior brother and sister are always together, and now you have thoughts about your sister?" She playfully clung to his arm, unconsciously leaning closer to him. Tian Xing, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "What nonsense. Sister Lingling, my time is limited. I suspect I will soon leave Earth, and I may not be able to look after you then. Therefore, within this limited time, I wish to impart as much strength to you as possible. As for the rest, it depends on your own efforts." Ning Lingling, dissatisfied, retorted, "What do you mean your time is limited? You make it sound as if we are parting forever. I do not like hearing that. You are merely venturing into space. I will join you. I refuse to be outdone." She then clung to his arm again, pouting, "Brother Tian Xing, hurry and teach me. I want to grow stronger quickly. I will not lose to you." Thus, Tian Xing, with no reservations, integrated the lightning domain reward into Ning Lingling's consciousness through the system and imparted the first 10 layers of the ancient divine battle technique, along with the Aurora illusory body technique and the origin refinement technique. Once he finished, he earnestly instructed her, "Sister Lingling, these techniques must not be disclosed to anyone. There could be dire consequences otherwise. Ning Lingling nodded earnestly. Of course, Brother Tian Xing. I promise I won't tell anyone. Have Aunt Ho-Hot and Uncle Fong begun their training as well? In her heart, she gleefully mused. Now I should be able to keep pace with you. After a period of diligent practice, she successfully grasped the first layer of the lightning domain, elevating her realm to that of a high-ranking battle general. Through Tian Xing's meticulous guidance and her relentless repetition, she mastered the first layer of the ancient divine battle technique within half a month, her strength level soaring to 9 times that of an ordinary individual. The subsequent results in the trial tower left everyone astounded, as such rapid breakthroughs were exceedingly rare. Zhao Shiji and Shi Xiang observed closely, fully aware that Tian Xing was undoubtedly the key to her success. One day, while Ning Lingling was chatting with senior sister Zhao Zhao, she noticed Tian Xing returning from a hunt and rushed over to him with concern. Little Tian Xing, are you hungry? Let me prepare something delicious for you. However, before she could finish her sentence, senior sister Zhao emerged from the kitchen with an exquisitely crafted noodle dish, presenting it to Tian Xing. Little junior brother, happy birthday. A small token of my appreciation, longevity noodles. Both Tian Xing and Ning Lingling were taken aback. Tian Xing, puzzled, replied, Sister, my birthday isn't today? How curious. Zhao Zhao gazed at Tian Xing with a perplexed expression and inquired. I based my assumption on your identification card and the date of birth listed on the elite training camp registration form. You are 20 years old, aren't you? This cannot be true. Meanwhile, Ning Lingling, with a sly smile, confided in her senior sister, sister, that is indeed not the case. The date of birth on Tian Xing's identification card and registration is fabricated. In truth, his age is beyond your imagination. To put it simply, I am over 23. Yet I am approximately 3 years older than Tian Xing. Take another guess. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhuo was momentarily stunned, pondering, what kind of prodigy is this young man? Even if he is 3 years younger than 23, that means he is only 20. How could this be? Lingling, you must be joking. Are you suggesting that Tian Xing hasn't graduated from university? That is utterly impossible. At that moment, Shi Xiang entered, laughing as he asked, Who are you discussing? Who is this little brat? Is there a new junior brother? Tian Xing, with a resigned expression, remarked, Sister, how can you speak like that? A true strong person does not concern themselves with age. It is quite absurd. Ning Lingling, with unwavering certainty, replied to Zhao Zhuo, Sister, this is absolutely true. My younger sister, who is over 21, is in her 3rd year, 1 level above him. When Grandpa Li discovered Tian Xing was a spirit master, he was still a sophomore. My sister is about to enter her 4th year. Can you fathom how old he truly is? However, this information is a top military secret. Since you are not in the military and Haven T returned, you cannot verify it. You must keep this matter confidential, or else Grandpa Li and Grandpa Jia will come looking for trouble. Shi Xiang, staring at Ning Lingling in astonishment, asked, Are you saying he is only 20 yet possesses the strength of a high-level spirit master? How could he have trained so effectively? Did he begin cultivating in the womb? This is unbelievable. I refuse to accept it. Thus, Tian Xing personally guided Shi Xiang and Zhao Zhuo through the first 9 layers of the ancient god battle art, the origin refining spirit art, and the Aurora Phantom Body technique without reservation. With Tian Xing's meticulous instruction and their own diligent efforts, they successfully comprehended the first layer of the ancient god battle art, ascending rapidly through the ranks in the trial tower, ultimately placing among the top contenders. The names of the 4 of them gradually became synonymous with excellence among the younger generation in the elite training camp, surpassing all mentors and even the top-ranked individuals. Upon learning that Tian Xing had shattered all records within a month of joining the training camp, it caused a stir worldwide. Tian Xing's physical strength level reached 9, his trial tower level 7, and his combat power soared to 63, with the beasts he hunted being formidable high-level Lord-class monsters, including some royal-level beasts. His scores eclipsed all others, securing the top position on the Tianlong leaderboard, with Shi Jiang in 2nd, Zhao Zhuo in 3rd, and Ning Lingling having climbed to 4th in her 1st month. This stirred global excitement. In a certain deep-sea region of the South Australia continent, a human warrior wielding a flamboyant great sword was relentlessly hunting a group of colossal creatures resembling gigantic crabs. Alone in their lair, he battled fiercely against the monsters, with numerous tiny cold lights swirling around him in the water, slicing the massive crab creatures into pieces. The largest crab, wielding a pair of formidable pincers, commanded the smaller kin to assault the human warrior. However, the human warrior swiftly dismantled the monsters by targeting their 8 vulnerable limbs, rendering them immobile before dispatching them with flying knives. Ultimately, the monstrous leader stirred the sea, attempting to escape amidst the chaos. Yet, The human warrior swiftly appeared in its escape path, emanating a peculiar energy that ensnared the monster, rendering it utterly immobile despite its frantic struggles. Helplessly, the monster watched as numerous swirling cold lights coalesced into a conical weapon, obliterating its brain from within. After claiming his spoils, the human warrior proceeded to another sea region, targeting a giant turtle-like beast with the same method, expertly hunting down another creature. This high-level peak leader-class monster, the deep-sea giant tortoise, proved more challenging to slay due to its formidable defenses. However, the warrior adjusted his strategy, utilizing his powerful spiritual energy to levitate the beast to an altitude of 10,000 meters before casting it down. As it plummeted, he manipulated the tiny cold lights to form an exceedingly fine conical flying knife that pierced through the giant tortoise. Furthermore, as the perforated giant tortoise plummeted at supersonic speed, it crashed onto the surface of the ocean, causing a shockwave that left its eyes bulging in disbelief at its unexpected demise. The human warrior stored the massive carcasses in his spatial storage before departing. In the Battle God Rating Hall of Base 1, a youthful and handsome individual approached the beautiful staff member at the workstation, saying, "Hello, beautiful, I wish to undergo the Battle God rating." The staff member, engrossed in her communicator, did not glance at Tian Xing as she replied, "Yes, sir, please place the materials from the monsters you wish to have rated on the table." Tian Xing stood momentarily, smiling wryly as he queried the staff member, "Place them on the table? The table cannot accommodate them. I doubt the entire hall could contain them. Are you certain you want me to place them there?" The staff member, somewhat impatiently, retorted, "Yes. Just place the unique materials of the monsters you've slain on the table, and our professional staff will verify them. Once confirmed, we can proceed with your rating, sir." Tian Xing shook his head and replied, "I am uncertain which parts of the sea monsters I hunted would be considered their unique signature materials. How about this? You follow me outside the hall, and I will show you." With that, he headed for the exit. At that moment, a bespectacled individual, resembling a doctor, scoffed disdainfully, "Humph, sea monsters. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to hunt them? I've been working here as a dissection verifier for 3 years, and aside from large-scale sea beast tides, it is exceedingly rare to see someone present materials from sea monsters for Battle God rating. And you so young? Are you trying to fool us?" The staff member had no choice but to follow, curious about what this young man intended to do. Outside the Battle God Rating Hall of Base 1, 2 enormous sea monsters suddenly appeared. One resembled a king crab, towering as large as a small mountain, dripping wet as if it had just crawled ashore. Its massive pincers, capable of severing anything, threatened a passing junior warrior of the primary battle general level. The sudden emergence of the monster startled the warrior, causing him to retreat and tremble. Stammering, a high-level leader-class monster, a monster is attacking. On the other side, a colossal turtle-like creature, even larger than the king crab, also appeared, its gray-white eyes bulging. It appeared suddenly before several high-level and mid-level warriors, who were paralyzed in fear on the ground. One warrior, in particular, found himself face-to-face with the monster, his legs trembling uncontrollably, unable to move as his pants became soaked. Hearing the cries of monster attack, the surrounding crowd fled in panic, desperate to escape being torn apart. Yet, as they distanced themselves, they realized that the 2 suddenly appearing monsters did not assault them. Instead, they remained motionless. Confusion swept over the crowd as they wondered what had transpired. At this moment, an unknown voice exclaimed, "Which foolish individual discarded the remains of a high-ranking monster? You nearly frightened me to death." Upon hearing this, another person erupted in anger. "How utterly immoral. I almost wet myself." The advanced warrior, whose trousers were already damp from fear as the monstrous eye loomed close to his face, darkened his expression and, with chest heaving, roared in fury. "Which fool discarded 2 slain monsters? You have terrified me to the point of near embarrassment." Just as another word was about to escape his lips, a chilling voice interrupted. "Care to curse again?" The advanced warrior instantly felt a frost enveloping his surroundings, a sensation akin to being targeted by a royal beast. A wave of terror surged from his very soul, sending chills down his spine and causing cold sweat to pour from him, rendering his speech faltering under an overwhelming aura. Turning to face the speaker, he was met with the visage of none other than Tian Xing, the renowned top practitioner on the Tianlong ranking, a psionic master who had recently captured the attention of the base city. Having followed his rise, the advanced warrior felt a pang of humiliation, realizing that at merely 22 years of age, he was already an advanced warrior, yet this newcomer, only 19, had already surpassed the rank of advanced general. Confronted with the elite of the elite, he could only stammer an apology. "I did not realize it was you who had slain them." My sincerest apologies. With that, he slinked away, humiliated beyond measure. Clenching his fists in anger and gritting his teeth, he silently cursed. So, a god-level psionic master is impressive, is it? One day, I too shall ascend to god-level prowess. No, I shall surpass even that, and become a being beyond the gods. Meanwhile, onlookers gaped in disbelief, their jaws dropped in astonishment. What is happening here? Are they truly employing the remains of freshly slain monsters for god-level evaluations? They murmured. Has someone lost their mind? Or do they simply lack common sense? Shouldn't they be using unique materials from the monsters instead? This is an oceanic creature of High Lord rank. It's absurdly powerful. How old is he? I've seen him before. He is that top-ranking fellow on the Tianlong list, reputed to possess peak god-level strength. We ought to leave. He is not someone we can provoke. Apologies escaped from those who had previously been stationed at the Great Wall Base City Military District, where they had merely discarded slain monsters for the military to handle evaluations. Upon hearing that proper materials were required for assessments, Tian Xing awkwardly realized he had not contemplated such details and scratched his head in embarrassment. He then turned and remarked, "It was just slain, still warm. After verifying its remains, I intend to roast it for a meal." A strikingly beautiful staff member, embodying the quintessential image of an Eastern beauty, gasped at his words. "You mean the recently slain deep-sea behemoth? High Lord level?" Her expression darkened as she thought. Roast it for a meal? Is it even edible, without special preparation? Is he a wild man just emerged from the mountains, utterly ignorant? Nevertheless, professional decorum compelled her to smile and say, "Esteemed god-level master, please hold on a moment. I will arrange for verification immediately." She turned to a bespectacled man, who resembled a doctor, and scolded, "Xiao Mo, hurry up. If you delay this honorable god-level master, you may find yourself out of a job." The verification officer, who had previously mocked Tian Xing, approached him with a sycophantic demeanor, stammering, "I apologize. I failed to recognize your greatness. Please forgive me, esteemed master. Proceed swiftly. I have other matters to attend to." Tian Xing gestured dismissively at the monster's remains. "All right, 10 minutes. At most 10 minutes. Please wait, sir." The verification officer, sensing Tian Xing's lack of anger, hastened to utilize various instruments for examination. Remarkably, within 10 minutes, he confirmed that the creature Tian Xing had slain was indeed a deep-sea behemoth. Initially, he thought it was merely a typical High Lord-level oceanic monster, but as he examined it further, his astonishment grew. He realized it was an exceedingly rare and nearly royal-level creature, a colossal clawed saber-toothed crab and a deep-sea giant tortoise. Both of these monsters were top-tier delicacies, promising exquisite flavor once prepared. Each creature alone was worth hundreds of billions of Hanxia currency. How had this individual managed to hunt them, especially considering their gregarious nature? Thus, before the watchful eyes of many, Tian Xing achieved a rating surpassing even god level, drawing the keen interest of the 5 great nations and other factions. He successfully graduated from the training camp, preparing to return to the Great Wall Base City. Within the headquarters of the First Base City's first martial arts school, in a room that was simple yet highly functional, a stunningly beautiful, voluptuous woman reported, "Teacher, Fang Tianxing has just completed his god-level evaluation at our base city's evaluation center, and the creatures he hunted are extremely challenging to capture gregarious monsters. The colossal clawed saber-toothed crab and the deep-sea giant tortoise. Their levels are astonishingly close to royal." The middle-aged man, with red hair, replied nonchalantly, "Understood, Yao Yao. Go fetch him. We have significant matters to discuss." Yao Yao nodded and stepped back. The middle-aged man then turned to the bald man across from him and asked, "Lei Zi, with your strength, how confident are you of entering the lairs of those 2 monsters unscathed?" The bald man chuckled, 50-50. "If I were to go, those 2 old beasts would not let it slide. It could provoke a beast tide. As for Tian Xing, he's still in his infancy. Even if he went, those 2 wouldn't dare to challenge him." The red-haired man smiled faintly. "It seems this young man is growing at a rate even more alarming than I anticipated. He may already surpass us. I suspect he must have acquired some form of legacy." Curious, the bald man inquired, "Honggu, are you suggesting he obtained the powerful legacy of an alien civilization from some ancient ruins? Is that even possible?" The red-haired man replied candidly, "There is a significant probability. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to empower others so rapidly. His parents, the 2 commanders of the military, as well as the Rose Squad, particularly his enchanting sister, Ning Lingling, have all suddenly become markedly stronger than their peers. This is indeed suspicious." The bald man pondered for a moment before tentatively suggesting, "Honggu, what do you think we should do next? Should we pull him in or something else?" The red-haired man chuckled, "The faster Tian Xing grows, the better it is for us. Don't you think? Have you not noticed? He does not assist others without cause. Only those with whom he shares a special bond receive his aid. Shouldn't we also consider this? The bald man nodded in agreement. Honggu, I was thinking the same thing. When Tian Xing arrives, let us first present him with the rewards of the Tianlong ranking. After all, he has earned it. In the Longting Pavilion, a voice complained. You just leave me here all alone and run off. Can't you stay a bit longer? Why rush to complete your god-level evaluation without even informing me? Do you no longer wish to care for me? He mentioned that you should take good care of me, pouting persistently. Ning Lingling displayed a deeply reluctant expression, continuously holding on to Tian Xing's hand. After achieving the rank of war god, Tian Xing initially planned to depart, but upon returning, he discovered that Lingling Jie and his senior brothers and sisters were waiting for him at home, inquiring how he managed to attain the war god rank so swiftly. Unlike his seniors, who lingered for several years to gather resources and grow stronger, Tian Xing found himself at a loss as Ning Lingling clung to his arm, thinking to himself, Lingling Jie certainly knows how to act cute. It's clearly mother who instructed her to look after me. It was quite the opposite. She seemed to imply that I should care for her instead. With a smile, he said, Lingling Jie, don't you have your senior brothers and sisters? Let me set a standard for you. Once you conquer the 5th level of the trial tower, you can graduate from the War God Elite Training Camp and return to Hangqing Base City. Zhao Shiji approached, grabbing Ning Lingling's hand, and said repeatedly, casting a glance at a nearby man, Lingling shimmy, I believe you will soon surpass it. Then you can go back and find this little brat. What good is he? Men shouldn't be treated too well. The more you pamper them, the more they become spoiled. Sure, Xixiang replied foolishly, haha, Ruo, I have not. I just want to indulge you, whatever you say goes. He then turned to Tian Xing and said, I didn't expect you to graduate and prepare to leave so soon. Just stopping by, but thank you for all your help. If you need anything in the future, just ask. I will do my utmost. Tian Xing waved his hand in response to Sir Xixiang. Yes, I want to be polite with you, Xixiang. Haha, as I depart. Just take good care of Shiji and keep an eye on Lingling Jie. She is quite straightforward and easily manipulated. While they were conversing, a woman with alluring curves and striking beauty sauntered in, addressing Tian Xing. Ah, you're all here. Tian Xing, the curator wishes to see you. And Lord Lei from the Thunder God Martial Arts Hall has also arrived, specifically asking to discuss some matters with you. The group was taken aback, unable to fathom why both Master Hong and Master Lei would seek out Tian Xing to discuss something. Zhao Ruo was the first to greet the newcomer. Wow, it's Sister Yao Yao. Please come and sit. She then introduced Tian Xing. Tian Xing, this is my idol, Master Hong's third disciple, Yao Yao. Shi Jiang nodded slightly, acknowledging her without saying much. Ning Lingling smiled and greeted the enchanting figure. Hello. She gazed at Tian Xing with a mixture of admiration and concern, thinking, my brother never ceases to surprise me. Yao Yao chuckled lightly, responding to Zhao Ruo. I want to sit. The curator has important matters to discuss with this little brother. Zhao Ruo approached Yao Yao with some worry and asked, Sister Yao Yao, what is the matter? Do you know? Yao Yao shrugged, replying, I don't know. It seems quite important. But Master didn't disclose anything. Thus, Tian Xing followed Yao Yao, who cheerfully asked along the way, Tian Xing, I heard you just graduated from university like Shaoluo? Your country, Huaxia, truly is a place of hidden talents. Tian Xing smiled in response. Yes, i.e., I'm about the same as Luo Gu. Upon hearing this, Yao Yao glared playfully at him, retorting, i.e., call me sister, am I that old? Be careful of my little whip. She brandished her whip-like weapon, cracking it twice with a loud sound. Tian Xing, startled like a frightened cat, jumped back, quickly correcting himself. Yes, Sister Yao Yao, you are truly beautiful. How much longer until we arrive? Yao Yao laughed heartily at Tian Xing's reaction, pointing towards an automatic door. Ha, little brother, what are you doing? It's just ahead. They passed through the automatic door, revealing a simple training room. A red-haired man and a bald man, who had been drinking tea, leapt up upon Tian Xing's entrance. The bald man immediately approached. Tian Xing, kid, let me study that secret method of yours. I asked your seniors, but they wouldn't reveal a word, saying it was imparted by you. They didn't dare to disclose it without your consent. That's the rule. So, I discussed it with Honggu and came to find you. The red-haired man smiled and inquired, Tian Xing, your secret method is indeed rare and precious. I can exchange something for it. Just tell me what you need. And if I have it, it's yours. The bald man added, Yes, I want to hold back. Whatever I have is yours, Tian Xing. What do you think? At this moment, Tian Xing remained silent, suddenly raising his hand. An energy ball shot towards the red-haired man, startling Yao Yao, who exclaimed, Master, be careful. She rushed forward to shield her master from the oncoming energy ball, but it was too late. The bald man, puzzled, shouted, "Tian Xing, what are you doing?" The red-haired man gently caught the energy ball in his right hand, holding it still and realizing there was no danger. The other three stared at each other in confusion. Tian Xing then sat down, picked up a cup of tea the red-haired man had prepared, took a sip, and said casually, "This is from the first 9 levels, which can increase your capabilities by 81 times. It should be enough for you to reach the cosmic level." After finishing, he smiled, finding the tea quite agreeable. Upon hearing this, the others pondered, realizing Tian Xing had handed over the energy ball representing the first 9 levels of his secret method to Hong. The 3 of them exchanged awkward glances, especially Yao Yao, who blushed deeply and bashfully turned to leave. Hong pointed to a nearby safe, containing rewards meant for Tian Xing, along with the War God Hall's consciousness helmet, and said, "Tian Xing, that's your reward for coming in first. Accept it. You deserve it. Also, you have been promoted to Peak War God. This is the consciousness helmet of the War God Hall. Welcome to the War God Hall." Tian Xing didn't even glance at it, simply stating, "There's no need. Let the resources go to others. I'll keep the consciousness helmet, as I only came to show the people of the 5 great nations and other factions that our Huaxiao truly is a place of hidden talents." He waved his hand and turned to leave. Hearing Tian Xing's words, Hong nodded in understanding, saying, "Then give it to your beautiful sister Ning Lingling." Tian Xing remained silent, thinking, "This Master Hong truly understands me well. He knows I don't need it and offers it to those around me." The bald man looked at Tian Xing expectantly and asked, "Tian Xing, tell me the truth. Have you received some kind of inheritance from an alien civilization? Can you share a bit with me, Lei Ge?" Hong, surprised that Lei would directly ask Tian Xing, looked expectantly and said, "Yes, Tian Xing, since you have received some form of alien civilization inheritance that can enhance those around you, could you share a portion? I would like to exchange it for some treasures I have." Tian Xing pondered for a moment before responding, "Well, there are indeed quite a few valuable items, especially some that would suit you well. But what do you have that might interest me?" Master Hong tentatively inquired. "Well, previously, Xiao Luo discovered some valuable items on Mist Island, such as a Millennium Willow Wood Heart and various plant spirits, along with the mastery of mind control techniques. I believe you might find them useful." The bald man, rubbing his bald head, awkwardly chuckled. Tian Xing, Hong Ge has more valuable items than I do. I don't have much to offer, probably just some dragon blood. Would you find that appealing?" "Hee, to be honest, I'm a bit broke. Otherwise, how could the Thunder God Martial Arts Hall always be overshadowed by Hong Ge?" After a moment's hesitation, Tian Xing replied, "All right, that mind control technique's master S manual isn't useful for me. I require 200 portions of Longshui Yaoji, 20 Qian Nian Chao Mu Ling Yao, and 10 Wan Nian Chao Mu Ling Yao. If you can procure them, I have other valuable items to offer you." After speaking, Tian Xing contemplated, "This will serve as a cover. When the time comes for the reward, the Longshui Yaoji and the Chao Mu Ling Yao I acquire will be attributed to a trade with them. And even if others harbor doubts, Hong and Lei Shen will believe it originated from their exchange." Galugulu. At that moment, 2 distinct sounds of swallowing were heard, emanating from Master Hong and Master Lei. These individuals, accustomed to grandeur, suddenly appeared flustered in front of Tian Xing, particularly Lei Shen, who inwardly cursed, 200 portions of Longshui Yaoji. Does he think they are as common as pig's blood or dog blood? To demand such a quantity outright. Why not ask for 2,000 portions instead? Truly ridiculous. Hong, with a sincere expression, addressed Tian Xing. Tian Xing, you truly know how to make demands. Did you calculate that I obtained precisely this amount from Xiao Luo during our time at Wudao Island? As for the 200 portions of Longshui Yaoji, it will take time. I only possess a little over 20 at the moment. I estimate that Lei Zi has less than 30 as well." He then turned to inquire of Lei Shen. Master Lei, speechless, responded, "Yes, Hong Ge, I acquired mine from you." Sigh, comparing oneself to others is truly disheartening. "Very well. I shall grant you 3 days. Besides the ancient divine battle techniques I just provided, I possess items that can bestow upon you 2nd-tier star-level strength immediately. I shall not reveal them to you just yet. We will discuss it once you gather what I requested. Additionally, Hong Ge, Lei Ge, I have departed from the training camp. Please keep an eye on my 2 senior sisters and brothers. I shall return now. Once you have gathered those items, send someone to summon me." After speaking, Tian Xing turned and left the room, returning to Jiang and Ge. Within Jiang and Ge, 3 individuals were engaged in lively conversation. At this moment, a stunningly beautiful woman with an enviable figure heard footsteps outside the door and immediately rose to hastily exit. She embraced the waist of the newcomer, her voice warm yet tinged with concern. "Tian Xing, what do Master Hong and Master Lei seek you for?" "We ran to inquire with Yao Zhao Jie and Teacher Fong Fong, but they claim to know nothing." After asking, she suddenly pinched Tian Xing's waist playfully with one hand, continuing, moreover, you had only just entered with Yao Zhao Jia when she rushed out with a flushed face. When I asked her, she refused to say anything. Now, confess, did you do something inappropriate to her? Otherwise, why would she be so red-faced? Inwardly, she pondered, could it be that this troublesome younger brother has a preference for that kind of girl? Tian Xing, wincing in pain, replied with a dark expression, ouch, that hurts. Lingling Jia, how could that be? What are you thinking? I merely taught the ancient divine battle techniques to Hong Gu and Lei Gu, and Yao Jia misinterpreted it, thinking I was attacking Hong Gu, which led to her misunderstanding and her embarrassment. Ha. I find it rather amusing to recall the initial incident. Zhao Zhuo, astonished, asked Tian Xing, what? You refer to the world's foremost martial arts master, Hong Darren, as Hong Gu, and call Lei Darren Lei Gu? Tian Xing, your skills have truly improved. Are they people you can address so casually? Inwardly, she thought. After all, they are idols in their own right. How can you address them so flippantly? Tian Xing, with a slight smile, responded to Sister Zhao. It is not my desire to call them that. They insisted I do so. Sister, if you do not believe me, you may inquire further. He then playfully winked at her. At that moment, Zhao Zhuo, visibly upset, approached and seized Tian Xing's ear, saying, oh, you little rascal. You know I wouldn't dare to ask, and you say this just to provoke me, don't you? You've grown bold, haven't you? Daring to mock your elder sister. Let us see how I deal with you. She twisted his ear, turning it around. Ouch, that hurts. Sister, I am not your elder brother. You cannot treat me this way. Tian Xing, exasperated, found himself caught between Lingling's embrace and Zhao's grip on his ear. The elder brother, initially preparing to mediate, was silenced by a single glare from Sister Zhao, obediently sitting back down, knowing that to interfere would invite trouble. Lingling, seeing her sister tormenting Tian Xing, could not stand idly by. She pulled Zhao's hand away and comforted Tian Xing. Sister, you've hurt Tian Xing. Let go. Brother, does it hurt? I can soothe it for you. Her expression was filled with concern. Zhao Zhuo, gazing at Tian Xing with a sense of grievance, scolded, you silly girl, only caring for this little brat. He has no appreciation. Even more foolish than that dog of a man. Meanwhile, Shi Jiang, who had remained silent, thought to himself, I am caught in the crossfire here. Yet, his heart was filled with sweetness, as Zhao only behaved this way around him. 3 days later, Yao came running to find Tian Xing, stating that the masters Hong and Lei wished to see him again. However, this time, Tian Xing had already informed Lingling and his senior brothers and sisters in advance, assuring them there was no cause for concern. In the training room, Hong saw Yao leading Tian Xing in and directly stated, Tian Xing, you've arrived. Please take a seat. We have prepared the items you requested, and additionally, we have gathered 200 portions of life water. You will find this useful. So you need not seek exchanges with other factions. Upon seeing Tian Xing, Lei Zi's face lit up with anticipation. Tian Xing, quickly present your treasures for me to behold. Tian Xing replied, Lei Gu, here is the Lei Yu Tiandao, a tier 4 weapon, along with this, the Lei Ji Ling Yu. With it, you can possess your own domain, rendering you invincible within its sphere. After speaking, he produced a crescent-shaped, ancient yet striking weapon, along with a sphere of energy. Hong, incredulous, inquired, what did you say? A thunder domain? How can that be? Isn't a domain something one must comprehend through a certain level of source energy insight? You've simply brought it forth? Master Lei immediately snatched the 2 treasures from Tian Xing's hands, clutching them tightly as he exclaimed to Hong. Ah, these are remarkable items. Hong Gu, these are gifts from Tian Xing. You cannot take them from me, and you already possess your own domain. Ha! Now, I too shall comprehend the domain. Tian Xing then presented a fire-red spear and several energy spheres to Hong. Hong Gu, this is the Hong Long Bao Yin Chong, also a tier 4 weapon, quite suitable for you, along with the Yin Long Chong Fa, which complements this spear. Additionally, I have the Yuanshi Lian Shinju and the Jiguang Huan Shin Shintong, which are superior to your current training methods. This is all I can offer for now. Furthermore, take a look at the other items to see if there is anything you desire, or if you wish to gift them to someone special. I will also venture to explore the 3 major secret realms and their ruins. Perhaps I shall uncover some treasures, which I can share with you later. Hong accepted without hesitation. Tian Xing also produced a collection of 2nd-tier and 3rd-tier defensive equipment and weapons for them to choose from. They each selected a few items, after which Tian Xing collected the remaining ones. Hong, astonished, questioned Tian Xing, then earnestly advised, the 3 major secret realms? Not just anyone can venture there. You must exercise caution. I am currently unable to approach those realms myself. He thought. This young man knows about the 3 major secret realms. It seems he has truly acquired significant legacies. Lei Zi, Equally concerned, warned Tian Xing. Yes, Tian Xing, with your current strength, it would be tantamount to courting death. It is best to wait until another time. In response to their concerns, Tian Xing calmly replied, very well, then we shall discuss it later. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. After stating this, Tian Xing departed and returned to Jiangningo. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting shadows on the ground, where several figures stood beneath the sunlit trees. Stinky younger brother, I genuinely do not wish to see you go, and I truly do not want to weep, yet my tears flow uncontrollably. It is all your fault for suddenly appearing in my life, yet it feels as though we are separated by a century. It is indeed your fault. The speaker is an extraordinarily beautiful, voluptuous girl resembling a fairy, standing before a tall, handsome young man who stands at 1.8 meters. She buries her head in his embrace, sobbing incessantly, her tears cascading down her cheeks, soaking the fabric of his chest, while she repeatedly pounds her small fists against his torso. The young man sighs, wiping away the girl's tears and comforts her, saying, "Ah, do not cry, Linglingjia. Be good. Allow me to share a saying with you. Wu wu er bu wu yu wu, nian nian er bu nian yu nian." After uttering these words, he soars into the sky on a shield-like weapon without looking back. This phrase reverberates along the tree-lined avenue. Beside them, a slightly older, equally enchanting beauty gazes at the departing man, reproaching, "What did that brat mean by that? Jiangji, do you understand? What does it mean to not be bound by material things or thoughts? Given Lingling's personality, she will surely miss him, and yet he says such things. He is simply a despicable little scoundrel." Jiangji, feeling quite awkward, responds, Ruo, I cannot quite comprehend either. Perhaps Tianxing Shaoshidi intends to convey that one should strive to become stronger without being overly attached to feelings. Ning Lingling, deep in thought, repeatedly echoes Tianxing's earlier words. Wu Wu er Bu Wu Yu Wu teaches us to view the material world correctly, to satisfy basic needs while maintaining an inner tranquility and detachment, unyielding to material influences. Nian Nian Erbu Nian Yu Nian encourages us to confront our inner distractions and desires, mastering our minds, and focusing on what truly matters in the present. This philosophy holds immense significance in today's perilous world, reminding us to strengthen ourselves while also nurturing our inner character and spiritual growth. By cultivating a transcendent spirit and a focused mindset, we can maintain clarity amidst chaos and make wise decisions, achieving genuine strength and happiness. A woman with short hair, delicate brows and starry eyes, graceful yet capable, resembling an ice mountain snow lotus, approaches and embraces Ning Lingling, offering words of comfort. Chapter 30. Tranquil Heart, Wise Choices. True Happiness. Ning Lingling murmurs to herself, reflecting, "Stinky younger brother, is this the belief that drives you to continually grow stronger? To protect family, to assist friends?" Clenching her fists, she silently vows, "I understand now. I will not be outdone by you. Just wait. One day, I will catch up to you and stand by your side, safeguarding Han Xia and those I hold dear." Zhao Zhuo, astonished, inquires of the newcomer, teacher Jiang Nannan. "What brings you here? Moreover, your earlier words were truly moving, compelling me to reassess that little brat." Teacher Jiang Nannan chuckles. "I initially came to bid farewell to that little rascal, but he left so quickly, not even offering me a word of goodbye." With a frown, she instructs Zhao Zhuo, Ruo, the next time you see that little brat, be sure to teach him a proper lesson. Did you hear? He made my most cherished disciple Lingling cry." Teacher Jiang Nannan glances at Ning Lingling, a mischievous smile dancing at the corners of her mouth. "All right, Teacher Jiang. I will certainly give that little brat a good talking to for making my dear junior sister cry. He has truly gone too far," she exclaims, rolling up her sleeves. Hearing her sister's determination, Ning Lingling anxiously interjects, "That cannot happen. Teacher Nannan, sister, Tianxing did not bully me. I simply could not bear to see him go. And that is why I cried. It is not his fault. Sister, there is no need to punish him." Teacher Jiang Nannan looks at Ning Lingling with a heart full of compassion and says, "All right, I was just joking. That little rascal Tianxing is one of the most perplexing students I have, aside from Xiao Luo. In truth, he often reminds me more than I can teach him. In his presence, I do not feel like a teacher at all, especially after hearing that earlier phrase. It is not something one of his age should be able to articulate." Jiang Nannan recalls the times during class when Tianxing had inadvertently embarrassed her with his insights. Yet she could not help but admire him. Standing beside Zhao Zhuo, Shi Jiang is deeply moved, pondering, so this is the mindset that allows him to grow so rapidly and assist others. I have been overly concerned with the differences between myself and others, allowing external factors to sway my mindset. I always believed that remaining in the training camp and relying on rewards would enable my improvement. But that has limited my potential for true strength. Clenching his fists, he resolves to make an important decision. Yet, upon seeing the charming girl beside him, he hesitates. In the skies at 10,000 meters, a powerful figure soars at high speed, effortlessly dispatching several foolish Lord-level flying monsters that attempt to ambush him with his small flying knives. This individual is none other than Tian Xing, who has just departed from Hongning Bay City. He muses, I'm glad I left quickly. How would I explain to them otherwise? I can't possibly tell them that I have a system for completing tasks. That would be better left unsaid. Shuang, what delightful rewards did you bestow upon me? He then enters the system space to inquire. Ding dong, congratulations, master, for completing the task with a completion rate of 1,000. Granting you the following rewards. Reward 1, 5,000 system energy blocks. 1 block equals 100 million energy coins. Reward 2, enhanced life water 99999. Reward 3, dragon blood premium 99999. Reward 4, mechanical race void cosmic battleship 9. Special reward 5, ancient civilization gravity chamber modified to earth gravity 1.001 trillion times. Special reward 6, divine fate unparalleled 9 turns talent secret method. Upon seeing the rewards in the system space, Tian Xing is filled with joy, thinking, this is a significant gain compared to before. However, upon hearing Shuang's subsequent explanation, he curiously asks, what does it mean to resist fate? Master, to resist fate means that once you have cultivated this system's exclusive talent secret method to a certain level, you will no longer be bound by predetermined destiny. You will no longer have to follow the developmental path of the destined child Luo Feng, but instead act according to your own will. Tian Xing excitedly asks the system, oh, then I shall begin my cultivation immediately. How do I do that? The system, exasperated, responds, Master, do you wish to perish? You are currently at 10,000 meters in the air. Attempting to cultivate here could lead to your untimely demise, truly. Tian Xing awkwardly nods and replies, all right. I suppose I should return first. In the satellite city of Hangqing, part of the Great Wall Bay City, the sky is clear and the sun blazes down upon the earth. Dear, hurry up. Why are you dawdling over washing the vegetables? Our son is likely to arrive home any moment now, and at this rate, dinner will not be ready by the time he gets back, exclaims a beautiful woman, her hair tied high in a ponytail, as she hurriedly prepares dinner in the kitchen, not wanting to fall behind. She has enlisted the help of the male head of the household. The man, with a wry smile, responds to his wife, ah, dear. This brat Tian Xing initially claimed he would only return once a year, and now look, he graduated from the elite training camp in just a month, even earning an invincible god of war rating. This kid is now stronger than I am. The beautiful woman replies disdainfully, of course. Our son has always been better than you. With your skills, you can't even defeat me anymore, and you still have the audacity to compare yourself to him. Just then, the sound of the door opening is heard. Ding, clatter. As Tian Xing opened the door, he found the house empty, his face adorned with confusion as he glanced into the kitchen, where he faintly heard the voices of his parents. He called out, Mama, I'm back. What are you all up to? Hearing her son's voice, Ho-Hot turned to Tian Xing with a bright smile and replied, Ah, my son, you're back. You must be hungry, but the meal isn't ready yet. It's all your father's fault. He always takes his sweet time. You must be starving. Just wait a moment. Dinner will be ready shortly. After speaking, she playfully pinched the waist of the man washing vegetables beside her, causing him to grimace in pain. The man, looking innocently at his son, exclaimed, Ah, that hurts. Dear, I was washing as quickly as I could, but it's essential to wash thoroughly. Right, son? With a look of regret, Tian Xing addressed his mother, Mama, there's no need to rush. I returned in haste, and didn't notify you in advance. I have something important to discuss with you. Ho-Hot, with a motherly affection, responded, Oh, my son, no matter how significant the matter, we must finish our meal first. A person is like iron, and food is like steel. One cannot function properly on an empty stomach. She then turned back to the kitchen, hurriedly preparing the dishes, and the family enjoyed a harmonious meal together. In chapter 31, Ho-Hot gazed at Tian Xing with admiration and said, Come, son, try the red braised pork I made just for you. You know, this meat comes from a high-level Lord-class ferocious lion that your father hunted in the wilderness. It's quite nourishing. She placed a piece of meat into Tian Xing's bowl and continued, When your father defeated that high-level Lord-class beast, he stored the carcass within the independent space of the realm you helped us understand. Upon returning to the military, he presented it before the soldiers, some of whom were so frightened they nearly lost control. It had me laughing so hard my stomach hurt. You have no idea how hilarious that scene was. Everyone thought a high-level Lord-class monster had suddenly attacked the base city. After finishing her tale, Hohat set down her chopsticks and burst into laughter. Fangyang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, interjected. Dear, please stop. This is so awkward. Who knew those new recruits had never seen a high-level Lord-class beast? They were terrified. I was left utterly bemused. Tian Xing, with a playful smirk, teased his father. Haha. Dad, you must have faced quite the scolding from Grandpa Lin, right? Yet. He recalled a similar humorous incident at the War God Rating Center. Hohat, surprised, smiled and said, Son, how did you know? Did Grandpa Lin scold your father? You're quite the clever one to deduce that. Suddenly, Tian Xing became very serious, addressing his parents. Mama, Baba, I genuinely have something significant to discuss with you. I have a premonition that a major event may soon unfold. Hohat, noticing her son's sudden seriousness, asked what? What could happen? Fangyang calmly reassured, Son, no matter how serious the situation, with your father here, I will ensure no one harms you in the slightest. Tian Xing smiled faintly, but continued with concern. Mama, Baba, my early return was due to sensing that a large-scale beast tide may be imminent. While hunting monsters in the ocean, I noticed they were gathering in large numbers. I don't know when it will erupt, but I acquired several valuable items during my training. Which is why I returned early, to help you both become stronger before the beast tide crisis occurs, so you can better protect yourselves. With a wave of his hand, various items appeared on the table. This is a true dragon blood essence, a strengthening type. It's applied to the skin. And this is the spirit of a 10,000-year-old herb. If you drink its essence, you can instantly become a being surpassing the War God planetary level. Alongside these source spirit crystals and life spirit fruits, let us see how far you can elevate your psychic mastery, Mama. He then handed his parents the items, instructing them on their use. Watching them enter their bedroom with the true dragon blood essence and other treasures, he heard loud shouts and exclamations. I want to try the true dragon blood essence and the 10,000-year herb. How many levels can I advance from my currently suppressed high-level war god status? After speaking, Tian Xing entered his own room, placing several source spirit crystals aside, consuming a 10,000-year herb, and drinking from the life spirit fruit. He also applied the true dragon blood on his arm, experiencing a heart-wrenching pain accompanied by an inexplicable sense of pleasure. The conflicting sensations left him in a state of pain and joy. As the sun gradually set and the moon began to rise, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Tian Xing emerged from his room, having cleaned himself of the grime, and upon seeing him, Hohat exclaimed, Son, you're out. Look at what level I've reached. I feel I could easily take down a high-level Lord-class beast now. I'm no longer afraid of even royal-class monsters. She demonstrated with punches in the air, throwing 2 straight jabs and a hook toward the sky. Suddenly, there was a thunderous crash as the roof and a wall of their villa collapsed into the bedroom, shattering the decorative glass on the wall. Who dares to attack my home? Are they seeking death? They demolished my house. At that moment, a dusty figure emerged from the wreckage, having punched through the fallen wall. Hohat was stunned to see her husband crawl out, resembling a child caught in mischief. She clung to the dust-covered Fangyang, exclaiming, Husband, are you all right? You scared me. I merely threw a punch, and the wall collapsed. I hope it didn't crush you. I'm sorry. Please don't spank me. One hand embraced Fangyang, while the other shielded her behind. Fangyang comforted her. Oh, what? My brave and invincible wife knocked down the wall with a single punch. You're incredible. How could I blame you for that? It's just a wall. No problem. We can always buy a bigger, sturdier house. Tian Xing, with a bemused expression, cautioned his mother, Mama, be careful next time. Thankfully, Dad was inside. Otherwise, someone else might have been buried alive. Xiao Shuang, please check my parents' current levels. The system, Xiao Shuang, scanned them and reported, Master. Your mother is currently at a suppressed level of planetary stage 5, possessing both ice and space dual domains. She has also recognized the ice flame purple crystal vine you previously provided, which is now at the juvenile stellar level. Your father is at planetary stage 4, with fire and space dual domains, and the ice flame purple crystal vine is at the initial stage of planetary level. Your own suppressed level has also reached planetary stage 5. Tian Xing, puzzled, asked his father, Initial stage of planetary level. Dad, what happened to the divine vine I had you nurture? Why hasn't he reached the juvenile stellar level? Fangyang was astonished, thinking, oh no. How did my son find out about this? Hohat, noticing her husband's silence, turned to Tian Xing and began to explain, well, this. Son, you cannot blame your father for this. He gave that fruit to your grandpa Li, who is quite elderly, and thought it could help prolong his life. Did you not mention that the fruit could add 10 years to our lives? This was my consent. Upon hearing his mother's explanation, Tian Xing's expression turned to one of understanding, and he addressed his parents, saying, "Oh, I see. Mom, you are doing well. With such numerous spiritual items, you have ascended to become a formidable planetary-level 5th-tier mentalist. Father is at the planetary-level 4th tier, on par with Grandpa Jai. We no longer need to maintain such a low profile in our training. Let us proceed to the military headquarters to find Grandpa Lin and the others." With that, he stepped out towards the door. His mother, upon hearing her son's words, wore a look of disbelief and thought, "Just doing well? A planetary-level 5th tier? Surely, that surpasses Commander G. To merely say doing well is quite an understatement." Yet, upon reflection, she realized this meant her son would only grow more powerful, and she responded with relief. "All right, as long as I am just a tad stronger than your father. He. Right, dear husband?" She then looked at him with a mischievous grin. Fang Yang replied earnestly, "Of course, if my wife is not formidable. Who else could be?" Then, Ho-Hot shyly turned to Tian Xing and said, "Son, what about our wall? Just wait for your father and me." Before she could finish, she noticed Tian Xing had already exited, soaring towards the military base, with his father following closely behind. Tian Xing waved his hand and said, "Mom, it would suffice to have Grandpa Lin send someone to handle it at the military base. There is no need to be so entangled. More pressing matters await us." After saying this, he stepped onto his small flying shield and departed. In the dimly lit southeastern military district family housing area of the Great Wall Base City, a college girl dressed in a cute white t-shirt and a pink knee-length skirt, embodying a graceful and petite figure, addressed her parents. "Dad, Mom, I'll be out for a bit. I'll be back soon." A middle-aged woman emerged from the kitchen, her expression tinged with concern. "Lingling, my child, why are you going out so late? The world is quite unstable these days." The girl pointed towards a nearby supermarket and murmured to her mother, "Oh, Mom, I'm just going to buy some snacks. I won't be gone long." The woman, relieved, cautioned, "All right then. The sooner you return, the better. Be safe." "Yes, Mom. I'll be back quickly," the graceful girl replied before stepping outside. Upon exiting, she noticed a crowd gathered around a villa, murmuring in speculation. A middle-aged woman who had just approached asked a bystander, "What happened here? Why is the roof of this perfectly good villa collapsed? The walls have fallen too." The woman being questioned, an older sister, responded, "I don't know. I was cooking at home this afternoon when I suddenly heard a loud rumbling. I didn't think much of it at the time. When I went out for a stroll after dinner, I found that the new neighbor's villa had collapsed, and the walls had fallen down. I have no idea what happened. No one is inside." Another gossip-loving uncle leaned in and whispered, "I heard the owner of this house is a significant figure in the military district. They just moved in not long ago. Could it be they offended someone even more powerful and have enemies knocking at their door?" At this moment, the graceful girl, noticing her neighbor's discussions, approached curiously and, upon recognizing the collapsed villa, gasped, "Oh, is this not the Tian Xing family? How could this happen?" A middle-aged greasy man, hearing the pleasant voice, turned and smiled lecherously. "Ah, is this not Yuliao's little daughter, Yulinglong? Yulinglong, I heard the owner's son is your college classmate. What happened to their family? Did they offend someone formidable and attract trouble?" Yulinglong, sensing the man's lewd gaze, said nothing and turned to flee in another direction, dialing a number on her phone as she ran. The phone rang several times before connecting, and a melodious voice on the other end inquired, "Hello, Linglong. What is the matter?" "I've been busy studying lately." With rapid breaths and a sense of urgency, Yulinglong replied, "Qingchunjia, I don't know why, but the Tian Xing family's villa has collapsed. The house is in ruins, and according to the neighbors, it seems they have attracted enemies. What should we do?" Qingchun, in disbelief, asked, "What? That is impossible. Tian Xing is at the elite training camp in the first base city. Who would dare to cause trouble for them and to collapse their house?" Yulinglong responded with certainty, "I assure you, Qingchunjia, it is absolutely true. Moreover, Uncle Fong and Aunt Ho-Hot are not home. Logically, if something happened, they would have sent someone to repair it. So how could no one be there?" After pondering for a moment, Yulinglong continued, "Could it be that those two god-tier powerhouses who once had a bounty on Tian Xing for allegedly killing their son have come to dismantle their home and taken Uncle Fong and Aunt Ho-Hot away? What should we do?" She wore a deeply worried expression. Qingchun, equally anxious, exclaimed, "Oh no, if that is the case, we have a serious problem. Linglong, where are you now? I'll come find you. Let us go to the military district to see Grandpa Lin. He might have a solution. Tian Xing is the top prodigy in the military district now. I'll also call my sister to inform Tian Xing's brother to come back quickly." With that, she changed out of her pajamas into a simple yet elegant t-shirt and jeans, accentuating her fine figure. Once dressed, Qingchun emerged from her room and announced, "Dad, Mom, I'll be out for a bit. Before her parents could respond, she dashed out the door. Her mother, perplexed, remarked, "What is wrong with that child? Why is she in such a hurry?" When the two girls met, Yulinglong anxiously conveyed to Ning Qingchun, "Qingchunjia, I'm so relieved to see you. Something serious has happened to Tian Xing's family. Their villa has collapsed." "It is absolutely true." Ning Qingchun noticed Yulinglong was silent, absorbed in dialing a number. Beep, beep, beep. "The number you have dialed is currently unavailable." Seeing she couldn't get through, she tried again. After several rings, another voice message advised that the number was still unavailable. Qingchun, filled with urgency and frustration, spoke to the phone. "Come on, answer. Older sister, what on earth are you doing? Why aren't you picking up after so many calls? What is the point of having a phone if you don't use it? This is ridiculous." Seeing her sister's phone was still unanswered, Ning Qingchun took Yulinglong's hand and headed towards the military district, saying, "Let us go to the military district and find Grandpa Lin. He will surely have a way to rescue Aunt Ho Hot and the others." In the military district headquarters, lights illuminated the building. A soldier observed the biological data on the detection screen, noting an unusual accumulation of creatures in the ocean, and reported to an elderly man with a white beard, "Sir, there is trouble. The satellite has detected a large number of monsters gathering in the ocean. I'm not sure if they are planning to launch a beast tide against the base city again." The elderly commander explained, "Recently, we have seen an increase in god-tier powerhouses among humanity. It is likely that those two old monsters in the sea can no longer contain themselves, hence their movements." "Grandpa Lin, where are you?" "I'm back." Upon arriving at the military headquarters, Tian Xing searched for Commander Lin, but he was not in his office. One soldier remarked to another, "Wow, that is Fang Yang's son, Major Tian Xing. He graduated from the elite training camp so quickly? That is incredibly impressive." Another soldier, enviously, replied, "Indeed. Yesterday, the broadcast announced that Luo Feng from the 1st Martial Arts Hall has attained the peak level of the war god and is returning to their base city to serve as an inspector. Unexpectedly, the most talented divine thought master from our military district has also returned. It is said that he has swiftly surpassed the war god level." "Ah, Tian Xing, is that really you? How did you return so quickly? You just spent over a month in the elite training camp. You didn't even give me a heads up. I could have sent a warplane to pick you up." At that moment, an elderly man with a white beard approached with a smile. The newcomer was none other than Commander Lin Dawei. Tian Xing, filled with concern, spoke to Grandpa Lin as he led the way to his office. "Grandpa Lin, I have important news to inform you. The monsters in the ocean have been unusually active lately, indicating that something significant is about to occur. Where is Grandpa Jia? Please call him as well. I have obtained quite a few valuable items during my war god training. I even traded for many good things with the 1st Hall Master and Hall Master Lei. We are already aware of that. Our monitoring satellites detected this in advance." "Tian Xing, do you have any effective strategies?" Lin Dawei replied with a smile. "If a monster tide truly erupts this time, it will undoubtedly be a first-level disaster." After saying this, Lin Dawei continued, "By the way, Tian Xing, Luo Feng from the 1st Martial Arts Hall is also a divine thought master like you. He has been appointed as the inspector for Jiangnan Bay City by the foremost warrior. When he returns, I will take you to meet him. Furthermore, I am considering granting him a position with the rank of Major General in our military district. You should join us too. Oh, by the way, you are now also a talented Major General in our military district." This decision was unanimously made by Grandpa Jia, and other military elders. "Your parents have already achieved the rank of Lieutenant General." Tian Xing, astonished, asked Grandpa Lin, "Major General?" Grandpa Lin, I haven't contributed much to the military district. How can I deserve the title of Major General? That seems inappropriate." Lin Dawei replied earnestly, "Who says you haven't contributed? During the Level 3 Rat Tide incident, the explosives and diesel you arranged on the transport warplanes saved countless soldiers' lives. You might not even realize that your reputation in the military exceeds that of your father. And when you and Luo Feng together defeated the Hydra King, how many lives did you save in Jiangnan Bay City? That alone is more than enough. Not to mention, you are the foremost divine thought master in our military district, having surpassed the war god level before Luo Feng. Your name on the Tianlong ranking is enough to bring honor to our military district. Therefore, it is only right for me to grant you the title of Major General." At that moment, a burly and resolute-looking general entered the room and spoke casually. "Indeed, what Grandpa Lin said is also what I wanted to convey. Especially your words in front of the foremost warrior. They have all informed me about it. You truly brought great honor to our military district." Seeing the newcomer, Tian Xing asked curiously, "Oh, Grandpa Jia, how did you return so quickly? Didn't Grandpa Lin just call you?" Jia explained, "Haha, Your father called me early this morning to inform me that you would be returning today. So I hurried back. Oh, now I understand. Since both of you esteemed leaders are here, and with Officer Zhou present as well, I have significant matters to discuss. I will be brief. After saying this, Tian Xing unleashed his divine thought power, isolating the room from the outside and blocking all instruments inside. This action left everyone perplexed. This is what I traded with Honggu and Lei Gu using some of their needed treasures, and I owe them quite a bit. This is a prepayment I brought back. 200 doses of true dragon blood elixirs, 200 doses of life water, 20 millennium spiritual herbs, and 10,000-year spiritual herbs. These are all military resources for the military department, in gratitude for the care shown to my parents and my upbringing. Salute. After speaking, Tian Xing waved his hand, and a tall stack of special boxes was neatly arranged against the wall as he saluted the two leaders. This display and the treasures presented left even the seasoned leaders, accustomed to the battlefield, utterly astounded. What? 200 doses of 10,000-year spiritual herbs? Prepayment? What a monumental gesture. Tian Xing Yu, Lin Grandpa, witnessing this scene, was so excited he could hardly find the words. Zhou Goen, seeing these rare treasures, each worth a fortune, immediately rendered a formal military salute, praising Major General Tian Xing. You truly live up to the title of the foremost divine thought master in our military district. It's all for the sake of Hanxia. There's no need to make it a big deal. Tian Xing waved his hand dismissively. By the way, Grandpa Lin, Grandpa Jia, since you have made me a Major General, I have additional gifts for you, including rare true dragon blood elixirs, 10,000-year spiritual herbs, and source spirit crystals, along with a life spirit fruit for Grandpa Lin. Uncle Zhou, you are still young, so I can only give this longevity-enhancing fruit to Grandpa Lin. He is older and deserves to live a few more years. Officer Zhou, filled with gratitude, replied, it's all right. Just the fact that you value me so greatly is already a tremendous honor. Receiving these 3 rare treasures is the greatest privilege of my life. Tian Xing gently responded to Officer Zhou. Haha, actually, I am also repaying you. You entrusted my care to my mother back then, allowing me to be who I am today. Alas, the other uncles and aunts are no longer with us. Otherwise, I would treat them the same way. His expression turned somber. Lin Dawei, puzzled, asked, the other uncles and aunts? Zhou Go inside and replied honestly, Commander. They refer to Major General Liu and Lieutenant Mei Shi. They sacrificed their lives for the country during a beast tide several years ago. Alas, Grandpa Jia calmly said to Tian Xing, it's all right, Tian Xing. I believe their spirits in heaven would be comforted knowing this. By the way, Tian Xing, Uncle Liu's brother is Liu Gang from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. You can pass on the gifts you wanted to give to Uncle Liu to him. Tian Xing asked in delight, oh, really? That is wonderful. Could you help me contact Elder Liu and assist me in delivering these items to him? Fang Yang chided Tian Xing's son. Just tell your father. How can you trouble the leaders with this? I often drink with young Liu now. Commander Zhao laughed and said, it's no trouble. Just a small matter. In Chapter 34, Tian Xing resolutely declared, both of you esteemed leaders, I also want to impart the ancient divine battle technique, the original refining divine technique, and the Aurora illusory body technique to you. Moreover, any significant contributions made in our military district can be distributed as rewards. No one should receive them through connections, as it would be unfair to the families of the fallen heroes. I have heard that there are some pests in our military sub-district who focus solely on embezzlement and corruption, neglecting their duties to the country and its people. Grandpa Jia sternly instructed the nearby officer, Xiaozhou, did you hear that? You need to investigate this matter thoroughly and find out who is tarnishing the reputation of our military department. The honor that Tian Xing has worked so hard to establish cannot be destroyed by those unscrupulous individuals. Yes, Commander, I will ensure the mission is completed. I will not let down Major General Tian Xing's efforts. Afterward, he saluted both leaders and Tian Xing. All right, esteemed leaders and Uncle Zhou, please hasten to utilize these treasures to enhance yourselves. If a beast tide erupts, we must be ready to catch them off guard. Additionally, prepare 100 doses of true dragon blood for those high-ranking soldiers about to advance to the war god level. This will help them quickly upgrade, ensuring the safety of the base city when the beast tide strikes. I will also seek out Honggu and Lei Gu to trade for more, so don't hesitate to use them, esteemed leaders. Otherwise, my efforts will be in vain. By the way, Grandpa Lin, when are we going to invite Luo Gu to join our military district? Please inform me when the time comes. Finally, the matter is settled. I shall take my leave now. Having traveled a long day, I am utterly fatigued. Oh, by the way, Father, please remember to give the items I prepared for Lu Fengbobo to Lu Qianbei. As Tian Xing finished speaking, he stepped out the door. At that moment, a girl clad in a t-shirt and jeans, whose figure was quite appealing, rushed over in a flurry, grasping his arm and leaving him bewildered. Tian Xing, when did you return without informing me? Do you have any idea how worried I was? I called my sister numerous times, but she never answered. Linlong went to your house and discovered that your villa had collapsed. The walls were destroyed. I thought something terrible had transpired. That the war god from the Uyuoba alliance was after your family. Where are Uncle Fong and Aunt Ho Hot? What happened to them? The beautiful girl, looking remarkably delicate and attractive in her attire, spoke with concern to Tian Xing. Having been living and training alongside Ning Lingling recently, she mistakenly believed that Ning Lingling had returned to seek him out. It was only when Tian Xing focused that he realized it was Ning Qingchuan, her eyes brimming with tears. Tian Xing, feeling awkward and helpless, shrugged his shoulders and replied to Ning Qingchuan, Our home is fine. It was my mother's doing. By the way, I almost forgot. We can't stay in our house for the time being, as it has been demolished by my mother. We will likely be at the military base for a while. Aunt Ho Hot, feeling embarrassed, explained, It wasn't intentional. Who could have known that as soon as Tian Xing returned, he would utilize that potent dragon blood elixir, resulting in such overwhelming strength. One mere gesture, and the walls fell, the villa crumbled. I am utterly speechless, realizing that Tian Xing's mother was present. Qingchuan released his arm and rushed to embrace Ho Hot, expressing her distress. Aunt Ho Hot, I thought you had been captured by bad people. I was so worried. Tears welled in her eyes. Ho Hot comforted Ning Qingchuan. I'm so sorry, dear Qingchuan, don't be upset. It was my oversight for not informing our neighbors. This is all Tian Xing's fault. He was so eager to bring back the treasures from the elite training camp to share with Grandpa Lin and Grandpa Jia that he caused all this commotion, making you two worry for him late into the night. Everyone present wore a bewildered expression, taken aback by the turn of events, and then erupted into laughter. Someone remarked, You truly are a talent, attracting affection from all sides. Indeed. First, we had the newly arrived Lingling, the female war god from our military. And now 2 more beauties have appeared. What a remarkable scene. What do you think? If only you could possess half of Major Tian Xing's prowess, your ancestors would be proud. Tian Xing, feeling utterly exasperated, thought to himself, This is a case of romantic misfortune. As he pondered, he recalled that Qingchuan mentioned many unanswered calls, which made him wonder what Lingling was up to. Jia Yi was the first to react, gazing at Fong Yang as if he had discovered a new world. Hey, Fong Yang, I can no longer perceive your realm. Impressive. It hasn't been long since we last met, and you have already advanced. Fong Yang scratched the back of his head, smiling, uncertain of what to say. Commander Li Dawei also sensed that Fong Yang, Ho Hot, and Tian Xing had all attained the same level of strength as old Jia, and he joyfully exclaimed, Wonderful. Now, our Hanxia has gained 3 warriors of godly caliber. Tian Xing calmly corrected him. Incorrect, Grandpa Li, it is 6. Once you and Uncle Zhou advance, you will understand. And there is also Teacher Zhou from Uncle Zhou's family. You will see then. With a bemused expression, Tian Xing turned to Ning Qingchuan and asked, Dear Qingchuan, what are you doing out here alone at such a late hour? Aren't you concerned about your safety? You really should be more cautious. Ning Qingchuan, with a hint of pride, replied, Tian Xing, it's all your fault. Aunt Ho Hot also said it's because of you. And don't underestimate me. I have applied to the military academy and am now a senior student. I didn't come alone. Linlong is with me. We often visit Grandpa Lin. I am quite familiar with this place. Tian Xing, puzzled, inquired, You Linlong? She is here too? What is going on? Ning Qingchuan awkwardly explained. Well, your house seemed to have been invaded by a war god, causing a chaotic scene. When Linlong went out to buy snacks after dinner, she passed by your home and rushed to find me, thinking something grave had happened. That Aunt Ho Hot and Uncle Fong were captured by those from the Uyuoba alliance. We wanted to seek Grandpa Lin's help. Who knew it was Aunt Ho Hot who caused the destruction? I'm just flabbergasted. Aunt Ho Hot, please let us know next time you plan to demolish the house. Seeing that this girl was genuinely worried for her, Ho Hot felt her heart swell with affection and said to Ning Qingchuan, All right, I understand. Sweet Qingchuan, since I have nowhere to stay tonight, may I impose on your family for a short while? She then whispered a few words in Qingchuan's ear, causing the latter's face to instantly flush crimson, while Ho Hot shot a knowing glance at her son, Tian Xing, who pretended not to notice. With a rosy complexion, Ning Qingchuan approached, much like her sister Ning Lingling, and took hold of Tian Xing's arm, leading him back home while cheerfully saying, Of course. Let us go to my house. Just the other day, my parents were discussing something with you and Tian Xing. They want to find you. Come along, Tian Xing. As they walked, Tian Xing couldn't help but noticed the striking resemblance between Ning Qingchuan and Ning Lingling, leading him to momentarily fantasize that he was being embraced by Lingling once more. Shaking his head, he found himself overwhelmed by the sentiment. At that moment, a charming girl dressed in a cute t-shirt and skirt. Upon seeing Ning Qingchuan holding Tian Xing's arm, approached with an expression of displeasure, asking, Tian Xing, when did you return? Weren't you participating in the elite training camp? How could you be here? She then rushed to Ho Hot's side, saying, Aunt Ho Hot, I thought you and Uncle Fong had been taken by bad people. So I came with Qingchuan to find Commander Lin to rescue you. Tian Xing, feeling a wave of frustration, chuckled wryly. That was my mother's doing. I am equally bewildered. Ho Hot, equally speechless, remarked to you Linlong, you really are kind-hearted for worrying about us so late. She affectionately patted Linlong on the head. At this moment, Tian Xing jestingly turned to Linlong, my mother wants me to go to Qingchuan's house tonight. I'd rather not. May I stay at your place instead? Of course. No way. The two girls simultaneously responded, each holding one of Tian Xing's hands. Ning Qingchuan proudly declared, Tian Xing, today we must go to our home. My parents truly need to discuss something with them. Even Aunt Ho Hot knows, right? Ho Hot nodded in agreement. Yu Linlong, her voice lacking confidence, murmured, But Tian Xing said he wanted to go to my house. Tian Xing, with an air of nonchalance, chuckled, Haha, dear Linlong, I was merely teasing. If I cannot go to your home tonight, here, this is for you. Thank you for being my desk mate and best friend all along. Although I know you harbor secret affections for me, I understand that it is not love, merely admiration. Isn't it? You do not feel any romantic stirrings for me. Open this gift when no one is around. As he spoke, he produced an exquisitely crafted, radiant box from his pocket and handed it to Yu Linlong, the contents of which remained a mystery to all but Tian Xing. Yu Linlong, upon hearing Tian Xing's words, felt a tinge of sorrow. However, upon receiving a gift from him, her countenance brightened with joy, and she eagerly inquired, Wow, this box is truly beautiful. What gift lies within? Tian Xing, with an air of mystery, insisted that she refrain from opening it for now, suggesting she should wait until she was alone that evening, assuring her she would undoubtedly adore it. In the midst of curious onlookers, he drew forth his weapon and leapt atop his strikingly magnificent sword, inviting the two lovely maidens, Come, join me. Ladies, allow me to escort you home. Steady yourselves. Once they climbed aboard, as he prepared for takeoff, Yu Linlong, blushing and clasping her skirt, whispered, Wait a moment, Tian Xing. Is this safe? I feel a bit scared. And could you please go slower? I forgot to wear pants. Sister Linlong. You went out at night in a skirt, and there's nothing underneath. Ning Qingchuan exclaimed in shock, before a sudden realization struck her. With a knowing glance at Tian Xing, she remarked, Especially since you were planning to stay at their home. Your intentions are clearly not pure. By the way, naughty brother, as a psychic, did you already know she had nothing on under her skirt, which is why you chose to visit her instead of me? You rascal. Hearing Ning Qingchuan's words, Yu Linlong, her cheeks aflame, quickly interjected, I am wearing something. Qingchuan sister, please don't say that. I am just worried about flying. I am wearing a skirt, not pants. And I wouldn't expose myself. Tian Xing wouldn't do anything like that. We sit together in class every day, and although I have occasionally forgotten to wear pants to school, he has never taken advantage of me. He is not the kind of person you think. Tian Xing remained silent, feeling increasingly speechless at their exchange. Ho Hot regarded her son with a mischievous smile, chuckling. Son, what's wrong? Why so quiet? Tian Xing, with a furrowed brow, replied dismissively, Oh, mother. I am truly at a loss for words. Yu Linlong, you are driving me to exasperation. Sister Qingchuan, psychic energy is not utilized in such a manner. If I truly wished to see, even if you wore a steel helmet and down jacket, I could still see everything. Just ask my mother. Ning Qingchuan, covering herself in indignation yet blushing, retorted, No way, naughty brother. You are not allowed to look indiscriminately or act lewdly, especially not at other girls. Yu Linlong, innocent yet reluctant, asked Ning Qingchuan, Qingchuan sister, what did you mean by that? Does it mean Tian Xing can use his psychic powers to see me, but not you? Is that the implication? That won't he do. But I trust he is not that kind of person, right, Tian Xing? Well, never mind, I shall say nothing more. Thank you for believing in me, Linlong. Tian Xing, with one hand covering his face, controlled his magnificent sword to ascend slowly. Standing at the forefront, Yu Linlong, feeling apprehensive, drew closer to Tian Xing, wrapping one arm around his waist while the other pressed down her skirt. Ning Qingchuan, blushing, silently embraced Yu Linlong's waist. Sister Qingchuan, look. We are flying. This is amazing. Yu Linlong exclaimed, tightening her grip around Tian Xing. The two girls, closely nestled against his waist, felt the contrasting shapes, with Yu Linlong pondering. If only I had a figure like Sister Qingchuan's, perhaps he would like me more. Ning Qingchuan, lost in thought, reflected on the enchanting box Tian Xing had gifted to Yu Linlong. wondering what marvelous treasure it contained. Why did he choose to give a gift to her and not to me? Could it be that Tian Xing truly harbors feelings for Yulinglong? Ho-Hot burst into laughter, addressing her son. Ha, naughty boy, at last I have witnessed you in a predicament. These two little girls are truly clever. They have rendered you speechless, which is quite rare. More formidable than Lingling. My dear mother, must you mock me so? Tian Xing thought, feeling utterly defeated. It appears the saying holds true. 3 women can create a drama, and I am merely the jester among them. Tian Xing brought the magnificent sword to a gentle landing and informed Yulinglong, Little Linglong, we have arrived at your home. Upon disembarking, Yulinglong, somewhat reluctant, asked Tian Xing, Oh, Tian Xing, would you like to come in for a while? It has been ages since you visited. At that moment, a woman resembling Yulinglong rushed over, embracing her in concern. Ah, Lingling, you are finally back. We were so worried. You said you would return in a few minutes, and now it is nearly midnight. You didn't answer your phone. Yulinglong softly explained. Mom, I'm fine. I was at the military district with Grandpa Lin because Tian Xing came back. She thought to herself. Given that she had claimed she would return shortly, and now this had happened, her head bowed in fear of being scolded. Ho-Hot approached and affectionately patted Yulinglong's head, saying, I apologize. Madam Yuling, today Linglong was delayed due to our family's matters. Please do not blame her. Just then, a man from the household approached with a salute. General Fong, General Ho-Hot, greetings. I am Yu Lingfeng from the Logistics Department, 51st Division, 3rd Company. This is my wife and youngest daughter. Ho-Hot responded with ease, Oh, nice to meet you. Your daughter is remarkable. Please do not hold her accountable. She was indeed out for our naughty boy, which is why she took so long. We have matters to attend to, so we shall visit another day. Rest assured, General Ho-Hot, we will not blame our daughter, Yu Lingfeng assured, giving her a thumbs up. Chapter 36. Ning Qingchun, having overheard Yulinglong invite Tian Xing to their home, thought it was late and should return. She interjected, No, Linglong. My parents truly need to see him. Perhaps you can invite Tian Xing to your home another time. Yulinglong, feeling a bit dejected, pondered silently. Fidgeting with her skirt, she replied to Ning Qingchun, Oh, very well. I want to take up your time. Tian Xing, please remember to visit my home next time. My parents want me to spend more time with you. All right then. Farewell. Until we meet again. Tian Xing once again commanded his magnificent sword to soar, taking Ning Qingchun to her home. As Ning Qingchun clung to Tian Xing's waist, she lamented, Humph. Naughty brother, why do you attract so much attention? Yulinglong mentioned that ever since everyone learned you have surpassed the war god level and become a genius major. Many girls have taken a liking to you. Tian Xing, incredulous, replied, That's impossible. I haven't visited in 6 months. How could more girls be interested? Ning Qingchun chuckled in response. Hee. That's because you are now the foremost psychic in the military district, the youngest major. Forget your past. Now, throughout the academy, many admire and adore you. Tian Xing, exasperated, shrugged. Very well, there is nothing I can do about it. I had no such intention. Tian Xing, puzzled, asked Ning Qingchun, All right. Qingchun's sister, we have arrived at your home. Sigh, I am truly perplexed. What do your parents need to see me for? As Ning Qingchun walked towards her home, a triumphant smile graced her face. You will find out once you enter. What's wrong? A distinguished major like you fears our family will devour you? My sister isn't even home. With that, she mused, Naughty boy, are you truly afraid of my sister? Do you have feelings for her? Her expression turned somber at the thought. Tian Xing, with disdain, retorted, as if I would be afraid. Besides my mother, I fear no one. Ning Qingchun turned to Ho-Hot and inquired, Aunt Ho-Hot, is what Tian Xing said true? Aside from you, is he not even afraid of Uncle Fong? Ho-Hot looked at Fong Yang with a smug expression and said, Indeed. Is there a problem? Let him try to lay a hand on my son. He must be seeking trouble. At that moment, a woman resembling Ning Lingling emerged from inside the house. With a smile, she greeted them, General Fong, General Gui. And Tian Xing, you have arrived. Please, come in. Tian Xing's father, Tian Xing is here. Tian Xing is here? I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Come in and take a seat. Ning Qingchuan's father beamed with joy, limping out to welcome their family. Fong Yang, feeling slightly awkward, replied, Brother Ning, there is no need for such formality. We are all old friends. Just call me Yang, as before, along with Ho-Hot. Right, dear? Ho-Hot responded earnestly, Yes, Brother Ning, Sister Hua. It is sufficient to keep it as before. No need for such formality. Otherwise, we would feel uncomfortable. Ning's father looked at Tian Xing and praised, Well, you have just been promoted to general. Basic courtesy is still necessary. Especially you, Tian Xing, being so young and already a major. Your future is indeed bright. Tian Xing, puzzled, asked, Uncle Ning, There is no need to call me Major. If it weren't for Grandpa Lee mentioning it today, I wouldn't even know I had become a major. It's quite baffling. By the way, Uncle Ning, Sister Qingshun said you wanted me and my parents to come over for an important matter. What is it? Ning's father hesitated while glancing at Tianxing's parents, and then said, well, you saved Qingshun before, and we never had the chance to thank you. If it weren't for your timely intervention, who knows what might have happened? That person with the surname Pei has always harbored ill intentions towards our Qing girl. Furthermore, our Lingling and Qingshun have grown up. It's said that a girl should not be kept too long at home. Your parents discussed this with us last time they visited. Now what do you think? Share your thoughts with Uncle. Upon hearing this, Tian Xing gulped audibly, glancing at the blushing Ning Qingshun and her smiling parents, especially his mother, who looked at him with a mischievous grin. He instantly understood that they were trying to gauge his feelings towards Ning Lingling and Ning Qingshun. Tian Xing sighed and said, alas. Mom and Dad, what are you trying to do? Even if you wish to keep me close, there is no need for this. I genuinely do not want to engage in romantic matters right now, and I dare not harbor thoughts about either of the two sisters. After saying this, he thought to himself, how am I supposed to choose? Goodness. However, the first person who came to his mind was the beautiful visage that gazed at him with adoration and smiled sweetly. Ho Hot, with a serious demeanor, retorted, you cheeky boy. How can you say that? Not long ago, you returned and said you wanted to save money, a lot of money. 100 billion is not enough. What does a boy suddenly wanting to save so much money intend to do? Saving money is for courting a wife. You also mentioned wanting to explore the universe, fine. Go on your adventures, but do leave us old folks some hopes. For Lingling's sake, she has disregarded her reputation. A girl's reputation is paramount, and we cannot tarnish it. I find Qing girl quite pleasant as well, so your father and I have come to discuss this with your Uncle Ning, and they have no objections. Now, you must decide between Lingling or the equally aged Qing girl. We await your decision today. Tian Xing fell silent upon hearing this. His mind was in disarray, wondering how it had suddenly come to this. After a considerable pause, when he did not speak, everyone else remained silent, waiting for him to respond. Suddenly, a voice called from outside, Aunt Ho Hot, please do not put Tian Xing on the spot. Hee. Dear brother, have you missed your sisters? Ning Lingling dashed in with a playful smile. Upon hearing this voice, Tian Xing thought he was hallucinating, glancing at Ning Qingshun, who had her head down, silent. Something felt amiss. Sister Qing did not speak. The first to react was Tian Xing's mother, Ho Hot, who exclaimed in surprise, ah, Ling girl has returned. When did you come back? Come. Sit with me. At this moment, Ning Lingling, brimming with joy, looked at Tian Xing and foolishly said, Hee, did you miss your dear brother? Tian Xing, upon hearing that familiar voice, turned around and saw Ning Lingling's mischievous smile. You, why did you return so suddenly? Weren't you still at the training camp? Before he could finish his sentence, Ning Lingling rushed over and embraced Tian Xing. His pupils widened in surprise. As he looked at this warm sister, he wondered what she was up to and why she had returned so suddenly. In chapter 37, it was all because of you. In the evening, my sister incessantly called me, dozens of times without my answering. Only after seeing her message did I learn that the Alorba had put out a bounty on you. They tore down your house and captured Aunt Ho Hot and Uncle Fong. I tried to call you, but it didn't go through. I was worried about Aunt Ho Hot. So I asked Teacher Nanan for leave to return. Moreover, I just passed the 5th level of the trial tower and am now a mid-level warrior. I am currently ranked 2nd on the Tianlong leaderboard. You can check if you don't believe me. After speaking, Ning Lingling looked up at Tian Xing with pride, thinking to herself, let us see how you escape today, hee. Being embraced by Ning Lingling in front of so many people left Tian Xing flushed and awkward, as he said to her, oh, well, I thought you would take a while longer to return. Sigh, Lingling, please don't hold me like this. My parents and your parents are watching. It's quite embarrassing. After saying this, he thought, this Lingling is utterly overwhelming. Just when I thought I had gotten away, she chased after me. Oh heavens, save me. Upon hearing Tian Xing's words, both families simply watched the three of them in silence, allowing Tian Xing to ponder. Ning's parents naturally wholeheartedly approved. After all, they had watched Tian Xing grow up and were old comrades of Fong Yang, who, along with his family, were now all generals. In terms of status and connections, no one among their acquaintances was as outstanding as them. When Ho Hot and Fong Yang came to discuss matters with them, and with Tian Xing's promising future, they promptly agreed. If they did not, they might miss the opportunity altogether, as many matchmakers were reportedly inquiring about Tian Xing's birth date. Sister Zhao Zhirua walked in with a mocking smile directed at Tian Xing. Behind her was senior brother Shi, chuckling. Hey, kid, you find yourself in a situation similar to mine. Haha, it serves you right. Senior brother, look, it's all your fault for confessing to me back then. It put me in a bind, unable to advance or retreat. Tian Xing, puzzled, asked, "Senior brother and sister, why are you here too? Is it because my mother caused a ruckus?" Zhao Zhira explained to Tian Xing, "What do you think?" Lingling was initially in the trial tower. Once she finished, she saw a slew of missed calls and messages and came to find senior brother and me, saying your house had been torn down by some powerful members of the Alorbo Alliance and that your parents had been captured. She dragged us along to help. Who would have thought, upon entering, we would find you all discussing your marriage? You are progressing quite rapidly. Little brother, you are truly impressive. Please, senior sister. It's not as you think. We haven't even begun to discuss it. I really haven't thought that far ahead. Sigh, my head hurts. Tian Xing's face turned crimson as he covered his forehead with one hand and patted Ning Lingling's head with the other. All right, stop hugging me. I'm in distress. He implored. Fine. But you must clarify your intentions. My parents and Aunt Ho-Hot are waiting for your response. Seeing Tian Xing blush again, Ning Lingling smiled and released him. Rushing to the side of Ho-Hot, I embraced her and exclaimed, Aunt Ho-Hot, upon hearing that you were taken away, my heart nearly fell apart. Thus, I sought my senior sister and senior brother to rescue you. However, who would have thought it would end up being a colossal misunderstanding? This is all Tian Xing's fault. He didn't answer my calls. At that moment, I couldn't get through to him at all. Ho-Hot, with a sincere expression, replied, couldn't get through? Oh, I see. During that time, Tian Xing was attending to a matter of utmost importance. He must have had his phone on silent. Ning Lingling, bewildered, queried, what matter could require signal suppression? Ho-Hot quietly whispered a few words into Ning Lingling's ear. As she spoke, Ning Lingling's eyes widened in disbelief, and she exclaimed, what? 200 portions of dragon blood? A millennium-old medicinal herb? How is that possible? Her words sent shock waves through the room. Ho-Hot attempted to cover Ning Lingling's mouth, but it was too late. Shi Jiang and Zhao Zhira looked at Ning Lingling in astonishment, bewildered as to why she had suddenly uttered such a thing. Shi Jiang pondered. What she mentioned are rare treasures, particularly the millennium-old medicinal herb. They had only recently heard that it was discovered on Mist Island and claimed by the master of the First Martial Arts Academy. Could it be that the last time the master and Master Lei sought Tian Xing was due to this matter? As these thoughts raced through Shi Jiang's mind, he found himself unable to fathom Tian Xing's true capabilities, feeling a vague sense of unease. Ho-Hot embraced Ning Lingling, not expressing any reproach, and then turned to Tian Xing, saying, Son, when you returned last time, you mentioned wanting to save money. Upon seeing you take out those items from the military department this time, I realized you might truly be preparing to leave your father and me soon. Hence, your father and I discreetly consulted with Ning's parents. Considering that these two girls have always been closest to you, it is evident that you have some feelings for them, and that is why I acted this way. You wouldn't hold it against your mother, would you? Tian Xing, speechless, replied, Mom, when I said I wanted to save money, it was to procure genetic serums, which require substantial funds. You didn't think I wanted to save money to marry Lingling or anyone else, did you? Goodness. At that moment, Shi Jiang approached, saying, I also graduated from the elite training camp. If you wish to drink, remember to find me at the military department. I'll be leaving with Zhirua now. As for your choice, honestly, I cannot see through you at all. Aside from the master, you are the first person I cannot decipher. However, I sense that you care for Lingling. I've noticed that although she and Zhirua share similar personalities, Lingling is more straightforward and courageous. With that, he took Zhao Zhirua and departed for the military department. Hearing Shi Jiang's words about Tian Xing caring for her, Ning Lingling's heart felt as sweet as honey, and she buried her face in Aunt Ho-Hot's embrace, laughing uncontrollably. Ho-Hot, witnessing her joy, felt fondness for the girl, having shared life and death experiences together. Compared to Qing, she leaned more towards this young lady, who was 6 years her son's senior. It is often said that older girls are more nurturing. Tian Xing took a deep breath, preparing to speak, when suddenly a mysterious halo illuminated around him, and he vanished before everyone's eyes. Ning Lingling, witnessing this scene, anxiously reached out to grasp him but failed. Everyone was left dumbfounded, unsure of what had transpired. Meanwhile, Tian Xing found himself bewilderedly appearing in an unfamiliar room. There, he saw Yu Linglong, clad in adorable pajamas, staring at him with wide eyes, her charming demeanor utterly perplexed by the situation. Tian Xing, is it really you? Haha, this gift of yours is simply extraordinary. It has truly brought you to my side. My goodness, it can really fulfill wishes. Yu Linglong, unable to contain herself, threw her arms around Tian Xing, burying her head in his embrace. What is going on? Yu Linglong, don't tell me you used the wishing star I gave you to summon me here? Good heavens, what a waste. Tian Xing asked, visibly exasperated. At that moment, the phone rang, it was Ning Lingling calling. He answered, only to hear her frantic cries on the other end. Where are you? What happened to you? Please don't scare me. Where are you? I'm coming to find you. Tian Xing reassured her. I'm fine. I'll be back soon. Lingling, don't cry. He hung up, turning to Yu Linglong with an expression of disbelief. Linglong, the gift I gave you was something I painstakingly acquired. You've squandered it. That was a genuine wishing star. I can't even bear to use the only one I had. If you wanted to see me, you could have just called. Yu Linglong, bewildered, replied. Who knew it would truly be that powerful? The instructions said that even for someone you wish to see, you can wish for them to appear immediately. I thought I'd give it a try, and who would have known you would actually come? Tian Xing, feeling anxious, released Yu Linglong from his embrace. All right, I must leave now. I truly have matters to attend to. Yu Linglong, somewhat despondent, said, I know what it is. Is it to get engaged to one of the two sisters, Qingchun or her sister? My parents mentioned it today, saying that after being your desk mate for so many years, I didn't seize the opportunity. You are now the object of pursuit for countless girls in Hangqing. Can you tell me who you've chosen? Tian Xing, with sincerity, replied, I haven't made a choice yet, but someone is waiting for me to return. Speak quickly, Linglong. The wishing star is wasted now. I'll get you another one next time. Thank you. With a disappointed expression, Yu Linglong tentatively asked, Can you, change my wish? Tian Xing, with a pained expression, responded, Sigh, don't say it. I know what you're implying. You wish for me. Linglong, you know very well that you're not my type. We are just good friends. Yu Linglong laughed in astonishment. Goodness, you actually knew what I was going to say. Then why say it? You've left me speechless. What am I to do? Who told you to be so outstanding? Haha, this is a case of entanglement in love. And you cannot escape it, especially with Qingchun and her sister. I'll see how you handle it. Tian Xing, feeling utterly speechless, waved goodbye to Yu Linglong. I'll take my leave now. If you need anything, just call me. With a swift use of his spatial abilities, he instantly found himself outside Yu Linglong's home. He then hurried back to Ning Lingling's house as fast as he could. Upon entering, he was enveloped by Ning Lingling, her tear-streaked face gripping his hands tightly. Unwilling to let go, Hohat stepped forward with a worried expression, patting Ning Lingling's back. Oh dear, you scared me to death. What happened? How did you suddenly disappear? You frightened both Lingling and me. Ning Qingchun, watching the scene unfold, felt a deep sadness wash over her, her expression blank, yet her heart ached. Unlike her sister, she lacked the courage to confront her feelings and contemplated that perhaps she didn't care for this young boy as deeply as her sister did. She could see that her sister was more concerned about him, for she had been the first to reach out to grasp Tian Xing when he was in trouble, instinctively reacting even before his parents. Such is the manifestation of deep love. I'm sorry for worrying you. Sigh, I'm at a loss for words. Please, Lingling, stop crying. If you keep crying, you won't look good. Tian Xing consoled her while wiping away her tears, especially as Ning Lingling sobbed against him, her body trembling with emotion, tears streaming down her face, leaving him blushing and flustered. At that moment, a stern voice rang out, Sigh, you're both grown-ups now, yet still crying like children. How unbecoming. Tian Xing, is there nothing wrong with you? Since you acknowledge Lingling, regardless of her being several years older than you, I, Uncle Ning, have no further demands. All I ask is that you treat Lingling well in the future. The matter of betrothal gifts is inconsequential. It is settled that my daughter Lingling will be engaged to you. Sister Hohat, what do you think? It was Ning Ba who spoke first. At that moment, Ning Lingling, while sobbing, replied to her father, Dad, as long as I can be with Tian Xing, I do not want any betrothal gifts. I want nothing but him. Upon hearing Lingling's words, Hohat, filled with compassion, said, Who said there is no need for betrothal gifts? They are essential. Tian Xing's father and I have prepared a betrothal gift of 20 billion, along with other items to assist your family. Those must be accepted. Tian Xing, hearing his sister Lingling's words, held her face in bewilderment. While wiping her tears, he said to his mother, Oh no, fine, I agree. Sister Lingling, please stop crying. Your tears make me uncomfortable. Hohat, with a knowing smile, remarked, Finally, you've come to your senses, kid. I told you this rascal is fond of Lingling. I didn't believe it until I saw how he blushes and doesn't get angry when she hugs him for so long, unlike any other girl. Come on, dear. Stop crying. Your tears break my heart. It's all this rascal's fault for attracting girls and making Lingling cry so much. Hohat comforted Ning Lingling while scolding her son. Ning Ba and Ning Ma watched with smiles on their faces. Feng Yang, feeling relieved, said to Ning Ba, Brother, do you have any wine? Shall we have a drink? Ning Ba replied cheerfully, Of course, we must have a drink. Come, let us go aside and not disturb the children. Wife, prepare some snacks. I'll have a drink with Yang. Tian Xing jokingly said to Ning Lingling. Why has Sister Lingling turned into such a crybaby? Please stop crying. I've agreed. Haven Ti, how did I end up in this situation with you, little crybaby? I am utterly bewildered. Oh my goddess. Ning Lingling stopped sobbing and playfully replied. Who told you to suddenly disappear in front of me? I thought I would never see you again. Do you know how worried I was that something might happen to you? You scared me to death. How can you say such things? How could I not cry? After saying this, she, feeling jealous and angry, pinched the soft flesh on Tian Xing's waist, asking, What goddess? Is it my Lingling goddess? Or is it my sister? The pure goddess? Or do you like my sister? After speaking, Ning Lingling wore a puzzled and jealous expression. Sister, you win. I cannot compete with you. Stinky little brother. I hope you 1T bully my sister in the future, or I will make sure you have a hard time. I'm heading back to my room now. Ning Qingchun said dejectedly before turning to her room. Tian Xing, blushing, helplessly said to Ning Lingling. All right, Sister Lingling, can you let go now? You've been hugging me for so long. Aren't you tired? Ning Lingling, stopping her tears, continued to act coy, not letting go. You are mine now. And I am not tired at all. After saying this, she tiptoed and bit Tian Xing on the neck, her warm chest pressed against his strong torso. Tian Xing gazed at the charming girl in his arms, feeling both pained and exhilarated. Ah, that hurts. Sister Lingling, why are you biting me? I'm dizzy. Ning Lingling, after biting, still refused to let go, grinning mischievously. Humph, I'm giving you a mark, proving you belong to someone now. I'll see who dares to steal you away. Tian Xing suddenly realized something, his face reddening as he said, Oh no, Sister Lingling, how could you do this? If someone asks me how this happened, what am I supposed to say? Goodness. So it was Senior Zhao who blushed that day because of a bite from her senior. Upon hearing Tian Xing's words, Ning Lingling suddenly had a thought and loudly said to him, What? Do you want to leave a mark on my neck too? Come on. I'm not afraid of you. If you dare, I'll throw caution to the wind in front of my parents. After saying this, she tilted her neck back, gazing at Tian Xing with a challenging look, as if daring him to try. Tian Xing, held tightly by Ning Lingling, found himself unable to move, staring at her fair neck. His gaze then wandered downward, catching a glimpse of a hint of spring, and he gulped nervously. Suddenly, blood rushed from his nose. Ning Lingling, noticing the sudden stream of blood from Tian Xing's nose, anxiously called out, Tian Xing, why are you bleeding? Quick, Aunt Ho Hot, paper. Ho Hot, chatting with Ning Ba and Ning Ma, looked puzzled. What paper? What is going on? She hurriedly brought over some tissues, only to find Tian Xing tilting his head back, pinching his nose, blood dripping from his hands. Ho Hot immediately handed over several tissues to Ning Lingling, saying, What is this kid doing to make his nose bleed? This is the first time. Suddenly, as if she realized something, she leaned in close to Ning Lingling and whispered a few words, causing Ning Lingling, who was wiping Tian Xing's nose, to flush from her neck to her ears. She softly said, That can't be. But afterward, her face turned even redder, and she bashfully ran away from Tian Xing, leaving him bewildered, unsure of what had just happened. However, he felt relieved. Sister Lingling finally let go of him. Being embraced by such a stunning beauty was simply overwhelming. Ho Hot, with a mischievous smile, playfully tapped Tian Xing on the forehead. You little rascal. What a lucky fellow to have such a lovely girl in your life. After saying this, she turned to chat secretly with Ning Ma, who was nodding in agreement, seemingly approving of something, leaving Tian Xing, who was rubbing his forehead, utterly speechless, thinking, Why is my mother scolding me for no reason? As the night progressed, as Ning Ba and Tian Xing's father, Fang Yang, indulged in drink, their conversation became increasingly nonsensical. Eventually, Ning Ba was escorted to his room by Ning Ma. Fang Yang, too, was scolded by Ho Hot as she led him to the prearranged guest room. Leaving Tian Xing alone in the living room, lost in thought, he felt particularly disoriented, unsure of what he was contemplating. After a while, Ho Hot, having settled her husband, rushed out to find Tian Xing still lost in thought. She said, You little rascal. It's getting late. Hurry up and wash up for bed. You'll be sleeping in Lingling's room tonight. Uncle Ning's house only has 4 rooms, so remember, you'll be sleeping with Lingling tonight. Hee. After saying this, she looked at Tian Xing expectantly before returning to her room. Tian Xing, initially dazed, responded habitually, Oh, I got it. Mom, I'll go to sleep soon. However, when his mother mentioned sleeping in Lingling's room the second time, he snapped back to reality and asked, What? Sleeping in Sister Lingling's room? What is going on? After noticing that his mother had gone into her room without answering, he wondered, Did Sister Lingling and Sister Qingchun squeeze into one room and leave the other empty for me? With this thought, he hurriedly washed up, donned his usual home pajamas, and prepared himself for bed. After such a long day filled with events, he indeed felt quite exhausted, as if he had been dreaming. He felt utterly bewildered, having unwittingly agreed to an engagement with Sister Lingling. Every time he encounters Lingling Jia, she envelopes him in a warm embrace that he finds somewhat embarrassing, especially when she nuzzles against him, leaving him utterly flustered. Particularly now, witnessing her tear-stained visage stirs a tempest of emotions within him. He is puzzled by his own reactions, which bring to mind the arduous task he endured at the hospital. Is he truly unable to escape his fate due to his actions? Goodness, this situation is far removed from his aspirations of conquering the universe. As he opens the door to Lingling Jia's room, he is greeted by a meticulously decorated space adorned in vibrant red. While it lacks the opulence of a wedding chamber, it radiates a festive ambience. There sits Lingling Jia, draped in an exquisite nightgown, her feet tucked beneath a blanket. Her cheeks flushed as she avoids his gaze. This sight leaves Tian Xing dazed, his mind buzzing with confusion. He questions Lingling Jia. Lingling Jia, what are you doing here? Did you not go to share a room with Xiao Chuanjia? With a look of playful indignation, Lingling Jia responds, silly brother. Who told you I was going to sleep with Qingchuan? This is my room, of course I'm here. Is there a problem? Though her words convey annoyance, her heart whispers, what a foolish, dense boy. I could just scream. With a perplexed expression, Tian Xing retorts, but my mother said I should sleep in your room. Why is that? Lingling Jia lifts the blanket and slips out of bed, adorning her feet with adorable bunny slippers. Approaching him, she whispers in his ear, it was your mother and mine who conspired for us to share a room. With that, her face turns crimson as she buries her head in his embrace. Tian Xing, taken aback by her affectionate gesture, exclaims in shock, share a bed? Surely not. Lingling Jia, you should sleep. I'll go practice in the living room. He attempts to release her and return to the sitting area, only to find Lingling Jia standing still, her tear-filled eyes gazing up at him. This sight causes his heart to leap into his throat. He quickly reassures her, Lingling Jia, what troubles you? Please don't cry. I can't bear to see you like this. With a sorrowful expression, Lingling Jia replies, who told you I was unwanted? As tears brim in her eyes. Tian Xing stammers, I never said that. I just don't want to put you in a difficult position. We've only just begun to navigate our relationship. It's too much, too fast. With unwavering resolve, Lingling Jia gazes at him and declares, I am not troubled. All I desire is to be with you. I would do anything for that. Tian Xing, taken aback, gazes at this devoted elder sister and murmurs, ah, love springs forth unexpectedly, yet its depth is profound. Hearing this, Lingling Jia feels an emotional flood surging within her. She looks at him and softly admits, indeed, I do not know when it began, but I am hopelessly enamored with you. Whenever I gaze upon you, I wonder why a heart that flutters can also ache. Am I loving too fiercely? Or are we simply not meant to be? They say that in love, the first to fall is the first to lose, and I seem to have lost completely. Not only have I given my heart, but I am also tormented by an unintentional pain that leaves me breathless. With these words, she breaks down in tears once more. At that moment, Gui Hua and Ning Mama, who had been eavesdropping outside, exchanged glances of disbelief. Gui Hua, witnessing her son Tian Xing abruptly open the door to leave, felt a surge of frustration upon hearing Lingling Jia's sobs. She swiftly struck Tian Xing on the forehead, causing him to stagger in confusion. Unsure of what had transpired, rubbing his forehead, Tian Xing crouched down, groaning in pain. His mother's voice rang out sharply, you foolish boy. How dare you disregard such a lovely young lady? I will make you remember who you are today. It's been far too long since you've received a proper lesson. You seem to need it. After a moment, she turned to comfort Lingling Jia, saying, Dear Lingling, don't cry. Our little rascal is denser than his father. I don't know how to explain him. Let us not shed tears over him. If he dares to mistreat you, I will make sure he learns his lesson. Initially sobbing, Lingling Jia's gaze shifted to the two figures standing outside. Realizing it was her mother and Gui Hua, she felt her cheeks flush crimson, akin to a ripe apple. The thought that Gui Hua might view her as a prospective daughter-in-law made her heart race. She then turned to Gui Hua, pouting, Gui Mama. I do not blame Tian Xing. He said he doesn't want to abandon me. Please don't punish him. I can't bear to see him hurt. Gui Hua chuckled and remarked, oh, this silly girl has truly lost her senses. Did you hear that, you scoundrel? For Lingling's sake, I won't hold it against you this time. But next time, mark my words. With that, she brandished her heirloom, making a resounding crack. Tian Xing, caught off guard, managed a rueful smile as he said, Mother, I was wrong. I truly did not want to abandon Lingling. I just wanted to stop her from crying. Who knew it would only make it worse? He stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Lingling Jia, gently wiping away her tears. seeing her son finally gaining insight. Guihua urged, hurry back to bed. If you make Lingling cry again, I'll show you what for. Lingling, her spirits lifted, blushed as she addressed Guihua and her own mother. Gui Mama, you both should go to bed now. And please don't eavesdrop outside. It's so embarrassing. I can hardly face you now. Let us go. Brother, we should sleep. With that, she closed the door, uncertain if they had left, and pulled Tian Xing down onto the bed beside her. He felt bewildered, while Lingling giggled, leaning against him. She earnestly asked, Tian Xing, do you think I'm pretty? Am I ugly? Tian Xing, taken aback by her sudden formality, met her gaze seriously and replied, not ugly at all. You are exceptionally beautiful, like a rare jewel. Lingling continued, and what do you think of my figure? He responded, it's lovely, the best in my life. Even better than my mother's. She pressed on, what type of girl do you fancy? Without hesitation, he replied, someone like my mother. Oh, no, I mean someone like you. Lingling Jia. Her face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, really? You must not be deceiving me. Tian Xing earnestly affirmed, absolutely, without a doubt. Lingling, with her sparkling eyes, gazed at him intently and asked, so, Tian Xing, do you like me, Lingling? Looking into her eyes, he replied earnestly, stroking her hair, yes, I do. Lingling Jia, let us sleep now. He gently pressed her shoulders, encouraging her to lie down. Blushing, she assumed he intended something more, closing her eyes tightly. Too shy to open them, Tian Xing lay beside her, glancing at her delicate features, and after a long pause, he whispered, good night, Lingling Jia. Though Lingling kept her eyes shut, her heart raced. She clutched the sheets tightly, waiting in silence. As time passed slowly, she suddenly heard those words. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she turned her head to gaze at Tian Xing, exclaiming inwardly, this insufferable brat is truly a blockhead. How can he remain indifferent to such a fragrant beauty like me? Observing Tian Xing with his eyes shut and breathing steadily, she realized he was indeed asleep. A pang of sympathy washed over her as she thought, has he exhausted himself today? She gently wrapped her arms around his, only to find him unresponsive, confirming her suspicion that he was genuinely worn out. With a tender heart, she pressed a soft kiss to his forehead, embracing Tian Xing's arm. She soon found solace in slumber herself. In her dreams, she envisioned a world where Tian Xing led her in vanquishing all the monsters, restoring Earth to its former peaceful glory. He even took her to the cosmos, to a place known as the Cosmic Kingdom, where they participated in a grand competition for prodigies. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and she saw Tian Xing smiling at her as he called her name, urging her to awaken. To her surprise, she noticed a little girl perched on his shoulder. Angrily, she rushed over, tugging at his ear, demanding to know who this girl was and when he had fathered a daughter. But then she recalled, this is just a dream. It's all fictional. She felt a surge of guilt and embraced Tian Xing once more, whispering an apology and planting a kiss on his cheek, leaving him in a daze. Lingling found the situation amusing, realizing that even in her dreams, Tian Xing appeared adorably foolish. Meanwhile, after lying down, Tian Xing's consciousness delved into the sea of awareness, summoning the system spirit Shuang'er. System Shuang'er, what should I do? I've been inexplicably asked to become engaged to Lingling Jia. What step should I take next? Shuang'er flitted around him playfully, settling on his shoulder with a hearty laugh, responding, it's because you've diligently accrued rewards since childhood, maximizing your innate attributes, especially your charm, which is off the charts at 100 points. Naturally, you attract admiration, particularly from the opposite sex. Plus, you can't bear to see someone you like in distress. And Lingling possesses many external qualities that align with your ideals of a goddess. As for your next move, it all depends on your own desires, whether to conquer the universe together or to leave her on Earth while you embark on your journey alone. A friendly reminder, you've completed one of the side quests in the main storyline. Rewards have been issued to the system space, so do check. Upon entering the system space, Tian Xing was utterly astonished by the rewards displayed. Ding dong, congratulations, master. You have completed the side quest of the main storyline Lingling Xiaozhu. Engagement with Lingling Xiaozhu sealed. Lingling, a goddess embodying profound love. Those like her either do not love or love with fervor, experiencing the extremes of passion. The layers of Lingling's past unfolded. Congratulations, master. You have received one of Lingling Xiaozhu's dowry rewards for the engagement. It has been issued to the system space. Please check. Reward 1, 9 billion mixed yuan units, sealed in gray. Reward 2, 99 fruits of the tree of life, sealed in gray. Reward 3, 9 chaos treasures, chaos divine weapons, sealed in gray. Reward 4, 9 chaos treasures, chaos divine armor, sealed in gray. Reward 5, 9 10,000 year time pearls, sealed in gray. Reward 6, 200 Blue Jade Crystal Guardians, Mechanical Creation, sealed in gray. Reward 7. 100 Humanoid Goddess Guardians created from the Dragon Spirit of Mixed Yuan, sealed in gray. Reward 8. Divine Ring of Light, exclusive to the Goddess King, sealed in gray. Reward 9. Thunderblade of the Goddess King, exclusive to Lingling Xiaozhu, sealed in gray. Reward 10. Illusionary Divine Armor of the Goddess King, exclusive to Lingling Xiaozhu, sealed in gray. Tian Xing gazed at the rewards, swallowing hard. What does this mean? Is this merely the return for the engagement task? Oh heavens! The Lingling Jie to whom I agreed to marry is truly a treasure of a girl. As the system spirit Shuang'er interpreted Tian Xing's thoughts, she chimed, "Ding dong, correct. However, Master, you cannot access the rewards just yet. Unless, Curiously, Tian Xing inquired, unless what? Shuang'er replied, Master, unless Lingling Xiaozhu assists you in unlocking the item seals. Only then can you utilize them. Hee. Upon hearing this, Tian Xing sighed with resignation. I see now. As he pondered freshly on the system taskbar, he reflected on Ning Lingling's past, feeling an inexplicable sorrow. He recognized that Lingling deliberately feigned her vibrant and cheerful demeanor while her heart was incredibly fragile. Yet, she forced herself to be strong in the face of adversity, never troubling others with her burdens, silently enduring all hardships alone. Throughout her life, she had never sought to explain herself to family or friends, suffering misunderstandings from her family, ridicule from classmates, and betrayal from friends. Even when injured by monsters, she would retreat to a corner to tend to her wounds, keeping her pain a secret. Particularly harrowing was an incident when she battled a monster alone, sustaining grievous wounds from its claws, nearly losing her life. Fortunately, she was rescued by the Rose Squad. Afterward, she alone bandaged her injuries at a supply station in the wilderness, and once healed, she joined the all-female Rose Squad. When she returned home, she contributed the majority of her hard-won spoils from hunting monsters to support her family, retaining only a meager portion for herself. Despite this, she amassed greater wealth than any other member of the Rose Squad. Tian Xing also learned that due to the absence of a son, her family consisted solely of her and Ning Qingshan. 10 years prior, Ning's father had lost part of his leg while defending against a monster tied to protect the three of them. Now, he could only engage in simple household chores. As the eldest daughter, she was merely 12 years old at that time and had since assumed the role of a son, balancing school and financial responsibilities. Tian Xing discovered that ever since he entered her life, Lingling had been unable to resist stealing glances at him. When she saved Ning Qingshan, she had yet to meet him but had already begun to admire him. From the moment she first laid eyes on him during the practical training of the Rose Squad, he had taken root in her heart like a seed, gradually occupying her thoughts. Every time she witnessed him in danger, she was always the first to rush forward to shield him, despite feeling small and powerless. Yet, she yearned to lend him her strength, even if it was minimal. Particularly during the incident when Li Yaowei and 2 other war gods mistakenly believed he had killed Li Wei, she was the first to message Li Dawei with his location. At that time, she was merely a high-ranking soldier, yet she dared to confront 4 high-ranking war gods, contemplating that if she were to face peril, she would sacrifice everything to avenge him. However, when he unexpectedly revealed a strength surpassing those 4 war gods, she felt an inexplicable joy watching his silhouette. Subsequently, she gazed at the heart-wrenching scene of him collapsing into her embrace, leaving her heart shattered and in despair. From that moment on, her heart became inextricably bound to him. All her memories were consumed by him. Aside from him, there was no one else. Even her parents had become mere afterthoughts, overshadowed by his presence. Upon witnessing this, Tian Xing was deeply moved, staring blankly at the system taskbar, unable to ignore the profound feelings he had for this older sister, who was several years his senior, yet devoted to him with unwavering affection. It felt as if something had taken hold of his heart, leaving him in a state of confusion. Thus, Tian Xing made a decision. He turned to the system, Shuang'er, and said, Shuang'er, could you do me a favor? Originally, Shuang'er had been fluttering beside Tian Xing, observing her master as he reflected on Lingling's past, interpreting his thoughts, and feeling secretly touched. Upon hearing her master ask for assistance, she feigned ignorance and replied, of course. No problem. Master, just tell me what you need. I'm at your service. Tian Xing then inquired of the system sprite, Shuang'er, I would like Lingling Jie to become stronger, if possible. Before Shuang'er could respond, he continued, what I mean is that I want Lingling Jie to be even stronger than me. I don't want her to suffer anymore. My heart aches. I wish to help her condense her spirit. I'm afraid that if I am not by her side one day and something happens to her, I would not know how to cope. By helping Lingling Jie condense her spirit, Even if something were to happen, I could find a way to bring her back to my side. Do you understand, Shuangyu? Shuangyu disdainfully replied. Humph, I thought it was something extraordinary. This is a piece of cake. Is there anything else? With sincere eyes and a pleading tone, Tian Xing responded. Then could you help me enter Lingling Jie's consciousness? I want to assist her in awakening her mental powers and condensing her spirit. Additionally, I wish to transfer all my rewards to her for safekeeping. Shuangyu looked at Tian Xing in astonishment and asked, Master, are you certain? Tian Xing, with a sincere expression and unwavering gaze, affirmed, Yes, I am certain. Shuangyu circled around Tian Xing before responding. All right, Master, please wait. Ding dong, connecting to Lingling Jie's soul consciousness. In reality, a strange energy began to permeate the entire room, while a more mystical soul energy slowly emanated from Tian Xing's forehead, enveloping the two slumbering individuals. Shortly thereafter, Shuangyu's melodious voice announced, All set, Master. Lingling Jie is having a beautiful dream with you. Hee hee hee. Afterward, she perched on Tian Xing's shoulder as usual. Tian Xing, both surprised and curious, asked Shuangyu, Really? I want to see. He then took Shuangyu with him into Ning Lingling's consciousness. There, he found Lingling Jie joyfully dreaming, slaying monsters alongside him, and participating in that virtual universe talent battle. Tian Xing was left speechless, thinking to himself, She truly has an active imagination. Participating in the virtual universe talent battle is no easy feat. In Chapter 42, within the realm of her consciousness, he called out, Lingling Jie, wake up, Lingling Jie. Wake up. Upon seeing Tian Xing, Ning Lingling paused momentarily, her face lighting up with joy as she rushed over to embrace him, smiling brightly. However, for some reason, she suddenly tugged at his ear with a mix of anger and jealousy, pointing at the sprite Shuangyu, who perched on Tian Xing's shoulder and asking, Who is this? When did you have a daughter? But then, after a moment of confusion, Ning Lingling seemed to recall something, her expression softening as she embraced Tian Xing, gently touching the ear she had just pulled. I'm sorry, she said, planting a kiss on his cheek with an apologetic look. This left Tian Xing utterly bewildered, unsure of what had just transpired, standing there in a daze. Observing Tian Xing's silly, wooden expression, Ning Lingling burst into laughter. Without saying a word, Tian Xing wrapped his arms around this beloved girl, who was prone to tears and mischief, holding her tightly. They remained in that serene embrace for quite some time. In her dream, Ning Lingling did not resist, but instead held Tian Xing even tighter, their fingers interlaced, feeling the rhythm of his heartbeats. Thump, thump, thump. Tian Xing whispered softly in her ear, Lingling Jie, you've suffered. Please don't be so foolish in the future. At that moment, Ning Lingling's consciousness caught his words, her pupils dilating in surprise as she broke free from his embrace, looking at him with a smile and asking, What's wrong? Silly brother, what are you talking about? Saying such nonsensical things in a dream. Have you really fallen for your sister? Tian Xing nodded. Yes, seeing your past, my heart aches. I do not know why. Ning Lingling smiled quizzically and asked, What about my past? My past was wonderful. With a giggle, she pondered, What is wrong with this silly brother? How can a dream be so absurd? Tian Xing, seeing the confusion on Lingling Jie's face, chuckled softly. Her laughter only added to his bewilderment, leaving him scratching his head in puzzlement. Realizing the importance of the matter at hand, Tian Xing grasped Ning Lingling's arms and said, Lingling Jie, this is not a dream. I truly have something very important to tell you. Ning Lingling, seeing him grip her arms and speak earnestly, smiled and replied, Go ahead. I will listen, whatever you say. I will follow. Tian Xing, feeling a bit exasperated, thought, This Lingling Jie is quite devoted, even in a dream. He then spoke, I want you to become more powerful than me. I want to help you awaken your mental powers and condense your spirit. This way, if one day I am not by your side and you are harmed by a monster, I can revive you. Upon hearing this, Ning Lingling's heart stirred. Revived? It seems this really is a dream. This dream is wonderful. This brother is so much better than the silly brother in reality, unlike that foolish wooden head. She then tightened her embrace around Tian Xing, giggling. All right, dear little brother, you can do whatever you wish. I will comply, for I am already yours. I love you the most. As she held on to Tian Xing's spirit, a surge of electric-like sensations coursed through him, leaving him momentarily paralyzed, his mind blank as if suppressing something. His spirit hesitant to move. His deep gaze revealed a hint of strangeness. Tian Xing remained in a daze, which only amused Ning Lingling further, causing her to giggle. In a playful mood, Ning Lingling teasingly bit Tian Xing's neck. As soon as she did, something incredible happened. It felt as though she had bitten into cotton candy, her spirit glowing with a rainbow-like shimmer. Meanwhile, Tian Xing experienced a sharp pain emanating from his spirit, wanting to scream but unable to do so. Not out of fear of startling this ordinary spirit, Ning Lingling, but because a single cry could obliterate her soul. Any careless glance from a higher spirit would inflict irreversible, soul-wrenching harm to an ordinary spirit. Moreover, for Ning Lingling, a mere ordinary spirit, to bite an ultimate spirit was tantamount to courting death. Just as she bit into Tian Xing's neck, an urgent alert rang out from Schwanger, filling the air with red warning signals. Ding dong, alert alert, the master's spirit is under attack. Initiating automatic counterattack. Alert alert. Tian Xing, filled with anxiety, urgently called out to the system companion. Schwanger, no, absolutely not. I cannot retaliate. That is my dear Linglingji. Schwanger, please. Do not. Upon hearing this, the system Schwanger responded, Ding dong, master, the alert has been deactivated. The soul counterattack mode has been lifted. That was close. Subsequently, Tian Xing patted his forehead and remarked, Fortunately, Schwanger, you acted in time. Otherwise, I would have inadvertently lost Linglingji forever. What followed was an even stranger scene. The piece of Tian Xing's soul that Ning Lingling had bitten into gradually made its way into the core of her soul, her heart. In an instant, it emitted a dazzling radiance, flickering out of existence. Ning Lingling was bewildered by this occurrence. She felt as though her soul had been forcefully filled by Tian Xing, creating a profound sense of completeness within her. It was as if every aspect of her being, body, mind, and spirit, was suffused with the essence of the one she cherished. Her soul slowly transformed into a faintly colored, ordinary essence. Seeing this spectacle, Tian Xing, perplexed, inquired of Schwanger, Schwanger, what is happening? Why is this occurring? Will this affect my ability to coalesce Linglingji's soul? Without a moment's thought, Schwanger assured him, Of course not, master. It will not affect your ability to gather Lingling's soul in the slightest. However, as for other matters, that is for you to discover. Tian Xing, his expression darkened, implored, Oh, Schwanger, you are the best. Just tell me. At that moment, Schwanger hopped onto Ning Lingling's shoulder, wrapping her arms around her neck, and, under Ning Lingling's astonished gaze, introduced herself. Hello, Lingling. I am the system sprite of your brother. You may call me Schwanger. I am delighted to serve you. Ning Lingling stared, utterly bewildered, at the sprite addressing her, struggling to comprehend the situation. Tian Xing, equally confounded, questioned Schwanger, Schwanger, how can you serve Linglingji? To himself, he thought, what is happening? Isn't Schwanger my exclusive system? How can she be at Linglingji's service? Schwanger murmured, it's because Linglingji's soul contains your divine essence. Thus, if she encounters danger or is attacked by other souls, you will be the first to know. Furthermore, besides you, master, I can provide Lingling with some simple services. For instance, I can help her sense your location, track your movements, and even assist her in completing certain tasks on your behalf. Tian Xing's expression darkened further, his mind racing with frustrations. What difference does this make to two-way positioning? This means I have no privacy in front of Linglingji. Oh my, this is utterly exasperating. How will I conquer the universe now? At this moment, Tian Xing was in a frenzy of despair. Meanwhile, Ning Lingling seemed to grasp something. Hugging Tian Xing and gazing into his eyes, Stinky brother, I merely had a dream, and you couldn't let go of me. You came into my dream. What are you trying to do? Do you wish to possess me entirely? Everything I have belongs to you. What more do you want? Are you after my life as well? If you truly desire it, then take it. I have given you everything, my body, thoughts, and soul. Tian Xing, observing Ning Lingling mimic their mother's tone, was rendered speechless. It felt as if Linglingji had become even more bewildering than before, filling him with a sense of concern. Hearing her words stirred something inexplicable within him, prompting him to reveal the reason for entering Ning Lingling's consciousness. Upon hearing this, Ning Lingling was overjoyed. Subsequently, in a state of great satisfaction, he helped her ascend to a state akin to his own divine essence crystallization. However, Ning Lingling insisted that Schwanger assist her directly. Without erasing her essence or consciousness, she was determined to advance through combat. Tian Xing cautioned her that this would involve experiencing a soul-rending pain during the ascension. Undaunted, Ning Lingling declared her resolve, for she could not bear to be powerless when Tian Xing faced peril. Ultimately, she succeeded in coalescing her divine essence. Additionally, Ning Lingling acquired a Realm Master-level psychic core, awakened her divine consciousness, and trained in divine combat techniques, including the primordial spirit refining technique. Alongside her existing mastery of the realm of thunder, she gained access to other domains akin to Tian Xing's. In reality, the next evening, within Ning Lingling's home, the family, including Ning Qingchun, gathered anxiously in the living room, discussing matters in a flurry. Ho-Hot paced the room, her anxiety palpable, exclaiming, What should we do? What are these two children doing inside? If they are merely creating a small person, that would be one thing. But they have gone so far as to create an energy barrier that even I cannot breach. What are they thinking? They don't need to toil so hard to create a figurine. It's been nearly an entire day. Surely they should come out for a meal and a break. Her words struck Ning Qingchun, who had just returned from school, like a blow. Sitting beside her, lost in thought, she clenched her hands tightly, creating beads of sweat in her palms. Her mind was a whirlwind of confusion. Have they slept together? How could this be? Why is this happening? They only got engaged yesterday. How could they be together so soon? Sister, you are too much. You are being unfair. You are not leaving any opportunity for anyone else. Ah, my idol. Ning Ma, Hua Qingqing, reassured Ho Hot. Sister Ho Hot, they should be fine. Perhaps they are just cultivating. Suddenly, Fong Yang, who had been monitoring the energy barrier, exclaimed, Wife, look, the barrier has vanished. Upon hearing this, Tian Xing's mother rushed to the door. Just as she was about to open it, she turned, addressing the crowd behind her. What do you all intend to do? Stay outside, especially the men. How can Lingling, a girl, have any face if you all go in? Really? Sister Hua, you come with me. The rest of you stay put. Thus, Ning Lingling's mother, Hua Qingqing, entered with Tian Xing's mother, Ho Hot. They closed the door. And the moment they stepped into Ning Lingling's room, both were taken aback. They saw Ning Lingling, clad in a beautiful nightgown, sitting atop Tian Xing, gripping his hands, one hand firmly clasping his together at the headboard, while the other playfully tugged at the collar of his nightwear. Ning Lingling, hearing the door open, turned her head, her heart racing as she thought, oh no, how did Mama and Aunt Ho Hot come in? Just then, feeling Tian Xing move beneath her, she let out an uncomfortable sound. Meanwhile, Tian Xing, feeling Linglingji perched atop him, also heard the door open and tried to sit up to assess the situation. Suddenly, Ning Lingling frowned in discomfort and made a sound. Tian Xing was mesmerized by the beauty of this expression on Linglingji. Tian Xing's mother and Lingling's mother exchanged glances, their faces flushing with embarrassment. Ning Lingling's mother awkwardly exclaimed, Oh, my apologies. Please, continue. They quickly exited, shutting the door behind them. Outside, the crowd exchanged confused glances, bewildered by why the two women had rushed out, their faces flushed. Tian Xing's mother, Ho Hot, wore a pained expression, laughing bitterly as she remarked, These two are truly reckless. The onlookers were left in a state of mutual bewilderment, unsure of what had transpired. At this moment, Ning Lingling's mother, with a beaming smile and a flushed face, waved her hand in resignation and casually replied, Ah, young people these days are all like this. Your father was quite the handful in his youth as well. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately realized that she had perhaps divulged something inappropriate, her face turning an even deeper shade of red. Meanwhile, Ning Lingling's father, sitting nearby with a limp, understood the implication and chuckled foolishly, responding, That was all in our youth, just in our youth. At this juncture, Ho Hot observed Ning Qingchun sitting beside her, looking utterly speechless, and directly admonished, Oh dear, mind your image and refrain from speaking carelessly. Suddenly, an awkward silence enveloped the room, leaving everyone at a loss for words. Ning Lingling and Tian Xing, witnessing this scene unfold, felt the heat rise to their cheeks. Ning Lingling quickly turned to sit properly beside Tian Xing. Tian Xing, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, composed himself and stammered, my mom, oh dear, I'm confused. What on earth is happening? Earlier, after Tian Xing had helped Ning Lingling acquire various powers, they had intended to rise from bed, this being their first time sharing a bed. And with Ning Lingling adorning a lovely nightgown that exuded a delightful fragrance, Tian Xing found himself mesmerized by her beauty. He complimented her, Sister Lingling, you look truly stunning. Ning Lingling, her mind and spirit consumed by thoughts of Tian Xing, felt sweetness akin to honey bloom in her heart upon hearing the praise from her beloved. Playfully, she teased him, Do I look good? After sharing a night with you, I am yours now, yet you remain as stiff as a board. Do you expect me to take the initiative? How naughty. With a blush, she playfully punched his chest. Seeing Sister Lingling in such a captivating manner, Tian Xing became even more entranced, yet he foolishly replied, Sister Lingling, what are you saying? What initiative? All I know is that you are genuinely beautiful, and I wish to gaze upon you endlessly. At that moment, Ning Lingling, amused by his sudden eloquence, decided to take the initiative. She perched herself on Tian Xing's lap, her voluptuous figure pressing against him, cupping his face with her hands, and said, You wish to see me? Very well. I shall let you see to your heart's content. As their eyes locked, Tian Xing was enveloped by the fragrant aura that was uniquely hers, and he became acutely aware of her breath. In the periphery of his vision, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the alluring neckline of her nightgown, causing his cheeks to flush crimson. Deep down, he felt a hint of trepidation towards this sister, who reminded him of his mother Ho-Hot, capable of keeping him in check. Embarrassed, he turned his gaze away. Ning Lingling, displeased, thought to herself, I believe I heard from Mama Ho-Hot that this brat is only afraid of her. Adopting a tone akin to Ho-Hot's, she asserted to Tian Xing, didn't you say I look beautiful? I'm letting you see me, and you're not pleased? Just wait and see how I handle you. With that, she firmly grasped his hands, pinning one against the headboard while holding onto his collar with the other. Looking into his eyes, she spoke with a mix of authority and playful charm. I'll let you gaze to your heart's content. Now, say a few more flattering words about me, quickly. Tell me you like me. Just as Tian Xing was about to respond, the door swung open, revealing a scene that left everyone astounded. After a while, Tian Xing stepped out. Noticing everyone was dining, and his father was absent. His mother, spotting him, mischievously remarked, You rascal, too wild to eat your meal. Come here quickly and take some food to Lingling. Tian Xing, oblivious to the implications, assumed she was merely concerned about Sister Lingling, and replied, Mom, Lingling will come out shortly. No need to bring her food. He then joined the others at the table. Ho-Hot shot him a reproachful glance, muttering, You idiot. Can't you show a little concern for others? Such a wooden head. Ning Qingchun, noticing Tian Xing's arrival, cast him a sorrowful glance before picking at her food and declaring she was full, preparing to retreat to her room. Just as she was about to leave the table, a girl clad in a charming nightgown rushed in, clutching 2 items, followed by 2 others. Upon seeing Tian Xing, the girl exclaimed, Tian Xing, are you really together with Sister Lingling? Did you sleep with her? A nearby older man, wearing an apologetic expression, addressed Ho-Hot. My apologies, General Gui. Our little girl suddenly ran out without a word, and we were concerned for her safety, so we followed her here, only to find she's come to see your son. Ning Qingchun recognized it was Yu Linglong and lingered, curious about her intentions. She thought, what could she want? I just told her that my sister spent the night with Tian Xing. If my sister finds out, I'll surely be in trouble. Oh, I should have kept quiet. Tian Xing, puzzled, responded, What? Oh, it's you, Yu Linglong. Yes, I slept with Sister Lingling last night. What's the matter? He mused. Isn't this all orchestrated by my mother? Truly perplexing. Yet, reflecting on it, Sister Lingling smelled so delightful. Perhaps it wasn't such a bad arrangement. Ho-Hot, recognizing that Yu Linglong sought her son, felt a tinge of guilt. Realizing the girl likely had no idea that Tian Xing was already engaged, she replied to Yu Linglong's father, It's fine. This silly girl probably doesn't know that Tian Xing and Lingling are already betrothed. At that moment, Ning Lingling emerged from her room, still in her exquisite nightgown. Upon seeing Yu Linglong standing before Tian Xing, she rushed over, fearing the girl might snatch him away, and wrapped her arms around Tian Xing's waist, declaring to Yu Linglong, Indeed. I slept with my husband last night. What do you want? You can't take him. He is mine now. Internally, she thought. I've heard from Xiaochun that this yet-to-mature girl has always had a crush on my little brother. Is she trying to openly claim him? Turning to Ho-Hot and her own mother, she added, Mama Ho-Hot, I only wish to be with Tian Xing. I don't want to be separated from him. Also, mother, please refrain from entering our room. It was so embarrassing for you to see us like that. I'm too shy to face you now. As she recalled the earlier scene, her cheeks flushed, and she buried her face in Tian Xing's embrace, acting coy. Ho-Hot, hearing Lingling's manner of speaking, chuckled knowingly, thinking, This girl is quite clever, aware that Tian Xing fears me. Very good. Tian Xing, feeling the allure of Lingling's sudden charm and her affectionate demeanor, found himself enchanted. With so many eyes upon them, his cheeks reddened as he affectionately ruffled Lingling's hair. Yu Linglong, hearing Lingling's words and witnessing Tian Xing's gaze, trembled as tears streamed down her cheeks. She cried out, Why can't I have a moment to fight for my place? This is all too sudden. I thought you were merely engaged, not married. I believed I still had time. Why must it end like this? She then broke into sobs. Seeing Yu Linglong in such distress, Ho-Hot was taken aback as the girl's cries grew louder. Unable to contain herself, Yu Linglong rushed over to comfort her, saying, Do not cry, dear Linglong. My son Tian Xing truly has affection for Lingling. You cannot compete with that. Even Qing has not been able to win his heart. Be good. Do not cry. You are a girl, and slightly younger than Tian Xing. You are still quite young. Your primary focus should be on your studies. In the future, you will undoubtedly encounter a boy who surpasses my son. After speaking, she thought to herself, This mischievous boy truly knows how to attract girls. Lingling will have her share of troubles ahead. Tian Xing, with a perplexed expression, suddenly declared, I apologize, little Linglong. I know you have not yet given up, but I truly do not possess those feelings for you. You have known this for a long time, and you are still too young to understand many things. My heart can only accommodate Lingling. No one else can take her place. Upon hearing this, Ning Lingling's heart fluttered as she gazed up at Tian Xing, her smile growing radiant. She thought, has this dense little brother finally fallen for me? How delightful. Yulinglong, still sobbing in Ho-Hat's embrace, was met with Ho-Hat's sympathetic gaze. Ho-Hat scolded, you rascal. Always stirring trouble with girls. Look at you, you've broken another girl's heart. What a pity. At that moment, while still sobbing, Yulinglong turned to Ning Lingling and said, he still owes me a wish, one that he must fulfill if it is within his power. Do you understand what I mean? Ning Lingling, puzzled, looked to Tian Xing for an explanation. Yulinglong, freeing herself from Aunt Ho-Hat's grasp, produced 2 items and continued, moreover, I know all about Tian Xing. We have been desk mates since the first year of middle school, over 5 years now. I have documented everything about him in this notebook. And yesterday, he gifted me a wishing star, which I foolishly squandered. Otherwise, you would have had no chance with him. Before Ning Lingling could respond, Yulinglong, with a skeptical gaze at Tian Xing, questioned, just now, you claimed your heart belongs to Sister Lingling. But before that, why did you deceive me, saying your heart belonged to your ideal goddess, a girl named Ai Xian? You even told me that one day you would become powerful enough to leave Earth and search for her in the universe. Was all of this a lie? I refused to believe it. As a fellow girl, she felt deceived, while both she and Lingling were kept in the dark. The crowd was enveloped in confusion. Who was this Ai Xian goddess? Why did he aspire to become powerful enough to leave Earth in search of her? These revelations left everyone present bewildered. Upon hearing Yulinglong's words, Ning Lingling was at a loss. Suddenly, she recalled the existence of her exclusive little sprite, Shuanger. Thus, she nestled in Tian Xing's embrace, her consciousness entering the spiritual realm to summon the sprite. Little Shuanger, where are you? I wish to know everything about my brother Tian Xing, including what the other woman in his heart looks like. Of course, Lingling, your humble servant is at your service. Additionally, I have a task for you. Shuanger fluttered onto Ning Lingling's shoulder, displaying Tian Xing's past and present through the system screen, leaving her in shock as tears streamed down her face like a rainbow. It became evident that in a past life, it was already destined. As she beheld Tian Xing's history, including his moments with Yulinglong, she realized that her mischievous brother indeed had a dream lover, one he brought from a past existence. She thought, if it weren't for my insistence, this foolish man would have slipped away to be claimed by another woman. Upon reviewing the task assigned by Shuanger, she was struck with disbelief. Tears flowed freely as she thought, how could you be so foolish, my silly man? Ding dong. The system announced a series of quests, including the main quest for Lingling, the Goddess King, and the completion of the engagement task. The list unfolded before her, revealing hidden rewards. Yet, upon seeing the mission's requirements, she felt disheartened. With a heavy heart, she turned to Shuang and asked, can I kill Yulinglong? The system immediately triggered alarms, warning her of the consequences of such an act. Ding dong. Alert. Detection indicates that Lingling wishes to eliminate the supporting character, Yulinglong. Task analysis yields the following. Result 1. Killing Yulinglong will lead to the loss of the protagonist's heart and create a rift between them, resulting in misunderstandings and a gradual loss of trust. Ultimately, the protagonist may believe that Ai Chun, the goddess of his heart, is a better choice and choose to leave Earth in search of her. Result 2. Do not kill Yulinglong. Result 3. Become the best of friends with Yulinglong. Ning Lingling was left speechless. She muttered to herself, how could I forget? My greatest enemy is not Yulinglong, but that woman who is yet to meet me and is vying for my man. With a mix of resentment and frustration, she continued. But alas, I am grateful for you, little Shuanger. Thank you. Humph, that foolish man, I truly want to scold him. Just wait and see how I deal with you. The scene shifted to Lingling, who was previously nestled in Tian Xing's embrace, overflowing with warmth. Upon hearing Yulinglong's revelation, she fell silent, then angrily confronted Yulinglong. Yulinglong, you promised me you wouldn't tell anyone. You know I care for you, and didn't wish to see you upset, which is why I considered you my best friend and shared my greatest secret. You are forcing me into a corner, and I did not deceive you. There is indeed a dream lover in my heart, but what of it? It is merely an unattainable dream. With that, a wave of inexplicable pain washed over her. Yet, thinking of the person in her arms, a different kind of heartache surged within her. Fearing misunderstanding, she looked up to see Lingling's forlorn and questioning gaze. Suddenly feeling weak, she closed her eyes and leaned against him, pressing her body closely to his, leaving him at a loss. Even when he gently stroked her head, she did not respond, and he hesitated to let go, fearing she might fall. He then wondered if she had entered the consciousness space to consult Shuanger about him. Realizing he had done nothing wrong to Lingling, he thought, if she wants to see, then let her. And so he quietly held her, pondering what Yulinglong truly intended. Linglong, let us go back. Tian Xing has already become engaged, and both families are willing. Besides, you are not yet of age. If you were as mature as little Chun, you would have a chance to compete. But now what can you do? Let us listen to your mother. Just then, Yulinglong's mother rushed over, pulling Yulinglong away. However, Yulinglong resisted, turning to Tian Xing and declaring, I will not go back. Tian Xing, you owe me a promise, the one about fulfilling my wish. As long as it does not involve you personally, I will change my request. My wish is that you must not be with Sister Lingling. Surely, you can manage that. With this proclamation, everyone was left in utter confusion, unable to comprehend why this determined girl was so insistent. Hohat looked at the young girl with a pained expression, recalling how Yulinglong was the first to approach their family and play frequently with that mischievous boy. Yet, he had clearly stated that she was not his type and did not like her. Due to the spirited nature of Yulinglong, she could not suppress the mischievous boy from her family. Hohat sighed with a sense of sorrow and remarked, Alas, what is this situation? Hearing General Hohat's words, Yulinglong's parents were at a loss for how to respond. Suddenly, Yulinglong retrieved a small knife from a gift box given to her by Tian Xing and pressed it against her neck. She addressed Tian Xing, saying, I know it is difficult for you to choose, but I will choose for you. Either I die, or you agree to my request. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. At that moment, everyone present felt their hearts leap to their throats. Hohat swiftly rushed over, embracing Linglong and snatching the knife away. She gently caressed Yulinglong's head, exclaiming, You foolish girl, how can you joke with your own life? Turning to Yulinglong's mother, she expressed her deep remorse, saying, Sister Yu, I am so sorry. Please, come and talk to her. She must not do something foolish. After saying this, she handed Yulinglong over to her mother. Despite being held by her mother, Yulinglong continued to struggle, insisting, If Tian Xing does not give me an answer, even if I do not succeed now, I will still do it. Witnessing Yulinglong's desperate act, Tian Xing's heart was filled with anguish, his thoughts in disarray. He resolved never to acquiesce to Yulinglong's demand, as he was now unaware of when Lingling had taken residence in his heart, occupying a space far greater than any past infatuation. To concede would only cast the one he had just confirmed a relationship with into an abyss. He simply could not do it. The thought of Lingling's extreme temperament led him to believe she might resort to even more drastic actions, which he could not bear to witness. Thus, he spoke, Linglong. I truly cannot do this. Please choose another option. Do not harm yourself, all right? You are my dearest friend. I beg you. I, Fang Tianxing, have never begged anyone in my life, you know? He then turned to his mother, Hohat, saying, Mother, please hold Lingling for a moment. She may faint from sadness. Hohat's heart tightened upon hearing this, and she anxiously exclaimed, What is wrong with Lingling? Lingling, what shall we do? Sister Hua, come quickly. She then handed Ning Lingling over to Ning's mother. At this moment, Yulinglong spoke to Tian Xing again. All right, Tian Xing, I promise not to harm myself. In return, you must give me your heart so that I may reside within it as well. I will not disturb you and Lingling now, but when I grow up, I will compete with her. After saying this, Yulinglong's tears ceased, though her expression was still melancholic. Tian Xing stood silently, lost in thought. Suddenly, the next scene left everyone in shock. Hohat was stunned, and then, in a frenzy, she rushed over to her son, who was bleeding profusely from his chest. With a heart-wrenching scream, she cried out, My son, why would you do this? Why? Even Yulinglong's pupils dilated in shock, as if her mind had short-circuited. Before she screamed, No, and rushed over, her eyes wide and her pupils constricting as she looked at what she held in her hands. Weakness overcame her, and she collapsed to the ground, repeatedly uttering, This is not how it should be. This is not what I wanted. Chapter 46 flashes back to a minute earlier. Tian Xing, with a smile, suddenly thrust his right hand into his chest, forcefully extracting his still-beating heart, bloodied and raw. He then placed it into Yulinglong's hands, the heart still pulsating. Little Linglong, is this satisfactory? He asked, before his vision blurred, and he began to fall backward. At this moment, everyone rushed over, their hearts shattered. Witnessing Tian Xing collapse to the ground, blood seeping from his mouth. With bloodied hands, he weakly reached out towards Ning Lingling, calling, Lingling, Lingling. His blood flowed freely, staining Hohat's clothing. Hohat held her son's face, crying out in despair, My son, why would you do this? Meanwhile, Ning Lingling, having regained consciousness in her mother's arms, froze at the sight. She then swiftly snatched the still-beating heart from Yulinglong and hurried to Tian Xing's side. Kneeling down, she took Tian Xing from Hohat's hands, heartbroken, saying, Mother Hohat, my brother Tian Xing. Tears streamed down her face as she held him tightly, her heart aching with a torment that left her trembling. She carefully placed his heart back in its rightful position, repeatedly saying, "Why are you so foolish? It was just a promise. Did it require your life? My man, have you lost your mind? If you die, what will become of me?" She then turned to Yu Linglong, shouting, "Are you satisfied now? You cannot have him. And you do not want anyone else to have him either, do you? Do you know that I could kill you, but my man would not allow it? Otherwise, I would have long since ended you, ever since you stole my man from me last night." Ning Qingchun, who was nearby, was sobbing uncontrollably as she listened to her sister's words, looking at Tian Xing in confusion, unable to understand why he would do such a thing. She finally comprehended what Tian Xing had given to Yu Linglong and realized why he had suddenly disappeared from their midst only to return for her sister. She understood that this brother Tian Xing truly loved her sister. Even in death, he sought his sister, making competition impossible. After all, one cannot vie for what is lost to death. How could brother Tian Xing be so foolish? Ultimately, she felt anger towards Yu Linglong for her actions. Yet, she also blamed herself, thinking that if she had not informed Yu Linglong, none of this would have happened. The most heartbroken and speechless were Yu Linglong's and Ning Lingling's parents, witnessing a joyous occasion turn to such tragedy. They were left in a state of shock, unsure of how to respond, collapsing to the ground in confusion. At that moment, Ning Lingling produced two peculiar fruits, exuding a thick, white mist. She crushed one and placed it where Tian Xing's heart had been, took a bite of the other, and fed it into Tian Xing's bloodied mouth, spooning it in carefully. Suddenly, a small sprite appeared, fluttering around Tian Xing's body, casting down a spectrum of rainbow light. As the light enveloped Tian Xing, time around him came to a standstill. After completing this, the sprite perched on Ning Lingling's shoulder, smiling at the onlookers. Concerned, Ning Lingling, having finished feeding, summoned several mysterious vials of potion from thin air and poured them frantically over the wounds to ensure nothing was amiss. As the magical liquid flowed, an extraordinary energy began to mend Tian Xing's injuries, visibly healing at an astonishing pace. Once she had completed this, she pulled Ho Hot, who was still in shock, closer, placing Tian Xing in her arms and saying, "Mother, please protect brother Tian Xing. Do not move him. I have worked so hard to bring him back. I want to kill the woman who stole my man." With that, she stood and walked step by step towards Yu Linglong. At this moment, Yu Linglong had yet to recover from the earlier scene. Ning Lingling raised her right hand, poised to slap Yu Linglong across the face, but her hand lingered in the air. Observing the young girl, wide-eyed and still in shock, she refrained from striking. Instead, an ear-splitting roar of anger erupted from her lips, followed by an embrace of Yu Linglong. Yu Linglong's pupils constricted in an instant, for she had indeed heard Sister Lingling's declaration of intent to kill her. A wave of fear washed over her, realizing she had caused the demise of Sister Lingling's beloved man. This was not the outcome she desired. Then, she heard Sister Lingling imploring her, "I beg you, do not harm my brother Tian Xing again, okay? You know he would rather hurt himself than harm anyone dear to him. Especially you. I have only this one man. Today, I shall spare you, for he has bestowed upon me a gift that can bring him back to life. But should there be a next time, I will not forgive you." Following this, Ho Hot and Ning Lingling rushed the unconscious, pallid Tian Xing to the hospital for urgent treatment. They discovered he had suffered from severe blood loss, but fortunately, the timely rescue averted a life-threatening situation. After a blood transfusion and thorough examinations with various instruments, Tian Xing's bodily functions began to stabilize. However, he remained unresponsive. Although the tension eased for everyone, worry lingered in their hearts. The next morning, within an office of the Southeast Military District, the sound of a ringing phone echoed. An elderly man, his beard grayed, yet exhibiting a youthful appearance with some black hair, answered, "Hello? What is it? What? Repeat that." His urgency was palpable as he dashed out the door, soaring into the sky. Behind him, an aide called out, "Sir, where are you going?" Bewildered by the suddenness of his departure, the elder activated his communicator mid-air, exclaiming, "Old Jia, that rascal Tian Xing has gone mad and attempted suicide. This is utter madness. For that little girl Lingling, how reckless." The voice on the other end, initially perplexed, erupted with anger. "Old Lin, what do you mean he has gone mad? Who is mad? Tian Xing tried to take his own life for Ning Lingling? Is he out of his mind?" "Where are they now?" "At the Southeast Military District Emergency Center." In a ward of the emergency center, an elder scolded, "You are all being utterly foolish, especially you. Yu Lingfeng, how could you allow your girl to pressure Tian Xing like that? You know his character all too well." The elder's frustration escalated as he continued. "And you two families as well. You should have informed us beforehand. If something happens to Tian Xing, all of you will be held accountable at the Martyrs' Memorial, begging for forgiveness." The elder, Lin Dawei, had just flown in from the Southeast military headquarters, flanked by 6 individuals, with 2 university-aged girls standing behind them, visibly anxious. Before anyone could respond, the elder declared, "From today onwards, your ranks are to be lowered by 3 levels for your incompetence. You shall all relearn how to conduct yourselves. It is settled." "No. Grandpa Lin, Tian Xing would not agree to this. Please spare them. If you wish to prevent Tian Xing from suffering more, let this matter end here. He is not in a critical state and will recover soon from his temporary unconsciousness due to blood loss." A strikingly beautiful girl by Tian Xing's bedside spoke, her eyes brimming with tears as she turned to one of the women present. "Ho hot mama, my heart aches for my man who has been so hurt." Everyone exchanged glances, caught in disbelief over Tian Xing's attempted suicide, bleeding profusely, with his heart seemingly lost, yet saved at the last moment by Lingling. With urgent care, they brought him to the emergency center, where they discovered the severity of his blood loss, but timely intervention had saved his life. For now, the collective heartache subsided. 3 days later, on a crisp morning, Ning Lingling checked Tian Xing's vital signs, all returning to normal, yet he remained unresponsive. She turned to the little sprite perched on her shoulder, asking, "Schwanger, when will Tian Xing wake up? I am so worried." The sprite replied, "Dear Lingling, your beloved is trapped in a nightmare and must awaken on his own. To assist him, press your forehead against his. It will hasten his awakening. Otherwise, it may take 10 days to half a month." At that moment, Tian Xing's mother sat beside Lingling, comforting her. "You have endured much, my dear. Thankfully, you are here for my son. This little rascal must have earned such fortune in his past life. Do not cry, do not be sad. No one will dare to take him from you. Anyone who tries will face me first." Yu Linglong's father, Yu Lingfeng, along with 5 other family members, approached to apologize sincerely, acknowledging their daughter's lack of understanding. Ho-Hot responded somberly, "It is not entirely her fault. She is stubborn like you. And now that the matter is resolved, we can move forward. I am sorry, Sister Lingling. I will never compete with you again. His heart has never been mine. Sister Qingshun told me yesterday that even in death, he would choose you. How could I compete for something I cannot have? Please forgive me." Yu Linglong, having taken a leave of absence, was visibly distressed by the events. Meanwhile, Elder Lin paced, appearing aged and irritable, ready to reprimand anyone who dared approach. Save for Ning Lingling. "Calm down, Uncle Lin. The eldest daughter of the Ning family assured me that Tian Xing will be fine, so you need not worry excessively." A striking woman in a tailored uniform entered, her heels clicking sharply on the floor, followed by 2 others. Upon her arrival, Yu Linglong felt a surge of anxiety. A robust middle-aged man was the first to speak. "Is Tian Xing improving? What is going on here?" He approached Tian Xing, observing him as if he were merely asleep, then sighed with relief, the tension easing within him. Another middle-aged man, also bespectacled, added, "Rest assured, Major Tian Xing is destined for good fortune, so there is no need for undue concern, Li Lao." "Father, if you cannot contribute positively, it is best to remain silent," the woman with glasses commented, adjusting her spectacles and turning to Yu Linglong. "Linglong, please explain to Teacher Zhou what transpired." At that moment, Yu Linglong felt immense trepidation, her hands fidgeting behind her back. She thought, "Oh no, how did I provoke this formidable figure?" With trepidation, she replied, "Teacher Zhou, I do not know why this happened. I am truly sorry." With that, she burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Teacher Zhou gently patted Yu Linglong's head, saying, "I have long been aware of your affections for Tian Xing, but his heart belongs to another, this elder sister here. The last time he visited my home, he mentioned that I had been afraid of him since childhood. Am I truly that intimidating? Come now, do not cry. The teacher has never punished you, has she? Silly child, your mind is still immature, and you do not consider the consequences of your actions. Now that things have come to this, you must learn from your mistakes and ensure it does not happen again." Both you and Tian Xing are the finest students the teacher has. Upon hearing these words, Yu Linglong suddenly recalled certain events from Teacher Zhou's class. Unbeknownst to many, the teacher was quite aware of everything. Reflecting on past moments, she recalled Tian Xing's somber demeanor during a class in his sophomore year and gradually ceased her tears. Turning to Teacher Zhou Xiao and saying, "Thank you, Teacher Zhou. I will never repeat this mistake again, I promise." Afterward, she mimicked Tian Xing's salute, albeit imperfectly, which lightened the mood in the room considerably. Teacher Zhou Xiao then rushed over to embrace Ning Lingling, who sat beside Tian Xing's hospital bed, and comfortingly inquired, "How is it, Lingling? Is your junior brother all right? Do not be upset. This Tian Xing is not so easily harmed. If he dares to put my beloved Lingling in danger, he will surely face my wrath." Upon hearing this, Ning Lingling immediately began to sob, explaining, "Sister, he is my only man now. Please do not harm him. I truly care for him. I beg you." Before she could finish her plea, Teacher Zhou Xiaoxiao suddenly wore a mysterious smile and released her hold on Lingling. Then, a strong embrace from behind enveloped Ning Lingling. Instantly, her pupils dilated, and she turned to see who had embraced her. Tears shimmered in her eyes, and she cried out in joy, "Sister Lingling, I finally found you. I just had a long, distressing dream. In it, you suddenly vanished, leaving me in darkness. Yet, in that darkness, there was a glimmer of light, and I spotted your figure. I had no spiritual power, no other abilities, while behind me, a pair of wicked eyes loomed in the shadows, commanding a multitude of unknown creatures seeking to tear me apart. I could only run frantically, not knowing how long I had been fleeing. When I opened my eyes and saw you crying, it broke my heart. Please do not cry, Sister Lingling." Chapter 48. Today, I am sending a brief chapter. After finishing her words, she leaned in to kiss the corner of Lingling's tear-streaked eyes. At that moment, Ning Lingling felt even more sorrowful and broke free from Tian Xing's grasp. She turned around and tightly embraced him, sobbing, "You foolish man. You scared me to death. It's all your fault. Does a promise hold such weight? Were you willing to risk your life? Do you understand how worried I was for you? You terrified me. If it weren't for this little one you gifted me, I might never have seen you again. Do you know what that feels like?" After saying this, she instinctively punched Tian Xing lightly in the chest. The sudden pain made Tian Xing yelp, drawing everyone's attention and leaving them wondering why she would strike him there. Seeing this foolish man wince from her playful hit, Ning Lingling cried while tenderly comforting him. Tian Xing, grimacing from the pain, replied, "My father taught me that a man must keep his word. A promise is as solid as a nail, and it is the foundation of a man's integrity. If one loses their credibility and fails to uphold their promises, especially as a soldier, how can they earn respect? If one cannot fulfill a task, they should never agree to it lightly. Once a promise is made, it must be honored." At this moment, Tian Xing's mother wore a dark expression, casting a resentful glance at Tian Xing's father, Fang Yang, who quickly smiled and said, "I am merely teaching him the principles of being a man. Besides, Tian Xing is correct. My dear wife, would you not agree?" He then turned to Tian Xing's mother with a conciliatory smile, thinking to himself that he had merely been away for a few days on a deep-sea mission and nearly lost his son because of this incident. Meanwhile, Tian Xing's mother remarked to Ning Lingling, "Indeed, Lingling, this boy has been stubborn since childhood, even more so than his father. This demonstrates that he would rather endure suffering than agree to hurt you. Do not blame him. It is his own folly, and let him bear the consequences. For we are tired of worrying about him." Ning Lingling felt an inexplicable surge of happiness at Hohat's words. She then turned to Tian Xing and said, "You foolish husband. You must not hurt yourself again, or my heart will ache terribly." With that, she placed Tian Xing's right hand over her heart. This gesture made Tian Xing's eyes widen in surprise. He glanced at the spot on her chest and swallowed hard, but seeing the earnestness in Lingling's gaze moved him deeply. He thought nothing further, but felt an inexplicable yearning for her, a sensation he could scarcely articulate. At that moment, everyone understood that no one could ever tear them apart. As the onlookers recognized that Tian Xing was safe, they all felt a sense of relief. Yulinglong, noticing that Tian Xing had awakened, slowly approached from Teacher Zhou's side and sat down beside him. Ning Lingling, seeing the girl who had previously caused her pain, rushed over and clung to her man protectively. Her face stern and brows furrowed, puffing up her cheeks as she glared at Yulinglong. She thought to herself, "What are your intentions? If you dare to harm my husband again, I will not hold back." Chapter 49. Originally, Yulinglong had not intended to cry, but upon seeing Tian Xing's frail form, holding on to Sister Lingling with all his might, her heart ached, and she exclaimed, "I am sorry. What I meant to say was, could you give me 2 more years? After I graduate from university and have a figure that rivals Sister Lingling's, then you can choose whom you truly like among us." I genuinely apologize. It was not as it seemed. The others present pondered. Did Tian Xing favor Ning Lingling due to her exceptional physique? They couldn't help but notice that Ning Lingling indeed possessed a figure far superior to the average. Tian Xing turned his back to Yulinglong, silently gazing at Sister Lingling, who remained in his arms and had been smiling. He found Yulinglong's pouty expression rather endearing. Smiling back at Ning Lingling, he did not even glance at Yulinglong as he calmly said, "It is fine. It is all in the past. Just take care of yourself and do not act foolishly. Moreover, I do not harbor feelings for you, and your physique does not influence my preference. Even if you were to surpass Lingling in beauty, my heart is set on her. As you stated, I have kept you in the dark while cherishing her in my heart." Then, gazing fondly at the irked Ning Lingling, he gently tousled her hair, urging her not to be angry. Tian Xing continued, "I apologize, Yulinglong, and I thank you for once liking me. We can only be friends." Or perhaps not even that. To love someone is inherently selfish. After a brief pause, he added, Yulinglong, I have bestowed my heartfelt affection upon the one in my embrace. He then turned to Yulinglong with a smile and said, I will also share with you a sentiment. Hatred that knows no end will fade with a smile. In truth, I do not despise you. It is merely a trial I must endure. Yet, it is she who redeems me. As I have mentioned, some matters are beyond our current control. To alter one's destiny, one must grow stronger until they can trample fate beneath their feet. Only then can they seize their life. He then turned back, wrapping his left arm around Ning Lingling once more. With his right hand playfully pinching the pouting cheeks of Linglingjie from beneath, he smiled and said, Be good, don't be angry. Linglingjie, do not hold it against her. For I am perfectly fine. Then he gazed at her with an earnest expression, whispering, suddenly realizing my longing remains concealed. It is only because you have entered my heart. Even amidst the myriad of beauties in this world, it is solely you who captivates my affection. Initially intending to remain upset, Ning Lingling's irritation softened upon hearing her troublesome little brother speak so tenderly. She smiled at Tian Xing, exclaiming, I never would have guessed. My troublesome brother is quite eloquent. Tell me, did you use such sweet nothings to win over Linglong Mimi, to make her so fond of you? Confess honestly, aside from my sister and Linglong Mimi, have you charmed other girls as well? Speak up, or I shall give you a good spanking. She glared at Tian Xing while tugging at his ear. Tian Xing, face darkened, immediately defended himself. I truly have not. I have only spoken such words to you, and aside from you, I have never pursued anyone, not even Xiao Chunjie. As for you Linglong, she is merely my deskmate. I harbor no such feelings for her. I have never uttered such words to her. After finishing, he wore a look of exasperation, regretting his earlier comments. Seeing Linglingjie upset while tugging on Tian Xing's ear, Yu Linglong interjected, Linglingjie, it is not Tian Xing who has been flirting. Rather, it is others who seek to court him. She then produced the notebook from her small handbag, flipping through its pages before continuing. From the very first day of sitting next to him, I have torn up a total of 26 love letters from other girls addressed to him. My own letters are not included. There may be even more that I have yet to discover. Blushing, she handed the notebook to Ning Lingling, who accepted it with curiosity. At that moment, Tian Xing's mother, who had been sipping water, choked and sprayed it over Tian Xing's father upon hearing Yu Linglong's statement. She thought to herself, goodness, how can anyone survive this? One girl is already so frightening, and there are over 1,000 more. My life is in peril. Everyone present exchanged wide-eyed glances, contemplating, wow, this kid is truly remarkable. Over 1,000. One nearly cost him his life, and yet there are still more. Just then, a few individuals entered from outside. One of them jokingly remarked, you little rascal, a true talent indeed. Over 1,000 letters, that must stack up to 2 stories high. Ha ha ha, impressive, truly impressive. No wonder you are Major Tian Xing. The speaker resembled Zhou Xiaoxiao and wore glasses, while Zhou Xiaoxiao herself appeared quite embarrassed, saying, Dad, what are you doing here? If you can't speak properly, then don't. Another individual was a short-haired woman accompanied by an older gentleman. Upon entering, the woman pushed past the others to get a look at Tian Xing. She smiled at Ning Lingling, asking, Xiao Lingling, what is the matter? Your eyes are red. Tell your teacher, has this little rascal bullied you again? If so, I shall give him a good beating. Upon recognizing teacher Zhang Nannan, Ning Lingling immediately smiled and greeted her. Teacher Nannan, what brings you here? Tian Xing did not bully me. Please do not hit him. He is just fine and needs to recuperate. Tian Xing's mother, observing how Nannan was so protective of her son, felt a mix of affection and joy. Nannan smiled at both Ning Lingling and Tian Xing, gently ruffling Ning Lingling's hair and expressing a hint of sympathy. I came to see, having heard that this troublesome boy caused such a commotion. As a teacher, of course, I had to check on him, especially since your seniors have graduated. I thought I would come along. Turning to the source of the incident, the little girl Yu Linglong, Nannan asked, do you know the difference between liking someone and loving someone? Yu Linglong, puzzled, thought, isn't this teacher from the Zhanshan elite training camp? A formidable figure indeed. Why would she ask me this? Nevertheless, she replied, liking is a gentle form of love, while love is a profound liking. Nannan nodded, then shook her head, explaining, little girl, that is merely the simplistic definition found in books. You must understand that liking does not equate to love, but love is indeed a deeper form of liking. Allow me to phrase it differently. If a man is reluctant to argue with you, cannot bear to lose his temper, always accommodates you, supports you in everything you do, and rushes to protect you from any danger, even at the cost of his own life, then he truly loves you. Consider how many of these traits Tian Xing exhibits towards you, and how many he shows towards Lingling. Turning her attention back to Tian Xing, She scolded, "You, young man, usually appear so mature and composed, yet you created such a ruckus this time. What were you thinking? Do you have nothing better to do? If anything were to happen to you, do you think Ling Ling would let that little girl's family off easily? Do you think she would survive it? Think about the consequences." She continued, "You think you can skip out early and do as you please just because there are no teachers around? Today, I am going to teach you a lesson. You keep making Ling Ling cry, completely oblivious to how much she cares for you." Likewise, she added, "If a woman never argues with you, it signifies she does not love you. If she cares for you deeply, sometimes argues with you, playfully teases you, and fiercely defends you when you are wronged, feeling more hurt by your pain than her own, then she truly loves you. A man's love is revealed in the details, while a woman's love is shown through her temperament. Just look at how many traits Ling Ling exhibits toward you. It is clear she cares deeply." Hearing this, everyone fell silent, particularly Zhao Ruo and Shi Jiang, who exchanged glances, reminiscing about their shared experiences. They smiled at one another, with Zhao Ruo linking her arm through Shi Jiang's and resting her head on his shoulder. At that moment, Yu Linglong truly understood that her deskmate of over 5 years had never truly held more than a platonic affection towards her. She realized her feelings for Tian Xing were not as profound as she had thought. However, her feelings for Ning Lingling were genuine, as she had heard the pure-hearted older sister speak of their moments together. Old Master Lin Dawei, wishing to alleviate the awkwardness, spoke up, "Tian Xing, Lingling has now become a major in our military district, just like you." Tian Xing, surprised, exclaimed, "Really? Is that true?" He smiled at Ning Lingling. At that moment, teacher Jiang Nan suddenly interjected, "Tian Xing, and to all present, I would like to invite you to my wedding banquet with Taijun." The older gentleman, who had remained quiet until then, resembling an uncle, added, "Yes, junior brother, you and your fiancée Lingling Shimi are invited as well. Will that be acceptable?" Upon hearing herself referred to in such a manner, Ning Lingling felt a surge of joy. She realized everyone was looking at her, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Gripping Tian Xing's shirt tightly, she shyly buried her face in his embrace. Witnessing this scene, everyone shook their heads, stifling their laughter. Tian Xing replied cheerfully to his elder brother, "That is but a minor detail. Of course, we will be there. I will bring my wife Lingling along promptly." When Ning Lingling heard him call her wife, it was a first for her. Back in the training camp, she had merely pursued this troublesome little brother unilaterally. She never imagined that so little time would pass before they became engaged, now so intimately connected. She found herself deeply affected by this man who could easily make her heart ache or send her into a panic. At last, she was willing to acknowledge herself in front of outsiders, and a wave of joy surged within her. "Come here, my dear girl, let me hold you. The more I look at you, the more I adore this silly child," she said, preparing to pull Ning Lingling into her embrace. However, Ning Lingling, reluctant, responded, "Ho hot mama, I do not wish to leave his arms. I fear that if I do, he may vanish again. It has happened several times before. Enli grandpa, if you have matters to discuss, please go ahead. I shall not disturb you. Do not assume I am inferior to you all. Give me just a day, and I could take on everyone here with just one hand, believe it? Oh no, I take that back. Even if you all attack me together, I could eliminate you all." Upon saying this, Ning Lingling released her hold on Tian Xing and turned her head slightly, her gaze calm as she looked at everyone. At that moment, the little sprite, Schwanger, appeared out of nowhere, perching upon Ning Lingling's shoulder with a disdainful expression directed at the crowd. The atmosphere grew tense, leaving everyone incredulous as they exchanged glances, thinking, how could a mid-level battle god dare speak such words? What is this little girl? An intelligent AI? Confusion enveloped them, struggling to comprehend the situation. Ning Lingling's sudden declaration caused the very air to thicken with tension, especially with the appearance of the tiny sprite. A girl dressed in ancient garb, no bigger than a hand, fluttering onto her shoulder. The scene was bizarre, rendering everyone momentarily speechless. Ho-Hot felt a tightening in her chest, but then, as if struck by a thought, laughed and said to Ning Lingling, "Oh, you silly girl, what are you saying? Trying to scare your old mother to death?" To alleviate the awkwardness, she reassured the others, "Do not misunderstand. This child has likely experienced great ups and downs and fears someone might take away the one she cherishes most, my little rascal. Please, do not take offense." She thought to herself, wondering what had caused such sudden outbursts lately. Her heart could hardly bear it. Suddenly, Tian Xing seemed to have an epiphany. Looking at Ning Lingling, he said to his mother, "Mom, this one is your treasure of a daughter-in-law." He chuckled, "Lingling Jia, stay right here and do not go anywhere. And please refrain from uttering such frightening words." He wondered if the treasures that had been unsealed could also be utilized by his parents. Ning Lingling pouted at Tian Xing, declaring, "Humph, foul husband, That is my dowry, and I shall not give it to you. Besides, I have come across a new one." She giggled. "This little schwanger is now under my care." She thought to herself, such an impressive schwanger must not be allowed in his hands. What if one day she ran off and attracted a horde of fox spirits? She would not be able to handle it. Upon hearing Ning Lingling refer to her dowry, Tian Xing's mother glanced at Ning's parents, who appeared equally bewildered, shrugging in confusion. Days later, just hours before Master Zhu's wedding banquet, in a luxurious and radiant villa, within a delicate and elegant bedroom, a stunningly beautiful and voluptuous woman stood before a mirror, trying on an array of lovely dresses. "Darling, does this dress look good on me? What color do you prefer?" she asked, holding up a sweet pink dress for comparison. The young man smiled and replied, "Lingling Jia looks good in anything. Pink makes you appear lively and adorable. However, this particular one seems more fitting for Xiao Chunjia." Ning Lingling pouted at this, playfully complaining, "I haven't worn a dress in years, and after much deliberation, I found this one to be the most appealing." "Humph, you say it does not suit me? Then I have nothing to wear. Am I to attend a banquet in combat attire?" Tian Xing chuckled, ruffling her hair and glancing at Schwanger on Ning Lingling's shoulder. He said, "Schwanger, it's up to you to fetch the beautiful dresses from my previous rewards for Lingling Jia to choose from. I remember there being many." Upon hearing Tian Xing refer to her as Jia instead of a more intimate term, Ning Lingling felt slightly displeased and retorted, "Still calling me Lingling Jia? Everyone else calls you husband. If you keep calling me that, I shall ignore you." She pouted, casting a curious glance at Schwanger on her shoulder. "Ding dong, understood, master. Please hold on." Schwanger replied, and with a wave of her hand, an assortment of various dresses, gowns, and nightgowns suddenly appeared in the air, piling onto the bed like a small mountain, all pristine and unopened. Originally, Ning Lingling was overjoyed at this, but upon seeing the multitude of clothing types, she was left bewildered. "Is Schwanger really this powerful?" she thought, feeling unsure of where to begin. Just then, Tian Xing's mother heard the commotion and rushed in, staring in astonishment at the mountain of girls' clothing on the bed. "Son, where on earth did you buy all these beautiful clothes?" Tian Xing's mother inquired, astonished as she picked up a garment to feel its quality. "When did you get these? I never saw you both shopping." Tian Xing scratched his head, feeling a bit sheepish as he casually replied, "Mom, I bought them while casually strolling around the first base city. I just picked what I liked." At that moment, Ning Lingling had already changed into a white strapless gown, the hem trailing on the floor like a wedding dress. But the zipper at the back would not budge no matter how she tried. "Ho hot mama, I cannot zip this up. Could you please help me?" she called out. Secretly wondering why the size fit so perfectly, it was strange, especially since her chest felt a bit tight without any padding. Ho hot. Noticing Ning Lingling changing clothes without concern for her son as presents, had a look of both surprise and admonition. "Oh, my dear Lingling, why are you changing without closing the door? That's not appropriate. Be mindful next time, your father is still at home." "Oh, mama," I turned my back to him. "He is not allowed to peek. If he dares to look, he won't be allowed to sleep tonight," she retorted, her face flushed, casting a mischievous glance at Tian Xing. Tian Xing, who had been facing away from Ning Lingling, turned around upon hearing her words, only to be met with the sight of her in a gown reminiscent of a wedding dress. His mouth fell open in astonishment, and he gulped, struggling to find his voice. Just then, a voice from the doorway interrupted the moment. "Who is talking about me? Is there something going on?" Tian Xing's father, Feng Yang, looked perplexed as he approached. Seeing Lingling in such a revealing state, Tian Xing panicked and exclaimed, "What the?" Ning Lingling gasped, covering herself in fear of being exposed to outsiders. Then, with a loud bang, the door was swiftly closed by Tian Xing's mother. Outside, Feng Yang groaned, "What the? Ouch, what was that?" He crouched outside, holding his nose and grumbling. Tian Xing's mother scolded, "Ignore him. He deserves it. Who walks in uninvited into our son and daughter-in-law's room?" She then moved to assist Ning Lingling with the zipper, glancing at her in the strapless gown with admiration. With a nod of approval, she called out to the door, "Lingling and I are preparing to change. Wait outside like a good boy. Why are you trying to barge in?" She thought to herself, "This girl has such a figure. Even better than mine, with not an ounce of excess flesh." Turning to her son, she added, "Son, go out. I need to try on a few dresses for myself." She then turned to see Ning Lingling holding an elegant light-colored qipao, previously quite fashionable, ready to offer it to her. "Mama, look. This one is beautiful and suits you well. And this one is lovely too," she said, holding up a sophisticated pale blue evening gown. Tian Xing's mother beheld the two exquisite garments in Ning Lingling's hands, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Ah, our dear Lingling indeed possesses an exquisite taste," she remarked with a chuckle, eagerly wishing to try them on. Observing her son Tian Xing, who stood transfixed, Foolishly gazing at Ning Lingling adorned in a charming strapless gown, she couldn't help but scold him. "You silly boy, weren't you satisfied last night? Hurry and step outside." Although he had initially been reluctant to leave, he now appeared unwilling to depart, casting a disdainful glance as he did so. Meanwhile, Ning Lingling, amused, continued to sift through the garments with a playful giggle. Tian Xing, rubbing his forehead after being bumped by his mother, pondered, "What did I even watch last night? Was it Lingling Jie? She spent the whole night draped over me, demanding I profess my love 100 or 1,000 times. I hadn't even finished when she drifted off to sleep." At that moment, Ning Lingling, noticing Guifei Mama had scolded her man, understood it was out of affection for her. She approached him barefoot and in her flowing gown, her brow slightly furrowed, gazing tenderly at him. Before he could react, she wrapped her arms around his waist and, lifting her chin, playfully said, "What's the matter, darling? Am I not beautiful? You seem quite enamored with me. If you can't sleep tonight, I can let you gaze to your heart's content." Tian Xing, captivated by her embrace and the endearing term Laogong, felt overwhelmed. The alluring tone in which she spoke was simply intoxicating, and he could still catch a whiff of her subtle fragrance lingering from her bath the previous night. Her stunning beauty left him entranced, igniting a fervent desire within him for this enchanting figure. Unable to suppress his emotions, he swallowed hard and reciprocated her embrace, burying her within his arms. "Lingling Jie, you are truly beautiful. It is a blessing to have you." Upon hearing him address her as Jie, Ning Lingling's expression shifted instantly as she broke free from his hold. Gripping his ear, she insisted, "I am yours now, so you ought to change how you address me. Come on, call me wife so I can hear it, or else." With a swift twist of her hand, she elicited a yelp from him. "Ow ow, El Laupa, be gentle. I love you." Tian Xing, despite the pain, found himself inadvertently uttering those 3 words, as if they had been yearning to escape his lips. Ning Lingling's face brightened at his words, and she wrapped her arms around his neck, planting a quick kiss on him before exclaiming, My dear. It seems my coaxing last night had quite the effect. You're ready to say it now." She thought to herself that she intended to coax him into saying it again that evening. Tian Xing's mother observed the playful exchange between the two and felt no discontent. However, she reminisced about recent events, her heart aching momentarily before she found solace in the presence of this girl who had brought her son back to life. Without allowing Tian Xing a moment to respond, Ning Lingling continued, "But remember, that phrase is only for me. You must not utter it to any other woman." Inwardly, she mused, "If you dare speak such words to another, I shall tie you up and give you a good thrashing." Tian Xing, accustomed to her demands, responded habitually, "Yes, Lingling Jie. I promise, I will never say that to another girl. I love you." Hearing this, Ning Lingling noted her little man's obedience today and smiled brightly, saying, "All right, darling. Hurry outside and wait for me. I'll change my outfit with Mom and be right out." After giving him a peck on the cheek, Tian Xing felt an inexplicable joy in his heart at her affection. As he turned to leave, his mother jested, "Lingling, don't spoil him too much. The more you indulge, the worse he'll become. If he misbehaves, you can use the heirloom I gave you to keep him in line." She shot a playful glare at her son as he prepared to exit. Ning Lingling then picked up a black bag filled with various alluring garments, resembling sheer skirts and delicate lace-trimmed accessories. Confused, she inquired of Tian Xing's mother, "Mom, what is this? It's so sheer, can it even be worn? It's practically like not wearing anything at all. And what about this? It looks like a mere accessory. Where would it even be worn?" As she examined the sheer fabric, she held it up to her hand, realizing its transparency. She then scrutinized the small lace garments, pondering, how did this silly brother end up with such useless items? Tian Xing's mother, who had been rifling through the pile of clothes, noticed Lingling's bewilderment as she held up the sheer skirts and lace pieces. Unable to contain herself, she blurted out, "Goodness, this son of mine is just like his father, unbelievable." She refrained from voicing her discontent loudly, fearing the 2 men outside might overhear. Instead, she leaned closer to Ning Lingling and whispered an explanation of the items. With each word, Ning Lingling's face grew increasingly flushed. Tian Xing's mother, observing the young girl's infatuation with her son, couldn't help but smirk, even suggesting that she might want to try them out later. This remark left Ning Lingling wide-eyed in astonishment, and as a realization dawned on her, her ears flushed with warmth, and her lovely face turned crimson. "Oh dear, how embarrassing. I can't possibly," she thought, reflecting on her brother's unexpected boldness. "Why doesn't he ever act on it? We've shared a bed for days. Is it truly necessary for me to take the initiative? Oh, the shame." Tian Xing's mother noticed the mixture of shyness and anticipation on Ning Lingling's face. As a playful act, She stuffed all the sheer garments and accessories into the black bag and tossed it aside, returning to her search for clothes. Ning Lingling, appearing somewhat distracted, absent-mindedly rummaged through the pile while stealing glances at the discarded bag, stifling giggles. Meanwhile, her cheeks flushed, and her heart felt like it contained a little devil, yearning for the items within the black bag. After all, Tian Xing's mother had mentioned they could significantly enhance their marital bond. Consequently, Ning Lingling lost interest in selecting outfits. She neatly folded the remaining clothes without even unwrapping them, placing them in the wardrobe, while also setting aside a few suitable pieces for her mother and younger sister. Seizing an opportunity while Tian Xing's mother was preoccupied, she stealthily tucked the black bag into her own drawer, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. Once satisfied, she chuckled softly to herself, her cheeks still flushed. Meanwhile, the mischievous little sprite, Schwanger, perched on Ning Lingling's shoulder, watched the entire scene with a sly grin. As the grand banquet for Master Brother Zhu and Jiang Nanan commenced, Tian Xing's family, along with Ning Lingling, traveled in a military vehicle with Grandpa Lin Dawei to the venue. Tian Xing exited the vehicle first, standing by the door to shield Ning Lingling's head from any possible bumps. She had transformed into a lovely yellow and white halter dress, the hem falling just below her knees, with the yellow skirt adorned with delicate white lace lining. At the moment Ning Lingling alighted from the vehicle, all eyes were drawn to her. A girl of exquisite elegance and breathtaking beauty. Her ethereal demeanor captivated the guests attending the banquet. Had it not been for Tian Xing's insistence on her donning a delicate white shawl to cover her alabaster skin, her alluring little dress would have driven every man to madness. The shawl, while enhancing her beauty, could not conceal the glimmer of her snow-like skin or the subtle curves that left onlookers gulping. At that moment, Li Lao recognized an acquaintance and greeted him, introducing him to Tian Xing. Tian Xing, this is Zhang Mingfeng, the mayor of the Great Wall-based city. As Tian Xing approached to shake hands, he heard, I have long admired the military's foremost genius, Major General Tian Xing. It is a pleasure to meet you. Then, upon noticing Ning Lingling, his eyes brightened, and he remarked, this must be the valiant Ning Lingling, who joined the military for Major General Tian Xing. Truly a match made in heaven, such beauty to rival the legends. He inwardly mused, no wonder the rumors say Major General Tian Xing contemplated self-harm over her. Such an otherworldly presence could drive countless men to madness. Ning Lingling, appearing shy, politely nodded and smiled at him, then linked arms with Tian Xing, radiating joy. It was the first time someone had compared her and Tian Xing to a couple of poetic harmony. Her smile left even the seasoned mayor, accustomed to the company of countless beauties, momentarily speechless, swallowing hard. It took the persistent calls of Lin Lao to bring him back to reality, leaving him with an awkward chuckle. He casually remarked, no wonder Major General Tian Xing would go to such lengths for the goddess Lingling. If I were 20 years younger and encountered a woman like her, I might also find myself in a similar predicament, he thought. Such a beauty is indeed a national treasure. Meanwhile, Ning Lingling's expression turned cold upon hearing the latter part of his words. She thought, how can he speak so? He was complimentary a moment ago, and now his words are quite unpleasant. Just then, another luxury car pulled up, and out stepped an elderly gentleman wearing glasses alongside a stunning beauty, also adorned with glasses and possessing an enchanting visage. Dressed in an elegant purple strapless gown, her long, dark hair cascading over her shoulders, she wore high heels that clicked rhythmically as she approached Tian Xing and the others, offering a faint smile. Upon noticing a girl in a yellow gown that surpassed her own in beauty, she paused. Then, upon recognizing Ning Lingling, exclaimed, wow, it's Sister Lingling. You look absolutely stunning today. Ning Lingling reciprocated with a smile. Miss Xiao, you look beautiful as well. Then, with a giggle, Zhou Xiaoxiao entered the banquet hall with the elderly gentleman. Mayor Zhang Mingfeng turned to Lin Dai and remarked, I didn't expect Zhou Lao to be here. Zhou Gowen's daughter Xiaoxiao has blossomed even more beautifully, and she is a few years older than Major General Tian Xing. I heard that her brother perished in a mission while preparing for marriage a few years ago. He glanced at Tian Xing, but noticed that his gaze was completely fixed on Ning Lingling. This surprised him. Tian Xing, meanwhile, was focused on Ning Lingling, contemplating how he might persuade her to replace her shawl or add a jacket to cover the delicate contours of her figure. Otherwise, he would feel at a loss. Ning Lingling noticed that the mayor was speaking without acknowledging her, and following her man's gaze, she realized he was fixated on her shawl, his eyes occasionally lingering on her décolletage. She couldn't help but chuckle, fully aware of his thoughts. Since donning this exquisite little dress that accentuated her figure, her husband's gaze had been unwavering, especially when he learned she would wear this strapless gown to the banquet. He insisted she wear a shawl to shield her exposed shoulders and neck from the eyes of other men. He had forced her to wear this garment, which she found amusing. She then teased, "All right, darling, do I look beautiful?" Just now, a stunning beauty walked past. "Your little teacher. She's dressed even more exquisitely than I am. Don't you want to take a look?" Her heart was filled with delight. Tian Xing replied nonchalantly, "Just a little teacher. She can't compare to my wife in beauty or figure." Yet he thought to himself, "Little teacher pales in comparison to my Lingling." Ning Lingling beamed with joy upon hearing her husband praise her beauty over others. She playfully said, "Darling, do you truly enjoy looking at me so much? Perhaps we shouldn't sleep tonight, so you can feast your eyes on me?" Her heart raced at the thought of trying on the risque attire her mother had mentioned. Yet the idea embarrassed her. As these thoughts raced through her mind, her face flushed, and her ears turned crimson. Tian Xing noticed her sudden blush, which only enhanced her allure, and gazed at her charming smile, swallowing hard. He thought, "She looks so beautiful, I could just bite her." Ning Lingling, seeing her husband's gaze turn mischievous, chuckled, realizing not only he but also the men around them were similarly entranced by her. Her face burned even more as she pulled her husband toward the banquet hall. Upon entering, they found the exquisitely dressed Xiao 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 engaged in conversation with a young man. "Hello, I am Bai Zhanhong. My father is Bai Tianlong from the Thunder God Martial Arts School, who became a high-ranking warrior years ago," he boasted, eager to impress her. Ning Lingling, releasing Tian Xing's hand, rushed over to take Zhou Xiaoxiao's hand, saying, "Miss Xiao, you look wonderful today. Is he your boyfriend?" Zhou Xiaoxiao shook her head, exclaiming, "Boyfriend? He's just a pesky fly, buzzing around and driving me mad." She thought to herself, "He doesn't even measure up to Tian Xing's foot. All he does is brag about his father and shows no ambition." Bai Zhanhong, who had been boasting, was suddenly struck dumb upon seeing Ning Lingling. Realizing she was far more beautiful than Zhou Xiaoxiao, he noticed her expressive eyes, delicate brows, rosy lips, high nose, and exquisite features framed by a slender face. Her hair elegantly styled with a light yellow bow at the back. She embodied every man's dream of an ideal partner. He swallowed hard, about to speak, but saw this enchanting beauty whisk Zhou Xiaoxiao away toward the dessert table. After greeting her husband, Ning Lingling took Zhou Xiaoxiao's hand, saying, "There are pastries over there. Let us go eat and chat." She thought, forming a close friendship with little teacher should be effortless. Meanwhile, Tian Xing observed as Lingling suddenly released his hand and ran off to find little teacher, but he paid it little mind. He then noticed Zhu Dashi walking over in a groom's outfit, greeting them, while Lin Grandpa introduced him to Lu Guoqing, the director of a special national department, and Jiang Yunlong, father of Jiang Nannan, the leader of the most powerful military organization, Long Group, as well as brother by Mofin, who had been on a mission. In Chapter 53, Ning Lingling and Zhou Xiaoxiao chatted about various matters, forming a delightful connection. Knowing that she was engaged to Tian Xing, Zhou Xiaoxiao quietly asked, "Lingling, I heard you and Tian Xing spent the night together. Is that true?" In her heart, she mused, "How stunning she is. If I were a man, I might not even allow her to sleep peacefully." Initially, feeling rather beautiful herself, she suddenly felt overshadowed. Ning Lingling awkwardly explained to Zhou Xiaoxiao, "Miss, do not heed the nonsensical words of others. The matter is not as it seems. Allow me to clarify." Subsequently, she recounted the entire story, causing both to erupt into laughter. Upon seeing Ning Lingling, Bai Zhanhong was utterly captivated. Comparing her to Zhou Xiaoxiao, he realized that in terms of both figure and beauty, she far surpassed Zhou Xiaoxiao, instantly losing interest in the latter and instead scrutinizing Ning Lingling, watching her joyfully devour cake. With crumbs adorning her lips while she shared laughter with Xiaoxiao, his heart fluttered increasingly. The charm she exuded in her every gesture captivated him deeply. Especially when he noticed a fleeting glimpse of springtime radiance in her laughter, it ignited within him a strong desire for possession. When his father arrived, being a formidable warrior himself, Bai Zhanhong mustered the courage to approach Ning Lingling and Xiaoxiao for a chat. Xiaoxiao, seeing this persistent suitor who had her family members coming to propose, wore a displeased expression. Sipping her red wine, she ignored him and continued conversing with Ning Lingling. Bai Zhanhong, smiling, inquired, "Xiaoxiao, may I ask how to address this beautiful lady? Might you introduce her? She seems not to be from our Yangqing, correct? I am Bai Zhanhong, and my father is." Before he could finish, Ning Lingling waved her hand dismissively, sending him flying backwards, crashing into a pillar. His face a mixture of disbelief and pain, unable to rise. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, particularly Xiaoxiao, who had just taken a sip of wine. Her pupils dilating as she witnessed the detested Bai Xiaoye soar through the air, narrowly avoiding a server with a tray before colliding heavily with the pillar. Soon after, they heard Ning Lingling remark, "That annoying man deserved to be thrown out." Before she could finish, Xiao Xiao inadvertently sprayed red wine all over Ning Lingling's face. After being doused in wine, Ning Lingling completed her statement. "Just toss him out. Why waste so many words? Goodness, miss, do you wish for me to drink your saliva?" She teased, grinning at the astonished Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, feeling embarrassed, wiped Ning Lingling's face, thinking to herself, "What is happening today? It has been so awkward." Bai Zhangkong, in pain, rose to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Ning Lingling. "Are you insane? My father is a high-ranking warrior. Do you dare strike me?" Upon hearing his insult, Ning Lingling was initially furious, ready to teach him a lesson. Suddenly, a figure appeared before her, gently touching her cheek where the wine had splattered. Noticing the cream lingering at the corner of her mouth, he summoned a napkin with his mental prowess to wipe it away, prompting an even more shocking event. Upon recognizing her man, Ning Lingling set down the cake and fork she held, allowing them to float in midair. She then embraced Tian Xing's neck, rising on her toes, and planted a kiss on his lips, leaving a trace of cream from her sweet mouth. With a feigned pout, she complained, "Darling, he tried to flirt with me and insulted me, even bullying your Xiao Xiao teacher. You deal with it. Darling, he. Am I not sweet?" As she led Xiao Xiao to sit beside her, she whispered, "Xiao Xiao, let us observe the commotion from here. My husband will take care of him. Just watch." Xiao Xiao, equally astonished, had never anticipated that this seemingly delicate junior sister, appearing several years her junior, was also a mentalist, and seemingly a powerful one at that. What surprised her most was that this girl, completely unconcerned with the opinions of others, had boldly kissed Tian Xing. Everyone was attentive to the unfolding scene when Bai Tianlong approached with a dark expression. Tian Xing, playfully licking the remnants of cream from Ning Lingling's lips, smirked at Bai Tianlong of the Thunder God Martial Arts Hall. Bai Tianlong, upon hearing that Ning Lingling had just claimed his son was flirting with her while scolding his fiancée and bullying the only daughter of the Zhou family, swallowed nervously, thinking, "This is a disaster. That insufferable brat has provoked the wrong person. He has rejected countless invitations to join the Thunder God Martial Arts Hall, despite being on par with the master in strength. And this man is a force to be reckoned with. Zhou Lao is not to be trifled with either. I truly want to deal with this brat." In a panic, he quickly interjected, "This is a misunderstanding, undoubtedly a misunderstanding. Brat, come here and kneel to apologize. What's going on here?" "Tian Xing, why such anger?" At that moment, Bai Mofin entered with a mischievous grin, followed by a middle-aged man. Tian Xing, turning to see the newcomers, smiled. "Long ago, your little rascal is quite impressive. Even my wife is smitten with him. What should I do?" He looked disdainfully at Bai Tianlong, then addressed Mayor Zhang Mingfeng. "Come, let us sit aside. I will treat you to drinks. I assure you, my wine is far superior to what is served at the banquet." He then made his way toward Ning Lingling, who, upon seeing her husband, shifted aside, allowing him to sit, and then embraced his arm to shield her beauty. Tian Xing, playfully, said to Ning Lingling, "Darling, could you return Xiaoshuang to me? I wish to retrieve something from her. Would that be all right?" Ning Lingling shot him a glance. "No way, she is mine now." Then, in a sweet tone, she added, "Darling, she is also yours, heart and soul. You can have whatever you desire, but Xiaoshuang is off limits. I worry that one day you might run off and attract a horde of vixens. I won't be able to manage that. With Xiaoshuang around, I feel much more secure. You can go out and play as you wish. At least I will have a safety net." In her heart, she thought, I know my dear husband can't bear to part with Xiaoshuang. He even wants to take her on adventures in the universe. Not a chance." Tian Xing, upon hearing this, was left speechless, wondering if he truly came across as that unworthy. He then said to Ning Lingling, "All right then, darling, could you have Xiaoshuang bring out the Huan Wuling tea? I want to treat Fan Guo and the others. And also the diluted ice clear fruit wine you enjoy sneaking." And then he thought, "Never mind, since she is my beloved Lingling, let Xiaoshuang stay with her." Chapter 54 is no different. After all, I could never leave Lingling alone on Earth. I worry too much. Why does it feel like Lingling's charm exceeds my own? How strange. Could it be because Xiaoshuang has been helping her complete tasks? I wonder what treasures Lingling has obtained recently. It shouldn't be. Then, as he glanced at Xiaoshuang, he noticed her gazing at him with a mischievous glint, sending a shiver down his spine. He involuntarily shuddered. Never mind. I won't dwell on that. He then saw Lingling wave her hand, and the large tea table was suddenly laden with many items: an ancient pottery wine jug, a teapot emitting a gentle mist, and 10 small teacups. In addition, 2 water cups appeared before Tian Xing, one white with purple hearts and the other purple adorned with white heart patterns, slightly larger than the ones he and Ning Lingling used for their daily water. Tian Xing casually picked up the teapot and poured tea into the 9 small cups, leaving one empty, before beckoning to Grandpa Lin. Then, she proceeded to fill her cup with water. However, at the moment the tea was poured, an invigorating and inexplicably refreshing fragrance wafted through the banquet hall, enveloping the space. This aroma had the power to transport one into a dreamlike state while simultaneously sharpening the senses. At this moment, Bai Mofan, captivated by the scent of the tea, turned to Tian Xing and said, "Brother Bai, you handle your little brat as you see fit. If Tian Xing truly gets angry and decides to dispose of him, I would be utterly powerless. I cannot contend with that young lad. Moreover, Lingling, the god of war, is even more formidable." He then turned to Tian Xing and remarked, "Tian Xing, this is clearly a fine brew. I shall not hold back." Having said this, he reached for a cup to sample. Just as he extended his hand, he withdrew it, narrowly avoiding being pricked by a small fork still smeared with cream. He then heard the person who had intervened say, "Oldly, after all, you do not understand the principles of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. No wonder your subordinates are so audacious, even daring to scheme against others. Yet, old Zhou is impressive. His subordinates are quite polite." Bai Mofan then noticed that it was Ning Lingling who had poked him, realizing that this young lady was truly stunning and breathtaking, causing him to involuntarily swallow. He awkwardly said, "Oh dear, junior sister, this is not our first meeting. We are accustomed to this. How can we simply change our ways?" He thought to himself, what is wrong with this junior sister today? She usually does not concern herself with such matters. He then surmised that she was likely upset with the Bai family's little brat. Just as he turned to reprimand him, he spotted his son, bruised and battered, being dragged over and forced to kneel. The father barked, "Hurry up and apologize sincerely to Chairwoman Lingling. Otherwise, I shall beat you to a pulp. You spend all day chasing girls instead of cultivating your skills, and now you dare to set your sights on someone you shouldn't. You are courting death." He continued to berate his son in his mind, thinking, "This little brat is truly trying to get me killed." At this proclamation, all present were astonished, including Bai Mofan. He had initially thought, as he had heard from Zhao Shiji, that this breathtaking junior sister, who captivated anyone who laid eyes on her, would possess strength comparable to his own. He never expected her to have reached the level of an elected official, which surpassed even the god of war. Goodness, how did she achieve this? Yes, I am sorry, I will not dare again. Bai Zhanhong, with a bruised face, felt a pang of regret. He thought, how could I have forgotten? She is the female god of war, Ning Lingling, who caused a sensation in the god of war training camp not long ago. But she is even more beautiful than the photos released from the training camp. It was truly unfortunate. Upon hearing this, Ning Lingling released her husband's arm, slightly swayed her graceful waist, and moved aside. She whispered in the little girl's ear, "See, I told you my husband would take care of him. Look, without my husband lifting a finger, his own father has already dealt with him." She giggled and then asked, "Little miss, what would you like to drink? I have everything here." At this moment, Xiao Xiao wore a stunned expression, gazing at this junior sister who was even more beautiful than herself, uncertain of what to say. With a shy smile, she replied, I don't know what to drink. I still have some in my cup." Ning Lingling casually responded, "Oh." She then opened a wine jug, and an intoxicating aroma of a more potent and energizing wine filled the banquet hall. Those who caught a whiff felt invigorated, with some even advancing from novice to intermediate warriors. Everyone realized that this wine was a treasure, far superior to the tea. Under the watchful gaze of the thunder god, Ning Lingling filled her adorable purple cup to the brim. She raised her cup, lightly clinking it against Xiao Zhao's red wine glass, producing a delicate chime, before sipping without glancing at Bai Tianlong or his kneeling son. "Oh dear, children do not know better. Do not take it too seriously. It shall not happen again," said Grandpa Lin Dawei as he approached and sat beside Tian Xing, gesturing for others to gather around. Tian Xing also motioned for Bai Tianlong to sit and filled his empty cup with tea, saying, "In light of your righteous discipline of your son and the justice served for my wife, I toast to you. Please." He gestured for others to partake as well. Bai Tianlong, feeling somewhat apologetic, chuckled, "I apologize for the trouble caused to the two esteemed counselors. I will ensure strict discipline upon my return so that such foolishness does not occur again." The guests, after tasting the tea, closed their eyes, entranced by an inexplicable essence that stirred their souls, leading them to moments of enlightenment. This was especially true for those who typically enjoyed tea. Grandpa Lin, in particular, fell into a state of profound understanding after tasting it. This spiritual tea allowed him to experience a surreal reincarnation, enhancing his extraordinary abilities. Others, coming back to their senses, wore expressions of disbelief, astonished that such a remarkable substance existed. They were further shocked to see Tian Xing casually lift his large water cup and drink the entire contents of tea. The expression on his face suggested he was wasting a treasure. However, the Thunder God, being the craftiest, seized the remaining half cup of tea and drank it down in one gulp, leaving everyone stunned. They thought to themselves, his hand speed is truly impressive. Meanwhile, Ning Lingling, holding her purple cup, enjoyed her favorite fruit wine while encouraging Xiao Xiao. You should try some. It's delicious. He. It's very beneficial for you. But you are still too weak. Just a small sip will suffice. She then filled Xiao Xiao's already empty small red wine glass to the brim and handed it to her. Chapter 55. She quietly whispered to Xiao Xiao, causing the latter to blush and shyly glance at Tian Xing. Soon, Xiao Xiao and Ning Lingling found themselves engrossed in conversation, quickly becoming close friends. Xiao Xiao expressed, I envy you, Lingling. You are already on par with Tian Xing and even more powerful than me, surpassing the god of war. You can assist him in any situation. While I am still just a novice god of war, I won't be able to help you in the future. Sigh. Back when Tian Xing had not yet become a god of war, I was the one protecting him, but now. She wore a pensive expression. Ning Lingling, empathizing with Xiao Xiao's sentiments, recalled her own feelings when she first met Tian Xing. Sensing Xiao Xiao's melancholy, she earnestly told her, It's simple. Let us drink this cup of wine together, and we shall be even closer than sisters. I will gift you 2 items to help you reach a level similar to Tian Xing's. What do you say? Are you up for it? With a mischievous grin, Ning Lingling looked at her, piquing everyone's curiosity about this wine that could facilitate advancement. Seeing Ning Lingling's sincerity, Xiao Xiao steeled herself and said, All right, I agree. Thank you. After clinking their cups, she tilted her head back and drank it all in one go. Upon finishing, she exclaimed, Goodness, this wine is incredibly delicious. Then she felt dizzy. Leaning against Ning Lingling's shoulder, Tian Xing covered his forehead, saying, Lingling, Xiao Xiao is not on the same level as you. She is still just a novice god of war. How could you have her down an entire cup like that? That much could put her out for a week. He thought, Lingling really acts on impulse. She never follows the usual procedures. How exhausting. Little did anyone know, Ning Lingling, in full view of everyone, lifted Zhou Xiao Xiao into her arms. Taking out a millennium-old elixir, she used a small cake fork to pierce a hole and poured it into the mouth of the little one. Then, she produced a vial of mysterious potion that intrigued everyone present, injecting it into the little one's arm. After whispering some words to Tian Xing, she quickly embraced the little one and entered a private room. Soon, anguished cries of pain echoed from within, causing the elder of the Zhou family and Zhou Xiaoxiao's father, who were engaged in idle chatter, to feel a wave of concern. Tian Xing waved his hand dismissively, stating, Do not be overly concerned. Soon, our Huaxiao will have another being surpassing the war god. This declaration left everyone in awe, with many inwardly questioning how it could be so simple to produce a being of such caliber. If it were truly that easy, wouldn't war gods be commonplace? At that moment, Grandpa Lin's communicator beeped. What? A level 1 beast tied? Now. All right, all units, please be on high alert. Ensure the evacuation of all civilians to the underground shelters and safeguard their lives. After concluding the call, he turned to the others present and said, Everyone, the coastal cities are facing a level 1 beast tide that hasn't been seen in years. I would be immensely grateful if the war god level experts could assist the military in this matter. He then turned to Tian Xing with a worried expression, asking, The little girl will be all right, won't she? Tian Xing replied nonchalantly, Grandpa Lin, how could anything happen? Have you forgotten? I injected you with the genetic potion in a similar manner. With a chuckle, he was the first to draw his weapon, addressing everyone. Come, let us share this fine wine on the table. It is a treasure. Drink it when you are weary, and the effects will be quite remarkable. He filled all the small cups and poured himself a drink. As Zhou Guosheng attempted to snatch it, Tian Xing swiftly withdrew his hand, preventing him from doing so, and raised his own cup, teasing, Uncle Zhou, what is going on? Is there a need to steal? You usually don't drink. Before Zhou Guosheng could respond, Tian Xing handed the remaining half bottle to Bai Mofan, saying, Senior brother, take this. You are the least experienced here. Have a sip when you're exhausted to protect both Grandpa Lin and yourself. I must take my leave to find the monster leader in the ocean. You all can manage. He then vanished in an instant, leaving Chu Chong holding the wine bottle, bewildered. Grandpa Lin chuckled. Mofan, your junior is quite the character. Accept it. Last time, Lingling gifted me a bottle, and I have yet to finish it. Zhou Guosheng raised his small cup and addressed everyone. I must return to the capital. I wonder how things are there now. Tian Xing, Next time we meet, you must bring a bottle for me. These fine treasures are rare indeed. He wondered if Tian Xing could hear him before swiftly departing in a fighter jet. Mayor Zhang Mingfeng also smiled as he raised his teacup, downing it in one go, his eyes reflecting incredulity. He nodded to the remaining individuals before disappearing with a rumble that faded into the distance. At this moment, Bai Tianlong turned to Bai Mofan and said, "Little Bai, let us spar a bit. The others are at a much higher level than us. Here, our levels are comparable. What do you say? Are you up for it?" He wore a provocative expression. Bai Mofan retorted, "Enough with the chatter. We must prioritize saving lives." He grabbed a teacup and swiftly exited towards the front lines. Tian Xing, traversing through the void shield, advanced with small flying shields darting around him, causing the various monsters he encountered to collapse. Fish-like, turtle-shaped, shark-like, crab, and shrimp-like creatures fell before him. Upon reaching the frontline barricades, he noticed many had been damaged. He stepped into the void, allowing the void shield to hover behind him, releasing a divine sealing ring from his right hand. Grasping his magnificent sword, he swung it powerfully at the vast ocean, channeling energy. An extreme cold, mystical ice blade spread outward, freezing everything in its path, both the ocean's surface and the monsters, until it reached the horizon. After completing this, he retrieved a cup containing a fragrant clear fruit wine. Taking a sip before putting it away, the pilots of the frontline aircraft were left astonished, questioning if this was the power a human could unleash. It was overwhelmingly formidable. After executing all this, he swiftly appeared at the intersection of ice and seawater, where he discovered a throng of monsters pushing towards the base. Without hesitation, he unleashed over 100 small flying knives from the void shield into the horde of monsters. In a lavish private room of the banquet hall, when the little one awoke, she found herself on a bed, feeling sticky and assaulted by an unpleasant odor, compelling her to sit up and gag, nearly vomiting on a stunningly beautiful girl seated beside her. Still dazed, she was unaware of what had transpired. Ning Lingling leaped onto a sofa 2 meters away, anxiously observing the battle outside. "Oh, you're awake? Go wash up. There's a beast tide. Hurry and prepare to help. You don't need to fight the monsters. Just ensure the safety of those outside." She waited for the little one to clean up, sharing a light moment, then vanished suddenly, leaving the little one in the room, perplexed and lost in thought. At the Great Wall Bay City, Commander Lin Dawei had left for a banquet when the beast tide erupted unexpectedly. Tian Xing's mother, Ho Hot, and Fong Yang were urgently battling monsters at the frontline fortress while continuously issuing commands via their communicators. At that moment, 2 additional figures joined them, slaying monsters while approaching. When they met, Ho Hot remarked, "There must be a monster leader coordinating this. I'll contact Tian Xing. You all hold the line. These damn beasts must not enter the city." She dialed her son's number. "Hello, son. How are things on your end? Is my precious Lingling all right? Are Grandpa Lin and the others safe? These wretched creatures arrived so suddenly. Thankfully, we were prepared." Saying this, she swiftly dispatched a fish-like monster, her expression still laden with concern. Tian Xing reassured, "Don't worry, Mom. They're all fine. I'm currently searching for the leader beneath the sea. I'll talk later." Subsequently, he expanded his consciousness and discovered a distinctive creature among the sea monsters, adorned with a small horn and covered in mysterious golden patterns, a stark contrast to the others. Tian Xing pondered, could this be the golden-horned behemoth? It's so small, it must be at the planetary level like me. The creature, noticing the diminutive human, darted towards Tian Xing in a flash, preparing to strike with its claw, likely underestimating him. Tian Xing barely managed to envelop himself in the ice-flame purple crystal vine when it struck, sending him deep into the ocean floor. He cursed, "Damn, that speed is absurd. I couldn't even react." The golden-horned beast mockingly continued its relentless assault, moving with blinding speed, tossing Tian Xing around like a toy. After a barrage of blows, it finally slammed him into the muddy seabed. Once Tian Xing regained his composure, he erupted in anger. "Damn it, do you think I'm easy to mess with?" He felt nauseous, having been tossed around like a child on a roller coaster, his stomach churning violently. As the celestial being regained its composure and contemplated a counterattack, it discovered the golden-horned behemoth suspended in the ocean, its wings and limbs gliding through the water as if in a graceful swim. With an air of intelligence, the creature sneered at it with contempt, akin to how a human might disdainfully regard refuse. The celestial being thought to itself, "How absurd. Is this really the golden-horned monster? Alas, with Xiao Shuang not by my side, I cannot ascertain its current level. Its speed is too rapid for me to confront. How infuriating that it dares mock me." In a fit of anger and humiliation, it raised its middle finger at the behemoth, punctuating its disdain with a few downward jabs, conveying a message of, "Is this all you are, mere trash? The celestial being pondered whether the golden-horned monster comprehended its gestures. In the next moment, the behemoth opened its massive maw, unleashing a powerful suction that instinctively sought to devour the celestial being whole. With widened eyes, the celestial being swiftly unleashed over 30 tendrils of ice-fire amethyst vines, anchoring them to nearby corals and the ocean floor, some even piercing deep into the rocky seabed, desperately resisting being drawn into the monster's gaping mouth. When all seemed lost, and it was on the verge of being consumed, the celestial being thrust 3 ice-fire amethyst vines into the creature's mouth, relentlessly clawing with the poisonous barbs along the tendrils. It also struck the behemoth repeatedly with the vines, causing the once still creature to abandon its predatory state, flailing in pain beneath the waves as if struck at its weak points. From the edges of its enormous jaws, a toxic liquid of red and blue hues began to seep, some even flowing away with the currents, dispersing into the sea. However, this minuscule mixture of red and blue liquid proved lethal. Upon contact with other oceanic beasts, regardless of their rank, they would convulse twice before falling lifeless. Observing the efficacy of his actions, the celestial being continued to command the ice-fire amethyst vines to mercilessly assault the juvenile golden-horned beast, exclaiming, "How utterly dishonorable." Without a word, you launch an attack. I nearly became your next meal. Just as it prepared to ensnare the young beast, it let out a roar and vanished in an instant. At that moment, other monsters in the vicinity charged at the celestial being with reckless abandon, particularly one colossal creature wielding massive pincers, orchestrating the assault of its fellow beasts, encircling the celestial being with overwhelming numbers. Despite its relentless efforts to slay them, they seemed endless, and while fighting, the celestial being continuously consumed restorative fruit wine. Then, the monstrous creature swung its pincers and let out a deafening roar, momentarily disorienting the celestial being. In that fleeting second of dizziness, the surrounding monsters relentlessly battered it, tossing it about. Were it not for the protection of the ice-fire amethyst vines, it might have sustained injuries. The celestial being immediately controlled over 100 icy rays, swiftly eliminating the low-level Lord-class monsters in its path, leaving a trail of purple-blue beast blood in the water. At that moment, Fan Gu and Ling Ling arrived, without hesitation joining the fray to carve a path through the encircling beasts. Upon catching sight of her husband, who was being relentlessly attacked, Ning Ling Ling felt a surge of panic. She propelled herself forward, unleashing a peculiar energy that radiated throughout the surrounding waters, freezing everything within 100 miles, including Bai Mo Fan, who became encased in ice. This was the moment Ning Ling Ling activated her extreme ice domain. Within this realm, she enveloped the celestial being with her power, pulling him close, and then chastised fiercely, "How dare you harm my husband? You shall all perish." With that, she struck a playful pose and snapped her fingers. In an instant, all the other frozen areas, save for Bai Mo Fan, shattered into large chunks. Each fragment contained a beast that had been bisected, including the beast leader who could not escape. Having completed this feat, Ning Ling Ling embraced the celestial being with concern, inquiring, "Are you all right, darling? I received a warning from Xiao Shuang that you were about to be devoured by monsters, and I was terrified. Why did you come here alone? Did you not know to wait for me?" As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes while she playfully struck his chest. The celestial being, grinning foolishly, replied, "Am I not fine? I just encountered a monster with golden horns, likely the golden horn monster from the cosmos. It acted dishonorably, attacking without warning and nearly swallowed me whole. Thankfully, my invincible wife, Ling Ling, came to my rescue. I adore you." He tightened his embrace, savoring her presence and drying her tears. Ning Ling Ling, upon hearing such praises from her husband, ceased her tears and smiled joyfully, saying, "Can you please get me out of here before you shower me with affection? I'm freezing. It's so cold." The voice belonged to Bai Mo Fan, who thought to himself, "What kind of power is this? It feels far more potent than Lin Lao's ice abilities." Encased in extreme ice, he trembled within the icy prison. Ning Ling Ling, feeling somewhat embarrassed, waved and said, "I'm so sorry, Mo Fan. I completely forgot about you. If you're cold, just drink the wine my husband gave you earlier." With a wave of her hand, he returned to his original state. She then took her husband and continued to battle the oceanic beasts elsewhere, while the beast leader was secured in the celestial being's spatial realm. Wherever they went, monstrous corpses littered the sea. Bai Mo Fan, following Ning Ling Ling's advice, consumed the wine, experiencing a refreshing warmth that spread throughout his body the moment it passed his lips, banishing the chill. His realm also rose from the initial level of a junior battle god to that of a mid-level battle god. He mused, "What kind of wine is this? It can elevate one's rank, How extraordinary. And to think, those two consume it daily like tea. How enviable. It's enough to make one feel inadequate. He shook his head and joined them as they returned to the base city. Meanwhile, the crisis in the base city swiftly subsided due to the retreat of the Golden Horn monster and the demise of the beast leader at the hands of Ning Lingling. The monstrous tide dissipated rapidly, leaving everyone in a state of relief, astonished by the suddenness of the threat and its equally swift resolution. They were still in disbelief, unable to comprehend what had transpired. In the banquet hall, when Xiao Xiao re-emerged, she had undergone a remarkable transformation. Her already striking beauty had become even more ethereal. Her features appeared more refined and exquisite. Her grandfather looked on in astonishment, realizing she had become a martial artist of considerable prowess, leaving everyone around her quite surprised and pondering the reason behind her sudden elevation in strength. The patriarch of the Zhou family asked his granddaughter, Xiao Xiao, "How is it that you possess such power that surpasses even that of a battle god? You seem extraordinarily formidable." He envisioned the potential rise in status for the Zhou family should they have a powerhouse of such caliber. Xiao Xiao, feeling a bit shy, replied, "This is all thanks to Ling Ling. She gifted me a millennium-old spirit herb, and I was a bit dazed and confused, which is how I became this strong." A blush crept across her cheeks as she recalled the events of just 10 minutes prior when she had just ascended to martial artist status. Emerging from her bath wrapped in a towel and staring into the mirror, marveling at her newfound beauty, especially regarding her physique, where there used to be a slight belly. It has completely vanished now, and her waist has slimmed down a bit, enhancing her alluring curves. Just as she reveled in her newfound beauty, a pair of delicate hands suddenly grasped her from behind, playfully pinching her, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. This was a sensation she had not experienced since her previous boyfriend. She then felt something pressing against her back, and a voice whispered in her ear, "Wow, little miss. You're quite voluptuous. I didn't realize you had such a great figure. I didn't notice it at the banquet." A mischievous smile spread across Ning Lingling's face as she looked at her. Upon recognizing the voice belonged to Ning Lingling, coupled with the embarrassment from the unexpected contact, she quietly replied, "I was afraid the strapless gown would be too ostentatious, so I wore something underneath, without a bra. It might not appear as full." As soon as she finished speaking, a sudden wave of frost enveloped her, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. Had she not ascended to the level of a transcendent battle god, she would likely have been unable to withstand such a chilling aura. The atmosphere quickly returned to normal, and Ning Lingling, with a furrowed brow, smiled at her, saying, "Little miss, a beast tide has erupted, and my husband is in danger. I must go save him. You should stay here and protect your family. I'll be back." With that, she vanished in an instant, leaving her astonished, contemplating how she could disappear so suddenly. Was the world of transcendent battle gods truly so miraculous? Would she be able to do the same in the future? If her family were in peril, could she rescue those she cared for, just as Ning Lingling was doing for her husband? She quickly changed into the simple yet elegant outfit Ning Lingling had prepared for her, consisting of a t-shirt and shorts, and exited the room to the banquet hall. Meanwhile, in an office filled with various instruments and screens in the southeast military district, Commander Lin Dawei paced anxiously, his gaze fixed on a green dot on the screen, surrounded by red dots. Nearby, monitoring soldiers were reporting real-time updates. Moments ago, he had rushed back to the command center to take charge, issuing various orders. Suddenly, a monitoring soldier reported, "Commander, Major General Tian Xing's marker has suddenly left the base fortress, using immense power to freeze the sea and plunge into the depths." While this has alleviated some pressure from the monster onslaught for the various bases, Major General Tian Xing is now besieged by over 1 million beasts, including a near-king-level monster leader. "Sir, what should we do next?" As the soldier finished reporting, his expression was filled with concern, awaiting the commander's next order. Lin Dawei had initially felt relieved, thinking that with Tian Xing's assistance, they might weather this beast tide without heavy losses, especially with a secret weapon still in reserve for emergencies. However, upon hearing that Major General Tian Xing was under siege by millions of monsters, his heart sank, just as he was about to issue immediate orders. The monitoring soldier looked back at the screen and said, "Commander, the goddess Lingling is on the move. She is racing towards Major General Tian Xing's position, followed closely by the life marker of Bimofan. As she passes, all traces of the monster's life signatures are vanishing, before they could fully comprehend the astonishing turn of events. Every monster surrounding Tian Xing had its life signature disappear, including the formidable near-king level monster leader, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. They could not fathom how this occurred in the past. Every first-level beast tide had resulted in countless casualties and significant losses. The monitoring soldier then observed the life markers of the goddess Lingling and by Mofin appearing alongside Major General Tian Xing, merging with him. He wondered if the goddess Lingling and by Mofin had somehow instantaneously slain all those monsters, but that seemed impossible. Commander, look. The goddess Lingling and Major General Tian Xing have united, and all the monsters that were besieging him have vanished, including the powerful monster leader. Lin Dawei stared wide-eyed at the screen, incredulous. How is this possible? How did they achieve this? This is utterly unfathomable. Despite his words, he felt a surge of pride. He thought, it seems these two young ones have truly matured and can stand on their own. The soldiers nearby exchanged glances, silently acknowledging that while Major General Tian Xing was valiantly battling the monster horde, he would still return to face the commander's reprimand. Yet, upon seeing the commander's expression, they understood his tough exterior concealed a softer heart, and they could only shake their heads in silence. As the monsters attacking the base city retreated, it was confirmed that the three had indeed worked together to slay the monster leader. The first-level beast tide concluded amidst the cheers of those who had yet to reach the underground shelters, leaving many bewildered. They then beheld Major General Tian Xing returning, embracing the goddess Lingling, riding upon his iconic, magnificent sword, with Bai Mofin trailing behind. When it became clear that the goddess Lingling, the military district major general, and Bai Mofin had combined their strengths to vanquish the monster leader and avert the beast tide crisis, the citizens of the besieged bases felt immense relief, jubilantly celebrating the emergence of several new transcendent battle gods to protect them. In the Southeast Military District Commander's office, a group of high-ranking officials sat around a large table, engaged in fervent discussion. A middle-aged man wearing glasses was the first to speak, asserting, "The swift resolution of this beast tide crisis is solely due to the contributions of the goddess Lingling, Major General Tian Xing, and Bai Mofin. No amount of debate can change this fact. How dare you attempt to dilute their accomplishments? If you do, I, Zhou Goen, will be the first to oppose it." An older gentleman with a long face and a goatee, seated nearby, merely gazed at him and replied, "What does this have to do with your Southeast Division and our Northwest Alliance?" He then regarded Zhou Goen with disdain. "Indeed, this has even less to do with our Southwest Alliance. We are quite distant from the coast, and what we faced was merely a third-level beast tide, which had little impact on us. I have no objections to Bai Mofin's contributions, but how can all the credit be concentrated solely on that couple?" Zhou Goen, who had previously received favors from Major General Tian Xing, defended him, saying, "What about the lives of our other soldiers? Do they not matter?" Just then, a balding man in his 40s, with a slight belly, spoke up. His most notable feature was his large, drooping earlobes. At this moment, a white-haired elder who had remained silent beside Lin Dawei finally spoke. "Enough of the bickering. It's unbecoming. The 50 vials of dragon blood in Lin's possession were selflessly donated to the military by Tian Xing. Anyone who continues to argue will forfeit their share." With those words, the room fell silent. "If you all have such objections to my student, then I have the right to advocate for my most outstanding pupil. I will unconditionally allocate the 50 vials of true dragon blood he provided, distributing them equally among the Southeast Division, the Northeast Division, and the Central Capital Military District." The speaker was a strikingly beautiful woman in her late 20s, seated beside Zhou Goen, wearing glasses with a beauty mark at the corner of her left eye. After speaking, she removed her glasses, exhaled lightly, wiped them with her handkerchief, and then fixed her gaze on the others as she put her glasses back on. A striking aura reminiscent of an ice mountain beauty enveloped her, particularly now, as the presence she exuded was further amplified by the proximity of Zhou Goen, who bore a striking resemblance to her and sported glasses. The two leaders of the major military districts, previously at odds, could no longer contain their agitation and erupted into a quarrel. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a slight paunch and a bald spot at the crown interjected, "Why should only the 3 of you military districts benefit? What about us from the other 2? Even if it is provided by Tian Xing, it ultimately belongs to the military, which in turn belongs to the nation." A middle-aged man with a goatee echoed, "Exactly. A vial of Jinlong blood serum is worth a staggering 100 billion. Zhou Xiaoxiao, you cannot hoard it all for yourselves. Aren't you afraid of bursting from greed?" He cast a disdainful glance her way. Just then, a commanding middle-aged man entered the room. All present held their breath, as if a needle had dropped to the ground. With a stern expression, he declared, "The beast tide crisis, as Xiao Xiao rightly stated, was quelled by the combined efforts of the 3 of them. Otherwise, do you truly believe the beast tide could have been resolved so swiftly?" The major base cities emerged practically unscathed, with only minor damage to the war fortresses. "I certainly could not have achieved that. If any of you think you can, when the next beast tide strikes, be it a level 1 or level 3, You will take the front line without regard for life or death. Step forward if you dare to challenge that." His words concluded with a fiery outburst. At this moment, Commander Lin Dawei cleared his throat and spoke. "Old Jia, do not be too agitated. You have just arrived from the capital base city. Please, sit down and enjoy a cup of tea. This is a fine brew gifted by Lingling." He produced a specially designed small thermos, pressed a button, and a small spout opened for pouring. Carefully, he poured a small cup and offered it to old Jia. The room was soon filled with a refreshing and invigorating fragrance. Old Jia immediately recognized the quality of the tea, eagerly took it, savored it, and upon finishing, blinked in satisfaction. He then eyed the small thermos in Lin's hand and insisted on keeping it for himself. Commander Jia noticed that Lin Dawei was unwilling to refill his cup and thus remarked, "Old Lin, that is rather unfair. With such a fine offering, you should have given me a heads up. You know I am stuck at planetary level 5, while that Tian Xing lad has already reached level 6. And Lingling's strength is beyond measure." Jia looked at Lin Dawei with a hopeful expression, hoping for another cup. Lin Dawei chuckled and replied, "Old Jia, it's not that I am unwilling. I am also stuck at planetary level 3, on the verge of advancing to level 4. Apart from Xiao Xiao, no one else possesses this. I can only offer you this small cup. If you desire more, seek out the little one or Lingling." Reluctantly, he poured another substantial cup before attempting to put the thermos away. Jia protested, "Come now, old Lin, fill it up. Who pours only half a cup?" He gazed at Lin with eager anticipation, prompting Lin to shake his head in resignation and pour it to the brim before finally setting it aside. At this juncture, Zhou Xiaoxiao, smiling, addressed Commander Jia, "Old Jia, this is a gift from Tian Xing. He knows you enjoy a drink, and it has effects akin to that tea." She then presented an identical thermos to Jia, much to his delight. With newfound vigor, he proclaimed to all, "Since you question Tian Xing and Lingling, allow me to show you a video that reveals her true strength." This was filmed in real time with the war god helmet by Mofin, who accompanied Lingling to rescue Tian Xing. Commander Jia then projected a video showcasing the defeat of a deep-sea monster leader. In the footage, Luo Feng and Ning Lingling appeared in the vicinity of the monsters surrounding Major General Tian Xing. From Mofin's perspective, one could see Ning Lingling, upon noticing her husband Tian Xing in peril, unleash a barrage of curses. With each step she took, the entire sea froze beneath her feet. She rushed to embrace Tian Xing and, with a playful snap of her fingers, cleaved all monsters in half, including the leader. Mofin remarked that she should first unfreeze him before indulging in affection. The onlookers gasped, particularly the leaders from the northwest and southwest military districts, who had just been vociferous. They now recognized the peril of offending the legendary woman adored by Major General Tian Xing, who had once risked everything for her. They had also heard tales of Lingling's fierce devotion to Tian Xing, which had nearly led to confrontations with the planet's strongest warriors. They felt a sense of unease, realizing the gravity of their previous words. Subsequently, under Commander Jia's coordination, each military district received 8 portions of Zhenlong blood serum, with each subdivision also obtaining 2 portions to bolster their ranks for future crises. Furthermore, it was agreed to promote both Tian Xing and Ning Lingling to the rank of Major General, with Ning Lingling receiving the Medal of the National Goddess of War, and Tian Xing being honored as the national son-in-law. With this, all dissent dissipated, and joy prevailed, except for Zhou Xiaoxiao, who sulked, feeling slighted as the other 2 major military districts seemed to have gained more than their fair share. The following day, in the reception hall of the Zhou family at the Great Wall Base, Mayor Zhang raised a toast, acknowledging the indispensable contributions of Major General Tian Xing, Major General Bai, and Supervisor Bai for the swift resolution of the Beast Tide crisis. Oh, and we must not forget the goddess of war, Lingling. He downed his drink in one go, signaling for a refill. Meanwhile, Ning Lingling, pouting and resting in Tian Xing's embrace, appeared lethargic. "Husband, I am so tired. I used too much of my mental and domain energy. I want you to hold me while I sleep," she declared, settling onto Tian Xing's lap and stretching languidly. The simple act of her stretching captivated all the men present, as her exquisite beauty combined with her relaxed demeanor was utterly enchanting. From Tian Xing's vantage point, as he looked down, he caught a glimpse of alluring curves, prompting an involuntary swallow. Ning Lingling's melodious laughter echoed, leaving everyone momentarily entranced. It was Zhou family patriarch who broke the spell, clearing his throat and addressing Tian Xing. "Major General Tian Xing, I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. My granddaughter, Xiao Xiao, has transcended the war god level thanks to you. The Zhou family owes you a tremendous debt of gratitude, and should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I raise my glass to you." He then drank deeply, disregarding his age. Tian Xing replied to Elder Zhou, As long as my wife is happy, that is what matters. This is not merely helping others. It is for my dear Xiao Xiao, after all. She calls me little sir and cannot do so without merit, right? My darling wife, come, let us rest. He wrapped his left arm around Ning Lingling, allowing her to lean against his shoulder as she drifted off to sleep. He gently stroked her back. Noticing her quickly succumb to slumber, Tian Xing, astonished, realized this was the first time Lingling had sat on him like this. Resting her head on his shoulder and gazing up at him with a captivating expression, her cherry-red lips were slightly pursed, a sight of sheer beauty that made his heart race. He thought to himself how enchanting she looked, longing to steal a kiss, yet feeling flustered with so many witnesses present. At this moment, Zhou Guoan, filled with gratitude upon hearing Tian Xing's words, expressed his heartfelt appreciation, saying, General Tian Xing, I am truly thankful for your repeated assistance. Should you ever require my help in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I would traverse fire and water without hesitation. Having said this, he raised his cup and downed its contents in one go. Tian Xing, in turn, refilled his own glass and replied, Indeed, such deep feelings warrant a toast. Let us drink to our friendship. In the future, I shall certainly seek Uncle Zhou's aid whenever the opportunity arises. In Chapter 60, they engaged in conversation for a while longer. Tempted by Lingling Jia, Zhou Guoan could no longer resist and discreetly signaled to the others that he had urgent matters to attend to before taking his leave. He retrieved a light jacket from his spatial storage, draping it around Lingling Jia to keep her warm. In an instant, he whisked her away, leaving all present in astonishment. For such a feat could only be accomplished by one who had surpassed the status of a war god. This elevated their perception of the couple. Earlier, Ning Lingling had not been drowsy. Rather, she had delved into her consciousness, summoning the system sprite, Xiao Shuang. Xiao Shuang, are you there? I have completed the Beast Tide mission. What rewards await me? Please show me. Ding dong. Master Lingling, I am here. Welcome back, Master. The special sign-in task was to rescue major base cities during the Level 1 Beast Tide, with a completion rate of 300 and a critical hit of 10,000 times, leading to extraordinary rewards. The rewards were as follows. Reward 1. 5 billion Hunyuan units from a 5-star client of the Virtual Universe Company. Reward 2. 999 Saint Spirit Crystals. Reward 3. 999 Divine King Crystals. Reward 4. 999 Time Divine Pearls. Upon seeing these rewards, Ning Lingling recalled the benefits she had gained from becoming close friends with Xiao Xiao, which would yield an additional tenfold return. With a critical hit of 10,000 times, an extraordinary enhancement. The rewards were as follows. Reward 1. An internal VIP account from the Virtual Universe Company with a balance of 30 trillion Hunyuan units. Reward 2. 99 Hunyuan crystals. Reward 3. 9 unhatched Divine Beast King eggs. Note, the original reward was 9 Spirit Beast eggs, which evolved to Divine Beast King eggs due to the critical hit. At this point, she intended to inquire about how to hatch the Divine Beast King egg when she heard Xiao Shuang's voice. Ding dong. Master Lingling. Someone is stealing a kiss from you. Startled, Ning Lingling regained her awareness. She found Tian Xing on the great sword, puckering his lips toward her cherry blossom-like mouth. Just as he was about to kiss her, Ning Lingling's eyes fluttered open, and with a coy smile, she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him first. This left Tian Xing flustered, akin to a child caught in mischief, awkwardly smiling. Then, she teased him, saying, Darling, am I not sweet? When did you become so perceptive? Hee hee. How about we skip sleep tonight? Let me pamper you, shall we? With a more seductive gaze, she playfully nibbled on his chin. This left Tian Xing spellbound. Swallowing hard as he thought, Lingling Jia is becoming increasingly enchanting. At that moment, Tian Xing's communicator beeped. He answered, Hello, what is it, Grandpa Lin? Oh, understood. I will head over immediately. After hanging up, he turned to Ning Lingling and said, Dear, Grandpa Lin and Grandpa Jia need us at the military headquarters urgently. Ning Lingling replied with a hint of annoyance. All right. What could be so pressing? This means I cannot indulge in what I had planned with you tonight. In Commander Lin's office in the Southeast Military District, 9 individuals were previously engaged in discussion when the door opened and a young couple entered. The girl spotted one of the older girls, who was only slightly older than herself, and rushed forward exclaiming, Huh? Zhao Shiji is here too. What major event is happening today that brings everyone together? Zhao Shiji grasped her hand and said, Lingling Shimi, you have become incredibly formidable. I heard you effortlessly resolve the Beast Tide crisis with a mere snap of your fingers. That is truly remarkable. The military intends to honor you as the Goddess of War and bestow upon you the medal of the National Goddess of War. You must teach me your ways. As she spoke, Zhao Zhuo playfully attempted to snap her fingers, eliciting laughter from the others. All right, Xiao Ruo, we have serious matters to discuss, Lin Dawei interrupted, his expression turning grave as he addressed Tian Xing. We urgently summoned you to discuss whether you still have any of the beverages and teas that can assist in ascension. If so, we would like to procure some to strengthen our troops. We cannot expect you two youngsters to always be at the forefront during each beast tide. General Jia interjected, indeed, especially since old Lin mentioned you single-handedly ventured into the lair of the underwater monsters. That is extremely perilous. Had it not been for Lingling, we cannot fathom what might have transpired. He looked at the young couple with concern. Commander Lin Dawei added, absolutely. You must be cautious and refrain from recklessly charging into the monster's lair again. At this point, Zhou Xiaoxiao, who had been absorbed in her communicator, spoke up, Grandpa Lin. Grandpa Jia, Tian Xing is certainly capable of such feats. He would not act without confidence. Tian Xing responded nonchalantly, Dear grandfathers, even if I were to encounter defeat, I would ensure my safe return. Currently, aside from my Lingling Jia, there is no one on earth who can harm me. Moreover, I am uncertain if that Qingling wine and Huanyu tea are still available. You may inquire with my wife, Lingling Jia. Ning Lingling paused momentarily, then inquired of Xiao Shuang using her consciousness. She replied, that tea has been consumed, and we have not replenished it yet. We can provide more for the two grandfathers in the future. The wine was originally in a large barrel, and after my husband diluted it, it became a sizable vat. After distributing so much earlier, we now have 123 left. With a flick of her wrist, 3 large wooden barrels appeared. This is all that remains. She then put 1 barrel away, stating, I will keep 1 for myself, and the rest I will find containers to distribute to you. This should help elevate your levels by 1 or 2 tiers. Zhao Zhuo, puzzled, asked, not replenished? What can be replenished to obtain such fine items? She mused. Ever since Lingling Shimi became engaged to Tianxing Shidi, she has become so enigmatic. Ning Lingling quickly interjected, Sister, it's nothing much. I merely obtained it from an ancient ruin during an expedition. She felt relieved that she could explain this way, lest her secret be revealed. Tian Xing added, Indeed, sister. Lingling Jia and I often explore ruins we can access, from which we procure valuable items. Did not the owner of the Hongguan and the owner of the Lei Pavilion seek me for this very reason? Zhao Zhuo and the others exchanged knowing looks, realizing the truth behind their endeavors. In Chapter 61, as Ning Lingling distributed fruit wine to everyone, she listened to her husband converse with the others. At that moment, Lin Dawei spoke again. Recently, other nations have experienced massive beast tides, resulting in severe losses, the cause of which remains unclear. Had it not been for the two of you, the situation in our Huaxiao would hardly fare better. He expressed a sense of relief, grateful for the assistance of the two youngsters. Jia Yi continued, Tian Xing, other countries have reached out requesting that we send a few transcendent war god-level experts for support. Would you both be willing to assist? Ning Lingling found it peculiar that Xiao Shuang had not issued a task prompt, as she typically would at such times. Then Ning Lingling replied nonchalantly, Wherever my husband goes, I shall follow. She handed a large space cup filled with treats to Shijiang Xixiang and Baimo Fan Xixiang. And at that moment, her senior sister joked, Wow, this is Lingling Shimi distributing wedding wine. Hee. Tian Xing, since you are already engaged, when will you invite us to celebrate? We can't wait to see our lovely Lingling Shimi brought home. She cast a mischievous glance at Tian Xing. Hearing this, Ning Lingling's cheeks flushed crimson, and she wrapped her arm around Tian Xing's. What are you talking about? It's not the time for a wedding. Tian Xing is already my husband. He holds me in his arms every night. He is indeed my husband. Zhao Zhuo then chuckled and teased. Oh, he is your husband now? Have you registered? Just calling him that. I, on the other hand, have already registered with Jianggu. Want to see? She took out 2 red booklets and waved them proudly, her expression gleeful. Everyone was astonished, thinking to themselves, Zhao Shiji and Xixiang have registered? Ning Lingling immediately took 1 booklet and examined it with envy. At that moment, Tian Xing noticed Ning Lingling holding Zhao Zhuo's marriage certificate, gazing at him with a playful yet slightly resentful look, leaving him puzzled. Zhou Xiaoxiao also flipped through her booklet without saying much. Subsequently, Ning Lingling disdainfully remarked, Wow, Shiji looks so beautiful and happy in this photo. But Xixiang, yours is poorly taken. You look quite unappealing. Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's poorly captured. Quite ugly, not worthy of our Zhuo goddess. Zhao Zhuo, however, held on to Shijiang's arm with a frown, saying, Not true. My husband is not ugly at all. He is incredibly handsome, no less than the Shidi. She thought to herself, These two are truly lacking in consideration. I've said I wanted a retake, but they never listened. Shijiang laughed heartily. as this was Zhao Zhua's first public acknowledgement of him as her husband. At that moment, Ning Lingling noticed that Zhou Xiaoxiao's glasses appeared different from her expectations. It was akin to discovering a new world. She removed Zhou Xiaoxiao's glasses, realizing they were merely a frame, and grinned, putting them on her own face to look around. She even made a funny face at Tian Xing. This spectacle amused Zhou Xiaoxiao, who remarked, "These are just for fun. I've gotten used to them. Ever since Lingling Shimi provided me with genetic medication and the true dragon blood 1,000-year elixir, my nearsightedness has been cured." Ning Lingling nodded, saying, "That's wonderful. I'd like to wear this for fun. Is that all right, Miss Xiaoxiao?" Zhou Xiaoxiao replied, "If you like it, then it's yours. I have 2 more pairs at home." After Ning Lingling donned the glasses and resembled a little teacher, she distributed large cups of fruit wine to the 9 people in the room, stating, "For those who Haven Tea reached planetary level, you can only drink 300 milliliters each time, which is just a glass of red wine. Those who have surpassed planetary level can consume up to a liter, and those at high-level God of War can drink 1,000 milliliters to advance to planetary level." She then glanced at the special, durable cups each person held, checking who still needed one. Chapter 62 resumed as she continued. "Since Shijiang Xixiang and De Xixiang are often on missions, I took the liberty of giving a bit more. Is everyone okay with that? Oh, by the way, I have something for your safety as well. I don't have many, so I'll give each of you one." With a casual wave, she conjured a box containing numerous transparent small jars, each housing a pill exuding a faint white mist. She handed each person one. She explained, "This is a life-saving pill. As long as it's not a grievous injury like my husband's last incident, it can essentially save your life. Moreover, it will temporarily boost your combat power tenfold for about 1 hour, which is 2 hours in total. After the effect wears off, there will be a 3-day period of weakness where you can only utilize 1% of your power. Use it only in dire situations. Remember, it's for life preservation. As long as you don't open this sealed jar, it can last indefinitely. Once opened, it has a shelf life of only 1 month, after which its efficacy diminishes." She thought to herself, "My little Shuang's products are indeed of exceptional quality. Were it not for my husband, I wouldn't want to share them." Ning Lingling's actions left everyone astounded. Zhou Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise, "Lingling, you have such remarkable items. It's almost comparable to the water of life." Master Zhou Taijun added, "That is secondary. The primary aspect is the ability to unleash tenfold combat power in a short time. Such treasures are currently unavailable even in the extreme martial arts hall. We must keep this safe." He then placed the small jar in the pocket of his combat suit. "Let me say this too. Lingling Shimi and Tianxing Shidi are willing to share these items with us. This matter must not be leaked. Treasures that offer tenfold combat power are exceedingly rare and could attract covetous gazes from nations surpassing the God of War level," Shijiang said with a worried expression. Old Lin sternly stated, "I dare anyone to lay a finger on either of them. I will send you 2 to eliminate them." Zhao Zhuo firmly declared, "Exactly. I dare anyone to harm my little Shimi. You too, little brat." She then hugged Ning Lingling's arm, saying, "Lingling Shimi, teach me that magical technique of yours. The one that can eliminate a horde of monsters with a snap. That move is simply too much fun." She shook Ning Lingling's hand, acting coy. The others were left in shock, especially Shijiang, who wore a perplexed expression, wondering, "What is going on with my wife? She usually only acts like this when it's just the 2 of us at home." Ning Lingling, equally bewildered, thought, "How do I teach that? I don't even know how." With sincere honesty, she remarked, "Sister, it's not that I don't want to teach you. I simply don't know how. My husband taught me everything. After sleeping beside him, I just knew how to do it. Sister, do you want to sleep beside my husband too? That won't he do? He is mine. You have your own. You can sleep with him and let him teach you." She flashed a mischievous smile at her sister. Upon hearing this, the elderly men nearby, sipping tea, choked on their drinks, especially Lin Dawei, who thought, "This Lingling girl truly dares to say anything." Yet he merely smiled, for he had grown quite fond of her. Whenever something good came up, she was the first to bring it to him, prompting envy and speechlessness from Jia Yi. Now, Lin Dawei's prowess was nearly on par with his, having reached planetary level 4, while he was only at 5. Shijiang was left speechless and dared not interject. Zhao Zhuo was initially taken aback to see her little Shimi making a joke at her expense, but then she grinned mischievously at Ning Lingling. In front of her, she playfully took Shijiang's arm, joking, "All right. Besides, I won't be at a loss as long as little Shimi doesn't get jealous." She chuckled at Ning Lingling. "No way," Shijiang interjected. "That is my husband." Ning Lingling responded, rushing over to pull Zhao Shiji's hand away and instead clinging to Tianxing's arm. Tianxing wore a vexed expression and patted her head. Zhao Zhuo rolled her eyes at Shi Jiang, scolding, "You dog man. I won't sleep with any man except you. I was just teasing little Shimmy. Why are you so anxious? Haven't you had enough of beating me for 3 days? Are you itching for a fight?" Shi Jiang, looking exasperated, replied, "No, Zhuo. I'm genuinely afraid this little shitty will steal you away. He is too impressive, with over 1,000 girls interested in him. And I can't compete." Upon hearing this, Tian Xing felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He thought, why am I being implicated? He then hugged Ling Ling and addressed everyone. "I only want Ling Ling as my wife. I don't desire anyone else, unless I die." Ning Ling Ling listened, momentarily stunned. Her brow furrowed as she gazed at Tian Xing with a mixture of melancholy and affection, saying, "Do not utter such foolishness. What does death matter? In any case, you belong to me, and wherever you run, I shall bring you back." Tian Xing understood that Ling Ling was likely recalling past events and deftly shifted the conversation, saying, "Zhao Shiji, I truly do not know how to teach this. Let us put it this way. This is the domain. Previously, at the military department. What ability did the gene serum that Grandpa Lin gave you awaken? Ability? Domain? I awakened a thunder attribute, while Jiang Gu awakened a water attribute. What about it?" Zhao Ruo replied, her face reflecting confusion as she glanced at Shi Jiang, chuckling softly, which caused Shi Jiang to involuntarily shudder, his expression darkening as he dared not speak. Tian Xing continued, "After refining your ability to its utmost, one can comprehend the domain, becoming as formidable as this. Ling Ling awakened the thunder domain and the extreme ice domain, and her domain has now reached the 4th level. The combination of the two allows for the casting of wide-ranging freezing techniques to immobilize the sea. However, it consumes a great deal of extreme ice source power. Moreover, even if I were to teach you, you would struggle to master the ice attribute domain unless you awaken the thunder attribute domain. Shi Jiang Shixiang could indeed awaken the water attribute domain and then, through further advancement, attain the ice attribute domain, eventually transcending to the extreme ice domain, but that would take considerable time." Zhao Zhuo appeared to be deep in thought, her mind wandering. Meanwhile, the others, upon hearing this, felt disheartened about the endeavor and began to take their leave, citing other matters or invitations, with Grandpa Jia also departing. Only a few of them remained, along with Grandpa Li. Initially, Teacher Zhou and Zhou Xiaoxiao thought this was a matter among them and felt it did not concern them. But Zhou Xiaoxiao was pulled by Ning Lingling, who said, "Teacher Xiaoxiao, stay and chat with me." Seeing that only the 4 of them remained, Ning Lingling spoke. "Dear Shiji and Shi Xiao, there were too many people earlier and many things could not be said. Also, little Xiaojia and Grandpa Li. My intention in keeping you here is rather selfish. After all, the resources my husband and I have are limited, and we have yet to venture into the cosmos." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoxiao was the first to realize that she was being treated like family. Just as she was about to speak, Zhao Zhuo, being astute as ever, interjected, "What selfishness? You keep what is yours, Shiji does not need it. If you lack anything, just tell me, and I will find a way to help you obtain it. Right, Jiangge?" She then turned a serious gaze toward Shi Jiang. Shi Jiang nodded in agreement, stating, "What you have given us is already sufficient to assist us." At that moment, Xiao Shuang appeared out of nowhere and whispered something into Tian Xing's ear before perching once more on Ning Lingling's shoulder. The group was left in a state of bewilderment, pondering what this little creature truly was, as her presence often led to inexplicable events. In Chapter 62, Tian Xing contemplated for a moment before saying, "On this mission to other countries for rescue operations, if you encounter unavoidable circumstances, do not act recklessly, especially if you come across the beast with golden horns. Lingling and I are not yet capable of defeating it. If you can evade it, do so. Only those at the stellar level and above can vanquish it." He then shared a picture of the golden-horned beast with Grandpa Lin, instructing him to remain vigilant. Just moments ago, Xiao Shuang had issued an urgent task. Ding dong. An emergency situation has arisen. The master has encountered a planetary-level golden-horned beast and has poisoned it with ice-flame purple crystal vines, causing it to voraciously consume other sea monsters to counteract the purple poison, leading it to attack the waters of countries outside of Huaxia. It is now healing in an unknown area of the deep sea, delaying its ascension to the stellar level. Sea monsters are fleeing to land, triggering a chain reaction that has led to land monsters from other continents assaulting human bases. An urgent special task was dispatched. Proceed to support other countries and severely injure and capture the golden-horned beast to hand it over to the sun of the dimensional plane for consumption. Rewards based on completion are as follows. Reward 1. 1 Cosmic Divine Beast Egg, random. Reward 2. 1 Divine Beast Growth Package. Choose one from time, space, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, wind, thunder, light, dark. Reward 3. 90,000 bottles of God-level life cultivation enhancement liquid, which can allow a realm master to ascend directly to eternal godhood. Tian Xing then transmitted the necessary fields for each of his senior brothers and Grandpa Lin through the system Xiaoshuang. Zhu Taijun possessed the gold attribute, and thus Tian Xing advanced Zhu Daxi's gold attribute domain, which filled the elder brother with gratitude. Lin Dawei felt a sense of contentment, recalling that many perilous tasks and significant matters had previously fallen upon Zhu Taijun. With Tian Xing elevating him to the planetary level, he would fare better in survival. Since both Shi Xixiang and Bai Mofan possessed the water attribute, Tian Xing provided them with 2 Millennium Spirit Herbs in addition to the domain. Zhao Zhiro, with her Thunder attribute domain, also received a Millennium Spirit Herb. Shijiang Xixiang, Zhao Shiji, for now, I can only assist you and Xixiang this much. We shall see what other opportunities arise in the future. Tian Xing said, with your domains, when you undertake missions alongside Shiji, even when facing the golden-horned giant beast, you will be able to protect yourselves, with formidable defenses, becoming invulnerable at the planetary level. Upon hearing this, Shi Xixiang swallowed hard, thinking, they are truly astonishing. What sort of prodigy is this junior brother? Attaining planetary invincibility places him on par with the foremost powerhouse. Zhao Zhiro noticed her partner lost in thought, staring blankly, and playfully punched his forehead, scolding, why don't you hurry and thank our little junior brother? As older brothers, we should not burden him so. After saying this, she directly linked arms with Ning Lingling, expressing her gratitude. Little Shimmy, thank you both so much. We feel so embarrassed to keep relying on you. Ning Lingling smiled and replied, Shiji, it's nothing. We are all family here. Following this, she instinctively reached out to tickle Zhao Shiji's waist, prompting a series of giggles, which led Zhao Shiji to return the favor by tickling Ning Lingling. Zhou Xiaoxiao, slightly older than the 3, observed with a bashful demeanor, as they seemed to bond like sisters. However, Ning Lingling did not spare her either, joining in the playful banter, and soon the 3 were engaged in a delightful exchange, resembling close siblings. Tian Xing then addressed Shi Jiang and Zhu Chong, saying, I may soon take Lingling and venture into the cosmos ahead of you all. As long as you keep an eye on our home and Grandpa Li while we are away, that will suffice. I will handle the matter of the golden-horned beast. Shi Jiang and elder brother Zhu Taijun patted their chests in assurance. Meanwhile, although Ning Lingling appeared cheerful, her countenance concealed deeper thoughts, as she seemed lost in contemplation and discontent. Zhou Xiaoxiao was the first to notice this shift and leaned in to whisper a few words to Zhao Zhiro. Then she turned to Ning Lingling and asked, What's wrong, little Lingling? You seem downcast. Is there something troubling you? Zhao Zhiro directly inquired. Has that little brat been bullying you again? Tell Shiji, and I will take care of him. She rolled up her sleeves as she spoke. Ning Lingling grasped Zhao Shiji's hand, tears welling in her eyes. The presence of her glasses only intensified her endearing appearance, evoking sympathy from Zhou Xiaoxiao, who was puzzled by her sudden distress. Ning Lingling leaned in to whisper a few words to Zhou Xiaoxiao, which prompted a frown of disdain from her. Subsequently, Zhou Xiaoxiao discreetly pulled Zhao Zhiro aside to explain Ning Lingling's sudden sadness. Zhao Zhiro appeared speechless, realizing that Ning Lingling was envious of the certificate that she and Shi Xixiang had received. With a determined clap of her thigh, she declared, This is simple. Look at Shiji and little Xiaojia. If we cannot handle such a trivial matter, what can we accomplish? Right, Tian Xing's little teacher? She and Zhou Xiaoxiao then approached Tian Xing, both wearing mischievous smiles, and asked the others, You aren't here for anything else, are you? Can we borrow him for a moment? Lin Yi wore a perplexed expression, utterly bewildered by the intentions of the 2 young women. Zhou Xiaoxiao leaned in close to Lin Dawei, whispering a few words into his ear. With a sudden clap of his thigh, Lin Dawei exclaimed, Agreed. I wholeheartedly concur. This task is entrusted to both of you. Just as he was about to take Chu Taijun and depart, he paused to address Shi Jiang and Bai Mo Fan, instructing, You too. Ensure that Tian Xing is secured. He must not escape today. Accompany him alongside Xiao Ruo and Xiao Xiao. Do as they direct you. This is an order. Failure to execute this task will result in military consequences. With a dismissive wave, he strode away, leaving 3 bewildered men behind. Shi Jiang and Bai Mo Fan exchanged glances, both equally perplexed by the situation. Zhao Zhiruo, unable to contain her frustration, scolded, You foolish men. If you allow Tian Xing to escape today, I will make you kneel on a washboard for an entire month. Bai Mo Fan, understanding her intent, promptly seized one of Tian Xing's arms, saying, Apologies, junior brother. Shijiang obediently grabbed the other side. Tian Xing, utterly confused, inquired, "Senior sister, what is happening? What have I done wrong?" He thought to himself, what is going on? Even Lin Yi has turned a blind eye and agreed. What is the situation? Zhao Ji Ruo, with a grave demeanor, replied, "You have committed a significant offense." Zhou Xiao echoed her seriousness, asserting, "Let us go while there is still time. You must accompany your senior sister to a certain place today. Otherwise, you know my capabilities." She then produced her weapon, a teaching whip, thinking, "I may not be of help in other matters, but I must fulfill this small desire for this spirited junior sister." Seeing Zhou Xiao brandish the whip filled Tian Xing with an inexplicable sense of panic. As he wondered, what grave mistake have I truly made? Thus, he was led by the two senior brothers to the front of the city hall, still oblivious to their intentions. At that moment, Ning Ling gazed at Tian Xing, who remained in the dark, sighing in exasperation, "Senior sister, if Tian Xing is unwilling, then so be it. I shall not force him." Her expression turned somber. Chapter 63. At this moment, Tian Xing realized that Ning Ling appeared distressed. He rushed forward to embrace her, noticing tears brimming in her eyes, accentuated by her glasses, rendering her both charming and adorable, prompting a pang of sympathy within him. With a smile, he asked, "What troubles you, my dear? Why are you crying? Please, do not weep. Whatever it is, just speak it plainly. I assure you, I have done nothing to wrong you." Zhao Shijia interjected, "You blockhead, even duller than my man." Zhou Xiao bluntly stated, "Is there any other reason for being here except to collect a marriage certificate? Do you expect to pay utility bills instead?" Upon hearing this, Tian Xing gently patted Ning Ling's head, reassuring her, "Do not cry, my dear. Let us return home to fetch the household registration and come back." He thought to himself, "I was so frightened, believing it to be something serious. If only I had known." Ning Ling hesitated before asking, "Are you truly willing? No regrets?" With unwavering determination, Tian Xing replied, "Of course I am willing. 1,000 times over. No one shall prevent me from obtaining our certificate, not even my parents." Overjoyed, Ning Ling responded with tears of joy. "Wonderful. He. She then shared a knowing smile with Zhao Shijia and Xiao Shijia, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you both. It is truly a blessing to have you." As they prepared to head towards Tian Xing's home, a fighter jet roared overhead, its cabin door opening to reveal Lin Yi descending first. He handed 2 dark red booklets to Ning Ling, saying, "Silly girl, if you had informed me earlier, there would have been no need for you two to come all this way. Just send me a photo, and I will have Tian Xing's parents handle it. If they fail, I will deal with them myself." Soon after, Tian Xing's parents also disembarked from the jet, exclaiming, "Oh, Li Lao, you needn't worry. If Ling had informed me sooner, I wouldn't have burdened you with this concern, nor would you have had to make a special trip." Guihua looked at her son with exasperation, scolding, "Did you make my Ling cry again? Have you become so unruly after a few days without discipline?" Tian Xing quickly defended himself, "Mom, it wasn't me. How could I dare? I cherish her too much. Where else would I find such a beautiful and sweet wife?" At this, Ning Ling's cheeks flushed as she recalled the moment Tian Xing tried to steal a kiss on their way back. Ning Ling and Tian Xing took numerous photos until she was satisfied, and then they proceeded to obtain their marriage certificate, marking Tian Xing at 20 years and Ning Ling at 23. Holding the certificate, Ning Ling was overjoyed, repeatedly thanking Zhao Shijia, and Li Yi. Tian Xing's mother beamed with happiness, reflecting on how her son had found such a remarkable partner, albeit bemused by the situation. She remarked, Ling, why didn't you tell me sooner? Had you done so, I would have forcibly brought this rascal here much earlier." Subsequently, Tian Xing's mother invited everyone to her home for a visit. Lin Lao, along with Zhu de Shixiong, took their leave, with Lin Dawei reminding them that they had only 2 days to prepare their home before gathering at the military base for further assignments. Zhou Xiao stated she needed to return home to attend to other matters, bidding farewell to Ning Ling and the others before departing. At Tian Xing's villa, Ning Ling exclaimed, "Senior sister, look, my husband is more handsome than senior brother. He. How about that? I win." Zhao Ji Ruo, with a deadpan expression, responded, "Is it necessary to be so discouraging? Ling, remember, your senior sister helped you just now, who was the one with tears in their eyes a moment ago." She shot a teasing grin at Ning Ling. Ning Ling quickly covered her mouth, laughing. "All right, senior sister, I was just joking. Don't be angry." At that moment, Tian Xing's mother announced, "I have discussed with Ning Ba and Ning Ma, and once you return from this rescue mission, we will hold a banquet. What do you think, Ling?" She proceeded without concern for her son's opinion. Ning Ling hesitated before replying. I will defer to your judgment. I am fine with whatever you arrange. Tian Xing's mother, delighted, declared, excellent. It is settled then. She shot a glance at Tian Xing, who wore a look of disbelief, and promptly tugged at his ear, asking, What's wrong? Do you have objections? Tian Xing's father chimed in. Son, you really need to heed your mother. This is no trivial matter. With the certificates now issued, you have essentially formed a small family and must assume the responsibilities of a man. Do you understand? Tian Xing nodded earnestly, replying, Understood, Dad. He then wrapped his arm around Ning Ling, stating, From this day forth, I am truly your husband. My dear, our fate began with the matchmaker and shall end with the river of forgetfulness. Hearing this, Ning Ling embraced Tian Xing in front of everyone, saying, This is your promise, and you must not go back on it. Moreover, the marriage certificate is now in my possession, so this is merely a copy. Should anything arise, use this. She secretly smiled to herself, thinking, You won't be able to escape this time, little brother. Tian Xing's father then mentioned, a few days ago, Luo Feng was assigned to the 9th secret realm by the Extreme Martial Arts Hall to undergo trials for the Black God set. It is said that this set surpasses our second-tier battle armor by leaps and bounds. We should aim to acquire a set ourselves. It seems very impressive. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Tian Xing, rolling his eyes, retorted, Dad, let us discuss this when I return. The mortality rate in that realm is alarmingly high, reaching 80. You and Mom should steer clear of it, and inform Li Yi and the others as well. Seemingly recalling something, he added, Please notify the military to extend our assistance should anything arise with Luo Ji's family. Just say it was my request. At that point, Zhao Zhirua took Shijiang with her to leave, claiming they were off for a shopping spree. Meanwhile, Ning Ling rose to assist Tian Xing's mother in the kitchen. Leaving Tian Xing's father to study a set of axe combat techniques he had just acquired from the first guild master. Tian Xing, feeling bored, wandered into the kitchen and said to Ning Ling, my dear wife, I'm so bored. Could you lend me Xiao Shuang for a while? Ning Ling, witnessing his exceptional behavior today and their registration of marriage, nodded in agreement. All right, but you can only borrow her. You are not permitted to run away with her. She then affectionately embraced him and planted a gentle kiss on his lips, whispering in his ear, Both you and Xiao Shuang belong to me. You must not go either. Tian Xing gazed at her with equal affection, responding, Where could I possibly go? Wherever I may venture, I must take you with me. After coaxing the systems Xiao Shuang over from his wife Lingling, he said, Xiao Shuang, I wish to see what treasures Lingling Jia has acquired from completing her tasks. Please show me. The system Shuanger looked at this man, who seemed to be the former owner, with disdain, and replied, Sure. Former master, feel free to look. He. Tian Xing, perplexed and feeling a bit disheartened, queried, Why have I become the former master? This is a blatant act of betrayal. It truly pains me. Xiao Shuang. As he spoke, he began to examine the rewards she had accumulated. To his astonishment, he swallowed hard upon discovering the staggering results. My goodness, my Lingling Jia. Inserting the next chapter here, this section does not constitute the main text and will be merged with the subsequent chapter for word count purposes. Congratulations to Lingling Xiaozhu for completing one of the bridal gifts as part of the main storyline quest, achieving a critical strike of 1,000,000 times. The rewards have been immensely elevated, comprising Reward 1, 99 trillion mixed units from the Virtual Universe Company, unlocked. Reward 2, 99 million fruits from the Divine Tree of Life, unlocked. Reward 3, 9 Chaos Divine Armaments, God King level, unlocked. Reward 4, 9 Chaos Divine Garments, God King level, unlocked. Reward 5, 90,000 Pearls of Time spanning 1,000,000 years, unlocked. Reward 6, 2 million Indestructible Blue Gem Crystal Guards at the pinnacle of the 9th tier, created by the Mechanical Race, unlocked. Lingling Queen's Indestructible Legion, Reward 7, 1 million Humanoid Mixed Dragon Spirit Guards at the peak of the Indestructible level, created by the Goddess King, unlocked. Lingling Queen's Indestructible Legion, Reward 8. The Majesty of the Queen of All Realms, obtained from the Goddess King's Radiant Divine Ring with a 10-fold critical strike enhancement, exclusive to Lingling Queen, unlocked. Reward 9. The Blade of Catastrophe of the Queen of All Realms, obtained from the Goddess King's Thunderblade with a 10-fold critical strike enhancement, exclusive to Lingling Xiaozhu, unlocked. Reward 10. The Divine Garment of the Queen of All Realms, obtained from the Goddess King's Illusory Divine Garment with a 10-fold critical strike enhancement, exclusive to Lingling Xiaozhu, unlocked. Special task, revive her husband Fang Tianxing, with a critical strike of 100 million times. The rewards have been immensely elevated. Comprising Reward 1, the Resurrection Divine Light of the Goddess of Life. Reward 2, the Temple of Life, marked by Lingling Queen. Those designated by her may be revived here. With a gift of 1 resurrection crystal spring within a 100-meter radius, must be placed in a specific location to activate. Subquest 2 of the main storyline. Become best friends with Yu Linglong. Rewards completed with a critical strike of 10,000 times. Rewards have been enhanced, comprising Reward 1, 9 Rainbow Linglong Hearts, special item. Reward 2, 9 Resurrection Divine Stones. Note: the owner may revive themselves at their chosen time after death, reviving at the original location, with each stone providing 3 revival opportunities. Random task: assist her husband Tian Xing's relatives and friends in advancing to planetary level. Completed with a critical strike of 10,000 times. Enhanced rewards comprise Reward 1, tenfold 99.99 in any field. Reward 2, 90,000 cubic meters of life source cultivation liquid at the Realm Master level. Reward 3, life-saving healing holy pill, immortal grade enhancement. Note: this pill can rapidly heal all injuries except for those that are extremely fatal or already resulted in death. Upon recovery, it can increase combat power by 100-fold for 1 day, with a day of weakness following. Special Main Quest 2. Obtain a marriage certificate with her husband Tian Xing. Receiving the exclusive bridal gift from Lingling Queen. Task completed with a critical strike of 100 million times. The rewards have been maximally elevated, yielding Reward 1, 99 Purple Gold Vines. Reward 2, 9 Essence Liquid for the advancement of Vine Life. Reward 3, 999 Evolution Gift Packages for Vine Life. Latest task, unfinished. Dispatch urgent special tasks. Proceed to assist other countries and severely injure the golden horned giant beast, delivering it to the child of the dimension, Luo Feng, for him to seize and consume. Based on completion level, the minimum rewards are as follows. Reward 1, 1 Starry Beast Egg, random. Reward 2, 1 Divine Beast Growth Gift Package. Choose one from time, space, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, wind, thunder, light, dark. Reward 3, 90,000 bottles of king-level life cultivation enhancement liquid can directly elevate a realm master to immortal status. Special Main Quest 3. Spend the night with her husband Tian Xing. Depending on task completion, the following special rewards will be granted. Reward 1, unknown. Reward 2, unknown. Reward 3, unknown. Chapter 65 has been revised and merged. Tian Xing gazed at the task rewards, utterly astonished. It took him a moment to regain his senses, realizing that no matter what task his Lingling Jie completed, the minimum critical strike was always 10,000 times, with instances of extreme elevation. Particularly, there were even 2 instances of 100 million times critical strike. Tian Xing mused aloud. My goodness, truly my treasure of a wife. Why is it that the highest critical strike I receive is only 1,000 times, and without any enhancement rewards? It's truly disheartening to compare. Xiao Shuang, with a face full of disdain, retorted, who told you that you are merely a coal digger in Africa, unable to strike luck? While I am blessed with such high fortune, I feel as if following you leads me nowhere, engulfed in darkness. Unlike Lingling, who embodies hope, elevating everyone she associates with and achieving remarkable critical strikes, along with extreme enhancements. Previously, I expended considerable system energy on your behalf. Look at your wife, Lingling. She is simply my great savior. Tian Xing then examined Ning Lingling's attributes, swallowing hard once more. Grade, Stellar Level 3, my heavens. Her luck, charm, comprehension, and fate values are all 110. This cannot be true. Schwanger, did you not say that our 4 attributes can only reach a maximum of 100 and cannot increase further? How did Lingling Jie exceed by 10 points? He then glanced at his own attributes, discovering that his limit was only 90 points, leaving him even more bewildered. The system Schwanger disdainfully replied, that is because Lingling has integrated your soul into her own essence. Consequently, your original limit has diminished, augmenting her soul instead. Furthermore, let me share a secret. Unless Lingling's soul shatters and perishes, she will remain devoted to you alone, never falling for another man. Master, you should take joy in this. Even if you are with other women, she may only feel anger but will never leave you. Alas, poor Lingling. Afterward, Tian Xing discovered there were unfinished tasks, particularly puzzled by the meaning of the flower candle task, which was also the latest task. As he pondered this, he could not help but swallow again. At that moment, Ning Lingling rushed over, finding her husband Tian Xing sitting on the sofa, grinning foolishly. Fang Ba was seated nearby, engaged in studying combat techniques while sipping tea. She wrapped her right arm around her husband's neck from behind the sofa and whispered in his left ear, "Darling, what are you thinking about?" Tian Xing casually replied, "I was thinking about the frozen workshop task." Just then, Tian Xing's father spat out his tea onto the combat technique manual. A look of incredulity crossing his face as he thought, "What? The frozen workshop task? This lad is doing nothing with his life." Upon hearing her husband say this, Ning Lingling blushed, whispering in his ear, "What are you thinking about in broad daylight? You are so naughty. Bad little husband." She playfully tugged at Tian Xing's ear. The pain jolted Tian Xing back to reality, and he realized he had misspoken, feeling utterly speechless as he noticed Lingling Jie gazing at him alluringly. He then stood up and asked, "Mom, is dinner ready? I'll go help serve the dishes." With that, he prepared to head to the kitchen. Ning Lingling chuckled, following him closely. Once the family joyfully finished their dinner, Ning Lingling initially intended to assist her mother in clearing the table. However, her mother, Tian Xing Mama, insisted that she go and play with Tian Xing instead. After a brief moment of affection with Tian Xing, Ning Lingling wandered off, her whereabouts unknown. When Mama Tian Xing eventually settled in the living room, Tian Xing addressed his parents, saying, "Mom and Dad, in a couple of days, Lingling and I will be heading to another country for support. If you need anything, just reach out to us, and we will return promptly." Following this, Mama Tian Xing began her usual lengthy chatter, and as night fell, Tian Xing waved his hand dismissively, stating he was off to take a shower and rest. Having not seen Ning Lingling for a while, Tian Xing felt a sense of unease. It was unusual for her to vanish, as she typically clung to him. He went to find her, only to discover the door was locked. He knocked. "Knock, knock, who is it?" came Ning Lingling's flustered response from within. Tian Xing replied casually, "Oh, it's me, Lingling. Are you done changing? If not, I'll shower first." Ning Lingling answered, "You go ahead. I'm not quite ready yet, darling." After that, silence ensued. Tian Xing thought nothing of it and went off to freshen up. Meanwhile, moments before, in the room, Ning Lingling had just finished washing up, wrapped in a towel with damp hair. As she approached the bedside, she noticed a black bag carelessly lying on the floor. Scattered on the bed were several sheer skirts in shades of pink, green, sky blue, and purple, along with some lace trimmings resembling small decorative straps. She picked up a pink skirt, holding it up against the full-length mirror, only to realize it was entirely inadequate, causing her face to flush crimson. She muttered, "This won't do. It leaves nothing to the imagination. How embarrassing." Next, she grabbed one of the small decorative straps, quickly stuffing it into the black bag. Swallowing hard, she exclaimed, "Mom, how on earth do you wear this? No way, it's too revealing. Who would wear this? I'll try it another time, not tonight. It's too much." Her heart raced, and she felt flustered. After a brief selection, she found a purple one that was somewhat acceptable, albeit slightly too short. Each piece she picked up only deepened her embarrassment, leaving her face flushed as she contemplated their revealing nature. Just then, a series of knocks interrupted her thoughts. Startled, she hurriedly shoved the garments onto the bed, covering them with the sheets, and leaped onto the bed to hide. Her heart raced as she called out, "Who is there?" "I'm changing," she thought. "Why are they knocking? How frightening." Upon recognizing her husband's voice, she responded, but soon after, silence enveloped the room, likely indicating he had gone to shower. Quickly, she lifted the sheets to examine the garments again. She chose the relatively modest purple lace nightgown and frantically stuffed the rest back into the black bag, stowing it away in her wardrobe. After hastily drying her hair with a blow dryer, she climbed into bed, the tips still damp. Unbeknownst to her, beneath Tian Xing's pillow lay a pink lace strap, slightly exposed. Once Tian Xing finished his shower, he proceeded to their room, only to find the door still locked. He called out, "Lingling, darling, are you not ready yet?" With a click, the door opened, revealing the softly lit room adorned with a romantic purple nightlight, filled with the delicate fragrance of gardenias that tugged at his heartstrings, causing his pulse to quicken. The atmosphere was thick with romance, compelling Tian Xing to close the door behind him, which automatically locked. He was curious about Lingling's intentions as he turned to find her shyly wrapped in the sheets. "What's this, Lingling? Why the mystery? You look so enchanting. Yet you're hiding under the covers," he remarked, his anticipation growing. Lingling, concealed beneath the sheets, felt her heart race, gripping the fabric tightly. "Oh, darling, please don't come closer. I'm a bit scared. I just suddenly miss you," she replied softly. Tian Xing chuckled at her sweet words. "You miss me, yet you hide? What is there to fear? I'm your husband. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Come on, show me. You're so beautiful. There's nothing to hide." As he attempted to pull the covers away, she unexpectedly emerged, wrapping her arms around him and peeking out. Tian Xing, taken aback, gently patted her head, noticing her hair was still damp. What is going on today? You're acting all secretive, and your hair isn't even dry. Be good. Wait a moment, I'll dry it for you. You can't sleep with wet hair. He turned to grab the blow dryer, gently blowing her hair dry. As he did so, the air filled with her signature gardenia scent, and he noticed her frozen in place, her cheeks flushed and unable to meet his gaze, radiating a captivating allure. Inadvertently, the blow dryer brushed against the thin sheet, and Tian Xing, captivated by her beauty, swallowed hard. Realizing he was watching her intently, Ning Lingling shyly lifted her gaze to meet his, seeing his eyes filled with desire and longing. Enchanted by her own allure, she gently caressed his face. Her voice soft and sultry, "Darling, darling." Tian Xing responded with her name, his tone deep and rich. She closed her eyes, surrendering to the warmth of the moment, as if this was destined to occur in her life, allowing them to forget the world around them. Outside the villa, amidst a thunderous rainstorm, the mountain stream rushed through the darkness, its sounds resonating like a soothing melody. Raindrops pelted the windows like a tempest as the wind howled, shaking the branches. The next morning, the peach blossoms outside the villa lay scattered on the ground, with dew glistening on the remnants of the petals. Inside, Ning Lingling, weary, leaned against Tian Xing, admiring his handsome visage, and couldn't resist playfully poking his nose. Tian Xing felt her touch, awakening and stretching lazily. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently pulled out a small pink accessory from the pillow. He examined it curiously, unsure of its significance. Ning Lingling, witnessing this, quickly snatched it and concealed it behind her. Tian Xing, bewildered by her abrupt action, inquired, "Lingling, what is that? Why are you hiding it?" Flushed with embarrassment, Ning Lingling replied, "It's nothing." Tian Xing couldn't help but be enchanted by her alluring demeanor, feeling a wave of inexplicable emotion wash over him. In the afternoon, the sun shone brightly in a cloudless sky. In the living room, Mama Tian Xing paced restlessly, knocking on the door repeatedly, yet receiving no response. Her calls were met with silence, as they had been blocked. Then, in a state of anxious urgency, she exclaimed, "What are these two children doing inside? It's already past breakfast, and they still haven't come out for lunch." Tian Xing's father remarked, "Perhaps they are engrossed in their training again. Don't fret too much, dear." Tian Xing's mother, with a hint of sorrow, continued to knock on the door, yet there was still no response. Lingling's parents were aware that she was going abroad for support and wished for her to return home for a family gathering. However, despite their calls, there was no reply. "Dear, what do you propose we do?" she thought. "These two have been acting strangely since they returned last night. Surely, they aren't really creating little ones in there." With a sigh, she resigned herself to the situation. Inside the room, Lingling sobbed, "Oh, dear husband, how could you be so cruel? You don't understand the delicacy of a woman's heart. You've caused me pain." Tian Xing, observing the crimson stains on the sheets, felt a pang of regret as he held Lingling tightly. She continued to weep, her body aching, particularly in certain areas. The previous night, her husband had been quite forceful, leaving her in discomfort throughout the night, and by morning, she was utterly exhausted. Yet, upon awakening, Tian Xing's desires re-emerged. Lingling, deeply in love with him, chose to endure. But his actions were indeed painful. Tian Xing kept apologizing. "I'm so sorry, my love. It's all my fault. What can I do? Shall I fetch some medicine for you?" "Oh no, that would be too embarrassing." Lingling protested, covering herself with the sheets and concealing her face. "You should call my mother over. I need to consult her." She secretly cursed, "This man is utterly exhausting me." Tian Xing then lifted the barrier and stepped outside, only to be immediately confronted by his mother, who seized his ear and scolded, "What have you been doing in there all night? You should have produced something by now. It's bad enough that you didn't come out for breakfast, but now, even at noon, there's still no response. How many times have your father and I come knocking?" At that moment, tears welled in Tian Xing's eyes as he lamented, "Mother, I'm so sorry. I've hurt Lingling. She insists she only wants you. Please, go check on her." This was the first time his mother had seen such an expression on him, prompting her to rush into the room. Upon entering, she was taken aback and immediately embraced Lingling, scolding, "You rascal, are you an animal? This is unacceptable. Just wait until I teach you a lesson today." "Mother, please don't hit my husband." Lingling, blushing, interjected, "It was my own desire." Tian Xing's mother, noticing the red marks on the sheets, gazed at Lingling with concern. "Oh, silly girl, you've truly lost your senses. Sometimes, you must speak up if you're in pain. Don't keep it bottled inside. What if something were to happen to you?" She thought to herself, "This son of mine will find out soon enough how I will deal with him." Lingling whispered conspiratorially into her ear, "Mother, I'm fine. I was just teasing my husband. P.S. Just so. Oh, I can't even say it. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She then whispered a few more words to Tian Xing's mother, who responded with a stern expression. That's even more reason not to be reckless. We're in a precarious situation now. She then raised her voice, chastising. This insolent boy is behaving like a donkey. He is worse than a beast. Afterward, Tian Xing's mother leaned in to whisper to Lingling again. Lingling frowned, responding, Mother, I don't want to. What if I hurt him? Tian Xing's mother, full of exasperation, reassured her. Do not worry. My son is tough. He can handle it. Trust me. If you don't take a stand, he won't respect you. Lingling then pressed her legs together, lamenting, Mother, my legs feel as heavy as lead. I'm utterly exhausted. This is too much. She wore a look of both weariness and happiness. Tian Xing's mother, speechless, thought, this is all you're doing. You must not indulge him. In the living room, Tian Xing sat anxiously, feeling at a loss, berating himself for being too indulgent. He had truly caused Lingling distress, and seeing the bloodstains filled him with guilt. As his mother continued to scold him loudly from within the room, his heart ached even more for Lingling. After a while, Tian Xing saw his mother emerge with a stern expression, holding something he dreaded, causing his heart to race. Tian Xing's mother, with a blend of anger and seriousness, commanded, Come here. Tian Xing's father, who had just returned from outside, remained silent, knowing that his wife rarely displayed such gravity. It usually signaled serious matters. He thought, What on earth has happened? I was just out for a stroll, and now my son is in trouble again. It serves him right. Tian Xing stood up and approached calmly. His mother raised the whip and struck him sharply on the backside. Tian Xing grunted but remained silent, not expressing any pain. Does it hurt? The pain Lingling endures is 100-fold of what you feel. She will have to bear the burden of childbirth, which is 1,000 times worse. She would rather endure the pain herself than see me strike you. Think about it. You are an adult now. You should learn to control yourself. Today, out of consideration for Lingling, I will spare you. But if you ever hurt my precious girl like this again, it will not be just a single lash. Upon hearing this, Tian Xing's father looked on with a dark expression but dared not speak up, knowing his wife was furious. I understand, mother. I truly see my error. Tian Xing said, his heart aching for his wife. I realize my mistake. I must take care of my wife and ensure that for at least a week. I cannot be with Lingling. She cannot withstand my roughness, and she mentioned that her time is approaching in a few days. We absolutely cannot be intimate. Do you hear me, you rascal? Sigh truly. Following this, Tian Xing's mother said nothing further, retreating to her room to fetch something before locking herself in with Lingling. Hours passed, and as evening fell, Tian Xing's home was filled with lively chatter. Two remarkably similar sisters conversed, one dressed in a blouse and a short skirt, strikingly beautiful. Likely a campus belle. She said, Sister, you've become quite famous at our school. You are now the dream goddess of all the boys. So many are pursuing me, hoping I'll be their girlfriend. It's quite absurd. She thought to herself, these boys are all beneath my brother-in-law's level. What? Someone is trying to date my sister? Who dares to pursue her? Just wait until I deal with him. The elder sister, dressed in a high-neck white blouse adorned with lace, hugged her figure tightly, paired with a dark blue pleated skirt. She wore gold-rimmed glasses that, upon close inspection, had no lenses and a small black bow tied around her neck, seemingly to conceal something, evoking a refreshing yet slightly sensual impression. With a bright smile, she turned to a middle-aged man beside her, saying, Dad, how did my husband Tian Xing's life-giving water work for you? You seemed quite sprightly upon your arrival. The middle-aged man stood up, demonstrating a series of military punches and a sweeping kick, exclaiming, It worked wonders. Thanks to Ho Hot and I Yang. After just one sip, decades of ailments vanished. Look, your father is fit enough to slay a beast. Lingling, my dear, rest assured that your father has devoted himself entirely to driving Xiaochun to and from school each day. With your marriage, the only treasure left at home is your younger sister. Your mother and I are certainly vigilant. We cannot let anyone abduct her so easily. At this moment, Ning Qingchun, with an exasperated expression, interjected, Dad, can you not have some dignity? Who would want to abduct me? Honestly, you may not be aware, but the life elixir given to you by my brother-in-law is valued at 20 billion. Not to mention other items. Who can compare? If one were to seek someone, they should aspire to find a brother-in-law like him, not those worthless individuals. At that instant, a sound of swallowing could be heard as Ning Ba expressed his astonishment. 20 billion? Goodness, that is incredibly valuable. Ho Hot, Yang, why didn't you mention this earlier? That is far too much. He felt a pang of regret, wishing he had saved some for later use. Oh, Dun, you are being too modest. What does that amount even signify? For my son, it is hardly worth mentioning. Not to mention, Lingling, with a mere flick of her wrist, can slay a monster and sell it for hundreds of billions. Do not be overly concerned. He turned to his son, who was still holding Ning Lingling tightly, and remarked, "You rascal, what are you being so clumsy for? Are you afraid Lingling will run away? You were so indifferent before. What has changed? Are you now worried someone will take her from you?" Tian Xing confidently responded, "Indeed. I fear someone might take her away. Did you not hear Xiaochun? My wife, Lingling, is now the dream goddess of all the boys at her school. How can I not be anxious? It is too unsettling." He then recalled the events of the morning and looked at the blushing Ning Lingling with concern, asking, "Wife, are you still angry with me? Please do not be upset. It is not good for you." Ning Lingling giggled throughout, secretly pondering that the clothes in the black bag mentioned by Hohat's mother truly could enhance the bond between couples. But the discomfort was rather overwhelming. As she thought this, her face flushed again. Hearing Tian Xing implore her not to be angry, and noticing everyone's gaze upon her reddened cheeks, she playfully replied, "Husband, I am no longer angry. I will not be taken away by anyone. I have long been yours. Silly boy, look at your foolishness. How adorable." She wrapped her arms around his waist. "Ah, Tian Xing, how have you become so effeminate after just one day apart? You are not at all like the man that my sister Lingling admires." At that moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao entered, wearing high heels and carrying a small bag, followed by an unfamiliar man. Tian Xing, visibly perturbed, replied, "Come on, Xiaoxiao, this is not being effeminate. I am a real man. I only act this way in front of my wife, Lingling, because my love for her has only grown. There is nothing wrong with that." His gaze softened as he looked at Ning Lingling. Seeing his tender eyes and hearing such endearing words, Ning Lingling remained silent, feeling elated. Zhou Xiaoxiao then seemed to discover something intriguing, rushing over to tug at the bow on Ning Lingling's neck, exclaiming, "Wow, Lingling, who left those strawberry marks on your neck last night?" "Ha!" Ning Lingling, flustered, retorted, "Ah, Xiaoxiao, you are truly mischievous. How embarrassing. These are from my husband." "What of it? You could let your husband do the same, couldn't you? Or do you want me to let my husband nibble on you?" Zhou Xiaoxiao was momentarily at a loss for words. Tian Xing quickly interjected, "Sister, please do not tease my wife. She is feeling unwell, and it is my fault." He then inquired, "Sister, who is this? Why are only the two of you here?" Zhou Xiaoxiao answered, "This is senior brother Beimafan, as arranged by Elder Lin, who said we should meet here first." Their arrival left the entire family feeling somewhat awkward, especially Ning Qingchun, who had just been admitted to military school, where her instructor was Zhou Xiaoxiao. Facing someone who was like a demon in training, she felt her heart race. However, seeing her in a white shirt, uniform skirt, and heels was a stark contrast that left her astonished. Zhou Xiaoxiao seemed to notice her discomfort and walked over, affectionately patting Ning Qingchuan's head, saying, "What's wrong, Xiaochun? Are you that afraid of me? Have I ever punished you?" This prompted laughter from the others, making Ning Qingchuan's cheeks flush even more. Ning Lingling rushed to take Zhou Xiaoxiao's hand, addressing Ning Qingchun, "Xiaochun, your teacher Xiaoxiao is now my best sister. If anyone bullies you at school, just tell Sister Xiaoxiao, and she will stand up for you." "Yes, exactly. What your sister said is true. If you encounter any trouble, just let me know." Zhou Xiaoxiao affirmed with a serious nod. At that moment, Tian Xing's communicator chimed, revealing a video call from Grandpa Lin. Upon connecting, Grandpa Lin cheerfully inquired, "Tian Xing, have your seniors arrived at your home to meet up? They should depart early tomorrow morning as others are pressing for it. Your mother informed me that you were training this morning, and she called again at noon to say you would be ready to leave by tomorrow morning. I've arranged for them to stay at your home tonight and leave with you in the morning. You need to decide whether to act separately or together. Just remember not to bring shame to our Huaxiao nation, and your safety is the utmost priority." "Understood, Grandpa. We will discuss and ensure we complete the mission without bringing disgrace to our military," Tian Xing replied, saluting. He then encouraged everyone to deliberate on whether to act separately or together. His mother suggested they act together and whispered a few words to Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, now serious, declared, "We will act together. It is settled." This left all the men present utterly bewildered, unsure of the reasoning behind it. Tian Xing remained silent, aware that this might be due to his own mistake. Ning Lingling, however, calmly remarked, "Oh, Xiaoxiao, there is no need to go to such lengths for me. I am merely feeling unwell and unable to exert even half my strength. Even so, none of you combined could defeat me. Besides, I wish to be alongside my husband." Her face blushed again, becoming even more charming. Zhou Xiaoxiao teased, "What's this, Lingling? We are heading out on a mission, not on a honeymoon. If you are unwell, as your senior, I must look out for you. Even Aunt Hohat asked me to keep a close eye on you." Then, taking advantage of Tian Xing's distraction, she playfully pinched his waist, scolding, "You rascal, have you grown bold? After just a day without supervision, you are already bullying my dear sister. Ah, Xiao. I did not mean to. I wasn't intentional, Tian Xing pleaded, wincing from the pinch. Zhou Xiao stood behind him, smirking as she held her teaching rod, watching him silently, which sent a chill down his spine. This display amused Ning Qingchun, who no longer feared teacher Zhou as much. Ning Lingling then pulled Zhou Xiao's hand away, saying, Xiao, please stop teasing my husband. I have already forgiven him. He did not mean it. Zhou Xiao, with a bemused expression, took Ning Lingling aside and whispered something softly in her ear. As the two conversed, Ning Lingling's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, Oh my goodness! Senior sister, you are truly remarkable. Was your previous partner really that formidable? Before she could finish her sentence, Zhou Xiao swiftly covered her mouth. Her voice tinged with a hint of reproach. Oh dear. Lingling, could you please lower your voice? Those unworthy men might overhear, and it would be terribly awkward. Ning Qingchun, sitting nearby, clutched her stomach, laughing uncontrollably. This is too funny. Bai Mofan was taken aback, while Tian Xing's father, Feng Yang, who had experienced similar situations, recognized the underlying dynamics, but merely smiled and shook his head at the two girls. Subsequently, Feng Yang and Ning's father invited Bai Mofan to join them for a drink. As they were already acquainted, the wine, brought forth by Feng Yang, was familiar to Bai Mofan. It was the very elixir he had received from the military, a potion that had enabled his sudden advancement beyond the level of a war god. He took a sip, realizing it was diluted, yet still capable of nourishing his body, promoting gradual enhancement. He mused to himself, what extraordinary talents this family possesses. It is truly astonishing. Tian Xing approached and sat down. As Tian Xing's mother and Ning's mother presented a selection of appetizers, such as cucumber salad and peanuts, while engaging in conversation. After savoring a glass, Bai Mofan discovered that the wine was delightful and did not induce intoxication. However, recalling his early departure the following morning, he felt compelled to state, esteemed seniors, I must decline further drinks, as I have a mission and we must set off early. Tian Xing's father replied, this is merely water, no matter how much you consume. It will not intoxicate you. It will only facilitate your advancement. However, the higher your physical constitution, the more you can handle. I can only manage about 3 cups, roughly 1,000 milliliters. But I have plenty. As a mentor, since you are accompanying my son on this long journey, I have nothing to offer you or Xiao. So please take these 2 flasks of wine for the road. Drink as you wish. Oh, and you must be Bai Mofan, right? I see you wield an axe like I do. Here, take this battle technique, the Gale Frenzy Axe, which I obtained from the master of Hongguan. I have already mastered it, and it serves me no further purpose. Bai Mofan, feeling quite awkward, replied, Uncle Feng, this is too generous. I cannot accept. Nonsense. Just take it. Feng Yang insisted. And you, Xiao, I have noticed your close bond with my son. Your relationship is quite good. My wife knows your father as well. Here is a long sword that doesn't quite suit me, as I prefer short blades and hammers. My son is always running about. I once heard the commander mention that he foolishly ventured alone into a monster's lair to seek out its leader, which terrified me. Had it not been for Lingling and brother by arriving in time to rescue him, the consequences would have been dire. Tian Xing's mother, Ho Hot, expressed her concerns to them, before presenting a very ancient longsword imbued with a red glow to Xiao. Xiao, who had been observing, approached Tian Xing's mother and said, Aunt Ho Hot, there is no need for such formality. Your disciple, Lingling, and Tian Xing have already assisted me greatly. It would be inappropriate to accept these valuable items. At that moment, Tian Xing rushed over, declaring, what value does that hold? Come, dear wife, let us bring out some of our finest treasures for them to choose from. We are all family here. There is no need for such niceties. All right, dear, Ho Hot responded, and soon after, Ning Lingling waved her hand, summoning a small sprite that cradled her like a doll, saying, my dear little Shuang, please bring forth some weapons and armor. Yes, master, the sprite replied, and a plethora of weapons and battle armor materialized, leaving everyone present in a state of astonishment. Only Tian Xing's parents appeared unfazed, finding it amusing, as their expressions mirrored those from earlier. Tian Xing, with a proud demeanor, proclaimed, feel free to choose anything you desire. Everything here is at least Tier 3. Tier 3 is cosmic level, Tier 4 is domain level, and Tier 5 is realm level. Mom and Dad, you should also take a look. You might find something surprising. Zhou Xiao selected a Tier 3 red longsword, in addition to a Tier 4 purple lightning attribute instrument of punishment and 2 Tier 4 daggers, along with a Tier 3 battle outfit. Bai Mofan chose a Tier 4 two-handed axe, while Tian Xing also gifted him a Tier 5 two-handed sword, a Tier 4 short sword, and a Tier 3 battle armor, leaving him overwhelmed. Tian Xing's parents selected their preferred types of hammers and axes, encouraging Ning Lingling's parents to choose some items as well, given that they were once warriors and were now gradually advancing to the level of generals. Tian Xing urged Ning Qingchun to select a few items, but she insisted she did not need them, claiming she was only a novice warrior. Tian Xing insisted she should choose something, but she stubbornly refused, becoming irritated for reasons unknown. With sincerity, Tian Xing addressed Ning Qingchun, "Sister Qingchun, are you still upset that I didn't select you before? I apologize. Please don't be angry. We are family now, right?" Ning Qingchun's expression darkened as she reflected on the possibility that if she had been braver like her sister, she might have been the one marrying her dream man. At that moment, everyone noticed that Ning Qingchun seemed somewhat out of sorts. Ever since arriving at Tian Xing's home, she had been rather glum. Except for the brief moment when Zhou Xiaodian had frightened Tian Xing, which elicited her laughter. Sensing her distress, Ning Lingling turned to her husband and said, "Let me handle this. You all need not worry. I know what she is thinking." She then pulled Ning Qingchun aside, whispering fervently in her ear. At times, it appeared as though Ning Qingchun was getting upset, almost as if preparing for an argument, prompting Ning's mother and Tian Xing's mother to approach. Zhou Xiaoxiao held them back, saying, "Let them sort it out themselves. It's just that Tian Xing is too exceptional. My sister hasn't figured out how to compete with her sister yet. After all, aside from him, she seems uninterested in other boys. Previously, she even asked me how she could win over this rascal. To which I responded that it would be quite difficult unless she was as brave as her sister. But now, Lingling has the upper hand, and hope seems lost." Ning Lingling, not knowing what else to say, left Ning Qingchun blushing and gazing at Tian Xing with a sorrowful expression. Finally, Ning Lingling embraced her sister, wiping her tears and planting a gentle kiss on her cheek, whispering something that made her eyes widen in disbelief. In the end, Ning Qingchun nodded, beaming with joy as she hugged her sister tightly, even planting a cheerful kiss on Ning Lingling's lips, leaving everyone perplexed. They could only surmise that Ning Lingling had successfully comforted her sister, allowing her to find peace, for after all, they were family, and what knots could not be untied. Soon after, she approached, and Ning Lingling, smiling softly at her husband, said, "Darling, please help my sister Qingchun choose what suits her. I want to elevate her to the level of a war god. She likes you, and as my dear sister, I've made a pact with her. I will help her grow stronger, so she won't compete with me for you." "Hee. What do you think, darling? Am I impressive?" Tian Xing, taken aback, chuckled and praised, "My wife is indeed remarkable. What attribute does little Qingchun wish to awaken?" Ning Qingchun, looking bewildered, asked, "Is there a difference? I want to be like my sister, with the power of lightning. Anyone who crosses me shall feel my wrath. Just like the formidable Zhao Shiji. I admire her fierce presence, even making my brother-in-law tremble. I want to wield a teaching rod weapon to strike back if my brother-in-law bullies my sister or bothers me." At this declaration, everyone was left speechless. The men present were filled with a sense of dread, thinking, "Goodness, this sweet girl is on the verge of transforming from a fresh and charming young lady into a fierce tigress. Heaven help us." A look of disdain adorned the faces of everyone as they gazed at Tian Xing, truly a pitiable sight. Tian Xing, at a loss for words, could only manage a dry chuckle. Zhou Xiaoxiao and Ning Lingling were doubled over with laughter, clutching their bellies as tears streamed down their cheeks. Ning Ba and Ning Ma, too, wore expressions of bewilderment, watching their two daughters transform entirely for the sake of a wretched boy. Once, Lingling had been reticent, silently fulfilling her duties at home. But now she was vocal and active. As for the younger sister, Xiao Chun, who had once readily assisted her parents and shared everything with them, had become taciturn and unmotivated. Tian Xing's mother had previously worn a worried expression, fearing a repeat of the incident with Yu Linglong. But Lingling's subsequent uplifting words deepened her concern for the girl, who she felt was truly to her liking. Suddenly, Lingling laughed until she cried, her eyes brimming with tears, leaving everyone present utterly perplexed, unsure of what had transpired. Particularly, Zhou Xiaoxiao and her sister Ning Qingchun, who had just been laughing heartily, now wore expressions of confusion, glancing at Tian Xing as if demanding an explanation. Tian Xing, equally bewildered, approached Lingling and affectionately asked, "What's wrong, my dear? You were fine just a moment ago. Why the tears? Are you still upset with me? Go ahead and hit me if you need to." He playfully presented his rear, inviting her to strike him. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao seized the opportunity and playfully smacked his backside with her ruler, causing Tian Xing to yelp in surprise, covering his rear in mock pain. This elicited another round of laughter from Ning Lingling and Ning Qingchun, though Lingling quickly returned to gazing at him with teary eyes. Wearing glasses and dressed in a fresh and adorable outfit, Lingling was simply irresistible. This expression made Tian Xing swallow hard. Unable to bear it any longer, Zhou Xiaoxiao approached and playfully tapped Tian Xing on the forehead, scolding, "Don't you know what your wife desires? You're as clueless as a wooden fish." Ning Qingchun chimed in, "Sister must be thinking of something distressing, and it undoubtedly concerns you. Just remember her expression when she wanted to register her marriage with you. Once that's done, she'll be fine. Just ask her what she wants and give it to her. If you don't care for your own wife, do you expect someone else to steal her away?" At this juncture, Tian Xing's mother rushed over, gently wiping Lingling's tears. "Sweetheart, tell me what's wrong. If he disagrees, I will make him agree. My Lingling must not be wronged. Mom, don't hit my husband. I merely want him to accompany me when I support other countries and enjoy a honeymoon in the process," Lingling explained earnestly, gazing expectantly at her husband. Tian Xing confidently declared, "Absolutely. No one shall prevent me from enjoying a honeymoon with my wife." Everyone was left speechless, pondering how this girl always seemed to conjure up unexpected scenarios that set their hearts racing. With Tian Xing's agreement, Lingling's spirits soared once more, and she playfully patted his sore backside, asking if it hurt. He embraced her, saying, "My dear Lingling, I promise to fulfill your every wish. Please stop crying. It pains my heart." As he placed her hand on his chest, allowing her to feel his heartbeat, they were in one of the guest rooms reserved by Tian Xing's family. "Sister, do you truly believe that day will come?" Ning Qingchun inquired. Lingling responded with calm assurance, "Yes, it will, but you must promise me not to covet my husband. You will understand when the time comes, and your wishes will be realized." Ning Qingchun earnestly replied, "Fine, sister, I promise. I guarantee it. Sister, you are wonderful. I love you." Lingling affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "What can I say? You are my sister. I cannot bear to see you harm yourself like you Ling Long did for my husband. It would break our parents' hearts. When I'm not home, you must help our parents more," she added, "and the matters I've shared with you must remain a secret from anyone else, including our parents. Otherwise, I will not agree to anything." Ning Qingchun, with unwavering determination, vowed, "Sister, I promise I won't let anyone else know. I'm so grateful to have you." Ning Lingling then turned to Xiao Shuang and asked, "Darling Xiao Shuang, do you have any suggestions for helping my sister Xiao Chun advance to the planetary level?" The system Xiao Shuang responded, "Ding dong. Master Lingling, if you want to spare her some suffering, use the heart of the 10,000-year willow combined with Lord-level nurturing liquid, and then use a domain. However, this may result in a shaky foundation, and her genes will not be elevated, limiting her to the Lord level. If you use the genetic optimization potion along with other methods as you did before, you will not have this concern, though the process will be quite painful. You should let her choose for herself, given her poor physical condition." After scanning, Lingling addressed Xiao Chun, "You heard what was said. Choose wisely. If you're afraid of pain, opt for the safer choice, but it will be exceedingly difficult to advance later." Ning Qingchun pondered for a moment. "Sister, which option did you choose?" Lingling promptly replied, "When my husband Tian Xing assisted me, he didn't provide a choice. I endured tremendous pain, but his decision was correct." Ning Qingchun resolutely declared, "Then I will choose that option as well. I am not afraid. I refuse to be a waste." Lingling instructed the system Xiao Shuang to produce the dragon blood strengthening potion, the heart of the 10,000-year willow, and the Lord-level mental energy source core. This concoction, infused with 5 super attributes, ice, flame, thunder, space, and life, was an SSS-grade ultimate genetic potion, resplendent in colors and accompanied by a 10-fold enhancement to her life genes, supplemented by the fruit of life. As Ning Qingchun ingested the heart of the 10,000-year willow and received an injection of the genetic potion, the pain was excruciating, causing her to scream in agony. Lingling, watching her sister suffer, felt a pang of sympathy but reminded herself that this was an essential trial, as she had endured the same. Soon, her sister Ning Qingchun advanced to a planetary-level first-tier warrior, mastering the 5 domains of ice, flame, thunder, space, and life. Lingling then had her recognize the mixed yuan purple gold vine, elevating her from first-tier to second-tier planetary status. This bestowed upon her a talent for mental mastery, 5 elemental domains, and the purple thunder whip, enabling her to face other planetary-level strongholds without fear. After completing these preparations, Lingling instructed Ning Qingchun to remain discreet and not disclose her newfound powers to anyone. The casual sharing of such strength could lead to unnecessary complications. The following morning, the group gathered outside the Fong family villa. Ning Qingchun, having risen early and donned the 3rd-tier battle attire selected the previous night, excitedly exclaimed upon seeing her sister and brother-in-law, "Sister, I want to join you." Tian Xing, with an incredulous expression, replied, "What do you intend to do?" "We are embarking on a mission," Ning Qingchun asserted. "I've already passed the warrior assessment. My sister has helped me advance to the planetary level." Lingling smiled. "If Qingchun wishes to go, let her. It will be good for her training." Ning Qingchun joyfully embraced her sister, exclaiming, "Yay! Sister, you are the best. I love you." She then playfully stuck her tongue out at Tian Xing. A roaring warplane hovered above, and the five of them leaped aboard, waving farewell to the crowd below. Once the hatch closed, the aircraft roared off into the distance. Inside the plane, senior brother Bai Mofin was the first to inquire. "So, where shall we go for support?" Ning Qingchun, linking arms with her sister, asked, "Sister, where are we headed? You are the strongest here." Ning Ling, embracing her husband's arm, remarked, "We shall not venture to the Olyuoba Lianming for now. Last time, Li Yao and Wei Nina from that alliance sought to harm my husband. If it weren't for Grandpa Li insisting we go, I would have cared little for their fate." Upon hearing this, the others scoffed at the Olyuoba Lianming, yet felt powerless. At that moment, Tian Xing interjected, "Let us first journey to Yinfangguo. It is the closest, and there are exceedingly few high-ranking warriors there, with a greater number of commoners than in other nations. We can save as many as we can. What do you all think?" He gently patted Ning Lingling's head. His eyes filled with affection. "Then we shall proceed to Sui Tongmingguo. It is summer there, so it won't be excessively cold, and it is relatively nearer. Finally, we can head to Meijian Lianming, and afterward to Olyuoba Lianming. How does that sound?" "Agreed," came the consensus. Throughout this exchange, Zhou Xiaoxiao remained silent, lost in her thoughts. Their first destination was Yinfangguo. Upon entering its territory, they were met with a plethora of monsters, many of which took to the skies to attack their aircraft. Were it not for Tian Xing deploying the Pojing shield around their plane, the aerial beasts would have surely brought it down. They opened the cabin door and descended slowly. Initially, Tian Xing intended for Ning Lingling to remain in the aircraft, a sentiment echoed by Xiao Xiao and Ning Qingchun, but she adamantly refused, insisting she would not be separated from her husband. Thus, they all disembarked to confront the monsters. Tian Xing drew forth his signature, magnificent great sword, and urged Ning Lingling, "Sister Lingling, would you like to sit atop it?" She pouted, declaring, "I want you to hold me. I don't want to sit alone." Her eyes sparkled with tenderness. Tian Xing chuckled, embracing her. "Very well. Be careful not to fall." The five of them advanced from their landing spot on the beach, cutting through the tide of beasts towards the base established by the Yinfan people. Many within the base witnessed their arrival. They cheered for the martial prowess of the god of war-level warriors sent by the Huaxiao nation's military. One individual approached to greet them. He clasped his hands together and said, "Thank you for your arrival, friends. I am Shuixin Gu, known as the Lion King Xian Gu. I am immensely grateful for your support." As he spoke, he scrutinized the five warriors, noting their 2 men and 3 women, all exuding formidable presence. He pondered, how peculiar. When did the Huaxiao nation suddenly possess so many young god of war-level warriors? Brother Zhu Chong politely extended his hand in greeting, saying, "It is nothing. We are merely helping one another." Time was of the essence, and they had to move on to other nations after resolving matters here. In that fleeting moment of handshake with Bai Mofin, Xian Gu sensed something extraordinary, thinking, he is not merely god of war level, but rather planetary level? The realization left him incredulous, especially upon noticing the 3 women, each radiating a planetary level aura, further astonishing him with their exquisite beauty. Upon seeing Ning Lingling, he was momentarily entranced, then clasped his hands together with a smile. Tian Xing and the others nodded in acknowledgement. He then turned to Ning Lingling, saying, "Darling, if you're unwell, you may rest in the base city. Once I and my comrades have vanquished the monsters, I will take you on a honeymoon to witness the glaciers and auroras in the Arctic, shall we?" Ning Lingling clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, I have never seen them. I am so eager to." Her face was filled with anticipation. Ning Qingchun chimed in, "I want to go too," her expression brimming with longing. Tian Xing turned to Xian Gu politely, asking, "Uncle Xian Gu, I am Fong Tian Xing. Is there a place for us to rest? My wife is not in a condition to participate in the mission, so I plan to let her stay in the base city for a while. After we have cleared the monsters, we will return to take her to Sui Tongmingguo. Could you arrange that?" Xian Gu replied courteously, "Of course, no problem. Over there is the tallest and finest hotel, which offers a variety of food and drinks, including Western cuisine. Allow me to ensure your wife is settled before I return to assist. This way, Mrs. Fong," he beckoned. Subsequently, Ning Lingling followed the Lion King Xian Gu into the base, while the others formed a fan shape, spreading out in 4 directions, charging into the onslaught of beasts. As they advanced, ice, fire, and lightning erupted from their abilities, and they unleashed their domains, effortlessly crushing the lower-tier beasts in their path, progressing towards the coastline. In Chapter 71, within a luxurious hotel in Yanfengwo, Ning Lingling followed the Lion King Xing, her brow furrowed, feeling that this venue was far inferior to the banquet hosted by her brother Luo in Hangqing. As they walked, Xing observed her closely but found her true strength inscrutable, sending a chill down his spine. He mused, "This is the first time I have felt such a sensation. Not even when facing the first and second speakers, Hong and Lei, did I experience this. What is this young girl's secret? She was ranked among the top 3 in the Black Dragon rankings, so her strength cannot be weak." Shaking his head, he soon encountered the president of Yanfengwo, an elderly man with a white beard and high white hat, who greeted them with a smile. Xing introduced, "Old Mo, this is Mrs. Fong, the wife of Major General Fong Tian Xing, sent by the military for support. She appears weary from travel and would like to rest. Please arrange the best accommodations for her and ensure she is not disturbed." Old Mo nodded in agreement. "Certainly, Lord Xing. You may attend to the front lines. I will take care of things here." He then turned to Ning Lingling, saying, "Hello, Mrs. Fong, please follow me." Previously, he had only noted the extraordinary strength of Xing, but upon seeing Ning Lingling clearly, he was taken aback, unable to suppress a gulp. The girl from the Huaxia nation appeared ethereal, sporting glasses that accentuated her large, expressive eyes, evoking a unique impression. He then politely led her to the presidential suite of the luxurious hotel, excusing himself shortly after due to other pressing matters. Alone, Ning Lingling felt a tinge of boredom. Lying down for a while, but sensing something was missing. After some contemplation, she realized it was the absence of her beloved husband. Since their engagement, they had seldom spent any time apart. Wherever he went, she followed. Yet, she felt slightly unwell and a bit hungry. Thus, she opened the door and ventured out. Descending the stairs to the lobby, where she found a considerable crowd, many seeking refuge from the beast tide. She noticed 2 junior battle general-level warriors guarding a Western restaurant affiliated with the Olyuoba Lianming and decided to enter. Nearby, a short, scruffy man with a sharp face and a wiry frame observed her with a lewd gaze, captivated by her ethereal beauty, which starkly contrasted with that of the Yanfengwo inhabitants. He licked his lips, contemplating approaching her, but when she entered a fried chicken establishment run by the Olyuoba Lianming, he hesitated, ultimately deciding to flee outside. After a while, he found himself in a noisy area filled with smoke, the sounds of gambling and shouting echoing, interspersed with the voices of women emanating from a nearby room. Pushing through an ornate iron door, he entered to find a portly man wearing a black hat, his hands wandering over a stunning woman clad in a cherry blossom kimono. The scene left the woman blushing profusely. The lecherous man was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing her unabashedly enjoying herself in front of him, he awkwardly exclaimed, "Boss, I've discovered a stunning beauty, truly a celestial being descended to earth. She's currently at the Olyuoba Lianming's Oyin Shengxiang Grand Hotel in the base city. I just saw her enter the only fried chicken shop. A stunning beauty? Is she truly more exquisite than the wife, you may die, that you presented to me from the Sakura country some time ago? Under the darkened roof, who knows if you are merely craving your addiction again, hoping to indulge yourself?" He continued to grasp at his hands, while the man beneath the darkened roof grinned. "Absolutely true, boss and I air. If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself. I assure you, she is countless times more beautiful than my wife, far more enchanting than old Mo's petite wife. In comparison, my lady looks utterly plain." Suo and I air observed this man from the Sakura country, whose long-term drug use had left him in a rather pathetic state, and found his sycophantic demeanor quite amusing. He waved his hand dismissively and stood up, considering his formidable prowess as a high-ranking warrior. In this base city, he wielded great influence. With only a handful of war god-level opponents, he dared not provoke, especially since his uncle was a powerful legislator. With renewed audacity, he boldly declared, "Wu Hei, lead me to this beauty of yours. If she is as you claim, I shall reward you handsomely today. But should I discover that you have deceived me, I will have your skin." He then glanced at the woman beside him, thinking to himself that he had grown somewhat weary of his current entanglements and was indeed due for something fresh and exciting. Thus, he followed the lecherous little man through a maze until they arrived at the hotel lobby, where Wu Hei pointed to a woman named Ning Lingling, who was seated by the glass, delicately enjoying her favorite cherry strawberry cake. On her table lay several chicken legs, fries, and a hamburger, while a waitress stood nearby, holding a tray and conversing with her. After a nod and a wave, the waitress set down a large paper bag adorned with images of hamburgers and fries before hastily retreating. Suo and I air's gaze, once cast upon the scene, quickly turned greedy as he beheld the beauty nestled on the sofa, frowning slightly as she savored her cake. He pondered how such a refreshing, delicate, and enchanting woman could exist, resembling a true celestial maiden, and his desires surged within him, eliciting involuntary reactions. Yet, he felt a sense of familiarity with her, though his greed and lust propelled him forward without further contemplation. As he approached the dining area, the guards at the entrance attempted to block him but hesitated upon recognizing him, allowing him to saunter in. He noticed the waitress who had just served the beauty, finding her somewhat attractive as well. As they brushed past one another, he audaciously grasped her ample rear. The waitress, startled by the sudden inappropriate advance, jumped back and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Upon turning around and realizing it was the formidable Tian Xing, she quickly covered herself with her tray and fled to the kitchen. At that moment, Ning Ling heard the commotion and leaned out to investigate, dismissing it as inconsequential. Returning to her meal as she took a small bite of her chicken leg, closing her eyes in delight. In Chapter 72, Tian Xing cast a smug glance at the waitress he had just harassed, relishing the moment before making his way directly to Ning Ling, sitting down across from her. Ning Ling, upon seeing this somewhat portly man with a fierce expression and a scar on his face, felt a wave of revulsion wash over her as he grinned at her incessantly, nearly making her retch and spoil the delicious fried chicken leg she had just eaten. Feeling greasy, she set down the chicken leg and picked up her cake, using her fork to dip a strawberry in cream, savoring a bite. This action caused the lecherous man across from her to swallow hard. Tian Xing, captivated by Ning Ling's beauty, could no longer restrain himself and reached out to grab her. The diminutive man from the Sakura country chimed in. "This lovely lady is Tian Xing, our base city's boss. If you accompany him, I assure you, you will enjoy the finest of luxuries." Suddenly, a commotion erupted, followed by the sound of crashing glass as a table and its occupants collided with the window, sending shards flying and startling the diners who were prepared to voice their complaints. Upon realizing the identity of the aggressor, they quickly covered their mouths and fled. The restaurant's atmosphere instantly plummeted, enveloped in a chilling frost that left diners and waitstaff trembling. "Get out!" Ning Ling shouted, her face darkened, holding her half-eaten cake in one hand while the other dripped with blood from the fork, having just shattered the glass and sent the man who attempted to assault her crashing into the debris. The glass from her little booth lay in shards around her, while the diminutive man stood by, utterly astonished. All eyes in the restaurant, as well as passers-by outside, widened in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Tian Xing, pushing aside the table, seethed with rage as he messaged his uncle, cursing, "Damn it, that hurt like hell. You dare strike me? Do you know who I am? I will ensure you pay dearly for this." The diminutive man hurriedly assisted Tian Xing to his feet. Meanwhile, outside, a raucous celebration erupted, with cheers and dancing as a few individuals approached with laughter. Shifting perspectives, half an hour earlier, after Tian Xing and Ning Ling parted ways, he gathered his senior brothers and sisters at the frontline defense walls, observing the relentless onslaught of beasts. He addressed them. "Let us split into 4 directions and unleash our abilities to swiftly resolve this. Let us see who can slay the most, and the loser buys milk tea." Ning Chun eagerly mimicked Zhao Shiji's tone. "Sounds great. I want to test the thunder attribute realm my sister helped me awaken, as well as the secret technique I just learned. This will be my first time using it." Mo Fan, brimming with fighting spirit, replied, "All right, junior brother. I want to see just how strong you are. Surely I can't be too far behind you now." Zhou Xiao smiled slightly. "Great. I want strawberry and cherry milk tea. That flavor is the best, and I'm definitely not losing." Tian Xing cautioned, "Everyone, please prioritize safety and report any unexpected situations immediately." They all answered in unison, "Understood." With that, Tian Xing grasped his great sword, preparing for a flashy entrance, intending to unleash an icy blade as he believed it would impress Ning Ling, who had once remarked on how much she enjoyed his cool displays. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed as Ning Chun unleashed the Thunderbolt secret technique, annihilating all beasts within a 10-mile radius, leaving them charred. The soldiers responsible for the city wall's defense were left astounded, their mouths agape in disbelief as they witnessed the power wielded by these Oriental warriors, enveloped in a spherical energy that swiftly dispatched the beasts, leaving them as lifeless as cut wheat. This is not all. Among them, 2 enchanting women are even more formidable than the men, especially the one who, just moments ago on the city wall, annihilated all the beasts within a radius of several miles while unleashing a continuous barrage of electricity. She was nothing short of a goddess of thunder descending upon the earth. Wherever she passed, lightning flashed and thunder roared, creating a cacophony of sounds. The monsters caught in her wake stood no chance and perished, still trembling in their death throes. The soldiers and other warriors who witnessed this spectacle could not help but shudder, each thinking, heaven forbid, if anyone provokes her, they would surely be struck down by her lightning. The manner of their demise would likely be gruesome. Soon enough, the four siblings fought fiercely, driving the remaining beasts to flee. Ultimately, Bimofin was the first to discover the high-level Lord-class beast, the Komoro sea dragon, in the sea. Slaying it and bringing it back to the base city. The beast tide quickly receded. Upon their return to the base, the citizens erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Tian Xing, wielding his flamboyant great sword, followed his senior brothers and sisters. Just as he was preparing to provide support, he found himself astonished by the expression on Xing's face. As they returned to the base city and descended to the ground, Zhejiang tossed the monster leader into the square, and without a backward glance, he led Zhao Ruo and the others back to the hotel Xing had originally booked. As they walked, Ning Qingchun teased Tian Xing, saying, "Ha, what's wrong, brother-in-law? You didn't perform well today? You almost lost this time." Hee hee. A man cannot be considered inadequate. With a disdainful expression, Tian Xing retorted, "Qingchun, you cheated. I hadn't even begun when you unleashed that lightning attribute secret technique, instantly slaying so many. You disrupted my dashing entrance, and by the time I regained my senses, you and brother Bimofin had already dashed far away. How could I catch up? If it weren't for my dual activation of domain and mental power, I would have truly lost." Nearby, Xing, upon hearing their exchange, was left in shock. According to his information, currently, only the first Elder Hong of the War God Palace possessed such a domain. How could these suddenly emerging individuals comprehend a domain? This is impossible. They are so young. All right. Isn't there the senior brother to back us up? Senior brother is treating us, Zhou Xiaoxiao said while leading them to the Western restaurant. However, when they arrived, they saw Ning Lingling being berated by a rotund man, who shouted, "You little brat, I am definitely taking you back to torment you today." Seeing this, Zhou Xiaoxiao's expression darkened as she charged forward, striking the lewd man who insulted Ning Lingling with a whip, sending him flying, along with the short man who supported him crashing into the wall. She then rushed to Ning Lingling, taking her hand and asking with concern, "Lingling, are you all right?" Ning Lingling, upon seeing the little miss, thought to herself that she was merely trying to enjoy some delicious cake and chicken legs, but felt unwell. She had even packed a large bag of hamburgers that she deemed delightful for her senior brothers and sisters, as well as her beloved husband, thinking they would surely be hungry after slaying the beasts. Now all of that was gone. Feeling wronged, she tossed the cake aside, flung her fork, and tears streamed down her cheeks. "Wah, my chicken leg, my hamburger, boo-hoo." And she began to cry. Chapter 73 began anew. Tian Xing, upon witnessing Lingling in tears, rushed over and comforted her. "Wife, what happened? Tell your husband, who bullied you, and I shall slay him." Ning Lingling, seeing her beloved man, expressed her grievances. "Husband, I was here enjoying a big chicken leg and small cake when he came over to grab my chest and insulted me. Wah wah wah," crying and reporting the incident. "He even ruined the delicious food I prepared for you. Boo-hoo, my hamburgers and big chicken legs. Wah wah wah," she lamented. The senior brothers and sisters listened, observing the crushed bag of hamburgers, chicken legs, and fries beneath the table, their faces turning grim. Ning Qingchun, with a darkened expression, saw the two men lying on the ground, moaning after being struck by Xiao Xiao, and could not believe they had bullied her sister. Without hesitation, she unleashed a bolt of lightning that made them quiver, then turned to point at brother Bimofin, declaring, "Indeed, no good man exists among you. If you do not beat them to the point where their mothers won't recognize them, then you shall join them on the ground. Did you hear that, brother Bai?" Upon witnessing this, Bimofin, who had previously been knocked down by the female thunder god's rage, swallowed hard but wasted no time in delivering a series of blows. Thinking that these men were likely taking advantage of their power and position to bully the newly arrived foreigners, he showed no mercy, and before long, they were left battered and bruised, resembling a pig's head. The patrons of the restaurant and onlookers were outraged upon hearing Ning Lingling's words. Some exclaimed, "This is too much. That young girl was simply enjoying her meal." Others cautioned, "Shoo, keep your voice down. You cannot provoke that local tyrant. It's better to stay silent." Yes, these Huaxiao people had stirred up trouble and would not come to a good end. Tian Xing, using his mental power, summoned Sonier before him, who struggled in vain. With a dark expression, Tian Xing asked, "Sister Lingling, is it him?" Ning Lingling, upon seeing the one who had bullied her, nodded and said, "It is him. Wah wah wah. I was happily eating my small cake when he came over to grab my chest. I jabbed his hand with a fork to stop him, and he threatened to take me away to torment me, even insulting me with foul language, she recounted, sobbing. Who dares to bully my niece? I will slaughter his entire family. Who the hell is it? Just then, a planetary-level mental master descended from the sky, accompanied by a group of dozens of war god-level experts. Zhou Xiaoxiao, witnessing the large group of imposing figures from the Yinfan kingdom approaching to cause trouble, felt intimidated by their numbers and immediately pulled out her communicator to take a photo, sending a message and location to Commander Lin. Sonier, upon seeing his uncle arrive, began to wail in pain while pointing at the three who had attacked him. Uncle, I'm here. It was them. Help me kill them. Ouch. It hurts so much. Xing, sensing that a major conflict was on the verge of erupting, stood in the middle and attempted to mediate, saying, Everyone, calm down. There must be some misunderstanding here. However, the more Tian Xing listened, the darker his expression became, his chest heaving with rage, as he thought, I could never bear to harm my Lingling, and yet you dare to insult my wife. If it weren't for me, she wouldn't be in discomfort and bullied. Upon hearing Xing urging him to calm down, he exploded. Am I misunderstanding you? He then furiously unsheathed a short blade, stabbing it through Sonier's eyes wide in shock, killing the man who had insulted his wife. Still not satisfied, he unleashed over 100 cold lights from his void shield, dismembering Sonier in midair, blood mist splattering everywhere. All present were left in stunned horror, unable to believe that this Huaxiao man had just murdered someone before their eyes, and in such a brutal manner, no less, targeting the local tyrant who wielded power at the base. Then, with a wicked smile, Tian Xing declared, So you think you're powerful, do you? Very well. He then embraced Ning Lingling and soared into the sky, where two divine rings automatically opened beneath his feet, spinning above his head. With a single step, he activated a colorful domain that enveloped the entire Oyin Holy Elephant Hotel, casting a charming yet sinister glance at the assembly of Yinfan Kingdom's experts. All of them soon realized that since this man from Huaxia had unleashed that colorful energy, they found themselves utterly immobilized, unable to move even a toe, including Xing. No matter how much they struggled or resisted, it was futile. Just as the foremost mental master of the Yinfan Kingdom prepared to speak, Tian Xing moved once more, cradling Ning Lingling in his arms as he floated directly behind the foremost mentalist of the Yinfan Kingdom. With a devilish smile, he fiercely grasped the man's back, blood gushing forth as he emerged from his chest. The foremost mentalist of Yinfan stared wide-eyed, helplessly witnessing this man from Huaxia extract the source core from his grasp. He could not fathom why this Huaxiao individual had chosen to kill him before he could utter a word, even when faced with other powerful adversaries of equal standing. He had never found himself so easily dispatched. Tian Xing then crushed the source core in his hand, the remnants mingling with the blood that scattered into the air. Observing her husband's wrathful act of vengeance, Ning Lingling felt a surge of emotion. In front of all present, she tenderly held Tian Xing's neck and kissed him on the lips, saying, Husband, it's all right now. The villain who bullied me has been dealt with. Calm down. Let us not engage in indiscriminate slaughter. She planted another kiss on his lips. As he was kissed, Tian Xing gradually regained his composure, retracting his colorful domain. The scene shifted to an office within the southeast military district of Huaxia. Two elderly gentlemen, appearing somewhat youthful, were leisurely sipping tea and conversing. One elder noticed the communicator buzzing with incoming messages. Upon opening it, he erupted in fury, leaping to his feet and cursing, Damn that Mo Laosan. If Lingling loses even a single finger, I will flatten your Yinfan Kingdom. He immediately picked up the communicator and dialed a number. When the call connected, he barked, Jiang Yunlong, I command you to take your dragon team to Yinfan Kingdom and rescue our dispatched Ning Lingling and Zhou Xiaoxiao. Right this instant. Spare me your excuses. If anything happens to them, you can forget about being the team leader. The voice on the other end acknowledged, Understood, Chief. We will ensure the mission is completed. The other elder, who had initially appeared amicable, was now in a state of panic, querying, What has happened? Old Lin, what is wrong with Xiaoxiao? Elder Lin displayed the communicator to the anxious elder and continued to curse. Look, Mo Bupu's people, their planetary-level mentalists, are encircling our 5 little ones. Bai Mofin and Xiaoxiao have just ascended to the transcendent warrior level. This is unacceptable. We must send old Jia over. The second elder, now completely losing his temper, shouted. What did you say? Damn it, if my granddaughter is harmed, I will ensure you accompany her to the grave. Mo Laosan. This Mo Bupu is truly unreliable. We cannot lose those 5. They are the future of Huaxia. He promptly made a call, declaring, Hello, this is Lu Guiqiang, I am Zhou Taikong. I order you to take your entire special operations team to Yinfan Kingdom and rescue Ning Lingling, Ning Qingchun, and Zhou Xiaoxiao immediately. Yes, no more excuses. Get moving. At this moment, Lin Dai dialed Commander Jia's phone and explained the situation, to which the voice on the other end interrupted. What? Damn it, just wait for me. Before Lin could respond, the call was abruptly terminated. Zhou Taikong instructed Lin Dai, now, contact the Southwest Alliance Corps and have them dispatch troops to support. If anything happens, they are to take immediate action. We are not in the Great Nirvana period anymore, and we will not be bullied. Lin Dai nodded in agreement. Indeed, absolutely. Elder Lin then connected with the Southwest Alliance Corps, stating, this is Li Dawei from the Southeast Military District. Our 5 elite transcendent warriors dispatched to assist in Yinfan Kingdom are under siege. Your corps must deploy immediately. If anything happens to them, you are to level their forces. Yes, right now? Subsequently, Lin Dai attempted to contact Tian Xing but found all lines disconnected, leading him to sigh in regret. Realizing he should have sent more personnel, the scene shifted again to the Yin Shengxiang Hotel in Yinfan Kingdom. Once Tian Xing retracted his domain, everyone regained their freedom, yet none dared to move, fixated on the charmingly sinister youth who had just slain 2 individuals. At that moment, Ning Lingling spotted a rat-eyed, diminutive man attempting to stealthily escape. She pointed at him, exclaiming, Husband, there's another. He was with that man and said that if I were to do anything, he would ensure I would have a lavish life without fear of beasts. The short man, realizing his imminent peril, froze in fear. Bai Mofin was the first to dart forward, delivering a flurry of blows upon him, recalling Ning Qingchuan's earlier warning that if he let the man escape, she would strike him with lightning as well. In the midst of this, a sudden crack of thunder echoed as Ning Qingchun unleashed a bolt of lightning upon the man, sending him convulsing on the ground. Bai Mofin narrowly avoided being struck himself, feeling exasperated. Ning Qingchun was already seething with anger, thinking of how they had come to aid them against the beast tide, only to have her sister bullied. With her sister feeling unwell, she had promised Tian Xing's mother to take good care of her, and the thought of it only intensified her fury. She shouted, Damn it! Do they think my temper is so gentle? How dare they bully my sister? Today, I shall teach these dogs a lesson. Xiao Xiao, let us take them down. Before Ning Qingchun could act, Zhou Xiaoxiao had already unleashed her teaching rod, summoning a fierce wind that enveloped the area, sending combatants tumbling. While lower-ranking civilians were caught in the gusts, the warriors faced her wrath. Ning Qingchun, meanwhile, unleashed her lightning with precision, ensuring no fatalities occurred, as they were part of the military and she had never killed before. As she continued her assault, she vented her frustration. You think you can run? Let us see you try. Each strike caused her opponents to tremble, their hair standing on end and their clothes in tatters. Even Singe, engaged with Bai Mofin, was caught off guard and fell to the ground, shaking in disbelief. What the hell is happening? This is not how battles are fought. The chaos escalated as many bewildered transcendent warriors arrived, only to be felled one after another. Even President Mo Laosan, rushing to the hotel, was struck down upon entry, blackened and smoking, utterly bewildered by the situation. In that moment, no one dared approach the hotel, fearing they too might be caught in the storm. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as the lobby of the Yin Shengxiang Hotel lay strewn with martial artists, with only 5 from Huaxia daring to stand. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens, causing all the prostrate warriors to instinctively curl up, fearing that the thunder goddess was unleashing her wrath once again. At that moment, 2 military jets from Huaxia swiftly approached, hovering in the air as a team of elite soldiers descended rapidly into the hotel. Amidst the chaos, a familiar voice, Xiao Qingchun, "It is I, Grandpa Jia," resonated. With a firm step, Grandpa Jia erected a barrier of earth to shield Ning Qingchun from her own lightning powers, which had nearly struck his comrades. The sight that greeted the arriving soldiers was astonishing. A multitude of formidable warriors, including 3 planetary-level experts, lay scattered across the hotel floor, their hair standing on end, faces charred, and clothing in tatters. Bewildered, they wondered what had transpired. Then, an elderly man, clad in a tattered white hat and sporting a frizzy white beard, rose and exclaimed, "Old Jia, you've finally arrived. Hurry and take your Lady Thunder Goddess away. We are on the brink of destruction here." Before he could finish, a crack echoed, followed by a thud. The unfortunate speaker collapsed, convulsing, smoke escaping from his mouth. Jia Yi stood in stunned silence, gazing at Ning Qingchun, pondering her reckless behavior. Soon after, Zhou Xiaoxiao rushed over to relay the events, recounting even their initial actions. Slapping his thigh, Jia Yi exclaimed, "Well done. That is how it should be done. No mercy. Do they think Huaxia is to be trifled with?" Mo Laosan, consider yourselves fortunate today. If the Tian Xing kid had truly unleashed his fury, you'd be dead without a cause. Turning to Qing Chun, he encouraged her fiercely. In the future, if anyone dares to bully your sister or you, give them a taste of their own medicine. No mercy. I'll back you up if trouble arises. How dare they think Huaxia is easy prey? Let us go. As he turned to leave, he noticed that his 6 disciples remained motionless, and the multitude of fallen warriors dared not move. Confused, Jia Yi inquired, "What's wrong? Why is everyone still?" Chapter 75 had been revised as requested. Meanwhile, Ning Qingchun and Zhou Xiaoxiao looked at Tianxing and Ning Lingling, the latter pouting, tears brimming in her eyes, silent. In a fit of anger, Ning Qingchun declared, "This matter cannot end here. That man resembling someone from Yinghua is an accomplice, and I have yet to deal with him. If my sister doesn't leave, neither will I." Zhou Xiaoxiao, equally furious, added, "Indeed, it cannot end so easily. If we weren't strong enough, we would have perished today. Besides, Lingling is still upset." Seeing Lingling's tearful silence, Tianxing asked gently, "What's wrong, my dear? Do you want me to deal with that man for you?" Lingling sobbed, "Oh, husband, my hamburger. My chicken leg, I'm so hungry." Zhou Xiaoxiao rushed over, reassuring Tianxing, "She might be a bit emotional. It's normal. Hand Lingling to me. Go get her what she desires, and she'll feel better." She pointed towards the western dining area, telling Lingling, "Don't cry. Your husband is going to get it for you. He'll be back soon." Just as Tianxing was about to enter, he spotted senior brother Bai Mofan emerging with several cups of milk tea and a large bag, which he handed to Tianxing. Swiftly, Tianxing re-entered and re-emerged with a large bag of hamburgers, chicken legs, and fries, while his other hand held a cherry strawberry cake, which he presented to Ning Lingling. Zhou Xiaoxiao, eyes gleaming with envy, teased, "See? I told you." With a beaming smile, Ning Lingling accepted the cake, eagerly opening it. "Thank you, Xiaojia. Here, open wide," she said, spearing a cherry and dipping it in cream before bringing it to Zhou Xiaoxiao's mouth. Startled by the unexpected gesture, Zhou Xiaoxiao grinned and opened her mouth to taste, her eyes sparkling. This is quite delicious. Indeed. So tasty," Ning Lingling exclaimed, turning to Jia Yi with joy. "Let us go, Grandpa Jia, to the Sioux Yi Alliance." As they exited the base, they noticed a dark mass of troops advancing in the distance, sending the base's guards into a panic, heralding the onset of a national conflict. The commander-in-chief, Jia, swiftly ordered them to retreat, leaving the approaching Southwest Alliance soldiers bewildered, unsure of why they were being sent back so soon. As they departed, countless warriors remained sprawled across the ground. After a while, one brave soul cautiously rose, discovering, "Hey, I'm fine." Hearing this, others quickly got up, looking around and realizing they were indeed unharmed, only to find themselves surrounded by scorched, soot-faced individuals, some bursting into laughter. Then, someone pointed and yelled at a short man preparing to flee, "Don't let him escape. He nearly got me killed. He's not one of us from Yinfan. He instigated this." "Yes, I recognize him. He is from Yinghua. That one from Wu Heitong, surely a foreign spy. Capture him." Wu Heitong from Yinghua was taken aback, thinking it was truly the end for him, as he met the furious gazes of the warriors from Yinfan, their eyes blazing with rage. Even the president of Yinfan, Mo Laosan, approached with a darkened face, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips, causing Wu Heitong to retreat until he was cornered. Thus, the report stated, the terrorist spy from Yinghua, aiming to incite discord between Yinfan and Huaxia, orchestrated a terror attack at the Oyin Xinxiang fried chicken establishment, resulting in the demise of Yinfan's foremost spiritual master. The nation mourns for 3 days. In the Sioux Yi Alliance, beneath the gnarled roots of a tree, scattered remnants of chopped wood lay alongside an axe. In a humble yard stacked high with neatly chopped firewood, an urgent news bulletin interrupted with startling revelations. Just 2 days prior, with the aid of a super warrior sent by Huanxia, Yinfan successfully eradicated the monstrous threat attacking its base city, alleviating the crisis and saving its citizens. However, spies planted by foreign nations seized the opportunity during Yinfan's moment of vulnerability, conspiring and launching a terror attack at the fried chicken establishment beside the presidential office, leading to the tragic loss of countless brave warriors. Ultimately, Yinfan's chief spiritual master heroically sacrificed himself to eliminate a group of terrorists poised for rebellion in the capital, hallucinating and capturing the mastermind, Wu Heitong. According to military investigations, this was part of Yinghua's plot for regime change. Consequently, President Mo Bupu resolved to sever all ties with Yinghua, warning other nations to take heed. Insider sources from Yinfan revealed that numerous spies from other countries remain hidden in major bases worldwide. At that moment, The occupants of the room heard the rumbling of engines outside. A jet approached swiftly. Grandpa Jia, look. There's a household over there. Is that the friend you mentioned? A charming girl with glasses asked the robust, youthful elder beside her. The elderly man responded with a smile. Indeed, I remember it was here. Let us descend and take a look. The others shall stand by. Subsequently, the cabin door opened, and a group of 8 individuals leapt down, arriving at the courtyard. Grandpa Jia politely stood at the door and called out, Suo Kiduofu, my old friend, are you there? At that moment, a woman rushed out from within. Her demeanor somewhat startled, and replied, Hello, who are you? Upon seeing her, Grandpa Jia remarked, Oh, I am Commander Jia from the military of Huaxia. Is this the home of Suo Kiduofu? I recall visiting here many years ago. The woman, lowering her guard, smiled and answered, Ah, you are Uncle Jia? My father has spoken of you. It has been many years since you last visited after the Great Nirvana. Alas, ever since my mother was killed by a monster. He has changed greatly. He is currently at the base providing support, as they are being attacked by formidable beasts. Her expression was one of deep concern. Oh, very well. We shall rush there to assist. Please ensure your safety at home. He then turned to the others and said, Let us board the aircraft. The group promptly entered the aircraft and headed directly towards the base city. Upon reaching the airspace above the base city, they observed numerous ice-type monsters continuously pouring in from the far north, launching an assault on the base. After obtaining permission from the base, the aircraft landed on an open helipad. The group disembarked. Shortly thereafter, a white-haired elder with a scruffy beard approached, laughing heartily. Haha, old Jia, my friend. It's been ages since we last met. You have made remarkable progress. He scrutinized old Jia closely, noting that his realm was considerably higher than his own. How could this be? He recalled their previous encounter through the War God Hall system, where they were of comparable strength. Old Jia stepped forward to embrace him, smiling. My old friend, it has been so long. It is a delight to see you in person once more. We have only communicated through the War God Hall system until now. I never expected you to remain unchanged. Suo Kiduofu chuckled heartily, took a swig from his flask, and said, Old friend, would you care for a drink? I have some left. He produced a small bottle from the pocket of his combat suit and offered it to old Jia. Commander Jia accepted it, but did not drink, instead producing an identical small flask. Here, take this. I assure you will enjoy it, but you must not disclose it to anyone. This is a personal gift for you. Suo Kiduofu took the small flask. Old friend, is this all? It won't be enough to quench my thirst. After taking a sip, his eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at old Jia and exclaimed, What is this? As the liquid coursed through him, his fatigue from battling monsters dissipated, and his energy was fully restored. He thought to himself, What kind of wine is this? Such a treasure. Seeing that only half a bottle remained, he felt a pang of regret, wishing he had sipped more cautiously. He then awkwardly remarked, Old friend, thank you. This is no ordinary wine. I have yet to see anything like it on the market. Otherwise, I would buy it all, no matter the cost. Do you have more? Jia Yi, appearing exasperated, replied, I have already informed you. This is a personal gift for you. Do you think you can find it elsewhere? I have hardly any left. It's just a small amount like what you have in your hands. Suo Kiduofu swallowed hard, glancing at the large bottle of vodka he held. Then comparing it with the small flask, he promptly turned to old Jia. Old friend, may I propose a trade? Jia Yi interrupted, Do not even think about it. I truly have little left. This is something I acquired with great difficulty. Now, let us not waste time. Everyone is briefed. You shall handle these monsters. Come on, Lingling. You and the others, let us sit over there. Ning Lingling casually told Grandpa Jia, No way. You sit down. I still need to help my husband slay the monsters, and then go see the glaciers and auroras. She gazed longingly at Tian Xing, holding his hand. Ning Qingchun also expressed her eagerness. Yes. Grandpa Jia, you should rest here. Watch me and my sister finish this battle swiftly. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao appeared lost in thought, her expression somber. Ning Lingling noticed something was amiss, released her husband's hand, and approached her, cradling her face with both hands. What's wrong? Little miss, has someone upset you? Zhou Xiaoxiao shook her head. It's nothing. It's all in the past. After taking a deep breath, she said, Let us go together and eliminate these wretched monsters. The same rules apply. Whoever loses treats the other to milk tea with cherry and strawberry cake. Great. I want that. Ning Lingling exclaimed. Husband, you better step up. Without uttering a word, Tian Xing immediately dashed to the battlements, brandishing his grand sword. Behind him, Ning Qingchun and Zhou Xiaoxiao widened their eyes and scolded, Brother-in-law, how shameless. Zhou Xiaoxiao added, Indeed, what a lack of martial virtue. At that moment, Ning Lingling observed that her sister, husband, and senior brothers and sisters had all outpaced her. Pouting, she stood beneath the watchful eyes of Grandpa Jia and Suo Kidofu. Suddenly, with a swift motion, she vanished from sight. The two elders gaped in astonishment, especially Suo Kidofu, pondering how that little girl managed to do that. The perspective shifted. The pilot in the aircraft was continuously firing the machine guns at the monsters below when he noticed in the distance. The monstrous horde that had been surging ashore from the Arctic Ocean was abruptly severed, the ocean surface frozen by a surge of overwhelming ice energy extending to the horizon. Meanwhile, Tian Xing, standing on the battlements, unleashed a blade of ice, cleaving a vast group of monsters into fragments. Following this, Zhou Xiaoxiao and Bai Mofan fully unleashed their abilities. Especially Ning Qingchun, whose ice surface conducted electricity, creating a field of control spanning dozens of miles. Bai Shixiang was the most unfortunate, as his water-based abilities connected with the icy surface, leaving him convulsing on the ice. He thought, damn, this little girl is truly unbelievable. Ning Qingchun disdainfully pulled him up, tossing him onto a non-conductive wooden surface. Suddenly, a small white appeared in the sky, and when the pilot in the aircraft focused, he realized it was a colossal high-ranking leader-level monster rapidly approaching the base city. Just as he was about to issue a warning, the monster abruptly vanished midway, leaving all combatants aboard the aircraft perplexed. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the beast reappeared in the city square, revealing a massive frost giant bear towering several stories high. At that moment, panic ensued in the base city as everyone frantically fled. A few warlord-level warriors were shoved aside by the imposing leader-level monster, their legs trembling in fear, thinking they were doomed. One advanced warrior was even forcefully pinned against a flower bed by the giant bear's sharp claws, toppling to the ground. Believing he was about to be killed, he closed his eyes, clutching his body in terror while trembling, feeling warmth trickling down his fingers onto the ground. Then, with a whoosh, a bespectacled young woman reappeared beside Commander Jia and Suo Kidofu, as if she had just vanished. With a few claps of her hands, she declared, "All done. I'm exhausted." She then stretched languidly. "Gulyalu," came the sound from Commander Jia, who laughed as he took a swig from his flask. "Gulyalu," echoed Suo Kidofu, astonished as he swallowed hard. Shortly after, Ning Lingling, amidst their astonishment, produced a large barrel filled with fruit wine, took out her purple cup, and daintily poured herself a drink. She then swiftly used spatial telekinesis to snatch the flask from Grandpa Jia's grasp, refill it, and return it to him with a flourish. Suo Kidofu's large bottle of vodka also appeared in her hands in an instant. Initially intending to pour it out, she discovered that more than half a bottle of ordinary liquor remained. She then proceeded to pour the liquor out with a gurgling sound. After finishing, she tapped the spout against the wall, finding it remarkably sturdy, and noted that the liquor had been emptied. Thus, she filled the large jug with Qingling Gujiao and, with a swift motion, returned it to Ku Luo Fu's hand. In an instant, it vanished again. Commander Jia and Suo Luo Fu exchanged glances, realizing that the jug in their hands was not an illusion, and joy surged within them. Particularly, Suo Luo Fu, who had instinctively taken a large gulp from the jug, was startled and quickly closed his mouth just as it approached. Consequently, a bit of liquor spilled onto his armor, and he hastily wiped it onto his lips, feeling a wave of regret. He thought to himself, how could I be so careless? Such a waste. Commander Jia, observing his expression, burst into laughter. Shortly after, someone cursed loudly. Damn it. Who killed the monster without a word and just left it here? You scared the life out of me. Those who had been hiding in the shelter peeked out and began to exchange curses. Damn it, I nearly wet myself. This is truly inconsiderate. At this moment, Commander Jia, with a stern expression, addressed Suo Luo Fu, old friend. If you wish to prevent the tragedies of Yin Fangua from occurring here, you must silence those people. Suo Luo Fu, perplexed, inquired. The tragedy of Yin Fangua? Are you referring to their first spiritual master? Commander Jia nodded. Yes, it's because of his nephew, or perhaps grandnephew, who scolded that girl who just poured you a jug of liquor, that she was killed by her 4 senior siblings. Over 300 God of War level warriors and 3 planetary level ones from Yin Fangua, including Xian Go, were all beaten into silence by those 5. Mo Lao San was only able to report it as news. I am telling you this because I consider you a brother. You can handle it as you see fit. I certainly cannot contend with them. Haha, alright, thanks brother. Suo Luo Fu smiled at Jiayi, then instinctively twisted the cap of the liquor jug to take a sip, but paused and sealed it again. He then stored the jug filled with fruit wine and retrieved his own small bottle from his combat pack for a sip. Soaring into the air, he bellowed, silence, or I will slay you all. Upon recognizing the source of the roar, Everyone immediately fell silent, fearful to utter a word. Especially the high-ranking warrior who had been on the verge of cursing, having been hit in a sensitive area and wetting his hands. Dared not provoke the fearsome elder known as the Arctic Bear, lest he meet a gruesome end, his face flushed with embarrassment. The scene shifted. At this moment, Ning Ling Ling stood alone on a glacier in the far north, her small feet crunching on the snow, which she found amusing. Turning to the little sprite on her shoulder, Shuang Air, she said, "Thank you, Xiao Shuang Shuang. Ever since I met you and was with Tian Xing, my world has changed completely. In the past, I lived a burdensome life, having nothing, only knowing to tirelessly hunt monsters to earn more money, so that my parents and Xiao Chun could live just a little better. I trusted no one and wouldn't spare a glance at anyone. But now, I feel so fortunate to have a loving husband and the ability to act spoiled towards those who care for me. I truly appreciate you." The system, Xiao Shuang Air, smiled and replied, "Ling Ling, there is no need for gratitude. Serving you is my duty. Moreover, I will rely on your assistance in the future. However, your current level is too low. Tian Xing cannot be relied upon. The inner demons within him have tainted everything, especially his luck. He has accumulated far too many karmic ties, and I possess items brought over from our journey together." With a wave of her hand, Xiao Shuang Air produced an old phone, a new folding phone, and a shoulder bag. Ning Ling Ling, astonished, examined the items, discovering the old phone would not turn on. With another wave, Xiao Shuang Air activated the old phone, revealing various games and an image of a girl with pink twin tails wielding a lightsaber. Then she noticed that the new folding phone, resembling a tablet, had also downloaded a game called Swallowing the Starry Sky, which was on the old phone. She asked Xiao Shuang Air, "Are these all items from my husband's past life?" The system, Xiao Shuang Air, nodded in affirmation. Ning Ling Ling then opened the shoulder bag. Finding a stack of aesthetically pleasing red papers with the number 100 inscribed on them, made of fine quality. She also pulled out a wallet, and upon opening it, was astonished to see a photo of herself. This is me? Why is there a photo of me?" The system, Xiao Shuang Air, responded nonchalantly. "Because there is also a version of you in his parallel world, but that version has already passed away." Ning Ling Ling, incredulous, asked, "I died? How could that be? I didn't see myself in his past, and how could I have already died?" The system, Xiao Shuang Air, replied calmly, "Indeed, for certain reasons. You have died in that world. After your death, he severed all ties with his family, moved out, and chose to forget you, becoming immersed in the illusory realms of the internet and gaming, unable to extricate himself." With tears in her eyes, Ning Ling Ling lamented, "How did I die?" The system, Xiao Shuang Air, replied, "Naturally, you were harmed by others. Ling Ling, we do not have much time left. The others have likely eliminated most of the monsters. Let us hurry to sign in at the relics here, collect our rewards, and return quickly." Ning Ling Ling furrowed her brow, and to vent her frustration, she stomped hard on the ice, only to find herself falling through a hole. Using her abilities, she swiftly reappeared 50 meters away on solid ground. "Phew, that scared me to death. I nearly fell," she exclaimed, patting her chest. The system, Xiao Shuang Air, flew out from the hole and perched on her shoulder, saying, "Ling Ling, that relic can be accessed through the ice hole. It leads down 5,000 meters into the water." With a swift motion, Ning Ling Ling dove in, discovering that the interior was unlike the transport ships her husband had previously acquired. Upon entering, the previously active robots instantly halted. As the system was temporarily commandeered by Xiao Shuang Air, Ning Ling Ling observed the robotic figures and a small spacecraft. Turning to the system, Xiao Shuang Air, she said, "Xiao Shuang Shuang, let us take these too. They look quite nice." The system, Xiao Shuang Air, glanced at them dismissively, saying, "Rubbish, taking them would be of no use. Your rewards are worth billions more than these." Embarrassed, Ning Ling Ling patted the robot, contemplating, but ultimately decided against it, especially after Xiao Shuang Air's remarks. After signing in, she vanished alongside Xiao Shuang Air from within the spacecraft. As soon as Ning Ling Ling reappeared on the ice surface, she noticed her communicator ringing incessantly. Upon answering, she heard a frantic voice on the other end. "Wife, where are you? I couldn't reach you at all. Where are you?" Ning Ling Ling chuckled. "I'm just completing a task. What's wrong? Do you miss me?" "It's only been a short while." Tian Xing replied eagerly, "Of course I miss you. Where are you? Stay put. Send me your location, and I'll come find you." "All right, dear." Ning Ling Ling sent him her location. After a considerable wait, Tian Xing and Zhou Xiao Xiao, along with 2 others, rushed over quickly, intending to witness the Northern Lights. Senior brother by Mo Fan had been summoned by Grandpa Jia to handle some matters. Originally, Zhou Xiao Xiao was reluctant to join, But she couldn't resist Ning Qingchun's persistent pleas, and thus she agreed to come along. As they journeyed onward, Ning Lingling inquired of Tian Xing, "My dear, is the northern lights truly magnificent? I am filled with anticipation." Ning Qingchun, equally eager, chimed in, "Indeed, I have never been to this place before." Tian Xing gazed tenderly at Ning Lingling and replied, "It is beautiful, truly beautiful. Look, the night has fallen, and the northern lights are about to grace us with their presence." The group lifted their gazes, their eyes reflecting a sense of wonder as the sky revealed a green light, akin to a ribbon, swirling and dancing in the wind. Soon, crimson hues joined the spectacle, followed by an array of colors that culminated in a display reminiscent of a rainbow. "Oh, my dear, it is truly enchanting," she exclaimed, turning to Zhou Xiao beside her. "Isn't it, Miss Xiao?" Yet, she noticed Zhou Xiao with her head bowed, silent, her body trembling uncontrollably. Upon witnessing this, Tian Xing exclaimed, "Why is she crying?